This guy stood before the most beautiful girl on campus with a look of absolute indifference. While Chu Qingli kept blabbering on about how they weren't compatible and had no future together, Fang Yi, already sick of it all, replied coldly. "Stop flattering yourself. Look, Miss Popular, I'm busy." Chu Qingli flushed bright red from embarrassment, while the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. "Are you kidding me? He just brushed her off like that?" Right at that moment, dark clouds aggressively rolled in. Fang Yi only had one thought on his mind. Chu Qingli and everyone else here were completely oblivious to the impending apocalypse. Money, degrees, and all the rules of modern society were about to turn to dust. They had no idea that he was a regressor, a survivor who had traveled back in time from a disastrous future. To him, the Chu Qingli standing right there was nothing more than a distant memory. He had far more important things to worry about now. Who cares about campus beauties or social status? The whole world was about to be flipped upside down anyway. It all started last night, when a speck of light carrying scattered fragments fell from the sky, projecting images of an unpredictable and chaotic future. As Fang Yi drifted in a daze, a bizarre voice echoed in his mind. Notice, in exactly 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes, spiritual energy will be fully restored to this world. Once the awakening began, the earth would suffer cataclysmic and unimaginable mutations. Human society would be completely torn apart, making way for the era of cultivators. Absolute power would be the only law that mattered. Startled, Fang Yi stared dead into the fragmented light hovering before him. "Wait a second. Who are you?" A system interface popped up, replying, "This system originates from the ultimate universe utilizing supreme cosmic algorithms. By touching spiritual items, the system can automatically generate matching cultivation techniques. Current techniques owned, 0. Driven by curiosity, Fang Yi reached out, but the exact second his hand phased through the screen, a terrifying demon head materialized, jaws wide open. Recovering from the shock, Fang Yi stared deep into its terrifying maw, only to freeze in horror as brutal, bloody scenes of death played out before him. The system issued a chilling warning. This was the original fate of an ordinary person like you. It was also the tragic end for billions of lives on Earth. Fang Yi froze. Cold sweat drenched his back as a sharp pain pierced his chest. That was me? A flood of agonizing memories rushed back into his mind. I remember now. In my past life, I was just a weak, ordinary guy, desperately struggling just to stay alive. Back then, my only wish was to survive the apocalypse. I watched my country fall to ruins and humanity face absolute slaughter. But in the end, I still couldn't escape the jaws of those mutated beasts. I died in absolute despair, consumed by vengeance and a burning refusal to accept my fate. I swear, this time I will reach the very top. Perhaps that sheer willpower was exactly why the system chose him, sending him back in time precisely 1 year before the Great Awakening. Right now, ordinary people were completely blind to the subtle shifts in spiritual energy. Fang Yi raised his hand toward the glowing light. Over this next year, I am going to exploit every single anomaly caused by the spiritual awakening. The system screen flashed, initiating a brand new scan. As it did, Fang Yi's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly color. The system chimed once more. Host successfully bound. A new path has been unlocked. Every single object in this world can now be used as editing material by the system. Strive to collect and synthesize powerful abilities and cultivation techniques. Become the strongest cultivator and save this world. The flashback snapped back to reality. Down on the crowded, bustling streets, national television networks suddenly interrupted their regular programming for a breaking news bulletin. The anchor's solemn voice echoed across the city. Humanity is facing an unprecedented crisis, an anomaly far beyond the scope of modern history. We can no longer look to the past for answers. We must rely entirely on ourselves to adapt and survive the future. Walking down the street, Fang Yi stared at his phone, lost in thought. That's right, the system said I can use anything as material. So, doesn't that mean I just need to hunt down wherever these anomalies appear? Suddenly, a specific headline caught his eye. Chingcheng University urges students to stay safe and take extreme sun protection measures. The UV index on campus has reached the highest level in nearly a century. A few pedestrians standing nearby read the exact same headline and scoffed. Are prestigious universities seriously resorting to clickbait now? If the temperature was actually that high, everyone would be dead by now. Total fake news. Did they pay to trend on the front page or something? Fang Yi glanced up at the cloudy sky, sensing that something was seriously off. He checked his weather app again. The current UV index was literally 0. His suspicion deepened. Hold on. How could the weather be so drastically different? He muttered. Qingcheng University is only a 15-minute drive from here. There's definitely an anomaly over there. The reported temperature at the university was currently a staggering 74 degrees Celsius. Yet, the comment section beneath the article was flooded with trolls. Where the hell are these UV rays coming from on a cloudy day? Looks totally photoshopped to me. So fake, another comment read. Fang Yi simply let out a knowing smirk. In this world, whenever something paranormal happens, the ignorant masses just laugh it off as a marketing stunt. He was the only one who knew the truth. His first major fortuitous encounter was waiting for him. Staring up at the sky, he shoved his hands into his pockets with a wide grin. Less than 30 minutes later, he arrived at the north gate of Qingcheng University, the quietest part of campus. Here, the weather had become absolutely brutal. The scorching sun baked the pavement to the point of steaming. The few students rushing by were bundled up from head to toe, unable to withstand the blistering rays. Just moments after arriving, Fang Yi was completely drenched in sweat, his face flushed red from the intense heat. He quickly scanned the campus, his instincts screaming that something supernatural was at play. Only seconds later, he finally spotted it. Right in the epicenter of the blinding sunlight, tiny golden bubbles were drifting in the air, rising from the concrete like a hazy glowing mist. It was an incredibly bizarre sight. Without a second thought, Fang Yi crouched down, his eyes lighting up like a man who had just struck gold. Reaching out, he gently tapped the smallest golden bubble. The instant his fingertip made contact, the anomaly erupted. The system alarm blared wildly in his mind. Alert! Detecting massive surges of Yang attribute energy. Initiating unlock sequence for Yang attribute data. In the blink of an eye, a blinding sphere of golden light engulfed Fang Yi. Pure spiritual energy flooded into his body so violently that it felt like every muscle and bone was being incinerated from the inside out. The excruciating pain forced him to grit his teeth as sweat poured down his face. The sudden, explosive blast of light in the middle of the courtyard sent the surrounding students screaming into a panic. Is that a real-life superhero? One student gasped, eyes wide with shock. No way, man! He looks more like some chosen anime protagonist. Are you sure it's not just a sci-fi movie filming on campus? Another yelled. Meanwhile, enduring a pain so intense it felt like his very soul was melting, Fang Yi weakly hissed through his teeth. Are you done yet? I feel like I'm literally going to evaporate. Right on cue, the system calmly chimed in. Editing process complete. Congratulations. The host has successfully acquired his first cultivation technique, the Golden Sun, breathing technique. Meanwhile, over at the main entrance of Qingcheng University, the vibe couldn't be more different. A massive, lively freshman orientation was in full swing. Standing out amidst the bustling crowd, Qingli was the absolute center of attention, leaving everyone completely mesmerized. Excuse me, do you need any help carrying your luggage? Which dorm building are you heading to? Do you need me to show you the way? I can walk you there myself. Hey, beautiful, here's our club's recruitment flyer. Take a quick look. If you're interested, just leave your number. Despite the overwhelming enthusiasm of the recruiters and the flyer shoved in her face, Than Lai just replied coldly, her voice completely flat, "Thanks, but no thanks." She kept walking, rolling her eyes as she judged her surroundings. Just then, her gaze landed on a couple nearby, walking hand in hand, giggling and flirting. Instantly, Than Li let out a cold scoff, pure disgust written all over her face. Love-struck idiots. Meanwhile, the couple completely ignored her, lost in their own little world. Hey, it's so lucky that we both got accepted into colleges in the same city. A 30-minute drive isn't far at all. I know, right? Now we can see each other every single day. Just as she was about to throw up right then and there, a massive explosion echoed from the distance, shaking the entire main gate. The campus broadcasting system immediately flared to life. Attention! An abnormal high-temperature anomaly has appeared in the North Garden area. All students are strictly forbidden from approaching the North Gate. Thun La frowned. She couldn't shake the feeling that strange things were happening way too often lately. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth. No, I have to go check it out. At that exact moment, over at the North Gate, the golden light created by Puangdich was slowly fading away. He stood perfectly still in the middle of the courtyard, his body enveloped in a faint, glowing halo. An invisible, overwhelming pressure radiated from him, terrifying anyone from daring to step closer. His sharp eyes gleamed fiercely, his entire aura, completely transformed. A line of text from the system materialized in front of him. Gazing at the blazing sun, intense breathing detected. You can now undergo body tempering using the newly acquired cultivation method. The cultivation method has been custom edited for the host, automatically unlocked without requiring manual learning. Reward, 50 edit points. Fuangdich looked down at his slightly trembling hands, his mind racing with questions. Edit points? What the hell is that? Whatever, I'll figure that out later. Even if I don't know what it does yet, there's no way something given by the system is useless. While Fuangdich was regulating his breathing and stabilizing his energy, the sky suddenly turned incredibly gloomy. The scorching sunlight was swallowed whole by rolling pitch-black clouds. A sudden and bone-chilling gust of wind swept through the area. Fuangdich closed his eyes, completely focused on circulating the golden sun breathing technique. Not long after, the sun peeked out again, shining brightly as if nothing had ever happened. But that bizarre phenomenon didn't escape everyone's notice. A group of curious students gathered from afar, whispering and gossiping among themselves. Hey, did you notice the sky just go pitch black a second ago? Yeah, I did. I even felt it get super chilly, and it was literally scorching hot just a minute ago. Yo, look over there. There's a huge crowd gathering at the North Gate. The students quickly rushed over, but less than a minute later, the principal of Thon Thon University appeared in person. His face flushed red and sweating profusely. Panting heavily, he screamed at the top of his lungs. What do you all think you're doing gathering around here? Didn't the school just send out an emergency alert telling you to stay away from the North Gate? Anyone who doesn't report to class on time will have points deducted. Don't say I didn't warn you. That threat instantly sent the crowd of students scrambling away. Everyone kept their heads down, pretending they hadn't seen a thing. Right at that moment, a woman in a black cloak appeared beside the principal. Her face was hidden beneath a hood, but her voice echoed with undeniable authority. Please set up a perimeter. I want the North Gate area completely locked down. The principal immediately nodded in agreement. At the same time, the system issued a notification. Host Puangdich, you have successfully purified the Rank A contamination zone at the North Gate of Than Than University. A contamination zone is formed by the abnormal recovery of spiritual energy, often classified by the Xia Nation government as anomalies based on varying threat levels. Fuangdich was stunned. What? The Xia Nation government has been secretly classifying these anomalies? Does that mean someone else discovered these supernatural events before I did? Before he could think any deeper about it, an urgent warning blared in his ears. Emergency alert. The North Gate is about to close. All students must evacuate the premises immediately. At the scene, the students broke out into loud whispers again. Hey, are those guys in uniform from the military? What the hell is going on? Is it that serious? Fuangdich narrowed his eyes. He knew he had caused way too much of a scene this time. There was no way he could stay hidden here. Left with no other choice, he swiftly turned around, making a tactical retreat from the North Gate. Shortly after, the mysterious figure accompanying the principal arrived at the exact spot. It was the woman in the oversized cloak, her movements completely shrouded in mystery. She quietly observed the surroundings, bent down, and gently pressed her hand against the ground. Then she closed her eyes and brought her fingers to her nose, sniffing the lingering energy. This was caused by a human. Could someone have actually made contact with spiritual energy this early on? Meanwhile, the principal was desperately shooing the students away. All of you, clear the area right now. This is a direct order. One student stubbornly lingered, frantically tapping away on his phone screen. Hold on a sec, Professor. Let me just post this to my feed real quick. Upon overhearing this, Sothan Slutlai turned her head deep in thought. Caused by a human, spiritual energy? What the hell? This terrifying phenomenon was actually caused by a person? No, that's impossible. That silhouette just now, it definitely looked like Fuang Dich. After pacing back and forth and overthinking it, she suddenly burst into a dry, ridiculous laugh. Ha! Snap out of it, So Thong Lai. That deadbeat ex-boyfriend of mine had absolutely garbage grades. There's no way in hell he could get accepted into Thon Thon University. A while later, back at Puang Dich's apartment, the young man had finally made it home. Inside his room, he was sprawled out on his bed, sweating like a pig and groaning non-stop. What the actual hell is going on? This insane heat. It's literally coming from inside my own body. Cold showers, blasting the AC, nothing is working. Looks like I'm not getting a wink of sleep tonight. Suddenly, Puang Dich shot up from the bed as if he'd been electrocuted. A wave of unease washed over him, making him shudder. This is bad. I made way too much noise today. What if someone caught on to me? I need to check the internet right now. He frantically grabbed his phone, scrolling rapidly through the news feeds. But strangely enough, every single page was talking about one specific name, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Puang Dich frowned. Memories from his past life suddenly triggered. There really was a mysterious organization online that used to post bizarre cultivation rules. Back then, everyone just thought it was a massive prank, some fantasy roleplay for web novel nerds. But now that he had been reborn and witnessed these supernatural anomalies with his own eyes, Puang Dich didn't dare underestimate it anymore. Maybe that weird woman I saw today is actually a member of that association. Wasting no time, he navigated straight to the organization's homepage, where a detailed bulletin instantly popped up. A list of cultivation realms was clearly laid out. First realm, Phantom Forge. Draw spiritual energy into the body, condense it into divine power, and refine mortal weapons. The second realm, Spirit Forging. Draw upon the power of heaven and earth, awaken the divine bloodline, and cultivate inner energy. The third realm, Diamond Body. Fortify the physical form, make the bloodline indestructible, and master elemental powers. The fourth realm, Divine Moon. Break the limits of heaven and earth, gather faith, and manifest a divine body. The fifth realm, Rising Sun. Reach the pinnacle of the universe, manipulate life and death, and rule over a domain. The ultimate realm, Transcendence. Break free from the cycle of reincarnation, sever the heavens and earth, and grasp the Tao. At the very bottom of the list is a single line of text. Currently, spiritual energy is recovering at an unprecedented rate. To prevent fellow cultivators from straying from the path, this realm ranking is made public. May all practitioners reflect upon themselves and avoid falling into the demonic path. Puang Dich frowned slightly as he finished reading. The content was mysterious and somewhat dark, but the layout felt strangely familiar. It even had a watermark. An announcement like this should have been issued by the Xia Nation's government. Why is it coming from some mysterious, unheard-of cultivation association? In his past life, he was just an ordinary guy caught in a natural disaster. When the mutation struck, all he could do was run and survive. He never had the time or the qualifications to care about these shadowy organizations. If he hadn't been reborn, he'd probably still be waiting in line for relief rations right now, just like everyone else. He let out a soft sigh, his eyes darkening. Was this a hidden signal from the government to those lucky enough to come into contact with spiritual energy early on? Whatever, he muttered. I'll just follow the instructions and circulate the golden sun breathing technique for now. Immediately, he sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind, circulating his energy exactly as the manual instructed. In an instant, the spiritual energy within his body began to flow, pure and fierce. His whole body felt weightless, gently hovering in midair and radiating a brilliant golden light. The first step of the technique was body refinement, turning his physical form into a vessel for spiritual energy, absorbing the essence of the world to cultivate his divine foundation. Puang Dich was so immersed that he became one with the surging energy. A moment later, his entire body shuddered. A faint aura enveloped him as his presence erupted violently. 1-star Phantom Realm breakthrough successful. Host may now use acquired editing points. Technique data can be forcibly implanted into any object. Current editing points, 50. Puang Dich was startled. Editing points? I almost forgot what this means. The editing data I extracted is the Yang attribute from the Golden Sun breathing technique, right? The text he was reading stated, You may use your acquired editing points to forcibly implant any extracted data into any object. Fuangdiche was still a bit puzzled, not fully grasping the concept. Implant into any object? He wondered. What exactly do they mean by any object? Without hesitating, the young man reached out his hand. The system prompted, "Do you wish to consume editing points to infuse the yang attribute into this object? Yes or no?" Instantly, a cup floated into the air under his control. Fuangdiche chuckled softly. "I guessed right. Forcible implantation is basically like enchanting an item, giving it supernatural power. If I select yes, this ordinary cup will become a yang attribute artifact. But what if it was a gun, or a blade, or some other weapon?" he pondered. "Could it turn into my own specialized weapon? Based on the system's logic, I'm not just limited to gathering data for a single attribute. Having an arsenal of custom-made supernatural weapons will be absolutely crucial in the future." The young man turned his gaze to a gleaming sword resting solemnly nearby. "Why don't I test it out on you first?" he muttered to the blade. "If this works, I can order a real one later. Now that I've been reborn, I need to be completely prepared to deal with those mutated monsters." Only one corner of the room was lit. Outside, it was pitch black, and the moon hung high in the sky. Fuangdiche was completely unaware of the sinister presence watching him from outside. A faint rustling sound echoed, accompanied by a pair of horrifying blood-red eyes. The bizarre scratching noises continued. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Fuangdiche broke into a cold sweat and snapped to attention, wondering, where the hell did that rat come from? He bolted up, stepped out of bed, and immediately channeled his spiritual energy to scan the area. However, he couldn't detect a single living creature inside the apartment. Even the water pipes were dead silent. Could it just be the neighbor's pets looking for a mate? He guessed. With his enhanced hearing from entering the phantom realm, he could easily hear a pin drop in the next apartment. But he quickly realized the sound wasn't coming from inside. It was out in the hallway. Tiptoeing to the door and peeking through the gap, Fuangdiche instantly spotted a dark silhouette creeping silently at the end of the corridor. The moonlight spilled in, just enough to reveal the creature's grotesque, mutated form. A chill ran down Fuangdiche's spine. He took a sharp breath. Holy crap, it's that thing. The mutated rabbit beast, twisted by the chaotic spiritual energy. Even though he had been reborn and knew what was coming, seeing that creature up close still made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. In his past life, this supposedly harmless species had ripped countless people to shreds, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. Meanwhile, on a skyscraper a few miles away, a girl in a black cloak stood near the edge of the roof. Bathed in moonlight, she muttered softly, "That rabbit still hasn't been caught?" As expected from something that swallowed the Dark Night Spirit fruit. Its speed is absolutely terrifying. Static crackled in her earpiece before a teammate's voice came through. She listened, then immediately replied, "Report any new updates right away. I'm going after it." As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed off the ledge, her body diving off the rooftop like a black arrow. Mid-air, she suddenly sensed a sinister aura flare up and spoke urgently into her comms. "It's here! It's the aura of that mutated beast." The Dark Knight aura had been tracked again. The target had fled into a densely populated area 20 kilometers away. Coordinates received. "I must pursue it with everything I've got, otherwise the residents in this area are doomed." After reporting in, she kicked hard against the wall, launching herself into a mid-air flip. A final warning echoed through the comms. "Everyone, stay on high alert!" It hasn't been long since it swallowed the spirit fruit, so its mutation is still incomplete. It could keep evolving and become even stronger. Do not drop your guard no matter what. The girl in the black cloak glided through the air like a phantom. With every bound, she swept across the rooftops, leaping seamlessly from one high-rise to the next. Down below, an office worker pulling an all-nighter happened to glance up. He froze, his eyes wide with absolute shock. I must be hallucinating." He rubbed his eyes frantically, muttering, "Working until 2 a.m. is making me see people flying past the 65th floor. Suddenly, his capitalist boss barked at him, "What are you staring at? Have you finished drafting that project yet?" Meanwhile, back at Fuangdiche's apartment, the hunt had reached its climax. The mutated rabbit finally launched its attack. It lunged at blistering speed, its four legs kicking up a howling gale as its razor-sharp claws aimed straight for a fatal strike. Fuangdiche was stunned for a fraction of a second, but he instantly regained his composure. His eyes flared with intensity as he channeled his spiritual energy, his body instinctively darting to the side to dodge. My reaction speed really has shot through the roof, he thought to himself. After breaking through to the Phantom Realm, Fuang Dich could feel a distinct transformation. Not only were his hearing and reflexes razor sharp, but his muscles were also infinitely more agile and flexible than before. Every movement of the beast was crystal clear in his eyes, playing out slowly like a slow-motion replay. Even so, Fuang Dich didn't dare to let his guard down. He furrowed his brows, staying on high alert. So these damn mutated monsters are showing up this early? In his past life's memories, beasts of this level only appeared after the mutation crisis had fully spread. Yet here was this rabbit driven utterly insane after consuming the Dark Knight Spirit Fruit, possessing strength and speed far beyond the norm. If he didn't stop it right now, this entire building would become its bloody buffet. Moving like lightning, Fuang Dich spun around and grabbed the beast tightly by its furry tail. The monster shrieked in absolute panic. Its tail was its greatest weakness. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he hurled it with earth-shattering force straight through the glass window. In the dead of night, the only sound was the crashing of broken glass. Without missing a beat, Fuang Dich leaped right after it. Suspended in mid-air, with eyes cold as ice, he gathered spiritual energy into his fist. No flashy techniques needed. He delivered a brutal close combat punch, striking dead center into the mutated beast's stomach. In a flash, the rabbit's stomach was completely pierced through, leaving a massive gaping hole. But it wasn't over yet. In its dying breath, it desperately tried to siphon the yang energy from Fuang Dich's body. Fuang Dich scoffed inwardly, "You dare covet the power of the sun! You're literally asking for death!" Right after a blinding flash, a massive explosion tore through the air. The harsh light spilled into dark rooms, startling a few people awake from their deep sleep. "Was that lightning?" a man muttered, poking his head out to see what happened, but there was absolutely nothing out there. As for Fuang Dich, his feet had barely touched the ground, and the mutated beast was already reduced to ashes. The young man stood there, clenching his fists and looking incredibly badass. "That thing, it was like a starving ghost trying to swallow my power." He turned around to leave, but suddenly a round object rolled right to the tips of his shoes. Fuang Dich looked down. It was the leftover eyeball of the mutated rabbit. The pupil was still wide open, glaring with a blood-red light of pure hatred. Without a single word, he calmly lifted his foot and crushed the eyeball without an ounce of mercy. Fuang Dich frowned, muttering under his breath, "It's clearly a dark attribute beast, yet it risked everything to absorb young energy." It wasn't because it was crazy, but because it was truly starving. That thought made Fuang Dich's heart sink. The mutation had started to spread. If he were still just a normal, unawakened person, everyone here would probably be its dinner by now. His gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. To fight back against this threat, I have to collect more cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, not far from Fuang Dich's building, the girl in the black cloak from the association finally landed at the scene. Her movements were as graceful as a falling leaf, but her eyes immediately widened in shock when she saw the aftermath. "It's dead?" Wasting no time, the girl quickly dropped to one knee, pulled out her aura detector, and switched on her radio to report. "Target is deceased, body completely obliterated. I am recovering the remaining dark attribute aura." The moment her hand touched the ground, she yanked it back out of reflex. This scorching energy level is incredibly high. It feels like pure yang attribute, strangely pristine, exactly like the energy signature found at the north gate of Thanthan University. There is no way this is a coincidence. She frowned in deep thought, then added to her report. "Headquarters, the rabbit has been eliminated, but not by me. It was another cultivator, likely a newcomer." The other side immediately responded, "Are you saying that the pollution cleansing at the North Gate and the Dark Rabbit were both dealt with by the same person? Furthermore, even though this person's aura is only at the One-Star Spirit Mansion realm, the attribute is incredibly pure. Are you sure it is the exact same Yang attribute from the North Gate?" The girl confirmed it. "Yes, exactly." The headquarters started verifying the facts. "I can confirm there is no trace of this person in the headquarters database. A pioneer with this kind of talent, the association absolutely has to seize the chance to recruit them." "Yeah, I agree." After speaking, she stored away the last remnants of the aura. The voice on the other end issued an order. Put all your recent missions on hold for now. The priority is to track down this pioneer, get them registered, and ideally, convince them to join the Spirit Cultivation Association. A loli will always be a loli. Badass on a mission, but a lollipop is absolutely essential. Understood. But right now, I really want a cup of boba tea. As soon as she finished speaking, the image of Phuong Dich kept flashing in her mind. Thinking of his back as he walked away, she wondered, just who on earth is this guy? Honestly, the association is right. Someone with this kind of power is absolutely a top-tier expert. I have to befriend him no matter what. The next morning, brilliant sunlight streamed through the window. Phuong Dich stretched his arms, taking a deep breath as he looked outside with an expression of pure bliss. A good day starts in the morning. Getting bathed in this radiant sunlight nice and early is perfect for my cultivation. Wearing an unbuttoned shirt that revealed his mesmerizing abs, Phuong Dich sat comfortably cross-legged on the bed, relaxed his mind, and began practicing the golden sun breathing technique. He suddenly opened his eyes. After entering the spirit mansion realm, every time I run the golden sun breathing technique, I can feel the energy flow created by the technique wrapping around my spiritual sea like threads. Am I about to break through already? He reached out and grabbed his axe, swinging it a few times in basic motions. Cultivation is just like chopping wood. There is no profound secret, just relentless perseverance and endless practice. Gripping the axe handle tightly with both hands, Phuong Dich channeled all his strength and slashed hard into the empty air. Immediately, the system rang out. Congratulations. You have leveled up to the 2-star Spirit Mansion realm. His eyes began to glow with a golden light. Inside his body, every muscle fiber felt reborn, visibly expanding, making his physical strength surge yet again. My progression is fast, but that's only because the leftover energy gathered from my previous breakthrough to 1 star hadn't been fully used up yet. From now on, I need to take steady, solid steps to level up. It's just that the phenomenon caused by my cultivation is way too flashy. I really should find a quieter place. Sitting in the corner of his room was the sword he had ordered online, still unboxed. At the same time, in the office of the Supernatural Association, a middle-aged man was sipping tea and slowly scrolling through his phone. His eyes grew contemplative as he noticed a fluctuation in solar energy. Is it him again? Meanwhile, Phuong Dich had quietly sneaked off to an isolated, deserted little lake. He drew the brand new sword, still smelling of fresh paint, and held it upright. Then the system chimed in. Do you wish to consume editing points to infuse the Yang attribute into this item? He immediately answered, yes. Phuong Dich recalled how he had previously tried using a toy model as a weapon. Even though the edit was successful back then, it seemed the item couldn't handle the sheer power of the Yang attribute. Looks like not just any prop can be turned into a handy weapon. This time, I can clearly feel that this blade shares the same origin as the power inside my body, harmonizing beautifully. Right at that moment, a notification popped up. Editing successful. Phuong Dich looked incredibly hyped and smug. All right, little buddy, let's test out just how much power you've got. After a few basic slashes, Phuong Dich froze in absolute shock while the sword remained blindingly radiant. Holy crap, just a few swings and the lake is practically evaporated. Breaking into a nervous sweat, he panicked. Thank God it didn't start a forest fire, but the commotion was way too huge. With thick smoke like this, someone definitely noticed. Time to bail, fast. He had just slipped away when the black-cloaked girl from yesterday came sprinting in, completely out of breath. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I only took a quick detour to use a coupon for my boba tea, and I missed him by a hair. This is Mercury retrograde. It has to be Mercury retrograde. Wait a minute. The hot spring? And this Buddha statue? What the heck happened here? At this point, she could only cry helplessly in utter despair. Oh my God, who handles the warranty for this? Who do I even look for to restore it back to normal? I am going to get yelled at by the cleanup department again. Ever since that guy showed up, nothing has gone right. Just as she glanced over her shoulder, the poor girl suddenly jumped out of her skin in sheer panic. Wait, no way. Just last night, the aura was only at the 1-star Ghost Palace realm, and now it's already at 2 stars? Not only that, there's a really powerful energy mixed in here. Is that a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon, just as the name suggests, is created by infusing elemental attributes into a normal weapon. allowing it to unleash extraordinary power. But they are incredibly rare. Even the entire association only has 2 of them. Not to mention, the spiritual energy cores aren't even fully developed yet, and our technology is still limited so they can't be mass-produced. How did this guy get his hands on one? Haha, I must be mistaken. Anyway, I should focus on cleaning up this mess first. I'll start by cooling down the stream. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Fang Yi was still lost in thought as he walked. Ian Quao. Right now, my weapon possesses the Yang attribute, but the system didn't specify if I can only use this one. After all, it mentioned before that I could compile all sorts of different cultivation techniques. So, if I obtain a different attribute later, can I infuse it into this weapon and stack it on top of the current one? Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. Opening it, he saw a bunch of messages from an unsaved number. Hello? Are you a cultivator too? Sorry to intrude. I checked your browsing history and saw you've been following the recent anomalies, and even saved an article about the cultivation realms. I have a few friends who are also cultivators. We hang out a lot, and right now, we're looking for more like-minded people. Fang Yi sighed, realizing he forgot to set his profile to private, and continued reading. There are 3 of us. Ever since the mutation happened, we've stuck together to survive. Everyone knows how crazy things are right now. We're just hoping to find some senior cultivators online and make some friends. Fang Yi replied, I'm just a beginner too. The other person immediately texted back, That's great! How's your cultivation going, bro? Have you broken through to a realm yet? That body tempering and divine palace stuff is seriously hard. But rumor has it that even the top dogs in the national team are only at the Ghost Palace realm right now. So, technically, the gap between us isn't that huge. Fang Yi replied, That's pretty impressive. But inwardly, he was secretly comparing himself. Even the official elite team is only at the Ghost Palace realm? Before he could think further, the guy sent another message. Hey, let me tell you a secret then. A new contaminated zone just appeared. Want to team up and go together? The more people, the safer it is, and we'll split the loot equally. Hearing this, Fang Yi was quite surprised. A new contaminated zone? Send me the address so I can check it out. A few seconds later, an attachment popped up. The bold title read, Comprehensive Data on the Dark River Magma Dragon. Fang Yi opened the file, and detailed illustrations with captions appeared on the screen. The contaminated zone called the Dark River Magma Dragon was once an underground river formed by aquifer fissures. But after the global mutation, the original water flow was replaced by boiling magma, turning the place into a natural subterranean furnace. After reading it, the young man thought to himself, It shares the same Yang attribute as mine. Looks like I'll definitely get a massive haul this time. He immediately texted back, I'm in for the team. The next morning, in the Shinmu district, a place of dense green forests, majestic mountains, and thick mist, a group of people gathered in front of a gloomy cave entrance. An impatient man asked, Old Lee, when is that friend you mentioned going to get here? Lee scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Soon, he's almost here. Why, Xiaoya, if it weren't for the detailed map and data you prepared, I wouldn't have found this place so quickly. Your prep work is absolutely flawless. The woman, whose full name was Zhang Xiaoya, just gave a modest smile. It was nothing. I should be the one thanking you guys. If you weren't coming with me, I would never dare to enter this place alone. Once we go inside, let's make sure to watch each other's backs. Xiaoya was actually a staff member from the culture department of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Even though she was smiling brightly, she was sighing inwardly. What a shame. It doesn't look like I'll be meeting any exceptionally talented cultivators this time. I was hoping to find someone to recommend to the association. Many cultivators had no idea that the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association was actually an agency directly under the Xia country government. The requirements to become an official member were insanely high. Normally, it was almost impossible for ordinary people to find a way in. The only reason I managed to join was by passing round after round of grueling tests. And of course, my family had to call in quite a few favors too. Hi. If I don't get anything out of this trip, I'll definitely be forced to work overtime again. Just then, someone spotted Fang Yi and immediately called out the nickname he used in the chat. Is Fang here? Fang Yi smiled brightly and introduced himself. I'm Fang. Nice to meet you all. Zhang Xiaoya immediately took notice of Fang Yi, her eyes widening in sheer shock. He's so young. If I'm not sensing this wrong, his strength is actually at the 2-star Ghost Palace realm. How strange. Even though his aura is incredibly strong, he doesn't give off that oppressive feeling like other experts. Instead, he feels warm. Once the group was fully assembled, the cave entrance was opened. Now that everyone's here, let's move out. Fang Yi took the initiative and stepped up. I'll take the lead. Just shine the light for me. Xiaoya nodded and agreed naturally. Got it. After walking for a while, someone spoke up. Fang, slow down a bit. Watch out for the loose rocks. I thought all the water in here had turned into magma. A drop of water just fell on me and scared the crap out of me. It's really weird. Does anyone else feel like it's not as hot in here as we expected? Yeah, maybe it's because we haven't reached the center of the contaminated zone yet. If anyone's tired, just say the word. Everyone's safety comes first. Fang Yi kept quiet and just did his job, but in reality, he was silently assessing everything. Even though I was the last to arrive, everyone is treating me like a core part of the team. Whether it's just their friendly nature or they genuinely want to find a reliable comrade in this chaotic era, the feeling is very sincere. Right at that moment, a roaring waterfall of magma cascading through the deep darkness appeared before the group's eyes. We're here! Is that real magma? Without a word, Fang Yi immediately sprinted forward. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoya panicked and screamed in worry. Hey, it's dangerous up ahead. Don't be reckless. What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Quick, pull him back! Hyeon Ha's scream echoed through the cavern, but before anyone could even react, the ground violently shook. The rolling crimson magma lake suddenly roared to life like an awakening monster. The whole group instinctively backed away, their eyes wide with panic. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Anomaly detected in the environment. Analyzing internal flame. Maximizing calculation capacity. Compiling. You have acquired the skill, Crimson Extinction Art. The system continued its analysis. Internal flame. Extremely high energy density. Explosive attribute. Devastating destructive power. The Crimson Fireblade art requires a blade to unleash its full potential. Every single slash would roar like a raging inferno. The blade would be cloaked in blistering flames, erupting into a violent, blinding torrent of fire. The deeper the cultivation, the more his battle intent surged, releasing an overwhelming wave of energy. Without a second thought, Fuongdich plunged his bare hand straight into the boiling magma and grabbed the hilt of his blade. In that breathtaking moment, man and blade became one, resonating in perfect harmony. His eyes were dead calm as he muttered, "It'll drain a bit of my energy, but I'm going to infuse this Tang blade with the internal flame attribute." In the distance, the rest of the group watched in stunned silence. Then a loud cheer broke out. "Look everyone, he's completely fine," someone shouted. "Not only that, his weapon is actually absorbing the power of the magma." Another let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God it looks like Fuong has fully recovered. That burst earlier must have just been a little hiccup in his cultivation, they guessed. At the same time, the chaotic spiritual energy swirling around the cavern finally began to stabilize. The heavy atmosphere instantly lifted, replaced by a crisp, refreshing breeze that felt strangely soothing. Fuongdich spread his arms wide, a relaxed smile crossing his face. "I can feel it," a guy next to him exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. "The spiritual energy has shifted. I can absorb it so smoothly now." "Me too. Just a little more cultivation, and I can officially step onto the path of a cultivator." Hyuna smiled warmly at them. "I mainly came here to gather materials anyway. You guys just focus on your cultivation. I'll keep watch for you." The group enthusiastically cheered, "Thank you so much!" But a moment later, several intimidating shadows suddenly loomed at the cave entrance. Hyuna glanced over her shoulder. Other awakened had arrived. It was 3 massive, muscle-bound guys, and the moment they stepped in, they oozed an arrogant, bullying aura. "Ha! Where the hell did these absolute losers crawl out from?" one of them sneered. "Get lost! This spot belongs to us now!" With the others still deep in meditation, a cold sweat broke out on Hyo-Na's forehead. "This is bad," she panicked inwardly. "Those 3 are all 1-star Ghost Realm cultivators. We're completely outmatched. Even if we all teamed up, we wouldn't stand a chance. We can't afford to provoke them." Forcing a polite and calm smile, she stepped forward to negotiate. "Excuse me, but we were actually here first. My friends are already in the middle of absorbing the spiritual energy. If you don't mind, you're more than welcome to share the space with us." but the red-haired leader just barked back at her. "Are you even in the ghost realm yet, little girl?" he spat contemptuously. "Cut the crap with your sharing nonsense. Pack up your trash and get the hell out, or else." Hyun-ha clenched her fists, her mind racing. Ever since the spiritual energy awakened, the world had devolved into the law of the jungle. It was a savage era where the weak simply didn't deserve the resources to survive. But the Jia Nation isn't going to let this lawlessness last forever, she thought fiercely. As a member of the association, I have to stand my ground. But before things could escalate, Fuang Dich had seen enough. "Oh," he scoffed, stepping right up to the red-haired leader's face. "You're built like a brick wall, but all you can do is bully a little girl?" While the meathead was still processing the insult, Fuang Dich drew his blade in a flash. The sheer, suffocating pressure of his energy made the thugs instantly scramble backward. The group meditating on the ground jolted awake as the cave violently trembled, completely lost as to what was happening. Fuang Dich's eyes were icy and piercing. "It's exactly because of scum like you, who worship the law of the jungle, that this world is heading toward absolute ruin." It was impossible to fathom how such an overwhelming gap in power even existed. The thug who had just been barking orders was now shaking like a leaf, his face drained of all color. The instant Fuang Dich fully unsheathed his blade, another massive shockwave exploded through the cave. The thugs instantly realized that if they stayed even a second longer, they were dead meat. The three goons screamed, running for their absolute lives as the second blast hit. "What the hell is that thing?" "He's a freaking monster! Run!" Witnessing that unbelievably badass scene, the group could only stare in awe. "Boss, you are insane! That sword draw was way too cool." Fuang Dich scratched his head, suddenly acting all shy. "Ah, come on, it was nothing. They were just crossing the line, that's all. You guys have cultivated quite a bit, right? Ready to head out?" Once the dust settled, Hyun-ha turned to the group. "Yeah, it looks like this corrupted zone has been completely drained of its spiritual energy. Let's get out of here." But as she said that, she cast a heavy, thoughtful glance at Fuang Dich. If he had actually followed through with that slash, she thought with a shudder, those three would be nothing but charred corpses right now. He's definitely a heaven-chosen awakened with a high-tier attribute, and his talent is absolutely off the charts. I have to report this to the organization. Meanwhile, back at the Spiritual Cultivation Association's office, a female receptionist was answering a call. "Hyun-ha, are you seriously telling me that yet another high-tier awakened has appeared?" The receptionist gasped. On the other end, Hyun-ha sounded confused. "What do you mean, yet another?" Just then, a towering shadow loomed over the receptionist from behind, scaring the absolute life out of her. Nothing. I've logged the report. Please notify me immediately if there are any further developments," she stammered into the phone. The second she hung up, she spun around to the towering man, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sir, did we just strike the jackpot?" Two high-tier awakened appearing back to back. But the man's expression remained dead serious. Jackpot? Hardly. Every single person possessing a high-tier attribute right now comes from an incredibly noble background. They are heavily protected VIPs, destined to be the future elites at the very center of absolute power. This complicates things. The thought alone was enough to make her want to quit on the spot. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Fuang Dich finally stumbled out of the cave, looking completely drained and half asleep. But the moment he stepped outside, he was hit with a wave of loud whispering. "Oh my gosh, look! That guy cosplaying Character X is unbelievably handsome," a girl squealed. "And look at that prop sword! It looks so incredibly real. Wearing it on his back makes him look so freaking cool. I really want to ask where he got it made. He is the absolute peak of masculinity, total alpha energy." In reality, Fuang Dich was just using cosplay as a cover, but his sheer presence was way too striking to ignore. He pulled out his phone, and his face immediately darkened as he read the trending headlines. Cultivation novels become reality. Brilliant golden light and an aura of supreme energy erupted outside the 1,000-year-old stone cave. A photographer even captured footage of a massive dragon soaring through the sky. According to an anonymous source, they encountered a terrifying masterpiece-level ice beast, and a mysterious figure appeared to drive them away. Fuang Dich groaned internally. This is all because of the 5 flames. I was way too reckless. Emitting heat over 2,000 degrees Celsius? It'd be a miracle if that didn't trigger an environmental anomaly. The person who leaked my description, it couldn't have been Old Lee or Truong Hyun Ha, right? He shook his head. Whatever. I've absorbed so much Yang attribute spiritual energy. I can feel it. I just need to run the Golden Sun breathing technique one more time and I'll break through. Deciding to ignore the internet drama, he quickly made his way toward the back of the mountain. 5 minutes later, at Puong Dich's secluded house, a girl named Tu Than Huyen, the self-proclaimed gardening expert, was enthusiastically digging through the dirt before letting out a heavy sigh. It was finally done. Turning her head, Than Huyen gasped in absolute shock at the overwhelming aura. Are they in the mountains? Wait, no. Who is that? Could they be breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm? Unable to wait another second, she immediately dashed off. How could someone at the Ghost Mansion realm cause such a massive commotion? This is way beyond the level of a mere prodigy. No, I have to hurry and see. Is it him? It can't be. I'm definitely going to catch you. The power radiating from Phuong Dich formed a massive vortex. Every hand seal he formed was executed in the blink of an eye. Phuong Dich's aura exploded with increasing intensity. From the ground below, the sight was more terrifying than ever. As she sprinted, Than Huyen looked up at him, mobilizing his divine mansion. She couldn't believe he could control his spiritual energy with such stability. Has this guy been cultivating in secret for hundreds of years without anyone knowing? Memories of her past flashed through her mind. Back when she failed her breakthrough to the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm, she was violently pushed back by the pressure of her own divine mansion. I coughed up blood and was bedridden for a whole week. I really don't want to think about it. Even with a physique like mine, I still failed. Just where the hell did this monster come from? Witnessing the scene before her, Than Huyen had to admit his spiritual energy was incredibly abundant, his control was flawless, and his mobilization of the divine mansion was perfect. Every trace of his spiritual energy seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times over. Someone like this wasn't just a prodigy anymore. He was like a god descending upon the earth. Not only that, but she could clearly see his patience. Most pioneers would rush for success the moment they felt a breakthrough coming. But this guy was taking steady, calculated steps. His mindset and courage were incredibly seasoned, just like a hidden master. Before long, the massive power above began to shift. The divine mansion was moving toward the east. Meanwhile, Phuong Dich was still heavily focused on unleashing his power. The very next second, his entire body erupted with terrifying energy, breaking through to the 2-star Ghost Mansion realm. At that exact moment, Than Huyen slammed on the brakes. She gasped heavily for air, completely exhausted from sprinting. But now there wasn't a single soul in sight. This made her incredibly anxious. Am I too late again? It's only been 30 seconds. Actually, Than Huyen had already done the math. If she guessed correctly, he had already noticed she was tailing him. If this keeps up, I'll never be able to recruit him. Just then, Than Huyen realized something. Wait. She raised her voice and called out, "Senior, you haven't left yet, have you?" At the same time, Phuong Dich was watching her from above. It's her. She's been following and investigating me for days. Down below, Than Huyen politely introduced herself. I am the captain of the Huyen Squad, a unit directly under the Xia Nation's Spiritual Cultivation Association, and I am also a pioneer. On behalf of the association, I formally invite you to cooperate with us. To prevent any misunderstandings, she quickly explained, I've been tracking your movements for the past 2 days solely because I hope you'll officially join our association. Please don't let this give you a bad impression of us. Also, even though our association hasn't been officially announced to the public yet, our regulations and official documents are all fully established. Despite speaking so boldly, Than Huyen couldn't help but feel nervous inside. He won't feel offended, right? He doesn't think I'm harassing him, does he? She had to choose her words carefully and keep her tone gentle. A moment later, Phuong Dich finally responded in a deep, composed voice. Why? Than Huyen's voice nervously pitched up. Because... She was completely flustered right now. What do I do? Should I tell him the truth? But someone like him won't be easily fooled. What's the point of fake flattery? In truth, Phuong Dich already knew the whole story. The Xia Nation wanted to seek out and unite the pioneers to slowly bring them under a regulated system. At the same time, This would give the pioneers an extra layer of protection. Currently, pioneers are growing in a spontaneous and chaotic manner. She continued, I understand that joining an association might feel like a restriction to you, but ultimately, we all have to face the spiritual energy revival together and face the unknown enemies of the future. In response, he shot back, and if I say I refuse, right now, I can't fully trust you. Phuong Ditch's words left Than Huyen in an awkward spot. Even so, she gathered her courage to introduce herself properly. My name is Tu Than Huyen. Before the spiritual energy revival, I was an athlete. Than Huyen even held up her ID card to prove it. I don't know if you remember me, but here are my credentials. Please, believe me. Glancing at the information of the person below, Phuong Ditch silently evaluated her. He did have some impression of her. He remembered seeing Than Huyen receiving an award on TV. As expected, those with outstanding innate talent are much more likely to become pioneers. Usapropho, no wonder she runs so fast. However, at that thought, Phuong Ditch grew somber. Based on my past life, the Jia Nation will ultimately fail to achieve its goal. All of humanity had been wiped out. He felt a bit torn. Since I've been reborn and have a system to help me, I'll definitely become a part of this. But not right now. The time isn't ripe yet. Finally, Phuong Ditch gave his response. I do remember you. But then he added, how about this? Let me think about it for a while. Phuong Ditch attached a condition, but for now, you must keep my whereabouts a secret from your superiors. He knew very well that, judging by To Than Huyen's behavior, the spiritual association absolutely didn't dare to offend pioneers like him. With that in mind, Phuong Ditch hatched a plan. He could perfectly use her to serve his own goals. Than Huyen agreed immediately. I can cooperate with you, but the anomaly you caused during your breakthrough has already been detected by the association. I'll have to give them a half-truth report. How does that sound? Phuong Ditch agreed. Do as you see fit. Suddenly, Than Huyen spun around and blurted out, Wait! When Mari then. Before she could even catch a glimpse of his face, Phuong Ditch had vanished. She groaned in frustration. I failed to catch him again. How many times has it been? He's actively avoiding me, and now I have to painstakingly clean up the traces this big shot left behind. My life is so miserable. A voice on the other end of her communicator replied, All right, let's put that aside for now. Actually, I think you going out on missions right now is a good thing. The person delivered some grim news. Aberrations have appeared recently. Than Huyen was taken aback. They've shown up again? Her mood instantly darkened. Those brutal aberrations, I will never forget them. Than Huyen remembered them as clear as day. They were dark, evil, completely insane, and ruthlessly violent. They fed on the energy within the polluted zones that formed after the spiritual energy revival. Some mutated into monstrous beasts and deformities that swallowed humans whole. Others disguised themselves as catastrophic anomalies, endlessly slaughtering people to occupy and carve up territories. And she could never forget how they ultimately fueled the creation of new, polluted zones. If we don't wipe them out, they'll unleash a terrifying, destructive power and slowly consume the human world. Streetlights pierced through the torrential rain, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning that seemed to tear the very sky apart. A heavy boot splashed into a puddle on the asphalt. Emergency sirens and announcements echoed across the entire city, issuing a red alert for a massive thunderstorm. Residents are advised to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. Please, prioritize your safety. The Jade Emperor Scenic Area is currently at critical risk of severe flooding. The area has been locked down. I repeat, stay away. Meanwhile, the locals couldn't stop gossiping. Man, I haven't seen a storm this insane in decades. Is some almighty cultivator undergoing their heavenly tribulation up there or what? Only Phuong Ditch remained completely unfazed. His face was ice cold as he strode down the street, silently analyzing the energy. Such dense lightning energy? It's majestic, yet completely feral. But the eye of the storm is... Without wasting a second, he dashed toward the gateway. Stepping through, the sight of a massive mountain completely swallowed by raging lightning unfolded before him. Target locked. Without a shred of hesitation, Phuong Ditch leaped straight down into the abyss. He landed smoothly, touching down without making a sound. The system chimed in. Warning. Contaminated zone detected dead ahead. encroaching on Jade Emperor Peak. It continued to feed him data. Jade Emperor Peak, altitude 1,545 meters, area 25,000 hectares, a major city landmark, current contamination level unknown. Yet completely fearless, Puang Dich marched straight into the dark forest. Right then, he noticed something was horribly wrong. The scattered lightning bolts suddenly merged into one massive strike and blasted right into him. Somewhere else, a figure was closely monitoring the crisis on a giant screen. Based on the spiritual energy readings, the threat level at Jade Emperor Peak is rapidly spiking. A stern voice replied, "We need to lock down Jade Emperor Peak right now and classify it as a new contaminated zone." The chairman emphasized the gravity of the situation. This outbreak is sudden, and it's absolutely critical. I had already dispatched Thang Huyn on another mission, but I had to call her back immediately. He turned his attention. "Thang Huyn, give us your report." Hearing her name, Thang Huyn stood up and delivered her briefing. As of right now, Jade Emperor Peak is completely inaccessible. The lightning-based spiritual energy is on the verge of a massive eruption. We've temporarily classified this sector as a Class A threat. Looking at her data, she added a grim warning. However, given the current trajectory, within the next hour, this zone could easily escalate to Class S. We need to initiate emergency protocols immediately. But here's the problem. Based on our Vanguard database, no one in my division is strong enough to even get close to that place, and that includes me. Thang Huyn's tone grew heavy as she revealed the hardest truth. Even if we sent in a 3-star Vanguard from the Phantom faction, our simulations show a 100% mortality rate. Hanlut spoke up with a dead serious expression. Then, we lock it down from the very base of the mountain, set up 24/7 patrols, and make sure absolutely no one gets in. The chairman agreed, deciding to sever the danger at its root by putting the entire mountain under absolute quarantine. The contaminated zone is newly formed, and the spiritual energy is completely unstable. Nobody goes near it. We wait until the energy levels drop before sending in a recon team. Meanwhile, up on the treacherous peak, bolts of lightning were ruthlessly blasting the ground. Astonishingly, Puang Dich was completely unharmed after taking that direct hit. "Good thing I've got the golden sun breathing technique to protect my body," he muttered. Pushing through the pain, he charged forward. But it still wasn't enough. If I want to extract the purest lightning energy, I have to reach the very eye of the storm, the peak. Puang Dich knew the harsh reality better than anyone. In this era of spiritual awakening, humanity wasn't the main beneficiary. If they stayed weak, they would be pushed straight to the bottom of the food chain. Never mind the apocalyptic weather, even tiny creatures like rabbits and rats were mutating into deadly threats. With his insight, he knew for a fact that horrors far worse than mutated beasts were coming. Monsters so terrifying that even elite cultivators would be slaughtered like cattle. Sure, I've mastered the golden sun breathing technique and the crimson flare blade art, he thought to himself, acknowledging his yang and inner flame attributes. But it's nowhere near enough. He thought back to when he had spent his editing points to fuse both of those elements into his Tang sword. The yang energy boosted the blade's durability and defense, while the crimson flare gave his attacks devastating explosive power. But if I rely too much on my weapon, it leaves me wide open. I have to become a monster myself if I want to crush those cunning, bloodthirsty freaks. Realizing this, Puang Dich knew that the rampaging lightning on this mountain was the ultimate jackpot. The perfect chance to reforge his own body and ascend to the next level. He pushed his limits. If you want to survive, you have to seize the power hidden within these natural disasters. He knew the brutal truth. If he didn't risk it all now, he'd just be waiting around to die in the next cataclysm. With that grim resolve, his grip tightened fiercely around his weapon. Channeling every ounce of his strength, Puang Dich slammed it ruthlessly into the ground. The shockwave of resistance was insane. Even he was stunned by the kickback, but instead of backing down, he just gritted his teeth in sheer defiance. Gathering his momentum, he unleashed another earth-shattering strike, trying to rip right through the barrier. But the sheer force of the backlash was too much. Puang Dich violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wiped his mouth, forced to face reality. This extreme lightning energy, It's not just weather, it's the absolute ruthless power of divine punishment. He could feel its intent. It was crushing him, furious that a mere mortal dared to trespass into its domain. It wanted to force him to his knees. His mind raced as he endured the agony. How the hell do I make this thing submit? How do I make its power mine? Amidst the chaos, he forced himself to stay grounded. Calm down. Think. The system said, I need direct contact with the core spiritual energy. In a matter of seconds, his eyes widened as he figured out the perfect strategy. Golden sun breathing. Max output. While the heavens relentlessly bombarded him with lightning, Phuong Dich stood his ground like a madman, unleashing every drop of his power to fight back. Slowly but surely, his golden aura began to push back against the agonizing thunder. Swallowing the excruciating pain, he refused to fail. His willpower flared like a furnace. I just have to hold on until I reach the peak. I'll gamble my life on this if I have to. The solid rock beneath his feet began to splinter and crack. A bone-deep agony washed over him. This lightning energy, it's absolutely insane. Just taking a breath makes my muscles spasm. It wants me dead. He grinned wildly, his eyes suddenly burning with a brilliant golden light. Above him, a cluster of massive thunderbolts merged, striking directly at the summit. At that exact moment, the system chimed in. Warning, extreme lightning energy detected, initiating analysis. Miles away, the command center was in complete chaos. My God, I've lived my whole life and never seen a lightning strike that massive. Are we sure some supreme god from a higher realm isn't undergoing tribulation right now? Wait, am I crazy, or is there a human silhouette up there in the sky? If a bolt like that hits the downtown area, we're totally screwed. Is it going to blast right through my apartment? Back on the mountain, the system finally updated. Acquired, 100 Forged Divine Thunder, channeling the wrath of the heavens. Physical body refinement complete. Flesh ascends to divinity, rewarding 50 editing points. Phuong Dich had finally survived the worst of it. Lightning energy, a high-tier offensive element. It's completely different from yang energy. Sma lightning can actually reforge the body, fleshing turning into pure thunder, making you virtually unstoppable in both offense and defense. He remembered the legends of the ancient cultivators. Back when spiritual energy was rich, they possessed godlike techniques. They would absorb raw lightning into their bodies, enduring years of agony to make their flesh as unbreakable as a mountain. Immortal and indestructible. In no time, Phuong Dich fully synchronized his power with the storm. Thunder is now my spear, and my absolute shield. His body was undergoing a radical evolution. I can feel it. The lightning isn't just about raw destruction, it's about purification, rebirth. It's refining every single bone and meridian in my body. And the crazy part? The excruciating pain from earlier was completely gone. The system interface flashed once more. This is pure judgment thunder. It purges all evil and guarantees 300% critical strike damage. Would you like to spend editing points to equip it? Phuong Dich hesitated for a moment. Should I fuse it into my Tang sword? He pondered. He quickly realized the catch. While infusing the lightning would definitely make the blade sharper and harder, it would completely destroy the pure balance of its yang energy. Looking at it from another angle, if he infused too many attributes into this Tang Dao, it probably wouldn't be able to handle the strain. Finally, Phuong Dich made his decision. I've got it. I'll absorb it into my right hand. The system presented a choice. Do you wish to absorb the lightning attribute into this target? Phuong Dich answered without a second thought. Yes. Instantly, a surge of new power flowed into his body. The next day, at the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain, Than Huyen gave her report. Major Han, the situation isn't what we expected. Within 3 hours, the spiritual energy concentration in the contaminated zone at the peak has dropped from its absolute maximum down to a mild contamination level. However, there's still a massive amount of residual static electricity lingering in the air. Military Major Han Lei took one look and firmly concluded, someone has been here. It was a pioneer. Than Huyen hurriedly asked, wait, what? Another pioneer? Are they even still alive? She then placed her hand on the ground to inspect the area. I can't sense their elemental attribute or when exactly they left. It's probably been too long. Plus, that heavy storm last night washed away all the tracks. Hanle cut her off. They likely left here safe and sound around 8 p.m. last night. Finch Huyn was still confused. But how do you know? Hanle broke it down for her. The anomaly began at around 6 p.m. last evening. We locked down the base of the mountain at 7. He must have gone up before then, otherwise we definitely would have spotted him. Also, he noted sharply, the lightning storm at the peak reached its maximum intensity at exactly 7 p.m. Didn't you already predict that using the association's artifact? By dawn, the contamination level here was supposed to hit S rank, but the violent spiritual energy actually started dropping right after 8. Besides, Hanle added, I can sense that this person likely possesses a lightning attribute themselves, which is exactly how they managed to withstand this heavenly tribulation. This entire anomaly actually turned out to be a massive opportunity for him. Judging from all this, he continued, a hint of suspicion in his voice, I don't just think this guy survived. I suspect this whole anomaly shifted specifically because of him. Otherwise, it's just way too much of a coincidence. Did this guy just stumble into a lucky break? Or did he actively trigger this heavenly phenomenon, staying one step ahead of us the entire time? His voice dropped to a grim whisper. People like him are the most terrifying. We have no idea whose side he's really on. If he decides to pose a threat to society, the disaster he causes will be no different from the anomaly itself. We have to find him, immediately. Meanwhile, tucked away in his room, Phuong Dich sneezed violently. Back on the mountain, Hanle issued his command. Your next priority is to track this person down at all costs. His temporary codename. The dramatic music swelled as he declared the name loud and clear, Tyrant. I also hope the association can recruit Tyrant as soon as possible, Hanlo stated. On our end, we'll lock down the press and launch an immediate investigation. The person on the other end firmly agreed. Of course, consider it done. However, we already have a high-ranking pioneer trying to make contact. The voice on the line instructed, Little Toe, go ahead and give Major Han a quick report on the situation. Receiving the order, Than Huyn gave a serious nod. Understood. She did her best to keep her composure as she reported. It's like this. We're talking about the same pioneer who recently cleansed the A-rank anomaly at the north gate of Than University. Deep down, she was sweating bullets. Oh crap, please don't let my cover blow, she prayed internally. Outwardly, she continued. I've been actively trying to make contact with him lately, but unfortunately, this guy's basically a ghost. I did manage to find the corpses of some mutated rabbits he took out. If my guess is right, he possesses the solar flame attribute. I'm going to keep trying to get close to him to figure out exactly how he pulled off the cleansing at the university's north gate. Inside, her nerves were completely fried. Oh my god, I'm doing my absolute best here. You've got to mix truth with lies to make it believable. If I just stayed quiet, I'd be in massive trouble. Hearing this, Hanle's expression grew dead serious. A solar flame attribute? A moment later, his tone softened. I understand, Little Toe. You've done excellent work. We need brilliant young talents like you, the kind who relentlessly push forward, carrying the torch of the previous generation, just like the endless currents of the Yangtze River. Than Huyn jolted slightly before firmly assuring him, You're too kind, Major Han. This is simply my duty. I will absolutely keep giving it my all. Moving on, Han Lo added, We'll also be releasing some smokescreen reports blaming this on natural weather anomalies. Let's leave it at that for now. Honestly though, I don't entirely agree with your people posting about spiritual energy online. That kind of information is way too easy for the wrong people to exploit. The president is a bit hesitant about it, the voice replied. Oh, really? Standing in the background, Than Huyn let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God, it's finally over. Meanwhile, back at Phuong Dich's house, the skies outside opened up into another torrential downpour. Inside, Phuong Dich was using the golden sun breathing technique to dry his clothes. In the blink of an eye, his white shirt was completely spotless and bone dry. Phuong Dich threw it on immediately. Now that he had infused the lightning attribute, he could feel a massive, undeniable shift. He could clearly sense that his right arm had literally been physically altered by the lightning. It was now the absolute toughest part of his entire body, completely surging with raw power. But that wasn't all. Phuong Dich noticed something else. Right now, I actually feel like I'm hitting the threshold to level up all over again. But the craziest part is that this lightning attribute is supposed to be violently destructive. Yet, after grafting it into myself, it's as tame as a kitten. I can control it flawlessly. A phantom pain suddenly flashed through his mind as he recalled unlocking the solar attribute. The first time I used the golden sun breathing technique, God, that pain is something I'd rather never think about again. He examined his hand, wondering, its power shouldn't have weakened after I absorbed it, right? The system had mentioned that this lightning attribute granted a 300% boost to critical damage against aberrant evil spirits. He was practically itching to test it out. Right at that moment, his phone screen lit up, catching his eye. Huangditch picked it up to check. What now? Ever since the recent incident, he had put all news apps and forums on high priority alerts so he could track everything in real time. He stared at the glaring red notification on the screen. The world was practically descending into chaos right now. To ensure maximum public safety, the Xia Nation General Association was aggressively pushing out danger warnings the second anything happened. A fire lit in Huangditch's eyes. However, these hazard warnings are practically treasure maps, and for a pioneer like me, that's an absolute undeniable temptation. Even if I have to risk my life, I've got to head out there and try my luck. Just then, something totally out of place caught his attention. The #1 trending headline read, "Explosion at local chemical plant. No casualties currently reported. The blast has caused widespread atmospheric contamination throughout the city. The exact cause of the explosion is still under active investigation. Fortunately, the incident occurred during a shift change, resulting in 0 casualties. We urge all citizens to remain calm and prioritize your personal safety." Just skimming through it, Huangditch immediately smelled something fishy. An explosion? Contamination. A massive incident like this made it almost impossible not to suspect some serious foul play behind the scenes. The comment section was already blowing up. "Oh my God, my house is right next to it. I won't lie to you guys." The vibe at that exact moment was seriously freaky. I don't even know how to properly describe it. +1, was it like, this dark, sinister aura? Another user replied, "Yes, exactly. That's exactly the dark and evil feeling I got. You hit the nail right on the head." A skeptic chimed in, "Give me a break. Are you two upstairs going insane from reading too much fantasy? It's literally just a factory explosion and you guys are spinning it into some ghost story. A chemical plant exploded near my place once too, and the worst thing about it was just the awful smell. This is terrifying. Absolutely horrific. But looking at it, it really does have a sinister vibe that gives me the chills. Is this a scene out of a movie or something?" This ominous feeling stirred something deep within Huangditch. Why does this dark, evil stench feel so familiar? A moment later, it finally hit him. He remembered. It was that terrifying, evil entity from his past life. On that fateful day, the gigantic Trugda had stomped toward him, leaving Huangditch too terrified to even breathe. "Don't move." But with its sharp sense of smell, it quickly caught the scent of human flesh. The Trugda's face twisted into something incredibly ferocious. It readied itself to obliterate its prey. Snapping back to the present, Huangditch made a grim guess. Could it be them? They were his ultimate nightmare. These creatures especially loved to surface during the darkest, gloomiest hours. At first, they might have just been ordinary plants and animals, but after mutating, they gained intelligence and went into a violent frenzy. Everything from their tracking and hunting skills to their instant kill capabilities had been enhanced to a monstrous degree. Huangditch knew clearly that this was 100 times more dangerous than that mutated rabbit from before. He had to head out tonight and stop them from surviving and evolving any further. He geared up for the battle with deadly seriousness. It was time to test out his 300% critical strike boost in actual combat. The rain poured down harder and harder, coming down in absolute buckets. The empty streets were completely flooded. A vehicle sped across the wet road, leaving a sharp trail in its wake. It was a squad on an active mission. The Annihilation Squad headquarters was tracking Anomaly File Number 7. They had temporarily lost sight of the Trugda, but they already knew its abilities, melding into the shadows and turning invisible. The squad captain barked orders through the comms. When it gets close, it makes faint hissing sounds. It has a taste for human flesh. Please update the file immediately. He warned that with this weather, it was definitely about to start hunting. The captain's voice was dead serious. We absolutely cannot let that happen. The tech department responded, copy that. The updated data for file number 7, Trukda, has been dispatched. A dispatcher announced, the request for a search and destroy operation has been bumped up to priority B. We expect to resolve this within the next 12 hours. They instructed the Annihilation Squad, please continue the pursuit, but making sure you stay alive is your top priority. The squad received their orders and immediately moved out. The captain was treating this mission with absolute gravity. 12 hours wasn't exactly fast, but it was the best support headquarters could offer. The Zia Nation was vast, with mutations and revivals happening everywhere. HQ was stretched completely thin. Just then, someone updated the intel. Hold on. The area you're approaching currently has personnel from our Spiritual Chi Cultivation Association stationed there. The operator explained that squad leader Tu Than Huing was currently on an observation mission for the Vanguards. We can message her to provide temporary backup. Hearing this, the squad felt like they'd just been thrown a lifeline. Got it, thanks a lot. Please send her to back us up right away. I've heard about her combat record before, someone added. As soon as those words fell, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh, since when did I get so famous? The captain and the men behind him looked up in bewilderment. Than Huing, draped in a raincoat, spoke in a cool, detached tone. So, it's you guys. Are you making me work overtime? The captain immediately snapped back. To Than Huing, we're dealing with an anomaly here. The Trukda is a man-eater. This isn't a joke about overtime. Than Xuan was deeply displeased. Is that how you ask for help? She turned away decisively. Looks like the highly capable Annihilation Squad doesn't need anyone working overtime to help them after all, huh? In that case, the Huing Squad will take our leave. The two girls beside her chimed in with deliberate sarcasm. Wow, boss, you're so bold. What if they actually get eaten? Well, that sounds like a them problem, right? Like our own missions aren't dangerous enough. The captain hastily stepped in to stop them. Please wait! Now he had to swallow his pride. I'm sorry, I was a bit hot-headed just now. I'm begging you to help us track it down. I'm sure you all know how dangerous the Trukda is. Without your tracking and locating abilities, not only will we end up as Monster Chow, but every single civilian in this city will be slaughtered. Hearing this, Than Huing replied with a cool tone, all right, enough joking around. I never said I wasn't going to help you. The Annihilation Squad finally relaxed their tense faces, looking up at her with a hint of relief. Than Huing continued to reassure them. This species is naturally cunning. They only operate in the dark, hiding without making a single sound, so they're incredibly hard to catch. But once it gets a taste for human flesh, it goes completely out of control. It's absolutely disgusting. We'll do everything we can to help you capture the Trukda. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Fuang Dich was standing deep in thought amidst the heavy downpour. He was also wearing a cloak with the hood pulled up. His voice dropped to a low whisper. I smell it. It's exactly this scent. Quite a distance from where Fuang Dich stood, a thick, heavy aura of death was rising into the air. He felt a wave of anxiety. This isn't a normal amount of energy. Has it really grown this strong? Back with the task force, the two squads finally teamed up to execute the mission. It only took Than Huing a few minutes to track it down. Found it! It's over here! She instantly fired off a small burst of energy in that direction. File number 7, the Trukda. Preferences, darkness, dampness, and human flesh. It's gnawing on something in that cave right now. The captain quickly shouted, copy that! The Annihilation Squad sprang into action. The whole team leaped from their position simultaneously, immediately catching the Trukda's attention. That was all it needed to start the hunt. The captain warned them, the target has spotted us. The Annihilation Squad rapidly deployed into their combat formation. The Trukda skidded to a sudden halt, loudly scraping against the ground. The Annihilation Squad dropped right into their ambush stances. One by one, 4 members surrounded it from all 4 directions. They shouted in unison, full encirclement! Not only that, but right above the Trukda, another person was diving straight down. His hand was already charged with power for a devastating strike. Take this! The captain slashed down, leaving a deep, gaping wound on the Trukda's body. Yet it stood firm, glaring back at him with eyes full of pure hatred. Angry red veins bulged across the Trukdaw's flesh. It let out a frenzied roar and violently charged straight forward. Watching from above, Thon Huyn frantically warned them, "Watch out for the sonic wave! Dodge it right now!" The Trukdaw's shriek echoed through the entire area, forcefully blowing away the people surrounding it. Someone in the team immediately checked in. "Are you all right, Captain?" Now, the captain had to painfully accept the grim reality. Trukdaw is incredibly strong, just as we thought. If we hadn't pulled back in time, we'd be torn to shreds by now. Such terrifying, destructive power, and it even carries that dreadful dark attribute. If it stays in the city, it'll absolutely cause a disaster. Trukdaw wasn't just attacking fiercely, it was even stronger now than it was before. It took a deep breath and spat out a massive puddle of green, slimy liquid, using the chance to corrode the ground with its fangs. Seeing this, Thon Huyn was burning with anxiety. "It's trying to dig a hole and escape." The girl next to her quickly held her back. "Captain Toe, this is a dark attribute with a corrosive effect. Just one touch is enough to instantly destroy an object's structure. We don't have any high-level counter-attributes to deal with this." Down below, the demolition squad was discussing among themselves. Even though it can corrode the ground, it can't instantly create an escape route to slip away. So, don't break the demolition team's formation. Our main priority is still to gather real-time info and adjust our tactics on the fly. "Everyone, watch out!" One of the team members suddenly went pale. Right in front of him were the blood-red eyes of Trukdaw. It lunged forward violently, sending the guy in front flying. The other members refused to let it go. "Don't let it get away!" Wherever Trukdaw went, its trail of toxic slime followed. From her vantage point, Thon Huyn could see it clearly. Wait, the abnormal spiritual energy density here seems to have suddenly spiked. "You two wait outside. I'll follow them in." The two girls agreed in unison. "Got it." Meanwhile, the members of the demolition squad were totally bewildered. "Is this inside the abandoned factory?" Thon Huyn spoke up. "Let me check the spiritual energy side density here first." The captain stared at the gadget on Thon Huyn's wrist and asked, "Is that the new support device created by the Research Council?" She nodded, confirming it. "That's right." The gauge shows that the maximum anomaly density a standard squad can handle is 50, and Trukdaw's density just now was 48. Right at that moment, the device started flashing a bright warning red. "Hold on, the threshold has already surpassed 80 and it's skyrocketing. There might be more than one anomaly here." Everyone anxiously looked up as the chaotic sound of footsteps drew closer and closer. The captain panicked. "This is bad. There really is another anomaly. That Trukdaw must have intentionally lured us into a trap." Realizing the danger, Thon Huyn shouted, "Fall back! Now! We can't stay here!" But the team immediately faced an obstacle. "Let's head for the exit. If it tries to stop us, it won't be able to hide its tracks. The few of us can easily combine our strength to force the main doors open." Thon Huyn quickly cleared the path on her side, but suddenly her entire body froze up. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground. My eyes. Something's wrong. My senses and my body. They're being invaded by a toxic gas. She struggled to call out, but received no response. "Is everyone okay?" Despite her condition, Thon Huyn was still lucid enough to realize that no one was answering. It felt as if she were completely alone in this abandoned factory. "But they must still be around here. It's just that I can't sense them and they can't answer me." She fought through the pain to piece things together. Looking back, Trukdaw had lured them into the factory, which was actually the territory of another anomaly. Based on that faint presence she felt earlier, it was highly likely to be a giant python. Following that logic, Thon Huyn analyzed, unlike Trukdaw's dark attribute, this black mist is highly toxic. We were poisoned the exact moment we stepped into it. And now, her body was rapidly shutting down. This poison gas paralyzes our senses and accelerates the drain on our spiritual energy. If we use our spiritual energy to attack, we'll only exhaust ourselves faster. And ultimately, her spiritual power was almost gone. Without spiritual energy to protect my body, it won't be long before I turn into a lifeless corpse. Lying helplessly on the ground, Thon Huyn thought, just what kind of anomaly is this? It has combat intelligence and power so broken that it completely played us for fools. Is it really going to end like this? At that exact moment, a beam of light pierced through a crack in the roof. Thon Huyn forced her heavy eyelids open to look ahead. Someone's silhouette was dropping down from the ceiling, but Thon Huyen no longer had the strength to make out who it was, and her eyes fluttered shut. That person was none other than Phuong Dich, charging right into the fray. He landed on the ground incredibly softly, but right behind him loomed a massive black serpent. So it's a dark attribute anomaly, huh? It unhinged its massive jaws to strike, but Phuong Dich swiftly dodged out of the way. Just when it seemed like there was only one, Truk Da suddenly lunged from nowhere to attack. Yet, Phuong Dich remained entirely unfazed. I see how it is. There are two anomalies here. Even with Truk Da sinking its fangs into his arm, he nonchalantly analyzed the situation. One acts as the bait and the other handles the harvest. Pretty quick, aren't you? No wonder the spiritual energy in here is so unusually thick. You really like biting people, huh? Phuong Dich immediately unleashed a new surge of power from within. Then take your time and savor the taste of lightning. With just one strike, he inflicted a deep, gnarly wound on the black serpent. Next, he locked his sights on Truk Da. Your turn. Are you scared of fire? Filled with rage, the black serpent lunged forward to attack once more. Phuong Dich easily evaded it with a simple roll. Not only that, but he smoothly flipped the script and took the offensive. Watch this. While the black serpent was still dazed and confused, Phuong Dich swung his arm in a terrifyingly powerful slash, instantly causing the giant python to writhe in agony and vomit out all the slime in its throat. On the other side, Phuong Dich stood his ground, waiting to see what would happen next. The black snake's slime reeked of a disgusting stench, but then it actually started regenerating. Phuong Dich had already seen this coming. Sure enough, it was still hiding a trump card. Lightning surged across the black snake's face as it screeched in pure madness, its body reacting with lightning speed. Seeing this, Phuong Dich just gave a slight smirk. He stood there calmly observing, thinking to himself, "Good thing I sensed it early. The dark aura of this giant snake is even denser than Truk Da's." Phuong Dich prepared his next move. Just now, when I used the Tang Blade and unleashed my inner flame, I held back the fire, using the sword as a conductor to channel the thunder power from my hand straight into the snake's body. He had completely engulfed the black snake in a sea of flames. As an anomaly with dark power, Truk Da might have been eerie and terrifying, but its actual strength was quite weak. It was bloodthirsty, sure, but it could only harm one or two people at a time, nowhere near the threat level of an evolved beast. But this snake! Only now did he notice a sharp, piercing pain in his shoulder. A snake scale! This time, Phuong Dich was genuinely caught off guard. As expected of a mutant variant, its intelligence is higher, making these hidden attacks incredibly hard to defend against. He then began to heal himself. The venom on this thing carries a paralyzing effect, silently claiming lives before the victim even realizes it. The wound was slowly closing, but he could still feel the stinging pain. This must be the golden sun breathing technique. At work. Phuong Dich realized something. The sun flame attribute could melt away poison, the golden sun breathing technique provided defensive healing, and the thunder power cleansed the body. When these powers reacted to the venom's invasion, they caused a sharp, clear pain, acting as a warning system against enemy sneak attacks. He brought his focus back to reality. But for any other unlucky soul, even with some defensive abilities, they'd be completely beyond saving. Thinking about it, for this snake to silently grow this massive, aside from having at least a 3-star ghost level ability, it definitely relied on these kinds of ambush tactics. Following this logic, Phuong Dich analyzed further. Not to mention, teaming up with Truk Da made this the perfect trap to hunt elite pioneers. It must have eaten quite a few of them already. I'm afraid many pioneers were devoured before they could even join forces with the government. And he concluded, in the end, no matter how wicked and vicious it was, or how unwilling it felt to die, it had no choice but to turn into dust. Still, Phuong Dich had one lingering thought. This firepower is extremely pure, but honestly, the triple critical thunder power is definitely way more impressive. I'd say my actual combat skills right now are pretty top tier among the pioneers. He unconsciously stood still, watching the black snake burn to ashes. After a moment, Phuong Dich slowly walked up to the snake's remains. Just as he was about to touch it, he realized someone else was still there. Phuong Dich instantly snapped into high alert. Than Huyen was just waking up, coughing a few times from the thick smoke. She looked incredibly exhausted, barely even able to stand on her own 2 feet. Phuong Dich remembered the person in front of him. It's her, that girl from the association. Sue something, right? He spoke up in a deep, serious tone. Hey, there's no need to play dead anymore. Phuong Dich coldly judged her. Your fake death act is a bit sloppy, honestly. Getting exposed so bluntly, Than Huyen blushed bright red with embarrassment. Oh my god, how ironic. So, the guy from earlier was actually him? She quickly tried to explain, I was woken up by the smell. I swear I wasn't faking it. Phuong Dich gave his assessment. You're pretty skilled. Your teammates completely drained their spiritual energy and lost consciousness, but you managed to keep a sliver of defense up. If you hadn't held on to your willpower, you wouldn't have been able to smell the blood and burning flesh. Than Huyen replied awkwardly, thanks for the compliment. But deep down, she was shocked. I really did keep a tiny bit of defensive aura, and he saw right through it. But I have absolutely no idea how he defeated Trukda or that massive snake. At this point, Than Huyen was so embarrassed she didn't even dare to open her eyes. Seeing this, Phuong Dich reminded her, you don't have to keep your eyes covered, you know. As long as you promise to be honest and not reveal my identity, we're good. He was just speaking his mind. This guy's attitude is way friendlier than last time, she thought. He then turned around to leave. It's getting late. Since you and your team are no longer in life-threatening danger, I'll be taking off. Hearing this, Than Huyen hurriedly called out to him. Wait, hold on a second. But Phuong Dich was completely decisive. No need, it's too crowded here to talk anyway. I'll leave the cleanup to you. After escaping that spot, he let out a secret sigh of relief. Thank God she didn't see me trying to touch that thing to absorb its dark attribute. Phuong Dich really didn't want to recall it. That sickening, freezing sensation was absolutely disgusting. So, he theorized, maybe because I already scattered its dark attribute spiritual energy, combined with my body's instinctive resistance, the absorption failed. Even the system didn't give any reaction. Whatever, I'll head home and analyze it later. Meanwhile, Than Huyen was still sitting dazed in the warehouse. What a shame, I couldn't even get a clear look at his face. Looks like he still hasn't completely dropped his guard around the association. She then went over and woke up her captain. Hey, wake up, it's over. Thanks to a little physical persuasion, he finally began to open his eyes. The captain belatedly realized, we were ambushed. The whole squad began to notice the scorched remains of the monsters Phuong Dich had just destroyed. The captain was bewildered. What the hell happened here? Where did this pure yang attribute energy come from? Than Huyen simply stated, just as you see, a pioneer stepped in and saved us. She recalled the events with a hint of suspicion. It might be my mission target. My original mission was to identify a pioneer possessing a pure high-level attribute, and this yang attribute matches perfectly. The captain spoke up. So did he... Than Huyen cut him off. I haven't completed it yet. His identity is still a complete mystery to us. In fact, he was the one monitoring me instead. He knew exactly what I was doing, yet this time, he went out of his way to protect us. A member of the assault squad was absolutely thrilled. He took down Trukda and that giant snake all by himself? I can't believe a being this powerful even exists. The captain was still in shock, then suddenly realized, wait a minute, where is Trukda's corpse? We need to secure the scene first and hand these remaining materials over to the association. He then used his magic to start cleaning up the debris, but accidentally stepped on a sharp scale from the black snake. Instantly, a violent surge of electricity shot through him. He jolted back and gasped, "What kind of ferocious energy is this?" The whole squad couldn't believe their eyes. "Captain Su, did you just say his attribute was Yang? Because this lingering electrical charge is absurdly strong." Than Huyen stepped closer to inspect it. "Are these the leftover remains of Trukda? The purity of the attribute on this is incredible, and it's definitely a high-level tier." That made the captain incredibly curious. Could it be that two high-level pioneers showed up here back-to-back? One killed the black snake, the other killed Trukda, and then they left together. But only Than Huyen knew the truth. No, that's not it at all. Like, how do I even explain this? Actually, he was the only one who showed up here. Even saying it out loud sounds completely unbelievable. For someone to possess two pure high-level attributes at the same time. Just having one would make them an absolute genius. The atmosphere fell dead silent, leaving only Qing Ying's thoughts racing. A cultivator with dual high-level attributes. This is truly a one-in-a-million existence. And she recognized those moves. The Sun Firewalker, and the other was none other than the Thunder Tyrant. Even Qing Ying couldn't help but wonder, just what kind of monster is this guy? In the dead of night, outside a building, two trucks sat in silence with their headlights piercing the dark. Thank God I stationed the squad outside the factory. If I stayed inside for too long, they were supposed to report to the association immediately. Then the association would assess the situation and dispatch an investigation team to the scene. Originally, that was just to collect our corpses. Little Qing dropped to her knees, hugging Qing Ying's legs and sobbing uncontrollably. Boss, thank God you're alive. I thought we lost our captain. The other teammates beside them were also crying their eyes out. If you had died, what would we even do? One of them opened a tablet, checking the stats and parameters on the screen. The hazmat crew was meticulously examining the long drag marks left on the ground. But now, their main focus had shifted to scanning the lingering spiritual energy, analyzing the traces to reconstruct the entire battle. The association's investigators ran their scans to compile the results and report back. An investigator spoke up, "Captains, based on the trace analysis at the scene, both the combat style and the method of the kill indicate that the one who took down these two aberrations." Hearing this, the captain of the demolition squad looked grim. Qing Ying, on the other hand, remained completely calm. Is 99% likely to be the same person. He truly believed it was a single cultivator wielding dual high-level attributes. At first, I thought we made a mistake, which is fair. Just one of these aberrations would be enough to wipe out our entire squad. A demolition squad member standing nearby agreed, sweat pouring down his face in sheer anxiety. Exactly! This master only struck once and finished them in the blink of an eye. We're both in the Phantom Realm, so how can the gap be this massive? Qing Ying spoke into her mic. The target I've been tracking just appeared. The data has been updated. I need to report to headquarters. The bright moonlight filtered through a hole in the roof as her steady voice echoed. That's the result of the surveillance. Both the Tyrant and the North Gate of Qingcheng University are my tracking targets. Sitting in his office, sipping a hot cup of tea, the president replied, "I understand the situation. Little Sue, your mission is suspended for now." Qing Ying's face remained serious as she listened to his orders. The target saved you all, wiped out the aberrations, and protected the sector. That shows he holds no ill will toward the association, nor is he our enemy. Regardless, Old Han and I have different opinions on this. For your own safety, and to leave a good impression on this tyrant, cut off all contact with him for now. She immediately replied, "Understood, but I have another theory regarding the incident at the back of the mountain, when the tyrant was about to break through." The president's eyes narrowed, his tone urgent. "What is it?" Qing Ying quickly explained. "I sensed an incredibly powerful aura in the area where he was operating. At the time I suspected he had a spirit weapon, but it seemed highly unlikely. But now that we've confirmed he possesses dual high-level attributes..." The president's eyes grew intense, a drop of nervous sweat sliding down his face. "He has a spirit weapon?" But less than 3 seconds later, he brushed the idea off. "Impossible. No matter how outstanding his talent is, there's no way he could possess a spirit weapon without any resources or backing. Besides, the investigation team didn't find any trace of a third energy signature belonging to a spirit weapon at the scene." Qing Xing's face was dead serious as she confessed. "When I made contact, the spiritual energy I sensed from that weapon carried a yang attribute." Hearing this, the president lowered his voice and murmured, "I see. So that's how it is." If the weapon's attribute originated directly from his own yang attribute. He envisioned a scene of Fang Yi leaping up from the glowing cracks of his body, enveloped in overwhelming power. If he is an exalted master in the Spirit Forge realm, theoretically, he could do it all on his own. Qing King's eyes suddenly widened. The Spirit Forge realm, she thought to herself. In the current world, powerhouses who have reached the Spirit Forge realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. There are less than 10 of them. A glowing silhouette standing out among the rest appeared in her mind as the president spoke. But if this person truly possesses a third attribute of spiritual energy, It would completely flip the current power dynamic. It would send shockwaves through the entire cultivator world. He furrowed his brows, deep wrinkles forming on his forehead as his deep voice echoed. Because according to our research, different attributes of spiritual energy repel each other within the body. It's incredibly difficult for them to coexist. As of right now, there hasn't been a single cultivator in the world who can wield multiple spiritual attributes at once. The scene shifted to Fang Yi standing under the shower, letting the water wash over him, lost in deep thought. He was completely oblivious to the wild speculations others had about him. If he really does have a spirit weapon, our failure to detect a third attribute might not be a bad thing. Let's just hope a cultivator with such terrifying power doesn't become humanity's enemy in the future. Fang Yi towel-dried his hair as he opened the door and stepped out, his mind a tangled mess of thoughts. There's less than a year left until the spiritual energy of the world officially awakens. But heaven and earth are already shifting. Anomalies are popping up everywhere, and the aberrations have started acting up aggressively. He raised his hand, using his own inner power to instantly dry his hair. Suddenly, Fang Yi paused, recalling the one-eyed beast. He stood in silence for a long time, his gaze drifting into the void. Many cultivators, just like me, have willingly stepped onto the path of cultivation. Once you unlock the connection between your body and the spiritual energy of the world, you can sense the shifts in heaven and earth far more keenly than normal people, just like that group we found in the underground river. Even if they're just self-taught and haven't been officially recognized as cultivators by the Xia Kingdom, most of them have already reached the one-star Phantom Realm. He turned and casually grabbed his shirt off the chair. Right now, the Xia Kingdom is showing goodwill toward rogue cultivators like me. This shows that both official and independent cultivators are in a relatively stable exploration phase. Fang Yi's face darkened as he thought of Qing Ying. The aberrations are still within the government's control, and there haven't been any major conflicts among cultivators yet. He relaxed his face, closed his eyes tightly, and pulled his shirt on. However, even though they have established the Spiritual Cultivation Association, the government still has no intention of making this organization public. The scene shifted to the Spiritual Cultivation Association. Outside, the sky was pitch black, surrounded by flashing red alarm systems. Now, everywhere you went, you could hear civilians whispering about their unease and the unpredictable mutations happening around the association. It was clear the government was trying to find a way to protect humanity while desperately issuing early warnings about potential threats. Fang Yi stood outside, looking up as he muttered to himself, "But that's exactly where the problem lies." The towering building in front of him was slowly being consumed by flames. The destruction so absolute it sent shivers down his spine. Fang Yi spoke up. "I can feel it. The government doesn't have the confidence to usher in an era of universal cultivation. The population is just too massive. The moment they make all this information public, the very first thing to collapse will be social order. Internal chaos will trigger massive riots and countless casualties. Looking at how things are, the recognized cultivators still lack the power to maintain stability against sudden anomalies. Dealing with internal riots and external invasions at the same time would only make everything collapse faster." He told himself, so, the government taking a moderate approach right now isn't wrong, because in the end, the human heart is far more terrifying than demons or gods. Flashes of demonic beasts crossed Fang Yi's mind. But what really worries me is that the evolution speed of these aberrations seems to have completely surpassed my expectations. He stared intently at his system panel, subconsciously resting a hand on his chin in deep thought. That creature I face today is a prime example of a mutation caused by dark attribute corruption after coming into contact with the Black Mist. I realized they actually belong to a sub-branch of darkness, the Shadow attribute, the absolute bane of cultivators. The system panel read, Shadow attribute, branch of darkness, nemesis of cultivators, currently uncollectible. Fang Yi analyzed it in his mind for a long time. These aberrations have intelligence that far exceeds your average mutated beasts. Not only do they love feeding on humans, but a cultivator's body is like a supreme delicacy to them. They even know how to team up and set traps to hunt us down. He lowered his head, his face devoid of emotion, entirely focused. Of course, they definitely can't compare to the pure dark attribute aberrations I've encountered before, where just a single one could obliterate an entire country or even a continent. A ravenous beast clamped its jaws tightly around a girl in his mind's eye. But if I hadn't tracked them all the way today, I'm afraid that little squad and the girl who tried to recruit me would already be dead. Fang Yi stood suspended between two opposing halves of power, one side glowing with a sinister, bloody red, and the other burning bright like a sacred flame. To think a mere sub-branch attribute could be this dark and repulsive. The dark attribute is a massive threat, but if I temporarily can't absorb it, doesn't that just mean I can make it mine once I meet the system's requirements? Dark energy has such a terrifying ability to suppress humans. If I could turn that into my own power, it would be absolutely perfect. It might even be the exact key I need to turn the tide. He soared into the air, his entire body radiating blazing energy as a blinding golden sword materialized right in his hand. Right now, I've got the golden sun breathing technique for the yang attribute, the 100 forged divine thunder for the lightning attribute, and the crimson flame blade for the inner flame attribute. It's a branch of the yang attribute, and these aren't just your standard high-tier elements. More importantly, I have the right cultivation techniques that perfectly sync with my body. Combine that with my 3-star strength in the Phantom Palace realm, and I doubt there are many pioneers out there who could even stand a chance against me. Sparks of blue lightning crackled across Fu Hongdiche's body, his eyes flashing with a piercing light. But that was still not enough. The scene shifts. The phone resting on the desk suddenly began to ring. Fu Hongdiche picked it up, unable to hide the surprise on his face. "Auntie, why the sudden call?" Fu Hongdiche's aunt called, cheerfully checking in on him. "Little Ditch, how have you been lately, sweetie? Your little cousin is heading over to your city to study for a while. I really don't feel safe letting her stay in a hotel all by herself. Could you let her crash at your place for a few days?" He replied with a hint of confusion. "My cousin?" In his mind, Fu Hongdiche thought to himself, "The only impression I have of her is that she's a total bookworm. Honestly, I've almost forgotten what she even looks like." But despite those thoughts, he didn't hesitate to agree. "Sure thing. Just tell her to come over. I still have a spare room. When is she arriving?" His aunt quickly brushed it off. "Oh, no need to worry about picking her up. I'll just send her your address so she can head over herself." As her voice continued over the line, the scene shifts to a pair of small hands rapidly tapping away at a keyboard. "I'll make sure she brings you some of our local snacks too," she added. Fu Hongdiche politely replied, "Thanks, Auntie. I definitely won't say no to that." His aunt went on, "Your cousin should be arriving by tomorrow afternoon." "Thanks so much for helping out," he quickly reassured her. "It's no trouble at all. Auntie, I got a bit of work to catch up on, so I'm going to hang up now, okay?" On the girl's computer screen, an anonymous group chat named Spiritual Energy Revival Pioneer Martial Arts Group 7 popped up with a message, "I will arrive this afternoon." A user named Win Lotus replied to gorgeous 81-year-old lady asking, "Are we meeting up first or heading straight to the location?" The girl typed back, "Neither. I'm crashing at my cousin's place, so I'll need to play along with him for a bit." Another user named Scammed 50 Cents in Online Dating chimed in. Win Lotus typed, "We'll figure out the cousin situation later. I'm logging off for now." Fu Hongdiche's aunt said her goodbyes. "All right then, you go ahead and get back to your work. Make sure you come visit me next time, okay?" Meanwhile, the girl moved her mouse across the desk, clicking on something. An article popped up on the screen with a clickbait headline, "Leaked Insider News. Viral Internet Town, rename the Town of Death as 3 more lose their lives." The girl's voice echoed out, laced with an eerie sense of curiosity. "Zhuanghua Town, huh?" Suddenly, Fu Hongdiche's aunt threw the door open with a cheerful greeting, making the girl jump in her seat. "Have you finished packing your bags yet?" The girl turned around and smoothly replied, "All done. But honestly, Mom, I really don't want to bother my cousin. Staying at a hotel would be perfectly fine." Fu Hongdiche's aunt immediately shot the idea down. "Absolutely not. Compared to you staying out on your own, staying at your cousin's place is way safer. I know I can trust him." Even as her daughter gently pushed her out the door, she couldn't help but add one last reminder. "Since you're staying at someone else's house, make sure you don't cause any trouble. If there's anything you can help him with, do your part. You hear me?" The girl, however, hardly seemed to care. "Don't worry, Mom, I got it." She slammed the door shut, plunging the room into darkness as she leaned back against the wood, panting heavily. The lenses of her glasses caught a faint glint of light, revealing a cold, calculating look in her eyes. She pulled down her hood, thinking to herself, "I'll just deal with things one step at a time." Compared to those terrifying anomalies, anything my cousin says is completely harmless. The scene shifts outside. Under a clear blue sky with bustling crowds of people, a petite girl was slowly dragging her suitcase down the street. She unlocked her phone, glancing at the Google Maps notification that read, "You have arrived at your destination." Lam Y looked up, muttering under her breath, "So, this is the place, huh?" Phuong Dich was slowly walking down the stairs when Lam Y spotted him, putting on a surprised expression as she called out, "Cousin?" His eyes widened in absolute shock as he asked, "Wait, you're Lam Y?" He completely failed to recognize her. The young girl froze in her tracks, staying completely silent without uttering another word. The two of them headed inside and took a seat. Phuong Dich awkwardly broke the ice. "So, you came here to join a summer camp, right?" Lam Y simply nodded. "That's right." He gave her a reassuring smile. "Well, if you need anything at all, just let me know." She softly replied, "Got it. Thanks, cousin." Phuong Dich turned around, handing her a key with a quick reminder. "Here's the spare key. I'm going to head back to my room now. Yours is right across the hall." Lam Y took the key, offering a polite response. "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble over these next few days." She watched Phuong Dich's back as he walked into his room, secretly thinking to herself, "It seems my cousin is pretty easygoing. He probably won't stick his nose into my business." But right as he closed the door, Phuong Dich stopped in his tracks. He peeked through the crack, his eyebrows furrowing in deep suspicion. Was I just imagining things? Or is she just really bad at hiding it? Earlier, when she was sitting on the sofa, I definitely felt a strange pulse of spiritual energy drifting in and out of her. Could it be? Has she become a pioneer, too? A faint blue aura began to glow around Lam Y's body, leaving his train of thought hanging in the air. So, the whole excuse about coming here for a summer camp, was it actually a cover for something else? Meanwhile, Lam Y quietly unlocked her phone, pulling up a chat to send a message. Her screen displayed an anonymous chat forum where she was messaging the other members under the alias Wind Lotus. She typed out, "My cousin is pretty chill. It doesn't look like he's going to get in the way of my plans. So, when do we make our move?" The user named Gorgeous 81-year-old lady replied, "Don't rush it. We need to keep a low profile and act discreetly for now. This area has been pretty chaotic lately. There are multiple contaminated zones popping up, but there are always other pioneers rushing in to claim them first." The user Scammed $5 in online dating chimed in, "I heard about that too. That's exactly what happened last time at the Underground River." The two teams clashed, and it turns out there was this insanely strong Grandmaster. Word is, he unleashed a single sword strike that blazed like the actual sun, forcing the enemy to retreat. 81-year-old beauty, a sword strike that shines like the sun, you say? Are you for real? Then it must be a top-tier light attribute. That cultivator's element affinity is off the charts, huh? It's the truth. I heard the exact same thing. One breeze. That's why we have to be extra careful with this operation. Right now, the world's spiritual energy hasn't fully awakened yet, so everything is still hidden in the shadows. Who knows how many monstrous cultivators are lurking around Xia country? We absolutely cannot afford to draw attention to ourselves. 81-year-old beauty, +1. Online dating scammed $5, plus 10.86, one breeze. Alright, waiting on news from you two. Lin Yi swiped away the screen. Whatever. Since it's my first time staying here, it's probably best not to cultivate just yet. If my cousin catches me, it's going to be a pain to explain. 3 days later, the girl stepped out of the shower only to find Fang Yi sitting there in dead silence, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. He couldn't help but feel that living with his younger cousin was bringing quite a bit of trouble to his cultivation progress. Ngoi Thien fought to steady his erratic breathing, constantly on the verge of losing control. As he sat on the bed, his entire body began to radiate a powerful, blinding light. Practicing the golden sun breathing technique also ran the risk of being seen by her. As he cultivated, Fang Yi couldn't shake off his anxiety. It's so bright. Will she notice? He wondered. How come I never realized the golden sun breathing technique was this flashy before? But the most terrifying part was when Lin Yi painstakingly prepared a delicious meal for him. Cousin, dinner's ready. Tonight we're having tomato beef stew, smashed cucumber salad, and some sweet corn and pork rib soup. He slowly walked over to the dining table, taking a seat before replying. All right, you're being way too polite. I'll take care of the dishes later. The girl quickly chimed in. Oh, it's no big deal. I'm crashing at your place, so it's only right that I do this much. She was so flawlessly polite, there was absolutely nothing to complain about. The way she did chores was almost like she had severe OCD and germophobia. While lost in thought, Fang Yi picked up a beautifully glazed piece of braised meat and placed it in his bowl. However, as the two sat across from each other, neither uttered a single word. The reason I'm letting her do all this is so she'll finally let her guard down around me. Fang Yi kept a straight face, knowing that this was the only way to uncover her little secrets. Lin Yi, completely oblivious to his plotting, jumped slightly when her phone on the table suddenly buzzed. Seeing this, he casually asked, "What's wrong? Is a friend looking for you?" A brief flash of panic crossed the girl's face. She hesitated, unable to come up with an excuse right away. Fang Yi immediately stood up to leave. Well, you two go ahead and chat. I'll head back to my room. Lin Yi wanted to stop him, but the words were caught in her throat. The girl slowly unlocked her phone, her eyes nervously tracking him as he walked away. Once he was out of sight, she answered the call. Wait, what did you say? The Great World Anomaly is going to happen again tomorrow? At what time? 3 in the afternoon? Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. She immediately assured the person on the other end, completely unaware that Fang Yi was already hovering right outside her window, eavesdropping on every word. All right, let's meet at the gates of Sunfire Town. Be there or be square, Fang Yi muttered to himself. Sunfire Town. Isn't that the famous tourist spot out in the suburbs? It's only about an hour's drive from here. A sudden wisp of green aura leaked from the room, instantly catching his eye. Just as I suspected. My little cousin is also a cultivator in this era of awakening spiritual energy. He took a stealthy peek inside and saw Lin Yi sitting perfectly straight, actively cultivating her technique. Thank God. With her current power level, there's no way she can detect me. A powerful surge of energy pulsed around her. Fang Yi silently analyzed the situation. But she's just a high schooler, yet she's already reached the 2-star Phantom Realm, and she's even showing signs of a breakthrough. Could her insane talent be the reason why her personality is so quirky? As the fading hues of the evening sunset descended, his gaze darkened. So, her coming here for a summer camp was just a cover-up, and the Great World Anomaly is the real deal? She must have gotten intel about the anomaly from somewhere and completely fabricated an excuse to crash here. Fang Yi's hands trembled slightly as his fingers gripped the brick wall. Every Great World Anomaly was a massive opportunity, a chance to claim powerful spells and skyrocket his own strength. A sly smile crept onto his face as he silently wondered what kind of elemental attribute would spawn at Sunfire Town this time. With that thought, Fang Yi let go of the windowsill and swiftly vanished into the night. Well, whatever happens, happens. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes snapped open, a strange sensation washing over her. That's weird. She glanced out the wide-open window, illuminated by the bright moonlight, wondering if her mind was playing tricks on her. I could have sworn someone was just watching me. The scene shifts to Sunfire Town, a quaint place where rolling mountains seamlessly wrapped around tightly packed rows of houses. Outside the town gates, a loud voice rang out. Yee yee! $5 ran over, throwing an arm around the girl's shoulders and shooting her a playful wink. So, you've been crashing at your cousin's place these past few days? Well, spill the tea. Is he handsome? Her online alias was literally online dating scammed $5. Lin Yi rested her hand on her chin and replied with icy indifference, Yeah, he's all right. Just your average looking guy. Definitely not the wildly popular pretty boy type that you're so obsessed with. Hearing that, $5 let out a dramatic, exaggerated sigh. Man, what a letdown. Suddenly, number 81 strolled over, crossing her arms with a faint smirk. Her voice was sharp and sassy as she chimed in. Don't forget, Yi here once described her own stunning looks as quote-unquote average. We can't trust her taste. Her online alias was 81-year-old beauty. An older guy sitting in the distance noticed the banter and loudly announced, All right, cut the chatter. Everyone's here, so let's get down to business. Lin Yi suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Wait a minute, is that person not coming this time either? The older guy shook his head. It's just the 6 of us again. She won't be joining. Number 81 quickly waved it off. She's always been a ghost. We're totally used to it by now. Come on, let's move. High above them, Fang Yi sat perched on a vantage point, coldly observing the group as they marched forward. His expression remained utterly unreadable. Looks like my little cousin's squad actually has the raw power to pull off a covert operation, he mused. With a single glance, Fang Yi accurately gauged the combat level of every single member. The weakest among them was solidly sitting at the 2-star Phantom Realm, and that older guy who just spoke, he had already broken through to the 3-star Phantom Realm. Judging from their chat, they have another heavy hitter who rarely shows up. His eyes narrowed into a sharp, calculating squint as he sat in dead silence for a long while. High atop the mountain overlooking this famous town, his piercing gaze drifted into the distance, brewing with strategy. The scene shifts, and a narrator's energetic voice chimes in. Out of nowhere, a massive, towering vine drops straight down from the heavens, looking exactly like the legendary beanstalk from Jack and the Beanstalk. That towering vine is massive. Where it touches the ground, its roots spread far and wide. It spawns randomly around the Yang Fire Town, with no predictable pattern or schedule. This completely defies everything the Trailblazers thought they knew. It's beyond human comprehension. It's clearly a massive worldly anomaly, yet it has nothing to do with extreme weather, nor is it some kind of tectonic collapse reshaping the Earth. It's a bizarre entity materializing out of thin air, drifting aimlessly. It causes no immediate destruction, nor does it trigger roaring thunder or blinding sunlight like other rare phenomena. It just silently drifts and flickers into existence. As their group of 6 slowly stepped into the misty mountain range, Number 81 gasped in pure shock. Oh my god! Is that really it? They were standing incredibly close to the giant vine, which was radiating an overwhelming aura of power. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you'd never believe it. Suddenly, Wu Mao stopped in her tracks. Wait, let's just stop going forward, okay? Lin Yi gave her a confused look. Huh? What's wrong? Wu Mao was trembling from head to toe. She clutched her backpack straps, her lips pressed tight and her eyes wide with terror. I didn't realize how wrong this felt until I actually saw it. My blood is running cold, she stuttered out. Then she looked around. Have you guys seen the rumors on the internal forum? Covering her mouth in sheer panic, Wu Mao confessed. Actually, I have a friend who was in that squad. The last time this vine showed up, they tried to get close to it, and they were all trailblazers way stronger than me. Their cultivation levels were no joke. Her voice broke as she went on. But after they came here, they all vanished without a trace. The more Wu Mao spoke, the more her voice shook, and all the color drained from her face. She grabbed her head in despair. I have a terrible feeling that we're going to end up just like them. Despite her warnings, the group of 6 pressed on into the mist, leaving only Wu Mao's desperate cries echoing behind them. We're going to die here. There won't even be bodies left to bury. Standing there trembling, her face completely drained of blood, Wu Mao clutched her head as a bizarre, chaotic energy pulsed from her body. She kept muttering to herself, I thought I could handle the risks of being a trailblazer. You either win big or you die trying. But it wasn't until she laid eyes on this monstrosity that pure primal terror took over. Her instincts were screaming at her. This wasn't just some regular hazard. This was a high-tier worldly anomaly, something entirely new, terrifying, and completely unknown. Biting her lips so hard it nearly bled, tears helplessly streamed down her face. I'm not ready to throw my life away here. I'm backing out. Seeing her break down, number 81 just stood there, completely frozen and at a loss for words. Lin Yi looked at her with concern, nodding gently. You're right. Honestly, we can all feel it too. The young girl looked up at the colossal plant, her tone turning deadly serious. Even though this vine is a wood attribute entity, it radiates this overwhelming aura of death and desolation. I don't even know how to describe it. It feels like drowning in the sheer weight of time itself. Like watching all things wither away until every drop of life is just gone. That's why being near it makes us feel so incredibly sick and anxious. It feels like it wants to swallow our very souls whole. Suddenly, Lin Yi grabbed Wu Mao's hand, making her jump in surprise. Gripping it tightly, the young girl shouted with absolute unyielding resolve. But this is the path of a martial trailblazer. High above them, Fang Yi was watching the whole scene unfold. Such a dense, suffocating aura of death, he thought to himself. I've seen my fair share of worldly phenomena, but aside from pure yin attribute mutations, this vine is definitely the most repulsive thing I've ever come across. His gaze darkened as he stared down at the group below. They're actually deciding to cultivate right here? I've got to hand it to them. That takes some serious guts. The colossal trunk of the vine right in front of Fang Yi was already stained a deep, horrifying blood red. There were even human bodies dangling lifelessly from its branches. It makes no sense, he pondered inwardly. Plants are supposed to be the ultimate symbol of vibrant life, but this thing just oozes pure dread. It doesn't even feel alive. It feels like a rotting corpse masquerading as a living organism, completely devoid of any real-life force. Back on the ground, Lin Yi stepped up onto a higher vantage point, urgently calling out to her team. Listen to me, guys. We don't have time to second-guess this. If there's any immediate danger, we're going to feel it right here, right now, she pleaded, standing firmly on an exposed root. Everyone, stay strictly within each other's line of sight. Do not wander off. Hearing her, the rest of the group quickly sat down cross-legged, focusing their minds to begin. Lin Yi scanned the perimeter once more, feeling a slight wave of relief wash over her. At least like this, they would be marginally safer. Without wasting another second, she sat down on a massive branch and immediately dropped into a deep state of cultivation. Swirling currents of immense energy began to wrap around the area. Standing with his arms crossed, a gentle breeze rustling his clothes, Fang Yi watched the girl, visibly impressed. Not bad at all. She's staying highly alert, finding the perfect sweet spot to absorb the energy. Not too dangerously close, but not too far away either. Truly worthy of a top-tier student, she instantly calculated the absolute best position to maximize her gains, without being overly reckless or cowardly. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a massive sphere of energy erupted outward from Lin Yi. Fang Yi stood in stunned silence as a blinding pillar of light pierced through the forest canopy, radiating raw, overwhelming power. Is she breaking through already? He thought in disbelief. To hit the threshold of the 3-star realm this fast. My little cousin's talent is absolutely monstrous. Watching Lin Yi's energy sphere grow exponentially larger, Wu Mao screamed in awe while number 81 couldn't stop praising her. She's breaking through to the 3-star realm? Lin Yi, you're amazing. She rubbed her eyes, completely unable to believe what she was seeing. I can't believe Yi is actually doing it. But right at that moment, deep within its core, the colossal vine began to glow ominously, thrashing and writhing violently. The older man in the group sensed something horribly wrong and whipped his head around. His eyes widened in pure terror as he screamed a frantic warning. Crap! Dodge! The vine is coming right for us! Hearing this, number 81 spun around in a panic. What the hell? Music. We were so far away. How did it even spot us? Before anyone could react, 2 members of their squad were violently snatched up by the massive vines. Help! Somebody save me! They shrieked in absolute despair. Wu Mao completely lost it and sprinted for her life. Run! Run for your lives. If we stay here, we're all dead. The entire group erupted into chaotic screaming. Only Lin Yi remained dead silent, meditating inside her protective sphere of energy. Her breakthrough was creating way too massive of a disturbance. They absolutely could not let those vines reach her. If they got caught in that thing, the deathly aura would instantly latch onto their bodies, melting them down into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Bam! A thick, spiked vine violently slammed into Lin Yi's energy shield, sending several jagged cracks webbing across its surface. Lin Yi's brows furrowed tightly in pain. Seeing this, number 81 grabbed Wu Mao by the arm and pulled her back, her voice fiercely determined. No! We can't just leave. Yi is going to die if we run. Wu Mao's face darkened with rage and fear as she snapped back. Then what the hell do you want me to do? Burn up my own spiritual energy to act as her bodyguard? She's the one who decided to forcefully cultivate in the middle of a death trap. She completely ignored the risks. Is she trying to use my life as a shield just so she can get stronger? Right then, the older man coldly grabbed number 81's shoulder. Kid, you need to calm down, he growled. Life and death are determined by fate. If we don't bail out right now, every single one of us is going to end up buried alongside her. You're too young to be letting your emotions blind you like this. We're just strangers who happen to cross paths. She's not worth dying for. Before he could say another word, number 81 delivered a vicious, ringing slap right across the older man's face. Furious, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Then get the hell out of here! Both of you, take your pathetic lives and scram. I would rather die than abandon my teammate." From his high vantage point, Fang Yi watched the drama unfold. My poor little cousin, he mused inwardly. She probably doesn't even realize how dire her situation actually is right now. A sliver of genuine worry crept into his thoughts. At the end of the day, she's still just a student. The sheer power of that giant vine is terrifying. Honestly, I'm not even sure if my current strength is enough to pull her out of there alive. But if I don't act now, she's out of time. Down below, the massive, writhing vines were already coiling tightly around Lin Yi's fading energy shield, ready to crush her. Huang Dich prepared to draw his sword, muttering to himself, "I promised her I'd keep her safe, and I don't break my promises." Meanwhile, number 81 leaped into the air, determined to fight the vines to the bitter end. Suddenly, she lost her footing, and the vines instantly tightly bound her body. The monstrous plant was still trying to pierce through Lam Wei's sturdy energy shield. Without hesitating, Huang Dich leaped into the fray, weapon in hand. Number 81 cried out in panic. Niu Mao, tears streaming down his face, turned just in time to see a massive, blazing ball of energy crash down onto the vines with devastating force. A foot slowly touched the ground, radiating a blinding aura. Huang Dich rose up amidst the utter chaos. The older man and Niu Mao gasped in sheer disbelief. "The vines! They're retreating! They stopped attacking!" The roaring flames began incinerating the deadly vines. Huang Dich's entire body surged with overwhelming energy, completely crushing the monster's destructive power. The blinding light forced the older man to shield his eyes. "Is he really an awakened like us?" he thought in shock. Number 81 was equally stunned, murmuring, "Such pure, extreme yang energy. I guess it makes sense. Only someone with such a high tier attribute would dare to be so reckless." Seeing the desolate vines forced back, the older man gritted his teeth in bitter jealousy. Why him? Why does he get to be so strong? He always considered himself a top-tier genius, having broken through to the 3-star realm in record time. Across the entire country, you could count the number of awakened with his growth speed on one hand. He glared up at Huang Dich, his eyes burning with resentment and bruised ego. "Forget about that mysterious freak of nature. Even Lam Wei's talent is only on par with mine. But this guy..." As Huang Dich sharply swung his sword to the side, the older man stood frozen below, a storm of conflicted thoughts raging in his mind. If monstrous awakened like him exist, then what the hell are we? Are we just tiny specks of dust only meant to make the bright moon look better? You haven't just crushed my pride. You've crushed the pride of all of us awakened. Up above, Huang Dich's cold, striking face and razor-sharp eyes flickered amidst the swirling currents of power. Just what kind of godlike existence is he? Meanwhile, a system interface chimed in Huang Dich's mind. Extreme wood attribute detected. Auto-extracting. Extraction successful. Hovering amidst the endlessly regenerating vines, Huang Dich could instantly absorb all the surrounding life force and vitality, rapidly healing any injuries. This wood attribute technique is insanely overpowered, he thought. As long as there's life energy nearby, I'm basically a perpetual motion machine with endless stamina. The glowing vines continued to thrash about as their core attributes were mercilessly stripped away. Huang Dich closed his eyes, allowing the ethereal tendrils of energy to coil gently around his body. The system notification chimed again. Desolation attribute extracted. The Desolation attribute can instantly unleash a barren aura, violently corroding and draining all surrounding life force. Huang Dich suddenly snapped his eyes open, a brilliant emerald light flashing within his pupils. No wonder this monstrous vine only grows in such treacherous terrain, he thought to himself, as the swirling energy around him slowly faded. Scanning the area, he analyzed the situation. If it grew anywhere else, it would completely suck dry all life within dozens of miles. He cast a cold, sharp backward glance at the retreating vines. Lethal and parasitic, this Desolation attribute is absolutely tyrannical. It forcefully strips the life out of everything it touches. Suddenly, a sweet, trembling voice broke his train of thought. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving our lives, mister. Number 81, her body battered and covered in wounds, forced herself to step forward, her voice faint. Thank you. If you hadn't shown up just now, we would have been dead for sure. How can we ever repay you? Fuangdiche simply waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Don't sweat it. See you around, he replied casually. Deep down, he thought, well, I only found this place and scored these massive life and desolation attributes because I was secretly tailing them anyway. Honestly, I'm the one who came out on top here. The older man and Ngumao stood in absolute silence, just staring blankly as he walked away. As he moved, Fuangdek recalled the internal conflict he had witnessed among their group earlier. I'd better keep a close eye on those two from now on, he noted mentally. Gripping his gleaming sword tightly, he launched himself into the air and vanished. When people are thrown into life or death situations, their true colors always show. A fractured team like that is going to be a massive liability when the real chaos begins. Ngumao's eyes were wide as saucers as he stared at the empty sky. He just left? Just like that? What do we do now? The older man suddenly spoke up, his voice turning ice cold. What? Are you feeling guilty because you didn't risk your neck to save anyone earlier? He scoffed. He then turned his sharp gaze toward Lam Wai, who was still sitting safely inside her energy sphere. The threat is gone, and Lam Wai has just broken through to the 3rd tier. Our only smart move right now is to do whatever it takes to stay on her good side and stick with this team. Inside the sphere, the young girl groggily opened her eyes, her gaze still unfocused and hazy. Suddenly, Lam Wai shot up to her feet, causing number 81 to call out in concern. Lam Wai, you're finally awake. The older man narrowed his eyes, plotting inwardly. Let's see if she's rational enough to let bygones be bygones. She shouldn't let this little incident fracture our team's relationship. Rather than worrying about our inner drama, we need to be thinking about that mysterious powerhouse. Lam Wai, completely oblivious to his scheming, looked anxiously at her unconscious teammates on the ground. Guys, what exactly happened here? Beside her, the severed remains of the vines were still smoldering. Lam Wai's expression tightened in fear as she sensed the residual energy. This leftover yang energy is terrifyingly strong. Even from this distance, the sheer heat is absolutely suffocating. The older man stepped forward, adopting a gentle, reassuring tone. Take a breath. Let me fill you in on exactly what just happened. Later, Lam Wai trudged slowly back to the apartment she shared with Fuangdiche. Her mind was racing. Could someone really possess that kind of earth-shattering power? She asked herself. The older man's words kept echoing in her head. He had insisted that whoever saved them was nothing short of a freakish monster. He had vividly described the scene. A lone figure wielding unimaginable power, effortlessly holding back the monstrous flora. Those vines that we couldn't even put a scratch on. He sliced through them with a single strike and forced the entire plant to retreat. Did you see it? The main body of those vines literally shrank back into the sky in terror. The older man had confessed, his voice heavy with defeat. That absolute nightmare of a monster. It actually fled back into the sky. It shriveled up, utterly terrified to even come near us again. As Lam Wai quietly unlocked her front door, those haunting words continued to ring in her ears. That's the kind of apocalyptic power that guy possesses. Even after he vanished, those vines stayed as docile as a beaten dog. All of their aggressive, terrifying fury was just gone. The moment she stepped inside the apartment, Fuangdiche, who was already casually sitting on the couch, looked up. Hey, you're back? He leaned forward, pretending to be concerned. You look incredibly pale. Everything all right? Lam Wai awkwardly averted her eyes, quickly lying. Oh, you know how school is? I'm just a bit drained. She then hurried straight toward her bedroom. Behind her, Fuangdiche called out warmly, You push yourself too hard at school. Go get some rest. I'll order us some takeout for dinner. She just mumbled a distracted, Yeah, okay. As soon as her bedroom door clicked shut, Lam Wai slumped against it, panting heavily. The facade immediately dropped, revealing her utter exhaustion. Breaking through to the next tier had drained her soul. Controlling her spiritual energy to activate the divine judgment skill required insane concentration. She honestly felt more exhausted than if she hadn't slept for an entire month. She flopped heavily onto her bed, mindlessly pulling out her phone. Thank God I'm an awakened now, she muttered to herself. If I were still a normal human, Pushing myself this hard without sleep would have killed me. But I guess this brutal training is just the fate of an awakened. The very fabric of the world is shifting. While Lam Wai lay in her room, lost in her tangled thoughts, out in the living room, Phuong Dich quietly slipped out the front door. A normal life like her cousin's was simply impossible for her. Suddenly, something flashed on her phone, making Lam Wai's eyes widen in absolute shock. The screen lit up with a message. Gia Lam, if you find any more traces of that powerhouse, let me know immediately. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized this was the very first time Gia Lam had ever spoken in the group chat. The screen displayed a direct message between Lam Wai and the mysterious user known as Gia Lam. Gia Lam, if you pick up any trail of that expert, let me know. A user named Lotus Wind chimed in, Got it, Gia Lam. Also, I have a question. Do you guys think the one who saved us could be that legendary figure from the Abyssal Magma Dragon incident? If it's really that supreme master, why would they go out of their way to save us? Meanwhile, the internet was exploding with viral threads, completely obsessed with Phuong Dich's terrifying power. Breaking news! Music! Breaking news! The top-tier Yang attribute god has returned. That single sword strike was like a blinding rainbow piercing the sun. The entire sky was swallowed whole by that massive flash of white light. I saw it with my own eyes back in the Abyssal Magma Dragon's corruption zone. It was that exact same light, followed by a massive fiery explosion. We were forced to evacuate the cave immediately. I'll bet my life on it. In the entire Xia nation, there isn't a single awakened vanguard of the same level who would dare face him. If you ever see him in the mutation zones, watch your back and stay the hell away. As night fell, a figure parked a bicycle by the side of the road. Phuong Dich hopped onto the bike, making a firm decision in his mind. All right, Lam Wai should finally lower her guard around me now. She won't suspect I'm tracking her when she goes out. He quickly pedaled away. Now was the perfect time to find a vessel for his new desolation attribute, a power that naturally gravitated toward plant life. As he rode, Phuong Dich recalled the bleached white bones left hanging on those demonic vines. Still, this is a dark attribute. Its very nature is pure corrosion. If I absorb it directly into my body, there could be a severe backlash, he worried to himself. Worse yet, it might violently clash with my current lightning attribute. Phuong Dich pondered, the best solution is to find a host vessel, something similar to that bizarre cursed tree. Those vines drop from the sky because they sense the massive surge of spiritual energy. The desolation attribute was born from its own evolutionary path. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he muttered, I know exactly where to go. Phuong Dich made his way up the rolling hills, bathed in the bright silvery moonlight. He parked his bike right at the entrance of the city forest park. Phuong Dich slowly approached a patch of wildflowers blooming in the grass. I need to choose a plant that can resonate with my spiritual energy to the absolute limit. It also needs to show a natural affinity with me for this to work. He squeezed his eyes shut, reaching out with his senses. An aura of power surged around him as Phuong Dich spread his arms wide into the night air, unleashing his spiritual energy. The wave of energy made the delicate stems of the wildflowers tremble. So, this is how plants react to spiritual energy? He thought to himself. It's a strong reaction, but still not enough. I need more power, Phuong Dich shouted, pushing his limits to control the flow. I need it to be even stronger. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as he felt a distinct pulse. A single tiny flower was swaying gently. Phuong Dich stared at it intently for a moment before whispering, Is it you? He stepped closer and reached out to touch its petals. The petals instantly wrapped around Phuong Dich's finger, greedily drinking in his spiritual energy. Once it had its fill, the little flower practically glowed with vibrant life. Phuong Dich gave it a warm smile. You've got a lot of spirit. This wildflower is just a plant, but the moment it tasted spiritual energy, it acted like a hungry little puppy. It even nudged my finger after it finished eating. He softly stroked its petals, and the flower leaned in, snuggling right into the palm of his hand. Phuong Dich spoke to it tenderly. Out of this entire forest, you had the strongest reaction to my spiritual energy. You're the perfect match for the desolation attribute. So, I'm choosing you. Are you ready? He pulled his hand back slightly, creating a small gap as a blinding surge of power erupted, engulfing both him and the little flower. The flower was now securely resting in Fuangdiche's palm. A system prompt suddenly popped up. "Do you wish to bind the Desolation attribute to this host?" He immediately answered, "Yes." A terrifying shockwave of power blasted out from Fuangdiche, shooting straight up into the sky as if trying to rip the very night apart. Suddenly, something incredible caught his eye. The flower had fully bloomed, and it no longer had just the 5 petals it started with. The pristine white flower radiated a mesmerizing, mystical beauty in the pitch-black forest, glowing brilliantly as if overflowing with divine magic. Fuangdiche stood in stunned silence, watching the raw power pouring out of the blossom. He glanced up at the withered, desolate wasteland around him. The power of desolation is absolutely terrifying. It's like the grip of a demon, he thought. In just 3 seconds, it nearly drained the life out of an entire section of the city forest. This is way too overpowered, and it's still spreading like crazy. In the midst of the sprawling forest, only the exact spot where Fuangdiche stood was radiating this massive, overwhelming aura. The flower fluttered softly, visibly growing larger by the second. Without a second thought, he snapped the stem and took the flower with him. "That's enough. If I keep this up, I'll definitely draw the Spiritual Energy Association here." Before taking off, Fuangdiche couldn't help but glance back over his shoulder one last time. After all, this is the heart of the city. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the association is bound to keep a close eye on this place. These mutating plants are way too dangerous. Now that I look around, they've actually installed a ton of surveillance cameras here, and the whole area is completely dead. Not a single tourist in sight. He held the flower up, staring at it in disbelief. "Are you really still absorbing energy? You don't even have roots anymore, and you're still alive?" Fuangdiche gently brushed its petals with a warm smile, but compared to its greedy, unrestrained devouring from before, its absorption had calmed down significantly. How fascinating. Even after being completely uprooted, its spiritual essence hasn't faded at all. Before I picked it, it was just an ordinary wildflower. A thrilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that after binding with the attribute, this plant has also started to evolve? It's like it just shattered its own evolutionary limiters. Suddenly, glaring red lights shattered the silence, followed by a blaring automated voice. "Warning! Abnormal energy levels exceeding maximum threshold. Danger! Threshold breached!" Fuangdiche panicked and sprinted away as fast as his legs could carry him. "Crap, did I actually trigger the defense grid?" Music. "I gotta get out of here." The alarm system continued to wail into the night. "Warning! Abnormal energy levels exceeding maximum threshold. Danger! Threshold breached." Meanwhile, over at the Spiritual Energy Plant Research Division, total chaos erupted. The energy readings are spiking off the charts. What the hell is going on? A stern voice barked out orders. "Everyone, gear up, equip your tactical bracelets, and get to the park immediately. Lock down the entire perimeter. No one goes in or out." A tactical monitor flashed the number 30, beeping frantically. One of the squad members gasped in horror. "This is insane. The reading at the north gate of Qingcheng University was only an 8 or a 10. Even the legendary Abyssal Magma Dragon incident peaked at 25. The teammate running next to him nodded grimly. "Exactly! And any spiritual energy anomaly that crosses level 10 means the military is taking full control. The spiritual energy concentration in this park wasn't even at a 10 before." A team member pulled out a scanner to check, then turned to report. "This is too weird. Look at this, everyone. Air humidity, surface moisture, temperature, everything is perfectly normal. There are no issues with solar radiation either, but it's like every single plant here had its life force drained in a matter of seconds." He stood up abruptly, wondering out loud, what kind of elemental attribute could have caused this? I think we still need to push a bit further ahead. That's where the epicenter is. Suddenly, a researcher from behind screamed out to stop him. "Do not take another step," he warned with absolute gravity. "Absolutely do not touch it. This is the Desolation attribute." A member of the eradication team asked in confusion, "The Desolation attribute?" The researcher immediately questioned them back. "Have you seen those vines hanging in the sky?" 2 members of the team gasped in shock. "You mean that demonic vine that was classified as an A-rank mutation?" The researcher looked down, explaining in a grim tone, "Exactly. It was classified as A-rank because it's incredibly dangerous. Its sheer brutality has torn countless pioneers to shreds. Ultimately, it's all because it possesses the Desolation attribute, a terrifying power capable of draining the life force from all surrounding creatures and devouring everything for itself. Hearing this, the eradication team member was so terrified he bit his lip, cold sweat streaming down his face. Another member spoke up. "Professor, if you hadn't stopped me just now, wouldn't I be dead the moment I stepped inside?" The researcher gave a slow nod. Plants that have awakened the Desolation attribute turn their surroundings into an absolute death zone. Anyone who steps inside will have their life force entirely consumed. He went on to reveal, "I once read documents about another plant with the Desolation attribute in Xia country. It was the forbidden ancient tree located in Shangcheng. That rotting ancient tree corrupted the entire forest, turning it into a forbidden zone. Any living creature that gets close will be instantly impaled." The researcher unconsciously rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, his grim and mysterious voice echoing through the quiet mountain forest. With the massive changes happening to our world, plant mutations absolutely cannot be underestimated. Based on what we know, the Desolation attribute is currently the most powerful awakening a plant can achieve. And now, besides that ancient tree and the demonic vine, a new Desolation entity has appeared. Suddenly, a voice from behind shattered the suffocating tension. "I've already heard the situation." Han Li placed a hand on the researcher's shoulder, making him jump and cry out in shock. "Major Han," the officer immediately barked out an order. "All researchers present, put on your hazmat suits immediately. You are coming with us into the contaminated zone." Everyone quickly complied, changing into fresh protective gear. In the dead of night, boots moved silently across the barren soil. The Vanguard reported that they still hadn't found the source of the Desolation. Didn't they say only that demonic vine could move around freely? Could the Desolation aura be weakening? We've only been in the forest for 5 minutes, but the concentration level has already dropped to 25. Hanley turned around, his face dead serious as he suggested, "Let us scout ahead." Qingying agreed without hesitation. "Understood." The two of them crouched low, preparing to unleash their power. In the blink of an eye, the duo teleported far ahead of the group. Qingying's eyes widened in sheer shock, a flicker of genuine fear crossing her face. "Wait, what is this?" Han Li was equally stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat as he confirmed the impossible. "The source! Someone dug it up." The researcher was so mind-blown that he stuttered, struggling to form a coherent sentence. "He dug it up? How is that even possible?" Hanley looked down with a heavy expression. If someone out there actually has the power to dig up the source right from the heart of a Desolation forbidden zone, then we need to seriously investigate exactly who we're dealing with. Qingying quickly chimed in. "Captain Han, I know what you're thinking, but there's absolutely no residual spiritual energy from any supreme expert at the scene." He didn't seem bothered, simply opening his tablet to share the intel. "Based on our big data filtering and analysis, we found this person's file. Their movements perfectly match the locations of both mutation incidents." She took the device, her eyes scanning the screen as she muttered the name, Fang Yi. Han Li stated in an icy tone, "I'll transfer his complete file over to you. It's highly likely that this is the same person you made contact with earlier. I'll leave the rest to your association." Qingying stood frozen in silence for a long time before finally replying, "I understand." 2 hours later, the scene shifts. Fang Yi was holding the freshly uprooted flower in a small pot. He smiled, gently and affectionately stroking its petals. "It's my first time growing a flower, so of course you get your very own pot. This is the little home you chose for yourself, so stop clinging to my hand now." The little white flower obediently let go. "Since this little guy has the Desolation attribute, it'll keep cultivating on its own. I guess you can say I've just nurtured a pretty powerful right-hand man." The potted white flower continued to emit a faint blue glow. As Fang Yi watched it, he thought to himself, "The Desolation attribute is quite unique. It'll be a massive help in combat and probably bring a lot of unexpected effects to the table, right? Plus, it looks so wonderfully unremarkable. Even if Lin Yi happens to see it, she won't suspect a thing. In a real fight, a completely ordinary appearance is the ultimate disguise." For a brief moment, his expression turned deadly serious. In actual combat, raw power is only one part of the equation. What really matters is who has the most trump cards hidden up their sleeve. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. The caller ID showed Old Wang from next door. Fang Yi picked it up, wondering to himself, "Old Wang, isn't this my childhood best friend? He joined the army and I haven't seen him in 3 years." He recalled their school days together. Old Wang's full name was Wang Liang. He was Fang Yi's neighbor, and they had shared a desk from elementary all the way through middle school. They were supposed to keep sitting together in high school too. But that idiot just packed up one day and announced he was joining the military. Fang Yi answered the call and immediately greeted him. "Hey man, are you finally back?" Wang Liang instantly replied, "Yeah, I'm back. Want to grab a drink? Let's meet at our usual spot." Taken aback, he asked, "Right now? Isn't that a bit sudden?" Wang Liang awkwardly scratched his head and added, "Yeah, well, I've got a massive secret to tell you. Try not to pass out from shock when you hear it, okay?" After that, Wang Liang immediately put his phone down on the table. Sitting directly across from him were Qing Ying and Ji Lan. Wang Liang spoke up. "Reporting to the commander, I've done exactly as you asked, but I formally request, if he isn't the person we're looking for, can you guarantee his absolute safety?" Ji Lan slammed her hand onto the table. Crossing her arms, she warned him sternly, "Just focus on doing your job, soldier. Leave the unnecessary questions out of this. If he's not the target, then just treat this as a friend giving him some good advice." Later, Fang Yi and Wang Liang clinked their glasses, downing their beers together. Fang Yi took a few slow sips, observing him and guessing internally. Looking at Wang Liang's demeanor, military life must have been incredibly tough. This goofy kid had really grown up and matured a lot. Wang Liang emptied his glass, let out a deep sigh, and started opening up. "Man, these past 3 years, I've felt so many different things. Military life is something else. What about you?" Fang Yi gave a soft smile and replied, "I'm doing all right. Getting into college wasn't too bad." Hearing that, Wang Liang let out an impressed, "Oh." Fang Yi quietly stared into his beer, a hidden smile tugging at his lips. He recalled his past life, the chaotic wars, the utterly ruined landscapes, nothing left but smoke, ash, and the devastating remnants of the riots. Truth be told, in my previous life, I never got the chance to see Wang Liang again. During the chaos of that era, getting any news was impossible, especially about a soldier. It's highly likely he died at some unknown time, in some nameless battle. Can I actually change my old friend's future this time around? Suddenly, Wang Liang's anxious voice broke the silence, probing carefully. "So, I wanted to ask, have you run into anything strange lately? Like in the movies? Zombies, monsters, that kind of stuff?" A wave of suspicion washed over Fuang Dich. It made sense. It wouldn't be surprising if the military already knew about the spiritual awakening. But all these questions? Was he trying to sound me out? His tone turned cold as he cut straight to the point. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Vuong Luong looked uneasy, carefully choosing his words. "If it's nothing, then good. Honestly, I came here today to tell you something important. I'm not trying to comfort you. I'm warning you. In the near future, maybe in a few months, maybe a year, all the degrees and wealth we value so much right now are going to become completely worthless. Everything in this world is going to be reset." Hearing this, Fuang Dich froze, completely at a loss for words. A thought flashed through his mind. Ordinary soldiers were definitely under strict gag orders, bound by agreements, and forbidden from breathing a single word about the spiritual awakening. Which meant the military had actually put him on a watch list and was tracking his every move. And because Vuong Luong was his childhood friend, they sent him to test the waters. Vuong Luong quickly raised his hands to reassure him. "Hey, don't worry. As long as you keep what I told you today an absolute secret, you'll be completely fine." But since I played dumb and didn't cooperate, he still went out of his way to warn me about the coming changes, even at the risk of breaking military protocol. Suddenly, the phone beside them began buzzing frantically, grabbing their attention. A dead serious voice barked an order through the receiver. "Vuong Luong! Emergency assembly at the target location in 10 minutes. Without missing a beat, Vuong Luong snapped back, "Yes, sir." He immediately dashed off, leaving Fuang Dich behind. "Sorry, man. It's an emergency mission. I gotta run. Just head home first. I can't see you out." Fuang Dich shot up from his seat. "Does this have something to do with the spiritual awakening? I'm coming with you." Vuong Luong stopped dead in his tracks. Fuang Dich quickly stepped forward, clapping a hand on his friend's shoulder with a knowing smile. "Take me with you. You being here to see me today, That was an order from your higher-ups too, wasn't it? Vuong Luong looked at him in anxious disbelief. How did you? Phuong Dich immediately calmed him down. Relax. I don't know what your commanding officers told you, but I know for a fact that you'd never hurt me. As night fell, Phuong Dich stood with a solemn expression, scanning the dark forest and analyzing the situation. Besides, I really need to see what kind of crisis the military is handling. It has to be tied to the world's mutation. He followed Vuong Luong into the military's restricted zone 19. Heavy gray clouds choked the pitch-black sky. Since the Spiritual Association was already dealing with anomalies, what exactly was the military in charge of? This was the perfect chance to find out the truth. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. The concentration levels are even higher than in the contaminated zones. The two of them approached a squad standing perfectly in formation. Vuong Luong saluted and shouted, Vuong Luong, reporting for duty. Phuong Dich casually strolled in behind him, successfully blending into the ranks. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right in front of them, sending everyone stumbling backward in shock. A heavily armed squad was combining their strength to suppress a massive demonic beast. Roaring, the creature unleashed a devastating blast of crimson energy, violently throwing several soldiers through the air. Phuong Dich froze, his eyes going wide in disbelief. Wait, is that a dual attribute fusion? Standing nearby, Ko Lam gritted her teeth and confirmed. That's right, an abnormal fusion of darkness and fire magic. It's made this damn hound insanely aggressive and brutal. We've already got several men critically injured. This was Ko Lam, a commanding officer at the 3-star Phantom Realm. The moment she finished speaking, she barked out a name. Vuong Luong! He slammed his fist against his chest and shouted back. Sir, yes sir! Ko Lam immediately tore into him. Bringing an unauthorized civilian into a restricted zone without permission. Are you out of your mind? He stammered, desperately trying to explain. Ma'am, it's not what... She angrily cut him off. Forget it! We're in a crisis and you're the last one we need. Get over here, now! Take your position in the defensive formation, Vuong Luong shouted. Understood! Ko Lam pressed her lips together and shot a quick glance over her shoulder. So that's Phuong Dich? He doesn't look like anything special. The spiritual aura around him is barely active at all. Maybe he isn't the guy we're looking for. But whatever, I don't have time for this right now. She shot Phuong Dich a deadly serious look. Since you're with Vuong Luong, I won't waste my breath. This is a restricted zone. You're responsible for your own life or death here, and everything you see is strictly classified. Got it? Phuong Dich didn't hesitate. Understood. Ko Lam gripped her weapon and yelled out. Truong Mat! Line Gok! The beast was violently surging with power, unleashing massive waves of destructive energy in every direction. She raised her gun, took aim, and fired. A blinding burst of flames erupted right on the beast's head, making it shriek in agonizing pain. The demonic creature unhinged its terrifying jaws, its eyes glowing a bloodthirsty red as it let out a deafening roar. Its mutation level just spiked again, someone screamed, seeing the beast rear back its massive claws to strike Len Gok. They shouted a warning. Len Gok! Watch out! Len Gok froze, throwing his arms up in a desperate attempt to block the blow. Ko Lam shouted a harsh order. Don't get careless. Maintain your distance. We have to put it down before it fully evolves. Copy that, Len Gok replied. Watching them from a distance, Phuong Dich let out a faint smile, his gaze sharp. A perfectly trained squad. Absolute trust, strict discipline, flawless coordination. Every single member plays a crucial role. Together, they can unleash power way beyond their individual limits. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open as he spotted something terrifying. Run, Phuong Dich screamed. You guys are no match for it. The demonic beast unleashed a horrifying shockwave of energy, obliterating everything in its immediate path. Stay on high alert. Escalate the restricted zone's threat level, Ko Lam commanded frantically. No one takes a single step back. Hold the line. Vuong Luong rushed forward to carry out the order. Yes, ma'am. But as the gargantuan beast towered over him, the sheer terror forced Vuong Luong to stumble backward. Watch out. The Shadow Fiend has fully absorbed the darkness attribute. The mutation is complete. Its blood-red eyes pierced through the dark, exuding pure nightmare fuel. Vuong Luong froze in his tracks, gritting his teeth as sheer terror flooded his eyes. Vuong Luong, Kolam screamed in panic. Phuong Dich clenched his jaw. Crap! He's a dead man! The massive beast slammed its claws into the ground, obliterating the earth. By some miracle, Vuong Luong dove out of the way just in time. Kolam clenched her fists and screamed. Listen up, everyone. The Class C mutated Hellhound in Forbidden Zone 019 has fully mutated and evolved. It's now classified as a Class B threat. Combat plans are being updated. Phuong Dich stood nearby in grim silence. Suddenly, Vuong Luong coughed up blood. Phuong Dich rushed over, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" He trembled, forcing a smile. "I'm fine. I just poured in too much spiritual energy to keep the collar on it and suffered a backlash." Vuong Luong used his last bit of strength to say, "Don't worry about us, all the soldiers of Forbidden Zone 19. Phuong Dich's eyes darkened, a hint of sorrow flashing through them. Kolam slammed her gun into the ground. She commanded, "Everyone, no matter what tactics or methods it takes, stand up and face this massive beast. Even if it costs us our lives, we absolutely cannot let this Class B anomaly leave the Forbidden Zone." Phuong Dich said nothing. He simply leaped into the air, leaving Kolam in shock. Just as he gathered power in his hands to strike, she yelled out, "What are you doing?" Phuong Dich soared upwards, carrying a whirlwind of destructive power. His eyes gleamed, a savage smirk on his face as he taunted the beast with pure arrogance. The monster leaped up to meet him head-on, its eyes glowing red as it bared its terrifying fangs. He leapt high above the monster's head to unleash his attack. "Then let this divine lightning—" Phuong Dich ruthlessly smashed the surging power down onto the beast's head, giving it no time to react. "Ah, forge you!" The fiery lightning exploded with overwhelming force, as if tearing through everything in its path. The ground erupted and violently shook, making it impossible for anyone to stand straight. Truong Mat couldn't believe his eyes and screamed, "Am I seeing this right? This is a Class B anomaly. Not even Commander Kolam could handle it alone." Vuong Luong's eyes went wide, stammering in disbelief. "Commander, could my buddy really be—" Kolam furrowed her brows and nodded. "None of us are seeing things." She emphasized her words with absolute certainty. "He is, without a doubt, a tyrant." Phuong Dich stood before the raging flames that were slowly incinerating the massive beast. His gaze sharpened and he spoke in a cold, chilling tone. "Still not completely dead. Guess I'll just have to do this. Commander, Old Vuong, both of you step back now." Kolam and her squad had just stepped forward, thinking to themselves, "We needed everyone to get into formation, coordinate, and prepare to sacrifice ourselves just to face a Class B anomaly. But he can push it this far all by himself?" She frowned deeply, her mind racing. What kind of power was this? The moment Phuong Dich raised his hand, a surge of lightning wrapped around him. Seeing this, Kolam had to admit to herself, "I have to confess, this is the ultimate lightning attribute. Even in the entire Jia Nation right now, this is a peak-level existence. If we wait until spiritual energy is fully restored..." She stared intently at the power he was summoning, grimacing as she wondered, just how terrifyingly will he evolve? A massive tornado formed in the sky, with lightning striking straight down to the earth. Kolam stood frozen at the sight. Phuong Dich walked forward with absolute authority. He forcefully swiped his hand down behind him, letting that power smash into the ground, truly living up to the title of a tyrant. His eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, his face radiating a cold, arrogant pride. Li Ngach grimaced and groaned, "Just watching this gives me the chills. My head is ringing." Truong Mat stood nearby, trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, "Why does this lightning attribute feel 10,000 times scarier than the dark attribute? I can handle being corroded, but getting struck by lightning? I'd be toast." Phuong Dich slowly walked out and announced, "Old Vuong, it's done." Vuong Luong hurried over, scolding him lightly, "You little punk, you scared the life out of me." He playfully smacked Phuong Dich on the head, laughing as he joked, "I didn't expect my own bro to be this insanely strong." Phuong Dich chuckled and replied, "Biting the hand that feeds you, huh? I beat the dog, and you beat me." Vuong Luong scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, "Sorry about that. Actually, I knew you might be an awakened pioneer. Military orders are absolute, so I dragged you into this mess." Phuong Dich lightly patted his chest to comfort him. What's with that? We haven't seen each other for 3 years, and now you're acting all distant, like I don't know you inside out? From a distance, Ko Lam approached, catching Fuang Ditch's attention. He turned his head slightly as she extended her hand with a satisfied smile, initiating the conversation. Fuang Ditch, thank you for your help. Hearing this, he smiled softly, his eyes taking on a gentler look. Fuang Ditch shook her hand warmly and said, It's nothing. Just consider it me saving a friend. Ko Lam continued seriously. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ko Lam, in charge of guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You saved this place, so I hope you can leave your contact info. I need to give a truthful report on this. Hearing that, Fuang Ditch agreed immediately, no problem. Witnessing this, Vuong Long secretly rejoiced. What a surreal experience it was to see his commanding officer saluting his childhood best friend. Ko Lam then praised him. Fuang Ditch, your strength surpasses many of the awakened pioneers specially recruited by the military. Because of that, I would very much like to invite you to join the ranks of the Jia Nation's army. But an invitation from a mere commander guarding a forbidden zone like me probably doesn't hold enough weight. Her eyes lowered slightly as she thought to herself, what's even more shocking is that his realm should be at the 3-star Ghost Mansion stage. Yet he has already reached, no, far exceeded, the level of a spirit creation stage venerable. Fuang Ditch immediately questioned, Commander Ko, are you saying you feel you're not qualified to invite me? Ko Lam didn't hesitate and replied right away, That's right. I don't think there's anything to deny or be ashamed of. She softened her tone and confessed, This time, we were just following orders from above to learn more about you. We never intended to drag you into this anomaly outbreak. I believe they will come in person to recruit you. He let out a light laugh and said, It's not that big of a deal. Honestly, I have a lot of respect for you guys. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. Before today, I'd never seen soldiers fight with my own eyes. What did you all say earlier? It actually hit me right in the feels. Hearing that, she paused for a long moment before replying, Thank you. Fuang Ditch placed a hand over his heart and said sincerely, So, if you ever run into any trouble in the future, you can call me for help. Just like what you all have done for us ordinary people during peacetime. Though, of course, there's one condition. No interfering with my personal cultivation and no restricting my freedom. Ko Lam felt quite surprised, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Then he waved his hand and turned to leave. It's getting late. I should take my leave now. She readily agreed. All right, Vuong Long and I still need to deal with the mutated hound's corpse. I'll have someone escort you back now. Fuang Ditch walked away with a commanding presence. Deep down, he thought, now I truly understand the role of the military. The squad behind him continued to watch him go. As he looked at the stronghold stationed in the surrounding mountains where spiritual energy gathered, countless thoughts crossed Fuang Ditch's mind. The military stations themselves in dangerous areas with dense spiritual energy. On one hand, it allows the soldiers to cultivate in a rich environment, ensuring the army's combat power is prioritized. On the other hand, they create a warning perimeter, separating ordinary people from these anomalies. As soon as he turned his back, Ko Lam said, Vuong Long, this friend of yours can no longer be described with just the words, not simple. What happened today was only a tiny fraction of his true power. Yet even that much is far beyond our reach. For an awakened pioneer to reach this level so quickly, it shows he possesses an unprecedented level of insight, luck, courage, and raw power. He's got the full package. Take away even one, and it just wouldn't be him. Wang Liang turned and asked, Commander, if that's the case, can't we seriously bump up our compensation offer? If you think you're not the right fit to recruit him, then leave it to me, his childhood friend. Ji Lan teased, playfully pressing his head down. All right, you little brat. Hurry up and follow me to clean up the scene. Wang Liang reluctantly agreed. The scene shifted as night fell. The entire building went dark, leaving only Fang Yi's apartment still brightly lit. He sat in his room, intensely focused on his cultivation. Even though my identity was exposed this time, I haven't revealed any power other than my lightning attribute. Plus, judging by their attitude, this might not be a bad thing after all. Fang Yi recalled the day's events. At the very least, I now know that this lightning attribute is incredibly rare, maybe even totally unique. It completely counters the dark attribute, making it something the military is desperately thirsting for. He then lowered his head, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. So that's why they want to rope me in. Not only will they avoid threatening or suppressing me, they'll actually give me a real voice. They're offering the fastest path to power and access to the most advanced intel. Besides that, he had finally understood the clear division of roles between the military and the Spirit Association. Jilan and Qingying, belonging to two different factions, stood with their backs against each other. Fang Yi pondered silently. The military, they are the night watchmen, the blade in the dark, the impenetrable shield of the nation, fighting with everything they have just to protect the peaceful lives of the citizens. On one hand, the government uses restricted zones to protect ordinary people. On the other, they're broadcasting signals that spiritual energy is on the verge of returning. A two-pronged approach. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the scene shifted to the bustling, brightly lit streets below, using restricted zones for protection while subtly preparing the public for the spiritual awakening. This dual strategy is to buy as much time as possible for regular folks. That way, when the anomalies strike, they won't be completely wiped out, losing their homes and becoming wanderers overnight. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of golden light spiraled deeply into the center of Fang Yi's abdomen. He raised his hand, holding the orb of pure power. As expected, the restricted zone is absolutely brimming with spiritual energy. Just absorbing the desolate power didn't give me this feeling of an imminent breakthrough. But just staying inside the restricted zone for a short while has completely flooded my body with spiritual energy. The raw energy flared up, radiating intensely as Fang Yi's eyes shifted into a glowing, golden hue. This is it, the sign of a breakthrough. Lin Yi walked down the street carrying a bag of groceries, wondering to herself, has my cousin gotten home yet? The young girl strolled quietly down the lonely street. If he is, I can let him taste test and see if my cooking skills have leveled up. Suddenly, right in front of Lin Yi, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, piercing upward and tearing the very sky apart. She froze in her tracks, her eyes widened in pure shock as she stammered, Is this... Lin Yi's eyes reflected nothing but the towering pillar of power. Are these the energy shockwaves of someone breaking through to the Ghost Palace realm? The energy surged violently, releasing an overwhelming aura that began to engulf the entire city. No, wait, that's not right. This terrifying aura. In a mere instant, the immense power went absolutely berserk, manifesting into a massive vortex of clouds in the sky. Lin Yi gasped in disbelief. Could it be? Is a senior expert about to break through to the spirit creation realm? Lin Yi stood completely paralyzed as she witnessed the colossal wave of energy, looking as though it would rip the heavens apart. It moved. Wait, this definitely isn't the Ghost Palace realm. This monumental power took the shape of a massive, energetic finger pointing straight ahead. The spirit creation realm. The young girl stared with wide, unbelieving eyes, her mind reeling as she asked herself over and over, a pioneer, this outrageously strong, is living right next door to me? Inside the headquarters, the system monitors suddenly blared with harsh alarms. Warning! Warning! Anomaly index has hit 99. Anomaly index has reached 99. Massive spiritual magnetic fluctuations detected 5 kilometers southeast of the city center. Hanley barked fiercely into his comms. What the hell is going on? All units, emergency deployment to the target zone immediately. Qingying's eyes widened in sheer panic. An anomaly of this magnitude. How was it never detected until now? These readings are high enough to wipe an entire city off the map. The surrounding soldiers watched in awe at the tactical projection showing the massive explosion of light over the city. Did a brand new spirit creation realm pioneer just emerge? Or to put it another way, this place is about to face an apocalyptic disaster. Honestly, it might even be both. Han Li frantically issued orders. Request immediate backup from headquarters. Bring out all the most advanced gear and resources. Everything short of our weapons of mass destruction. A subordinate rushed in, panting in panic. Major Han, the alarm has been cleared. The anomaly is neutralized. It was just a pioneer leveling up. The scene cut back to Fang Yi sitting in his room. He let out a long breath, casually scratching his head as he muttered, 1-star spirit creation realm. Wow. Who knew breaking through would be this ridiculously easy? Other than my body feeling a bit lighter, there doesn't seem to be any major difference. Fang Yi checked his phone and saw a new message notification pop up, leaving him slightly puzzled. Wang Liang? The screen displayed their chat history. It read, Hero of Liangshan, Hero of Liangshan. Shocking! A massive, unexplained fire has broken out at the Qingcheng University Stadium. Damn! Hey bro, look at this quick. Insider intel confirms this is an anomaly spawning from a polluted domain. And get this, it's the second time it's happened. Wait, are you saying that weird heat wave at the North Gate last time has escalated into the campus, catching on fire now? Hero of Liangshan. So you knew about this too. I heard some pioneer completely purified the polluted zone at Qingcheng University before. But for some crazy reason, the anomaly has resurfaced. Whatever you do, do not tell anyone I leaked this to you. Got it? I'm heading out to find your boss right now. Listen up, Hero of Liangshan. Speaking of which, bro, I've got to warn you. Your power is just way too off the charts. Even my higher-ups are saying you're completely uncontrollable. I can't cover for you anymore. From now on, whenever you head out, you need to watch your back and be extremely careful. Fang He read the text, nodding in agreement. Wang Liang is right. This is exactly why I've always kept my guard up around the military and the Spirit Association. Living too flashy doesn't always bring good things. That's exactly why I've always kept my Solar Flare attribute and Crimson Fire Dao arts completely hidden. He typed back a quick, reassuring reply. Don't worry about me. I'll be careful. Your boy still has a few trump cards up his sleeve. Right at that moment, Lin Yi gently pushed the door open and announced her return. I'm home, the young girl softly checked in on her cousin. Have you eaten yet? I brought some food back for you. Sounds good. Fang Yi smiled appreciatively. Just leave it right there. I'll eat in a bit. A fleeting grimace crossed Lin Yi's face as she sighed inwardly. My cousin has a great personality, no bad habits at all. But his only problem is that he's incredibly lazy. She stared blankly at his silhouette, completely engrossed in his phone. He just loves lounging around the house. He didn't even bother going to college, and he just glues himself to that phone all day long. Sure, whether you get an education or not doesn't really matter anymore. But pioneers like us are constantly running ourselves ragged out there, desperately hunting for earthly fortunes and divine encounters, all while trying to keep our identities hidden from ordinary people. Yet here he is, living such a blissfully carefree and effortless life. Before completely stepping into her own room, she couldn't help but shoot him one last glance. After that, Lin Yi immediately flopped face first onto her bed to rest. To think that an earth-shattering spirit creation realm exalted has appeared right in our very own district. The other pioneers definitely felt those massive shockwaves. The news is absolutely going to spread like wildfire. Whatever. When the time comes, I'll protect my cousin to repay him for letting me stay over. Huang Diech sat outside, intensely rewatching the footage of his explosive new fire powers. First came the intense heat, and now, a massive fire. Could this be the Yang attribute? The video showed the flames erupting with terrifying speed and sheer ferocity. He thought to himself. The trees and flower beds around the athletic field had been completely reduced to ash, and the whole area was already on lockdown. The comment section was going wild. Holy crap! With a fire that huge, did some idiot in the dorms blow the power grid trying to cook hot pot? Man, that blaze is insane. As expected from the elite Qingbei University, even a random fire brings out the special forces for rescue operations. That's terrifying. Am I seeing things? The special ops actually showed up. But wait, since when do special forces deal with campus fires? A hint of concern crossed Huang Diech's face as he pondered. The video was way too short, cutting off abruptly, but it already looked far more severe than the previous incident at the North Gate. I wonder how the Yang attribute will manifest differently this time. If I want to check it out myself, I need to contact her first. The very next day, a massive crowd had gathered outside the campus gates, phones held high, eagerly waiting to catch whatever might happen next. Qingcheng University, we heard there was a massive fire on campus. Is that true? Excuse me? Were there any casualties? How could an incident this huge not have a single news broadcast? Amidst the chaotic sea of whispers and shouting, a pair of footsteps quietly stepped forward. Voices continued to complain about student safety and flammable materials on campus. But the moment Ji Lan and Huang Diech walked through the gates, The entire crowd fell into an awestruck hush. Who are those two? Their aura is completely off the charts. The crowd couldn't help but wonder. We're all stuck out here, so how did they get clearance the second they arrived? The two of them came to a halt, standing there with undeniable authority. Ji-lan broke the silence, her voice filled with disbelief. It actually burned to this extent? Is this what they call the heavenly fire? Fuangditch asked in response. Heavenly fire? Yeah, she explained. That's the official code name given by the government. In the dead of night, blazing flames erupt out of nowhere, spreading across streets and mountains without a single warning sign. The fire ignites abruptly and absolutely cannot be extinguished. You can only watch and wait as it devours everything in its path. Don't you think the name is a perfect fit? Ji-lan turned to him. Fuangditch, I'm going to make a trip to the principal's office. Do you want to wait here or come with me? He quickly replied, You go ahead. I'll just wait right here. Before leaving, she made sure to warn him. All right, just be careful. We'll meet up later. Fuangditch took a walk around to inspect the perimeter. Crouching down, he examined the dirt. The scorched earth was already stone cold. Is there really not a single trace of the heavenly fire's spiritual energy left behind? If so, there's obviously nothing for me to harvest. Seems like I underestimated this. Suddenly, a voice calling out from behind startled him. Fuangditch! He turned around, equally surprised to see who it was. Chu Qingli? Qingli stared in disbelief. It really is you. What are you doing here? Her friend chimed in, pointing at him. Fuangditch? Wait. Is this that ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The loser who only managed to get into a community college? Qingli just gave a quiet, awkward nod. The friend patted Qingli's shoulder and sneered at him. Look, buddy, I know you probably came all the way here because you still have some lingering feelings for Qingli. But the gap in your social statuses is painfully obvious now. Just give up. Unfazed, Fuangditch asked with a cold, deadpan expression. Lingering feelings? For her? Hearing the commotion, the surrounding crowd immediately started gossiping. Hey, isn't that Chu Qingli? Who's that random guy with her? No clue. Probably just another pathetic simp trying to shoot his shot with the campus bell. Never seen him before. He's not from our university. What the hell is campus security doing? Didn't they say security was tightened? How on earth did they let some random outsider just walk in? God, I hate these clout chasers coming here just to gawk. Qingli's friend stepped closer, aggressively lecturing him. Let me make this clear. Qingli is currently the #1 beauty of our university. I highly suggest you take a hard look in the mirror. Do you have any idea how many guys, vastly superior to you, are lining up to date her? You are completely out of your league now. Just go home. You don't belong here. Oh, and by the way, our campus is under strict lockdown. How exactly did you sneak in? If you don't explain yourself right now, I'm calling the cops. Qingli didn't say a word, just coyly turned her head away, completely wrapped up in her own narcissistic delusions. Didn't he swear he wouldn't regret breaking up with me? She thought to herself. So why did he come all the way here? What a hypocrite. Just then, Ji-lan suddenly reappeared and demanded an explanation. Fuangditch, are these friends of yours? Fuangditch replied with a voice as cold as ice. Just high school classmates. Definitely not close friends. Ji-lan caught on immediately. Ah, just classmates then. Ji-lan even threw a triumphant, mocking smirk right at Qingli. Qingli and her friend instantly shrank back in fear, completely overwhelmed by her powerful aura. Who the hell is this woman? How does she know Fuangditch? Ji-lan turned to him and spoke. I just had a chat with the principal. This heavenly fire situation is far more severe than we thought. It's hard to explain it all right now. The principal is going to escort us to the point of origin. Right now, your official status here is a specially invited military advisor, so you need to come too. Fuangditch agreed without a second thought. Not a problem. Right on cue, the principal of Qingcheng University made his entrance, flanked by an escort detail, barking loud orders at the crowd. Everyone, disperse. The athletic field is strictly off limits during the lockdown. No one is allowed near. Qingli was so utterly shocked, her jaw dropped, completely speechless. But principal, she stammered, staring at the man's terrifyingly stern demeanor while her mind raced. The principal is usually swamped with a million things. He's so busy that no one ever sees him. I heard even the vice principal has a hard time scheduling a meeting with him. Rumor has it, No one in the entire school has ever even seen him smile. Did he really come all the way down here just for this woman and Fuangditch? Qingli's friend instantly crossed her arms and tried to look as polite and meek as possible. I can't believe the principal is actually here. Wait, did he bring security to arrest these two trespassers? But the principal walked right up to Fuangditch and Jilan. Sporting a massive, welcoming smile, he enthusiastically shook Fuangditch's hand. Greetings, Sir. You must be Advisor Puong, the man Commander G highly recommended. I've been completely pulling my hair out lately over all these bizarre anomalies happening on campus. I was terrified the students would get hurt in the blaze. Thank goodness you're here to handle this. The principal even bowed his head, pleading with Fang Yi. I'm leaving the stadium incident in your capable hands, sir. Seeing this, Qingli's eyes went wide with shock as the guards barked out orders. Everyone not involved! Step back! Clear the area! Move back! The students couldn't believe their eyes, buzzing with excited gossip. Am I seeing things? The principal is so highly respected, yet he's treating that teenager with such reverence. Amidst the noisy crowd, voices murmured, he must have some insane background. No wonder he got into our school. Just look at his aura and how they treat him. Only Qingli stood there, completely frozen. The crowd even turned their sarcastic remarks toward her, making her bow her head in total humiliation. Didn't someone just say he was Qingli's pathetic simp or ex-boyfriend? Qingli's vision began to blur with unshed tears, everything fading out of focus. How is that even possible? Even if she was the one chasing him, she still wouldn't be worthy. Standing all alone, she became the target of their vicious whispers. Didn't they realize? Through this entire ordeal, that boy hadn't even glanced in her direction once. Meanwhile, outside the northern campus of Qingcheng University, an area surrounded by treacherous mountain forests, the principal led the way for a group that included Jilan, Fang Yi, and a few low-ranking soldiers. After that golden light at the north gate vanished, I actually thought the crisis was over. But then, a few nights ago, one of the stadiums suddenly burst into flames. Even the fire trucks couldn't put it out. Thank God there were no students around at night and we managed to lock down the area in time, he confessed, grinding his teeth in pure frustration. But then, Stadium 2, then Stadium 3, one stadium catching fire we could explain away. But as these bizarre anomalies kept piling up, he saw it with his own eyes, fire literally raining down from the sky, with bright crimson flames hovering in midair for absolutely no reason. The principal froze in his tracks. He looked up, lowering his voice. Luckily, the fires at the other stadiums were eventually extinguished, all except this one. Fang Yi followed his gaze, taking a slow sniff of the air. He thought to himself, that is one heavy, scorching stench. Staring at the basketball hoop completely engulfed in raging flames, he asked, is that hoop the origin point of the fire? The principal didn't hesitate for a second. Exactly. The flames here are the only ones we simply cannot put out. Jilan raised her watch, which clearly displayed the number 11. Fang Yi raised an eyebrow. What's that? She kept her voice low, explaining, think of it as a basic detector for abnormal spiritual energy. Any reading over 10 means the area must be strictly quarantined from ordinary civilians. Human lives are incredibly fragile. An anomaly over 10 is basically an inescapable natural disaster for them. Suddenly, the device violently buzzed, the number skyrocketing to 60. Jilan's voice trembled in sheer panic. It jumped that high? She screamed, oh no, this is really bad. The reading is off the charts. If we leave this alone, it won't just be Qingcheng University. The entire city will be dragged down with it. We need to immediately dispatch 3 3-star Ghost Palace generals and 7 2-star generals to set up a defensive array. They have to be warriors with the purest spiritual energy and the most rock-solid cultivation bases. Hearing that, Fang Yi didn't even blink. He recklessly leaped straight into the inferno. He completely ignored the others screaming out, Advisor Fang, and disregarded the strict no-entry signs outside. Plunging headfirst into the sea of fire, the detector's alarm wailed non-stop as the numbers instantly skyrocketed to 110. Jilan screamed over the roaring flames. It's going up again! A reading of 110 officially classifies this as an S-class anomaly. He just ran right in. What the hell do we do now? She stood paralyzed with hesitation before the massive, raging inferno. How could he just charge in there alone? Even the absolute strongest soldier in the Forbidden Zone wouldn't dare. Meanwhile, Fang Yi's tall, imposing silhouette stood completely still, flickering ominously within the heart of the blaze. He slowly stepped forward, analyzing his surroundings. Last time, my Yang attribute helped me completely block out the lightning. Naturally, it can fend off this heavenly fire too, but as long as my shield is up, I can't touch the origin flame, which means I can't trigger my cultivation technique. The heavenly fire roared right in front of him, coiling violently around the basketball hoop. I have to get right up close to its absolute core. Suddenly, the beast-like heavenly fire opened its massive jaws and lunged right at him. Fang Yi didn't even flinch. His expression turned deadly serious as he thrust out his hand to block it. Man and mystical flame clashed head-on in a brutal test of power. Pushing his golden yang body protection to the absolute limit, he held his ground as the heavenly fire clamped its massive jaws down on him. Fang Yi dug his heels in, violently gritting his teeth. His brow furrowed in agony as cold sweat began pouring down his face. A system prompt violently flashed. Warning! Extreme heavenly fire attribute fluctuation detected. Fang Yi gritted his teeth and let out a breathless smirk. You really live up to the name Heavenly Fire. You're even wilder and far more destructive than the desolate power of death. But I am going to absorb you. Even as deep, scorching burns began to appear on his face, he pushed through the agonizing pain. The system chimed, "Congratulations! You have acquired the Dragon Heavenly Fire sealing art. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire obliterates all evil and seals away all demonic entities." With a mighty roar, Fang Yi thrust his hand upward, launching the Heavenly Fire straight into the sky. The system chimed again. The cultivation technique you compiled has been instantly mastered and unlocked. Extracting attributes. The massive heavenly fire began to split and multiply across the sky. Fang Yi's eyes blazed with intense light, practically surging with this newly awakened power. He closed his eyes as glowing crimson markings of raw power began to spread across his face. Heavenly fire attribute successfully acquired. Fang Yi slammed his palms together, his eyes snapping open to reveal a piercing, glowing red gaze as he roared into the flames. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire! Sealing art! An overwhelming mystical red aura violently erupted from Fang Yi's entire body. What was once a single torrent of heavenly fire now multiplied exponentially, as massive glowing chains manifested, coiling powerfully around his figure. Outside, both the principal and Jilan watched in sheer terror as this colossal surge of energy continued to explode in size. That's a sealing aura! I've witnessed top-tier military vanguard elites seal away forbidden zones before. The technique is completely different from Fang Yi's, but that overwhelming sealing aura is exactly the same. Standing tall, Fang Yi raised his hand and bellowed a command to the massive chains. Contract! The giant chains violently spiraled around him, forcefully compressing the raging flames. Within seconds, both the fire and the chains shrank down into his palm. Fang Yi tightly gripped the compact mass of chains. The seal was an absolute success. He tossed the sealed anomaly into the air as he casually strolled out of the inferno. The principal rushed over, absolutely beaming with joy. Fang Yi looked at him and ordered, "I've temporarily sealed the heavenly fire right here. For now, absolutely do not lift the lockdown on this stadium. Don't repair it and don't let a single soul near this place. This way, at the very least, the heavenly fire won't spread any further." The principal eagerly nodded. "You have my word, sir. The stadium will remain in complete lockdown. Besides, our university has plenty of other stadiums anyway." Meanwhile, Jilan just stood off to the side in dead silence, her eyes locked onto him. Her brows were deeply furrowed, her face plastered with intense suspicion. Fang Yi let out a light laugh, teasing, "Qingbei University sure is rolling in cash, having 7 or 8 massive stadiums to spare." The principal laughed heartily. "You're too funny, Advisor Fang. If there's anything else you require—" But before the principal could even finish his sentence, Jilan abruptly cut him off. "Principal, I still have a few private matters to discuss with Advisor Fang." The principal nervously scratched his head, forcing a polite smile. "Oh, no problem at all. No problem at all. Please, take your time." Fang Yi tilted his head, asking casually, "What's up?" Jilan slowly stepped closer, her tone incredibly guarded. How Fang Yi, you really know how to play dumb, don't you? He didn't even blink, calmly replying, I'm just doing my job. That heavenly fire was seriously intense. It was quite a hassle to deal with. Her gaze instantly sharpened into daggers, her voice cold and commanding. Drop the act. You know damn well I'm talking about how you've been deliberately hiding your true talents and your actual cultivation rank. Fang Yi just stood there, listening to her accusations with a casual, completely unbothered smirk. Seeing his reaction, she sighed. Whatever, I guess it's totally normal for a Vanguard elite to have their secrets, especially someone as terrifyingly strong as you. Fang Yi, I know I have absolutely no right to make demands of you, but I am begging you to listen carefully to what I'm about to say. As she spoke, the camera panned to the outside world. The entire cityscape had been reduced to a devastated wasteland, with thick black smoke billowing endlessly into the sky. At this crucial turning point for the entire world, the Xia nation desperately needs an apex genius like you. Let me put it this way. Once the world's spiritual energy fully awakens, your existence alone will be the equivalent of a walking nuclear deterrent. Fang Yi stood in complete silence, taking in Jilan's persuasive words. Because of that, whether it's the military's restricted zones or the Spiritual Energy Association, they will all fight tooth and nail to recruit you. It's even highly likely that top-tier factions from foreign nations will come knocking with incredibly generous offers. She closed her eyes, her voice softening as she continued, Of course. I won't deny that I have my own selfish reasons for this. If you decide to join the military, it means our restricted zone gains a powerful ally and another path forward. So, I highly recommend you start thinking about it now so you won't be caught off guard when the time comes. Hearing this, Fang Yi stayed quiet for a moment before finally speaking up. I'm curious about one thing. Why is it that neither you nor Wang Liang are trying to pull me into your own restricted zone? It almost feels like, you don't think you're worthy of having me? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Jilan's face. She quickly replied, Well, obviously it's because of that legendary restricted military zone. Those guys are so ridiculously strong, it's almost freakish. I figured you'd be way more interested in them. He shot back with a sarcastic smirk. Oh, so they're the top tier, huh? She nodded firmly. Of course they are, but I don't see them around much either. Word is, they've been incredibly busy lately. He thought to himself, the Xia nation's top-ranking military has been so insanely busy lately that even officers from other districts are catching wind of it. Xiaolan waved her hand dismissively. Anyway, enough of that. Let's go. The principal said he wanted to treat us to a meal at the Qingcheng University cafeteria. Fang Yi followed behind her, pondering the situation. Looks like they're dealing with some massive headaches of their own. Countless pioneers have been showing up right where the city is in the most danger. This proves that some absolutely terrifying anomalies have appeared. Their power levels completely crush what the current pioneers can handle. Judging by Jilan's tone, those pioneers must be at the spirit creation realm just like me, or maybe even stronger. Fang Yi's brows furrowed tightly. Cold sweat trickled down his face, revealing a clear sense of dread. He thought to himself, the true day of the spiritual energy awakening is fast approaching, and it feels like we are still nowhere near prepared. He slowly stepped out from the massive, roaring flames. How should I maximize the potential of this heavenly fire attribute I just absorbed from the stadium? The heavenly fire spreads erratically, burning everything in its path to absolute ashes, just like an endless wildfire. It's perfectly suited for wiping out those anomalies that endlessly multiply over large areas. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Fang Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. That's it, he thought, thrilled. Doesn't this perfectly synergize 100% with my Crimson Flameblade art? Adding an enchantment like this is just icing on the cake. The more power, the better. Time skipped to a quiet morning deep in the wilderness, where endless mountain ranges overlapped behind the main peak. Fang Yi gripped his weapon tightly and stepped forward. He stopped right in front of a weathered warning sign that read, Danger, mountain, unsafe, do not climb. A wave of suspicion hit him. Why would the back of the mountain be completely sealed off when no anomalies have even appeared here? Still, military intel couldn't possibly move this fast. The only ones who know my habits well enough to guess I'd come train and test my skills back here could only be... The Spiritual Energy Association. Feng Yi unconsciously rubbed his chin, a sly, cunning grin spreading across his face. Did they seriously gift me this entire plot of land just for target practice? Well, it would be rude to refuse such a generous offer. Suddenly, something felt incredibly off, making him freeze in his tracks. Feng Yi stood dead still, his eyes scanning the surroundings as his expression darkened. Wait a second, he thought grimly. Did those filthy mongrels manage to sneak into the back of the mountain too? This aura, it's exactly like the one I ran into at the factory, just a bit weaker. High up on a thick branch right behind Feng Yi, a beast's tail and a massive claw dangled ominously. The demonic beast perched in the tree glared forward with cold, predatory eyes. Feng Yi gently ran his fingers along the blade of his sword, a chilling smile forming. It actually possesses sentience, he thought. Is it weighing my strength, trying to decide if I'm worth attacking? In that case, take a real good look. A system panel popped up. Heavenly Fire, also known as Supreme Blaze, possesses a formidable light attribute, specialized in entirely eradicating ultimate evil. Do you wish to enchant the Tang sword with the Heavenly Fire attribute? Yes or no? Gripping the blade as it radiated a tremendous surge of energy, he answered firmly, yes. Instantly, an immensely powerful golden flame erupted from the sword, the immortal, unextinguishable Heavenly Fire. Feng Yi's eyes burned with the same golden radiance as he let out a wicked, predatory smirk. This immortal Heavenly Fire combined with my Crimson Flame blade art? I wonder what kind of spectacular destruction it'll cause. He slammed the sword into the ground, summoning 2 roaring dragons of Heavenly Fire. I'll just use you as my test dummy, he roared. Seeing the sheer power, the demonic beast flinched in panic, baring its fangs as raw terror filled its eyes. The flames roared into a violent, burning tornado, relentlessly chasing down the beast and terrifying it so badly that it turned and scrambled for its life. As the intense flames gradually faded, Feng Yi walked over, a highly satisfied smile on his face. Not bad at all. The energy output of this fire is at least double, no, maybe even triple what my original Crimson Flame blade art could do. And the best part is, this immense energy doesn't burn me at all. He gently ran 2 fingers across the flat of the blade, which was still glowing intensely red hot. Feng Yi's gaze darkened as he muttered coldly, "All right then, let's hunt down that filthy mongrel and see where it goes." The scene shifted to another part of the exact same forest. A voice echoed from a phone broadcasting a live stream. "Guys, I swear, I am definitely not a scammer. Do you guys even know what it feels like to have insanely good luck since the day you were born?" The streamer cheerfully threw up a peace sign, striking a cute pose to draw in viewers. Even though today is my very first day streaming, the ultimate content just magically falls right into my lap. The live chat started flooding with comments from viewers with all sorts of crazy usernames. User 123456 says, "Are you just clickbaiting?" Spicy Urban Legends commented, "Stop bragging. If you've got real guts, go straight to the north gate of Ching University and record that insane heat wave. I'll gift you a rocket if you do. Everything else is just totally boring." Professional Fake Buster 5000 Years replied, "Is the guy above me still using 2G internet? The hottest topic right now is the Heavenly Fire at the Ching University Stadium, duh. All the videos got taken down by the censors. That completely proves it wasn't fake. It looked absolutely terrifying. If the streamer can actually film the Heavenly Fire, I'll literally do a handstand and eat dirt on camera." Suddenly, the streamer's eyes widened as she noticed something horrifying right in front of her. From behind, the demonic beast lunged out, pinning her violently to the ground and knocking the phone right out of her hand. The phone slammed hard into the dirt, heavily cracking the screen. The live stream broadcasted the terrifying footage of the streamer groaning in agonizing pain as the demonic beast choked her, forcefully pinning her to the forest floor. The chat instantly exploded with frantic comments. Spicy Urban Legends typed, "Whoa, what the hell just happened to the streamer? Did she just run into a ghost?" The so-called expert exposes this 5,000-year-old fake freaking hell. The acting started way too abruptly. The CGI is so trash. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her eyes filled with absolute despair as she let out a muffled cry. "No!" but the demonic beast refused to let her go. It unhinged its massive jaws, revealing rows of gleaming white fangs. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a blast of heavenly fire surged in to save the day. Watching through their screens as the beast retreated, the viewers couldn't believe their eyes. The comments blew up. Holy smokes, what the heck is that? Fire Dragon, top-tier special effects. The screen flashed with a skyrocketing viewer count. 13,544 viewers. The female streamer jolted upright, her voice trembling as she frantically asked, Who are you? She quickly grabbed her phone. The streamer burst into hysterical laughter, frantically raising her camera to capture the blazing, powerful flames. I got it! I caught it on camera! There's someone standing inside the flames. The phone screen captured Fang Yi's silhouette, faintly visible amidst the blinding golden inferno. It's definitely a god, an immortal has descended to save us. Instantly, his footage was plastered all over the news and media outlets. The internet exploded with endless discussions. Blade of Light engulfed in abyssal flames, cleaving the very heavens with a single strike. An immortal descending to save the world. Heavenly fire is absolutely nothing compared to him. The mysterious man with the heavenly fire blade. The sovereign of flames commands a sea of fire. 13,596,254 views. It skyrocketed straight to the top of the trending charts. Qing Li's friend sat at her computer, excitedly calling out, Qing Li, get over here and look at this. An immortal descended to save someone. Cultivators actually exist in real life. Heavenly fire is real too. Hearing this, Qing Li crossed her arms and completely brushed it off with a dismissive scoff. Oh, come on, don't fall for that nonsense. Everything on the internet is just scripted acting and CGI. But suddenly, something on the screen caught her eye. Qing Li immediately leaned in close to the monitor, her eyes widening as she stammered, Wait, is this? Her friend smiled proudly and chimed in. See, told you it was real. It's so freaking cool. Qing Li? Qing Li's face darkened instantly. She bit her lip hard, breaking out in a cold sweat. Refusing to believe her own eyes, she desperately convinced herself that the video had to be completely fake, just clever special effects. She thought to herself in a panic, no way! That absolutely cannot be him. It's just someone with a similar build. If it were really him, he would have been burned to a crisp by now. But what if it is real? Will he take this chance to get revenge on me? Damn it, I will absolutely never bow down to him. Scene shifts. Number 81 pulled out his phone and showed it to Lin Yi. Hey Yi, doesn't this guy look familiar? He looks exactly like that pioneer who saved us from those creeping vines earlier. The girl immediately nodded in agreement. I thought the exact same thing. Plus, I recently found out there's a powerhouse who just broke through to the spirit creation realm living right near my house. Could these two actually be the exact same person? Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Xiao Ya also pulled out her phone and turned to Old Li. Old Li, take a look at this. Do you think that's Fang? It feels like he's gotten insanely strong. Old Li smiled and chimed in. Good lord, that blade-swinging stance is a dead ringer for his. Looks like we really struck gold by clinging to such a massive powerhouse back then. The scene cuts to the exterior of a towering building under a clear blue sky, basking in bright sunlight as a stern voice echoes from within. The city's crisis is looming closer by the minute, and our pioneers simply don't have the strength to hold it off. The guild president spoke up urgently during the meeting. I heard the military has already had an in-depth discussion with Fang Yi. What about little Su? Qing Ying asked, her tone dead serious, leaving absolutely no room for hesitation. I fully believe that he will step up and help us. The scene shifts to another conference room where Ji Lan opens the discussion. To break through to the spirit creation realm in such an impossibly short amount of time. Just what kind of monster is this kid? Even the anomalies would tremble at the mere sight of him. And seriously, how many high-tier attributes does he even possess? Han Li replied in a low, heavy tone, 3. Maybe even more. With potential that terrifying, our so-called authority looks like a total joke. Getting him on our side is our absolute only option. She frowned in confusion. Are you saying the higher-ups have decided to go see him personally? He closed his eyes, explaining slowly. The decision was made, yes, but it seems the top brass still aren't quite ready to swallow their pride and approach Fang Yi directly. After all, every top-tier pioneer we've had before has come out of the military. Han Li lowered his gaze and turned to leave, tossing back a final order. Find out what Fang Yi needs. The newly researched weapons, advanced gear, intel on prime cultivation spots. Offer it all to him as a gift. Also, scrub that livestream and any re-uploads from the internet immediately. Qing Ying looked up, her face laced with worry. It's too late. Every spiritual force in the Xia Kingdom has already set their sights on him. This kid? Jilan lowered her head, closing her eyes with a faint smirk. He really makes you look forward to whatever crazy stunt he's going to pull next. Beep! Beep! The heart monitor echoed softly in the dead silence of the room. A gentle voice whispered, Master, it seems the Xia Kingdom finally has a new ray of hope. Jialan sat by the hospital bed, pouring out her sorrow. With someone that powerful appearing, the chances of you waking up have just gone up a little more. A day later. Outside a building nestled deep within the forest, the early morning sunlight filtered through the trees. Fang Yi sat quietly in the kitchen, eating his breakfast while his mind raced with a million thoughts. Yesterday the internet was going absolutely crazy. Who would have thought some streamer would sneak into the back mountain just to go live? To chase clout, people really do have a death wish. He absent-mindedly took a bite of his bread. But strangely enough, every single trace of that video had been completely wiped from the internet, and the livestream channel had been permanently banned. The military or the spiritual association must have stepped in to scrub it, he figured. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes darted up, noticing something off. He stared at Lin Yi's bedroom door, a wave of worry hitting him. Wait a minute, Lin Yi didn't come home last night, and she hasn't texted me either. What the hell is going on? Even if she was out on a mission? Fang Yi frantically grabbed his phone and dialed her number. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? There's no way she's actually this unreliable, right? But the only response he got was an automated message from the operator. We're sorry, the number you have reached is currently out of the service area. Fear flashed across Fuang Ditch's face. This is bad, he thought to himself. I need to go find her right now. Meanwhile, Lam Wai and number 81 were trudging through a thick fog-filled forest. The young girl whispered, 81, how long have we been trapped here? Can you at least guess? Number 81 pushed through her exhaustion to answer. Roughly, probably about 10 hours now. I can't even remember anymore. I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. I honestly thought they were just low-level phantom spirits. 81 let out a quiet groan of pain. Lam Wai quickly cut in. All right, stop apologizing. At the end of the day, it's my fault for not being strong enough. Just remember, stay alert and conserve your energy. Her gaze was fixed fiercely ahead. Deep down, she wished she could be as powerful as that almighty expert she once saw. But right behind them, completely unnoticed in the freezing night, a massive demon with glowing red eyes silently emerged. As she turned around, a massive black claw lunged right at her, stopping mere inches away. Watch out! Lam Wai screamed, frantically forming hand seals. A vortex of blue spiritual energy surged upward, shielding her teammate. Pushing herself to the limit, the young girl fired a brilliant blue beam straight into the descending claw. A shadow blurred past them as Lam Wai slammed the dark figures into the ground. Number 81 gasped, Are these the people who got trapped and died here? Yeah, Lam Wai gritted her teeth. And now they've been turned into mutated undead. This thing is just playing with us. It wants to absorb us too. Number 81 cried out, Our attacks aren't doing a damn thing to this black fog. My spiritual energy is draining way too fast and worse. We have no idea where the real anomaly is hiding. It's literally just waiting for us to run out of mana, she continued, her voice shaking. It's treating us like cornered prey, slowly bleeding us dry. In this domain, it's practically invincible. Number 81 furrowed her brow, staring intently into the gloom, falling into a tense silence. Suddenly, she shrieked in absolute terror. Floating in the black mist was a massive, glowing red ring that looked exactly like an eye. The grotesque red mass pulsated with dark energy, thick liquid dripping steadily from its edges. Tiny red orbs began breaking off from its main body, hovering eerily inside the swirling black vortex. Stumbling half a step back, she desperately channeled power into her arms to block the incoming attack. Back off, you ugly bastard, number 81 roared. Lam Y quickly warned her, it's losing its patience. Don't let your guard down. The killing intent in Lam Y's eyes settled. Her eyelashes trembled for a second before she forced herself back to dead calm. A blinding flash erupted behind her. As a beam of red light tore through the mist, the young girl threw herself to the side just in time. Dozens of glowing eyes appeared from the shadows, completely surrounding Lam Y. Is this it? Am I going to die here? She thought despairingly. She tilted her head toward a faint glimmer of light, her hair brushing softly against her cheek. I can't even hear 81's voice anymore. Lam Y realized in a daze. Makes sense. The darkness has swallowed us both whole. She took a deep, shaky breath, blinking slowly to fight back her trembling body. I'm so sorry, she thought, filled with regret. I shouldn't have been so reckless and arrogant. I really thought just the two of us could handle this mission. It's true what they say. The path of a cultivator is paved with death. I always knew there was a chance I'd vanish into some nameless, forgotten corner of the world. She weakly reached out her hand, desperate to hold on to something, anything. But what will happen to the world without me? What will happen to the pioneers hiding deep underground? The glorious new era of the spiritual energy our revival. I guess I'll never get to witness it now. Lam Y's eyes fluttered, a single tear slipping from her lashes. Suddenly, she gasped in shock. She reached out her hand as a violent, blinding eruption of blue light shattered the darkness, its brilliant rays illuminating the entire space. Fuang Dich charged straight into the dazzling blue light, his hand gripping the burning epicenter. His azure eyes glowed as sharp and cold as a blade. Damn, he muttered. Almost didn't make it in time. Tears streamed down Lam Y's face the moment she saw him. Cousin, she cried out. With a powerful shockwave, the blazing blue aura shattered the trap, safely throwing Lam Y out of the blast zone. Fuang Dich stood tall amidst the consuming darkness, his clenched fist still radiating violently with crackling blue energy. It really is my cousin, Lam Y thought in shock. But he's not just a normal person. Watch out! Lam Y screamed in sheer panic. The anomaly's true body's right behind you on the right. Unfazed, he tightened his grip on his weapon as it erupted with blinding light. Perfect timing, Fuang Dich smirked to himself. Let's see how heavenly fire handles the dark element. He spun around, his fist igniting with a roaring orange blaze as he unleashed a sweeping strike. The grotesque red monster roared behind him. Crimson Fire Blade Art! Fuang Dich roared back, sending a massive blazing pillar of red fire crashing straight into the beast. Lam Y stared blankly ahead, completely stunned into silence. Number 81 mumbled dazedly, Lam Y, are we dead? She rubbed her eyes. Holy crap, what is up with this massive sea of fire? Did we just get dragged down to hell along with that monster? Lam Y quickly tried to calm her down. Look closer, we're still alive. Number 81's jaw dropped. Wait, we're actually alive? Hold on. Are you... Suddenly, the young man interrupted. All right, that's taken care of. Fuang Dich sighed, stretching his arms. Man, I haven't even had breakfast yet. Lam Y and 81 just stared at him before finally breaking into relieved smiles. Number 81 suddenly squinted at Fuang Dich, her eyes shooting wide open as realization hit her. She stepped closer, gasping, Wait, is it really you? Back in Sunfire Town, with those deadly death vines? You were the one who saved us back then. Fuang Dich scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Was I really that easy to recognize? Lam Y blinked in utter confusion. Wait, hold on. Are you telling me the overpowered fire expert who saved us back then was my cousin this whole time? Number 81 practically jumped with excitement. Oh my god, that superpowered badass is actually your cousin? Didn't you tell me your cousin was completely normal? Fuang Dich just stood there in silence, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. 81 grabbed Lam Y's shoulders and shook her excitedly. He's our literal savior, the guy who wiped out an entire wasteland with a single strike. He completely shattered the defenses of that 3-star Ghost Mansion veteran and even caught the attention of the top brass. Lam Y was still reeling. So, my goofy cousin was actually that insanely high-level fire expert all along? But wait! Lam Y's mind was racing. Just now, he definitely used ridiculously pure lightning energy to blast that dark anomaly. A high-level dual-element super genius, his lightning and fire aura completely eclipse anything I could ever do. Hold on, don't tell me. That mysterious god-tier expert who broke through to the spirit creation realm in our district was him? Meanwhile, Fuang Dich raised a glowing hand, holding up a single finger as a dense surge of energy gathered at the tip. All right, you caught me, Fuang Dich finally admitted. But right now, I need to ask you two something. You guys know perfectly well that a dark element anomaly can't be handled like normal monsters, right? So, why on earth are you two out here completely alone? Where's the rest of your squad? Number 81 rubbed the back of her neck. Ah, well, 5 Cents got pretty sick. He used to sneak out for missions without telling his family, but he got grounded, so he obviously couldn't make it. The old man apparently got assigned to an even harder mission, and as for the others, well, it's not like we're always glued to the hip. Lam Y looked down, thoroughly embarrassed. Yeah, I really underestimated the enemy this time. I figured since I just broke through to the 3-star Ghost Mansion rank, this would be a total walk in the park. He stood there, watching the two girls in thoughtful silence. Fuang Dich figured that since his teammates each had their own hidden agendas, this little squad wouldn't last much longer anyway. Then get lost. I'm absolutely not abandoning teammate number 81 here. Earlier, he was so frustrated with his teammates, yet now he was stepping up to protect their pride in front of an outsider. He really was a fiercely loyal guy. As for his clever little cousin, she had probably caught on to it a while ago. He finally spoke up. Cousin, honestly, since you and your friend already know who I really am, and I trust you both. Fuang Dich paused before continuing. How about we form a team? But you two must absolutely keep this a secret. Lam Y fell into silent thought while number 81 was practically bursting with excitement. Are you serious? Boss, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Don't worry, my lips are completely sealed. Oh man, I'm totally riding her coattails right now, he thought. Meanwhile, tears welled up in the young girl's eyes. Of course, she thought to herself. A powerful vanguard like my cousin must have noticed I was 1-2 from the very beginning, and he's just been quietly protecting me this whole time. To think that on this lonely path of cultivation, having a reliable family member by your side, someone completely willing to help and protect you, could feel this wonderful. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lam Y bit her lip as the tears continued to fall. Through her tears, she managed a warm smile. Okay then, thank you, cousin. I'll fry up 2 extra eggs for your dinner tonight. Later at the park, Lam Y glanced at her phone and spoke up. Sister Gia Lam just posted a new quest. She stared intently at the screen, reading through the message. Gia Lam announces the release of the Extreme Yin Zone quest. The objective was to head into the Extreme Yin Zone and collect a Dark Attribute quest item. Think carefully before registering, Fuang Dich read aloud. So it's a Dark Attribute item? Do you know anything about this Extreme Yin Zone? He asked. She nodded and replied, yeah. The Extreme Yin Zone is located on the dark element border that the Sia Nation has strictly forbidden. Because the dark energy inside is so overwhelmingly powerful, vanguards always detour around that area when doing quests. Yishi Lam Y continued. Plus, almost all the anomalies showing up in the city lately leaked out from that exact zone. Even the government has never dared to explore deep into the forbidden area. Rumor has it that some truly horrifying disasters happened in there. Fuang Dich smirked. Is that so? Well then, we definitely have to check it out. Ask her about the specific details of the quest. Do you think she'll even reply? Number 81 chimed in, no way. Sister Gia Lam is super mysterious. She never types more than a few words, he thought to himself. The Extreme Yin Zone was located within a strictly regulated, forbidden area of the Xia Nation, a place with a massive death toll. Yet somehow, Gia Lam was still able to issue a vanguard quest related to it. She wasn't just some reckless rogue going against the government. Her identity had to be extraordinary. She was either a high-ranking military officer or someone from the council. He strongly leaned toward the latter. On the computer screen, a message popped up from the user Natfong Haku. Sister Gia Lam, I'd like to register. What exactly do we need to do? Gia Lam replied, the objective for this quest is to harvest the 7 Blight Flower. A quick warning. The rewards this time are far more generous than usual, but all the threats within the extreme yin zone are dark attribute. The anomalies in there have a much higher danger level than anything you have faced before. Because of this, everyone must form a team before registering to participate. Number 81 gasped in shock. Oh my god, what is happening? How is Sister Gia Lam typing out such detailed answers? Lam Y held her phone, deep in thought. She continued reading the message. Gia Lam, this quest likely involves S-class anomalies. The mortality rate is extremely high. Think carefully before making your move. Wait until you find a strong and reliable vanguard to form a team with. Registering after that won't be too late. As she walked, she mumbled to herself. Well, I guess that's that. Now we just have to see if he'll agree. Phuong Dich raised an eyebrow. Huh? Wait until you find a strong and reliable vanguard. Lam Y thought to herself that was a little too on the nose. The only thing missing was her literally saying, I know about you. I know a vanguard like you would be interested. Do you dare to come? He chuckled and continued, Little cousin, it looks like she's directly targeting me. Meanwhile, deep in a swamp, a towering dark mass rose from the water, flashing a streak of white like a gleaming fang. Phuong Dich grinned. How interesting. This extreme yin zone. I actually really want to take a trip there. The computer screen then showed the private chat between Lam Y and Gia Lam. In another room, an assistant spoke up. Sister Lam, their squad is checking the details. She calmly replied, It's fine. If he is truly a vanguard worthy of the Xia Nation's trust, he will come. The assistant frowned. But if he doesn't show up, won't this entire batch of vanguards just... Gia Lam cut her off. If he doesn't come, it simply means our fate hasn't aligned yet. She turned to them and asked, Do you two think this quest to harvest the 7 Blight Flower is just a deliberate trap to send powerful vanguards to their deaths? The assistant stammered nervously, Sister Lam, we didn't... She placed a bouquet of flowers on the table and sighed. Sending them on a suicide mission to pick the 7 Blight Flower. The core purpose of this is actually the exact opposite of how it looks. Gia Lam's voice grew stern. This is an unavoidable path to accumulate power for the Xia Nation. Only by harvesting the 7 Blight Flower can we save even more vanguards, even if it means risking the future core forces of our nation. Meanwhile, inside a quiet train carriage, a little boy tugged at his mother's sleeve, pointing at Phuong Dich, who was leaning casually against a pole with a long weapon strapped to his back. Back at the hospital, 3 young women stood by the hospital bed of Gia Lam's master. One of them spoke softly. Even if our top-tier core fighters continue to fall one after another, their fate's unknown. Gia Lam tightly gripped the old man's hand and said, No matter what it takes, we must harvest more of the 7 Blight Flowers. Master is the only vanguard in the entire Xia Nation to have ever reached the Vajra Realm. We absolutely must use the 7 Blight Flower to heal him and wake him up. In this era, following the spiritual revival, the existence of a Vajra Realm powerhouse held a strategic value no less terrifying than modern nuclear weapons. He is our greatest pillar of support in negotiations with other countries, both before and after the spiritual energy awakened. Because of that, even if it means sacrificing a few people like me, a few armies, or even thousands more vanguards, it would all be worth it. The old man's eyes remained tightly shut, thick red veins bulging visibly beneath his oxygen mask. Suddenly, golden lightning wove into a glowing halo in her memories. A figure barely had time to cover their face before stumbling backward. Her subordinate pleaded, The mission is important, but your health is just as crucial. Gia Lam remained silent, but her expression hardened, radiating an intense, murderous aura. Biting her lip hard, Gia Lam snapped, My health is important? She practically screamed in fury. Yes, it is extremely important, because my life was bought back by the blood of my fallen comrades. Suddenly realizing she had lost control, Gia Lam fell silent, her eyes distant and brooding. Instantly filled with regret, she murmured, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lashed out at you like that. The subordinate shook her head quickly. Sister Lam, it was my fault for speaking out of turn. Is your headache acting up again? Gia Lam sighed. It's fine. It's not time for my medicine yet. Thinking of her lost teammates, her voice softened. I just... Never mind, it's all in the past now. Her mind drifted back, recalling the brutal life and death battles she had fought alongside them. Swordbearer Squad, please retreat immediately. The extreme dark zone is truly a terrifying place. Little Lamb, the mission to harvest the 7 blight flower, we can only leave it in your hands. For our master, for the Jia kingdom, for everyone, Jia Lamb shouted at the top of her lungs. No, I'm not leaving you, Captain. He used his very last ounce of strength to shield her. Our power, I hope you can use it well. You have to make it back alive, Jia Lamb said sorrowfully. They transferred all their spiritual energy to me. But they didn't know that if the 7 decay flower is tainted by blood or not completely harvested, it becomes utterly useless. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, on the cold gray plains, the 3 of them trekked toward the barren mountains stretching to the horizon. Number 81 asked wearily, "How many more kilometers do we have to walk?" Then she spoke up. "Hey, listen. Boss Y, since you guys are already so insanely strong, couldn't we just fly part of the way?" Lin Y replied, "As long as spiritual energy isn't abundant enough to let the human body soar freely, even pioneers can't pull that off." Meanwhile, Puong Dish's sharp, glowing red eyes darted around, showing he was on high alert, watching their surroundings like a hawk. Suddenly, Puong Dish spoke up. "Is that the absolute dark zone up ahead?" He thought to himself, "It's completely shrouded in dark energy. Even with layers of barriers blocking it, I can still sense that sickening, suffocating aura." Number 81 chimed in. "This god-awful stench is 100 times more terrifying than the anomalies we fought last night. No, try 1,000 times." Lin Y followed up coolly. "Stay calm. We're already here, aren't we?" Puong Dish said, "Not bad. Look up ahead. I didn't expect to see this many pioneers here." In the clearing, a few people stood around chatting, while an armored figure sat cross-legged on the roof of a car, keeping a close watch. Lin Y agreed. "Exactly. I think it's not just about the so-called generous rewards. Like what 81 and I experienced, the dark energy is incredibly hard to deal with. It's bloodthirsty and completely hostile toward humans." She continued. "And lately, there's been more than one abnormal outbreak of dark energy rioting right inside the city." He spoke up. "That's right, I've faced 2 dark attribute anomalies head-on before. One was a mutated rabbit, but honestly, instead of a wild hare, it looked way more like some giant, oversized rat." Puong Dish continued. "There was also a massive snake lurking in an abandoned factory late at night. Their intelligence is far more evolved compared to that mutated rabbit. They actually know how to work together, setting up traps and ambushes that nearly wiped out the entire Spirit Association team. But the most important part is, exactly like Y said, these anomalies are incredibly cunning. They seem to be deliberately dodging the military's defense lines at the city borders." A ripple of water reflected an eerie blue light against a row of steel pillars. A few technicians were busy inspecting the pipe clusters near the edge of the deck. Puong Dish spoke up again. "Even though we don't know exactly what method they're using, these anomalies are popping up inside the city more and more often. It's gotten to the point where it's almost impossible to contain them." A massive blackbird spread its wings and soared over the ruined neighborhood, while down below, raging flames completely swallowed a building. He continued, "That's exactly why we have to make this trip." At the steel station right next to the energy gate, the crowd stood in dead silence, waiting for the supervisor's hand signal to move out. Thun Huyen stared intently ahead, as if she had just spotted something. She fell silent, lost in her own thoughts. Thun Huyen gasped when she caught sight of Puong Dish. "What the hell? He's here too? And he actually brought 2 girls with him." Tiu Than looked at her and whispered, "Boss, boss." Thun Huyen pressed her hands together, praying desperately under her breath. "Amitabha, Almighty Buddha, please don't let him notice me. Please don't let him notice me." But he had already spotted her and called out, "Hey, is that Captain 2 over there?" Tiu Than looked at Puong Dish and awkwardly said, "Oh, it's you. Are you heading into the absolute dark zone too? Well, that's just great." Thun Huyen scratched her head and muttered, "Puong Dish's files were synced by the military ages ago." The almighty number 81 chimed in, asking, "Who's the girl? Don't tell me she's Y's future sister-in-law?" Lin Y was just as taken aback. "Huh? Cousin?" Thang Huyen frantically waved her hands to explain. "Oh my god, This is a massive misunderstanding. He finally spoke up. Of course she's not. She's just an errand runner for me. Captain 2 from the Spirit Association. She groaned. Why does hearing that feel even more insulting? Suddenly, a voice sneered from behind, making the whole group turn around. A bunch of shameless brats talking big. Old Man Dang scoffed. You pioneers get younger and younger these days, with zero manners whatsoever. Not greeting your elders is one thing, but making such a racket. Don't you even look at where you're standing? This old man can only hope that once we're inside the absolute dark zone, you kids will still be this chummy with each other. Number 81 flared up, shouting, Oh, here goes my bad temper acting up again. Do you have any idea who these people are? Lin Wai put a hand out to stop her. Number 81 glanced over, saw Phuong Dich suddenly shake his head, and decided to drop it. She pointed right at the old man and said, Listen here, mister, worry about yourself. We'll see who ends up scared to death in a little while. Old Man Dang gave them a sideways, contemptuous glare, then stared off into the distance and fell silent. He looked at her and scoffed, The convoy is here. Let's see what you've got. As the car doors opened, Gia Lam stepped out, leaving the crowd completely awestruck. Someone in the crowd gasped, That's Sister Gia Lam! She appeared with an absolutely icy expression, as another muttered, It really is her. Gia Lam strode forward, her cloak billowing in the wind. Her gaze was chilling, and her aura was incredibly overwhelming. Number 81 stared at her and blurted out, Seriously, what kind of background does she even have? That is just purely badass. Phuong Dich spoke up. She's probably the one here to open the gate for us. She turned around, her blue eyes flashing fiercely as lightning gathered behind her. Gia Lam stood tall before a towering wall of crackling electricity, channeling power straight from the azure abyss to carve out a path. She gripped a glowing blue seal tightly, spiritual energy exploding between her fingers. With an ice-cold stare, Gia Lam raised her arm, conjuring a massive blue vortex that seemed to swallow the very space around them. She launched the seal and declared, Everyone is here! The space before them violently tore open into a blazing red abyss, and the colossal gates swung wide. Gia Lam turned back with absolute authority and announced, You may enter now. A strict reminder. The 7 decay flowers you harvest must be completely intact and utterly untouched by human blood. If they don't meet these requirements, you will not receive any rewards. If there are no questions, you may begin. Phuong Dich and his team stood in dead silence, eyes locked intently on the path ahead. As the crowd filed inside one by one, Old Man Dang grumbled, She doesn't even go in herself, just sends us to our deaths, and they don't even offer death compensations. What kind of attitude is that? A young man nearby snapped, Old Dang, just shut up for a second, will you? If we die in there, we'll only be reported as missing anyway. If the government suddenly compensated your family with a massive sum of money for no apparent reason, wouldn't that just prove they sent you to die? Old Man Dang frowned, his face turning serious as he fell completely silent, chewing on those words. Thon Huyen turned to him and whispered, That middle-aged guy is probably a 1-star spirit creation realm just like you. Plus, among those quiet ones over there, I think there are a few hidden experts, but they've completely retracted their spiritual aura, so it's really hard to read them. The rest are all solid pioneers with deep cultivation, hovering around the 2-star and 3-star Phantom Realm. The overall strength of every team here is pretty evenly matched. Phuong Dich fell into deep thought before finally speaking. Yeah, looks like this mission is going to be incredibly tough. I honestly didn't expect them to round up this many elite pioneer squads. He thought to himself, was that guy from earlier really in the spirit creation realm too? Why does his spiritual energy level feel like it's not even that high? Meanwhile, a secretary spoke up, Sister Lam, the personnel roster has been completely tallied. For this absolute dark zone expedition, we have 37 pioneers at the 2-star Phantom Realm, 12 at the 3-star Phantom Realm, and 3 at the 1-star Spirit Creation Realm. The anomaly difficulty level for this specific mission ranges from B rank straight up to S rank, she replied. Alright, you guys head over to the surveillance equipment first. I've already taken care of all the preparation, so don't worry. A thick, bone-chilling mist flooded the valley, where charred, leafless trees stretched their twisted black branches across the cracked earth. The group advanced into the wasteland, with black aura swirling around them like an invisible perimeter. Suddenly, number 81 let out a soft groan. Puong Deech looked back and warned, "Stay close. The dark attribute here messes with your vision. If we don't stick tightly together, we'll lose each other and get disoriented in no time." Number 81 collapsed onto the rocky ground, panting. "I'm sorry. I'm so nauseous. I can't hold it in." Lam Wai looked at her with genuine worry. Tan Huyn placed a reassuring hand on number 81's shoulder. "It's okay. That's the stench of rotting corpses mixed with spinal fluid. You're not the only one feeling sick. It's completely normal." Number 81 wiped the corner of her mouth, her pale face still showing extreme discomfort. Tan Huyn looked ahead and pointed. "See, that group up ahead is at a similar cultivation realm, and they're throwing up too." She continued. "The dark attributes is a natural counter to us cultivators. You can think of it as a form of corruption. The anomalies living in this extreme dark zone are incredibly complex." Huang Deech chimed in, "Based on what we know about these anomalies, a B rank is roughly equal to a cultivator in the Ghost Manor realm, meaning its blast radius is manageable." He went on, "An A rank is on par with the spirit creation realm, usually found in places with violent spiritual energy or heavy concentrations of it, like this extreme dark zone. As for S-rank anomalies, they rival the Vajra realm or even higher. That's practically an apocalyptic threat. However, it's crucial to note that dark attribute anomalies are massively boosted inside the extreme dark zone. A creature originally classified as B rank could easily jump up at least one whole tier in here." Number 81 blinked in surprise. "Is that really a thing? This is my first time hearing about it, but that makes sense." "But what about you, Captain Toe? How come you guys aren't affected at all?" Lam Wai echoed her concern. "Yeah, aren't you getting corrupted by this?" Tan Huyn chuckled. "You're overthinking it. My team and I deal with these kinds of anomalies all the time, so we're just immune to the stench by now. Plus, our captain has already broken through to the 3-star Ghost Manor realm," one of her teammates added proudly. She then continued, "On top of that, she recently pushed herself through brutal training to mutate her water attribute into the ice attribute." Number 81 spoke up again. "We're at the exact same rank, Captain 2. I wonder if you're feeling the same thing I am. The second I stepped into this thick mist, my spiritual energy started draining rapidly. It's way worse than what we faced in our last mission." Tan Huyn nodded grimly. "Yeah, a lot of top-tier experts have lost their lives here, including military elites at the 1-star spirit creation realm and above. That's why we have to be extremely careful. Come on, let's keep moving. The mission comes first." Lam Wai agreed. "Yeah, I can't even see the group ahead of us anymore. Let's huddle closer. I'm going to stop talking now to save my breath. Everyone, focus your spiritual energy. Don't let this mist find a way in." Huang Dich thought to himself, "Now that we're inside, my body doesn't actually feel that bad. It seems my Yang attribute and the enchanted version of my Lightning attribute are both highly effective at purging the dark attribute. Or maybe stepping into the spirit creation realm just made my spiritual energy that much stronger." Meanwhile, in another area, a young man vaulted into the air. Raising his glowing blade, he slashed ruthlessly at the demonic shadow in front of him. "Ha! The anomalies in the extreme dark zone are nothing special," he scoffed. Old Dang let out a booming laugh. "Listen up, boys. The 7 Blight Flower is as good as ours. Let's show those arrogant brats what real power looks like." The young man cheered. "Hell yeah, boss. Let's go." Back with the main group, the corruption was taking its toll. First, it was number 81, and now Lam Wai was grimacing. She coughed softly, her lips pressed tightly together as she fought back a rising wave of nausea. Number 81 called out in worry. Huang Dich turned back to look at the young girl, sighing inwardly. At the end of the day, she's still just a kid, he thought. He placed a glowing hand on her back, instantly purging Lam Wai's discomfort. The young girl gasped in awe as her cousin's entire body began to radiate a brilliant light. Whoa! This feeling! The nausea and that creepy corrosive chill are completely gone. It's so warm, like basking in the winter sun. Tan Huyn smiled, as expected from the power of the spirit creation realm. Lam Wai beamed. "Your fire attribute is so warm. It really lives up to its reputation as a rare, high-tier attribute. I've only started to truly understand attributes since I broke through to the 3-star Ghost Manor realm," Lam Wai explained. My wood attribute excels at absorbing the spiritual energy from the morning dew on plants, and Captain Toe's mutated ice attribute is incredibly rare too. Huang Dich gently corrected her. It's not the fire attribute. Why? It's the yang attribute. I guess I never explained it clearly to you, but the guy who dealt with the fires at the North Gate and the training grounds at Thon Thon University, that was me. He continued, but those two anomalies were completely different. Just like how the yang attribute and the heavenly fire attribute have their own distinct differences. Thon Huin's jaw dropped. Wait, you're just casually admitting that? Does that mean you possess 3 rare high-tier attributes right now? She demanded. Huang Dich smirked to himself. Actually, I also have the desolation attribute, but the tallest tree catches the most wind. Better keep that one a secret just in case. He shrugged nonchalantly. Something like that. By the way, where did 81 go? Number 81 was shivering violently as she squeaked. I haven't broken through to the 3-star Ghost Manor realm yet, so I can't really sense attributes clearly yet, but I'm roughly following the path of the metal attribute. Please, almighty bro, I swear, once we get out of here, I'll never annoy you ever again. Just use your yang attribute to warm me up a little bit, please? Huang Dich looked at the shivering number 81 and let out an amused smile. All right, fine, he chuckled. I'll keep you warm for the rest of the day. With that, Huang Dich gave her a firm pat on the back, sending a surge of warm spiritual energy into her body. Number 81 let out a dramatic muffled squeal. Watching them, Tu Thon tilted her head and asked, "What are you guys doing patting each other's backs over there?" Ah, so warm. Number 81 completely ignored the question, her eyes squeezed shut in pure, cozy bliss. Phew, that feels amazing. Huang Dich then glanced over at Thon Huin with a playful grin. So, Captain Toe, you want me to hit your team with a dose of warmth too? She laughed, clearly tempted. Honestly, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Tu Than instantly lit up and cheered. Well, what are we waiting for? The rest of her teammates eagerly chimed in. Please grace us, almighty pro. Soon enough, all 3 of them were basking in the radiant warmth of his spiritual energy, feeling completely relaxed and revitalized. Thud. Thud. The heavy, echoing footsteps of a massive beast, its long claws scraping against the freezing earth, shattered the moment. Huang Dich lowered his head, his eyes darting to the side. His pupils flashed a brilliant, dangerous crimson as he sensed the hostile presence. Heads up, he warned sharply. We've got an anomaly incoming. Thang Huin immediately launched a blinding beam of blue light straight ahead into the mist. What the hell is that thing? She yelled. 81! It's right in front of you! Captain Tu screamed. Number 81 jolted in absolute terror. She craned her neck upward, staring at the colossal, mountain-like demonic shadow looming over her. Holy shit! She choked out. The dark beast, wreathed in roaring purple flames, glared down with blood-red eyes. It bared its razor-sharp fangs, unleashing a deafening roar that made the very air feel heavy and suffocating. Watch out! It's an A-rank anomaly, someone shouted. Then Ha channeled every ounce of her power into her hands, and a burst of blue light erupted like a spear, violently tearing through the darkness. I've got this! She roared. Than Huin blasted the searing blue beam directly at the towering, red-eyed monstrosity. Condensing her blue crystals into razor-sharp shards, she gritted her teeth. This thing is incredibly tough. Witnessing the clash, Lam Wai gasped in pure shock. Wait, did it just disappear? But the danger was far from over. A horrifying horde of undead had silently crept up, closing in, long and dangerously fast, right behind Huang Dich. His eyes burned with an intense crimson glow as his heightened senses picked up the imminent threat. Surrounded by a sea of walking corpses, the group immediately formed a tight circle, standing back to back. Their eyes darted to the ground as suffocating black tendrils of dark aura slithered toward them. Watch your feet, Huang Dich ordered sharply. He reached back and effortlessly drew his blindingly radiant sword, unleashing a thunderous battle cry. Get back! Huang Dich's eyes burned with a fierce, golden light, radiating killer intent and a raw power just begging to be unleashed. He dropped to one knee and unleashed a devastating strike, sending massive flames erupting into the air and engulfing the entire sky. Standing dead center in that explosive sea of fire, Fuang Dich's overwhelming aura completely crushed the enemy. Agonized screams echoed from within the flames. "It burns! It burns! Please stop burning me!" He rested his sword on his shoulder and let out a breath. "We're safe for now. Those anomalies are completely wiped out. They looked like they had 100 eyes, but there were actually only 2 of them." Fuang Dich turned to Than Huing. "I just didn't expect the anomalies in this place to actually evolve enough to mimic human speech." She chimed in cheerfully. "Well, they've probably devoured so many people that they just picked it up along the way." He continued, "Even the weakest anomalies here have been nurtured by this abyssal zone to reach rank A. Unless you're in the spirit creation realm. Taking them head on is basically suicide." Jia Lam stepped forward, gathering crackling purple energy in the palms of her hands as the sea of fire raged across the ground. She thought to herself in disbelief, just one strike. He obliterated 2 rank of phantom beasts with a single blow. Even I would have needed at least a few rounds to take them down. Lam Wai spoke up. "If Captain 2 is right, then we need to stick together now more than ever. Otherwise, there's a huge chance these anomalies will disguise themselves and blend right in with us, waiting for the perfect moment to strike when our guard is down." Nearby, number 81 sat in absolute silence, just staring upward. Suddenly, Fuang Dich called out, "81! Hurry up and get on your feet." She stared at him, trembling as she thought, his oppressive aura is terrifying. It's even more suffocating than a cat demon or a corpse fiend. If I even brush against him, I feel like I'd be burned alive. Is this the true suppression of a higher realm? I can barely even breathe. Suddenly, Fuang Dich whipped his head around, his eyes narrowing as if he had sensed something deeply wrong. Lam Wai stepped closer to him and whispered, "Hey, do you guys hear that? Does that sound like ocean waves coming from up ahead?" Fuang Dich stayed completely silent, his eyes fixed in deep, intense thought. The entire group flinched in shock as they realized the terrifying anomaly unfolding right in front of them. Panic erupted, and 2 people instantly broke into a desperate sprint, realizing the situation had completely spiraled out of control. One of the runners screamed at the top of his lungs, "Run! Stop fighting! This thing is pure evil!" The other wailed, "Somebody help me! It's a monster!" While the rest of the crowd scattered in sheer terror, Fuang Dich and his team stood their ground, staring straight ahead as he analyzed the threat with ice-cold focus. Someone stammered in dread, Is that the same thing that supposedly wiped out legendary armies in the past?" Old Man Dang grimly replied, "Yes, it's the Dark Tide." Old Dang's group scrambled away, screaming for their lives. However, the old man himself conjured a glowing blue defensive barrier and confidently scoffed, "This so-called Dark Tide is nothing but a joke. Just because the regular military couldn't handle it, you think I can't? Idiots! Every last one of these monsters is about to become my loot." With that, Old Dang spun around and charged headfirst into the rushing Dark Tide. But the second the suffocating darkness coiled around his body, sheer panic set in. Wait, this isn't right. Something is horribly wrong here. Grotesque, pitch-black hands of all shapes and sizes burst from the shadows, desperately clawing to swallow Old Dang alive. His voice grew incredibly weak. "This isn't rank A. It's not even rank S. It's something much worse. I can't let it drag me under." His agonizing screams echoed through the air as he was violently dragged deep into the abyssal trap. The surrounding crowd completely lost their minds, scrambling to escape as someone cried out, "The dark energy here is suffocating. Are they completely beyond saving? Is there even anywhere left for us to run?" Fuang Dich turned to Captain 2 and asked, "Exactly what is this Dark Tide?" She swallowed hard and replied, "The Dark Tide, Nainebi, is the absolute peak of the dark element. It's a pure, concentrated decay that swallows everything in its path. It even consumes the anomalies trapped inside it. This makes no sense. Our expedition plan was specifically timed to avoid the day of the tide." "Oh my god! Are all the people up ahead really dead?" Fuang Dich remained entirely silent, his gaze fixed intensely on the encroaching darkness. Lam Wai gasped in pure horror. "So this is the Dark Tide? I've only ever read horror stories about it on the Hunter forums. They say it's a catastrophic force that can wipe out entire city-states. Cousin, shouldn't we just get the hell out of here? Is it even still possible to outrun it?" Fuang Dich didn't say a word. Instead, he channeled the immense hidden power surging deep within his body. A burst of his spiritual energy erupted outward, forming a radiant protective barrier around the entire group. "Nobody panic," Fuang Dish shouted over the chaos. "This specific barrier is designed to directly counter the dark element. If things get rough, pool your energy together to maintain this spiritual shield. It will protect all of you from the tide's shockwaves." Thon Huyn stared at him wildly and cried out, "Wait, what are you planning to do? The dark tide is the absolute most condensed form of dark energy. There's absolutely no way we can fight it with our current strength. That arrogant old guy in the spirit creation realm was literally swallowed whole in the blink of an eye." Unfazed, Fuang Dich fully summoned his dual affinities of ice and fire. He scoffed, "Condensed? So what? I'm going to obliterate it." Lam Wai screamed his name in panic as she watched him shoot straight up into the air. "Cousin, don't do it," Lam Wai cried out. Meanwhile, Thon Huyn gazed up in absolute shock and stammered, Did I hear him right? What the hell is he trying to do? Did he seriously say he's going to destroy the dark tide?" Cloaked in the raging elements of ice and fire, Fuang Dich fearlessly dove headfirst into the catastrophic tide with an overwhelmingly aggressive stance. Gripping his sword tight, he streaked through the darkness like a brilliant arrow of light, his entire body erupting in a blinding golden aura. Eerie, demonic fireballs floated menacingly in the air all around him. But Fuang Dich just calmly assessed the battlefield. "Just as I suspected," he smirked, his glowing figure illuminating the pitch-black monsters swarming around him. "Instead of calling these things rank A anomalies that were merely mutated and controlled by the dark element, it's much more accurate to say they are forcefully fused, highly upgraded abominations." Fuang Dich calculated in his mind, evolving from rank B to rank A and rank A to rank S. Honestly, grading the core anomaly, controlling this dark tide as a rank triple S, wouldn't even be an exaggeration. No wonder it could so easily devour Vanguard fighters in the spirit creation realm. People who were supposed to be the absolute elites of humanity. Suddenly, a freezing sphere of pure ice materialized in the palm of his hand. Fuang Dich blasted the glacial beam straight ahead, brutally tearing right through the monster's flesh in a fraction of a second. The colossal beast unhinged its jaw and unleashed an ear-piercing, agonizing screech, blasting out a terrifying shockwave of pressure that completely crushed the surrounding space. He launched himself forward, his eyes burning bloody red with a vicious glare that looked ready to pierce straight through his enemy's soul. Then, shifting back to a blazing golden light, Fuang Dich fully unleashed his destructive power, sending a violent shockwave of hellfire violently washing over the battlefield. He chuckled inwardly. To think that with the raw power of the spirit creation realm and my newly enhanced weapon, I've grown this much. Before, I had to struggle in a brutal fight just to beat a rank B Emerald Knight Python. But now I can effortlessly butcher a fused rank A anomaly right inside the dark tide. Suddenly, his crimson eyes widened in sheer shock as he spotted something out of place. He squinted into the gloomy depths and muttered to himself, "Hold on, that guy looks familiar. Isn't that the arrogant old man from earlier? Is he seriously still alive?" The man was entirely suffocated by an eerie, blood-red mist. His body was convulsing violently, letting out faint, desperate groans of agony as he was slowly being digested alive. Fuang Dich quickly analyzed the situation. He's still twitching. That means his spiritual energy hasn't been completely drained dry by the darkness just yet. Even if his spiritual foundation in the spirit creation realm isn't as solid as mine, it's still a genuine spirit creation realm. There's still a glimmer of hope. Raising his hand high amidst the fiery space, blue lightning crackled and gathered at his summon. "Divine lightning!" thunder roared as lightning crashed down from the sky. The divine lightning's punishing strike tore the ground apart, shaking the very space around them in a blinding flash of blue and white. He shouted, "100 refinements!" The old man fell into absolute despair as his body was swallowed by the darkness, unable to resist. Fuang Dich stood before him, sword in hand, and said, "Just as I thought, there's still a slight chance to save him, but not much." Holding his flaming sword, he stood in deep thought. Bathed in a radiant golden aura, Fuang Dich spoke up. "Infinite growth, huh? Could this be the unique trait of an S-class anomaly or higher?" Fuang Dich wondered aloud. "Then let's try this. Spiritual shield, release." Amidst the blood-red fury, he was the sole point of golden light holding the line. The system announced, detecting an extremely powerful dark attribute. The power of this attribute is highly unique, unable to be extracted at this time. Fuongditch thought to himself, even after reaching the spirit creation realm, I still can't extract the dark attribute? Sure enough, the dark attribute is a bit more special than the others. He smirked, as if he had already figured out a countermeasure. Standing before the anomaly horde, Fuongditch thought to himself, since I can't completely destroy it, nor can I absorb it directly, I'll just have to try another way. Emitting golden light, he dashed straight at the beast, pondering, it's a shame I didn't bring my little white flower along. Otherwise, I could have used the power of desolation to go head-to-head with this dark attribute. What else do I have? With flames flaring right before his eyes, Fuongditch's crimson gaze remained calmly cold and sharp as a blade. He realized, I know what to do. Don't I already have the perfect thing? While Thon Hoin was setting up a barrier, number 81 asked, Captain Toe, have you ever encountered a situation like this before? Thon Hoin replied, my knowledge is limited. I've never seen anything like this. Everyone stood still within the barrier, looking ahead as someone spoke up. The dark tide. How can it just stand still? Lam Yun said, trembling. What is up with this shield? It's so bizarre. Even when we faced the ghost vine before, I was never this anxious. But in this creepy environment, I feel so on edge. My cousin has been in there for so long, what if something happens to him? Thon Hoin held the girl's hand to reassure her. Isn't his spiritual shield still there? It just flickered a bit, that's all. We just need to use our spirit power together to reinforce it. Besides, with his level of strength, if something actually happened to him, we'd all end up buried here with him anyway. She continued. Someone who possesses several supernatural attributes at the spirit creation realm. I even suspect his true strength has already reached the 3-star spirit creation realm. It's not up to small fries at the 3-star ghost realm like us to step in and save him. Both girls fell silent. Lam Wai burst into laughter. Captain Toe, you really have a sense of humor. Than Huyn asked, you think so? My teammates say the same thing. Are you feeling a bit better now? Suddenly, the streaks of crimson-black aura hurtling toward them were blasted away by a wall of golden light, making the entire space shake violently. The whole group was completely stunned, not even realizing what had just happened. Fuongditch unleashed the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire sealing art. Golden flames spiraled like fierce dragons, swallowing the entire area. He let out a massive roar as 2 streams of energy erupted simultaneously, sending a pillar of golden fire and blue aura shooting straight into the sky. Number 81 cheered in excitement. Yay, why? That's your cousin! The girl's eyes went wide as she said, that move is just too badass! Fuongditch channeled his firepower, summoning a roaring fire dragon that coiled up before smashing straight into the pitch-black ground. Jialan spoke up. Heavenly fire attribute, seal. Looking ahead, she thought to herself, did he really just seal the dark tide? Fuongditch clenched his fist, blue lightning shattering around his arm as his body dashed forward like a lightning bolt. He merged the blue lightning with the golden fire, creating a blazing vortex that wiped out the dark aura. Fuongditch shouted, 9 Dragons decree! The blue lightning surged into a massive wave, supporting the crushing weight of the golden fire above. With a fierce shout, he formed a sealing sign under his feet. The fiery aura spiraled, swallowing the white thunder before condensing into a golden storm. Fuongditch compressed the power, the crisscrossing streams of fire forming a radiant golden sphere. He guided the golden sphere downward, sending a wave of fire spreading out to sweep the ground clean. Fuongditch spoke up. We're safe for now. Look at this unexpected loot. I picked up a person. What should we do with him? Lam Wai happily ran up to him. Cousin, you're totally fine. Thank goodness. Than Huyn said, leave that person to my squad members. Boss? She looked at him and asked, you just sealed a high-tier dark attribute. Why don't you look happy at all? Fuongditch crossed his arms in deep thought. He said he wanted to destroy the dark tide, and he actually pulled it off. This guy is truly something else. He then continued, because this is only a temporary seal. The dark attribute in this place is way too abundant. We need to leave quickly while the seal still holds. Take this chance to gather the 7 rot flowers. Than Huyen nodded. Understood. We'll take this man back to the Spirit Association for treatment. She then asked, what about the people up ahead? Did no one manage to escape? Phuong Dich replied, not even a scrap of clothing or a single bone is left. Except for this guy, the rest were probably completely swallowed by the dark attribute, no matter what realm they were in. Number 81 muttered, just a moment ago, they were living, breathing people, and now they're just gone. Maybe I'm just cold-blooded. Because my only thought right now is, thank God I didn't have to watch them die. A heavy silence fell over the group. He turned around and said, why, 81, you two and Captain, to go on ahead. The most dangerous thing right now is actually this black pool. It makes more sense for me to bring up the rear. The girl nodded. Okay. Phuong Dich stood tall on the rocky outcrop, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed dead ahead. The system panel chimed, commencing scan of intense dark attribute waves. From the black rock, he swung his hand, and a stream of eerie purple light surged up around his feet. The system announced, scan successful. Hovering in the night sky, Phuong Dich spread his arms wide as pillars of purple light erupted all around him. The system reported, activating ultimate computing power, compiling data. He closed his eyes to focus. Purple demonic runes crawled across his skin as his aura surged like a massive tide. Compilation successful. Phuong Dich snapped his eyes open, purple flames burning at the edges of his vision, his freezing gaze slicing right through the darkness. The system continued. You have obtained a dark attribute technique, Boundless Dark Realm. Effect condenses a sealed fog space. Within this space, spiritual energy will be heavily corroded by the dark attribute, causing existing spiritual energy to drastically deplete. The eerie purple light branched out like electrical circuits. Phuong Dich raised his hand, a glowing formation sphere burning brightly in his palm. Dark Realm, a special domain, he murmured. He continued, that means, as long as I cast the Boundless Dark Realm when facing an enemy, the corrosive effect of the dark attribute can wear down an opponent's spiritual power, slowly draining their spiritual energy. If I combine this with my other elemental techniques, won't I be able to stack them for an even stronger weakening effect? That way, even if an anomaly more bizarre than the dark tide appears, I can still fight above my level and destroy it. Than Huyen asked, Boss, don't you feel like this mist is acting weird? Her eyes widened in shock as she thought to herself, this surge of spiritual energy, did he break through again? There wasn't even any world-shaking phenomenon just now. Than Huyen looked at him, her thoughts racing. No, that can't be right. Could he have absorbed the power of the dark tide, an anomaly ranked S-class by the government? But that's completely absurd, she continued to ponder. In the Omen phase of the spiritual energy revival, every pioneer knows that the dark attribute is the most terrifying. It's a power formed from the deepest negative emotions and hidden malice of living beings. That's exactly why absorbing the dark attribute is strictly forbidden by the government. Than Huyen thought to herself, in the past, the government tried researching ways to purify and refine the dark attribute. Some theories were tested, but they came at a tragic price. Because of this, anomalies with the dark attribute are categorized separately. She thought further. Although they range from rank D to rank S, even a rank D is enough to make a pioneer who just entered the Ghost Mansion realm suffer immensely, let alone the Dark Tide, an S-rank anomaly. Forget about a single spirit creation realm expert, even 10 of them could be swallowed whole without a second thought. She continued to reflect. Before the dark attribute was banned, there was a pioneer who tried to absorb its power. However, even as a 3-star Ghost Mansion realm expert, he only absorbed a tiny trace of leftover dark attribute from an anomaly. And the backlash was insane. His skin rotted, his mind shattered, and he's still locked up in a psychiatric hospital to this day. After standing in deep thought for a long time, Phuong Dich opened his eyes and spoke up. Come on out. You've been watching us for a while now. Jia Lam stepped forward and said, If I'm not mistaken, Phuong Dich, you sealed the dark tide all by yourself. Than Huyen stammered in confusion. Jia Lam? Jia Lam approached him and asked, Also, what exactly were you doing just now? Were you absorbing the dark attribute? Phuong Dich casually replied, That's right. Than Huyen thought in shock. He actually admitted it. Gia Lam stayed silent and slowly reached into her pocket as if grabbing something. Suddenly, she aimed a gun straight at him, her stance cold and unwavering. Number 81 screamed in terror. "Sister! Gia Lam! What are you doing?" Lam Y turned pale, her lips trembling slightly as the tension skyrocketed. Gia Lam continued. "If I remember correctly, Phuong Dich is the top priority target that your military faction wants to recruit, right? In the past, whenever our spirit association tried to recruit someone, your people would swoop in and steal them. What exactly are you getting at?" Phuong Dich placed a hand on Than Huin's shoulder and asked casually, "Weird? Wasn't our mission to find the seven rot flower? Miss, you were clearly in a huge rush to finish the mission, but right now, it looks like you're upset that we didn't die out here." She just stared at him with sharp, cold eyes, keeping the gun pointed at him in dead silence. Number 81 spoke up. "Sister Gia Lam, we've always trusted you. But if you were already here, why didn't you help us earlier? If it wasn't for Boss Phuong Dich, we would have been completely wiped out. I don't matter, but why is just a kid? Yet you just stood there and watched, and now you want to cause trouble for the boss?" Gia Lam smiled and said, "Just kidding. It seems you're highly respected by your teammates. Congratulations on passing the test." Number 81 muttered, "Respected my foot." Thant Nu chimed in, "Yeah, exactly." Phuong Dich looked at Gia Lam and asked, "So, your whole purpose for coming here was to test me?" She replied, "Something like that. With your level of talent and strength, I didn't want to just read some lifeless reports. I wanted to see for myself exactly what kind of person you are." Gia Lam continued, "And to answer your question about why I didn't step in earlier." Number 81 stared at her in stunned silence. She went on, "Because pioneers must strictly follow the rules of pioneers in this era of spiritual revival. We are all the same. This is the unpredictable fate of a pioneer, where life, death, fortune, and disaster can change in the blink of an eye." Gia Lam continued, "But you kids are incredibly lucky. You have someone trustworthy and powerful enough to protect you." Her voice echoed with intensity. "Haven't you noticed? The reason no anomalies have attacked you up until now is because they're terrified of Phuong Dich's power after he sealed the Dark Tide." She turned to look at him and added, "Even the Dark Tide is practical like that. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. Let me lead you to the Seven Rot Flower. I'm much more familiar with this place than you are." Phuong Dich thought to himself, "Why do I get the feeling that there's something mentally wrong with this woman?" Thang Huin whispered, "Her old team also encountered a dark tide, but in the end, she was the only one who made it out alive." Phuong Dich pondered. "So that's it. Bound by her identity, her absolute obedience, and her cold approach to missions and rules, there's a strong conviction keeping her going. But seeing me seal the dark tide must have pushed her over the edge, and she couldn't hold it in anymore." Phuong Dich sighed. "All right, 81, Xiao Su, let's just be understanding towards this injured patient." She asked, "She's injured?" He replied, "Her spiritual energy shield is severely flawed. She has the power of at least a 2-star spirit creation realm, but her spiritual shield has dropped by roughly 2 whole levels." Phuong Dich added, "Which proves she's suffered some serious damage." Gia Lam stepped forward, her boots thudding against the freezing floor. She spoke up, "Thanks for the concern, but my injuries are fine." In the extreme dark zone at the haunted graveyard, the wasteland was bone-chillingly cold. Jagged tombstones stood tall among shattered skulls. As the group advanced through the bleak, freezing wasteland, Phuong Dich walked alongside his teammates, his sword resting at his hip. His red eyes narrowed slightly as if sensing something ominous. "This is," he muttered, looking at the remains and tattered clothes. Gia Lam announced, "We're here. This is the burial ground." Someone shouted in excitement, "Look, that's the Seven Rot Flower!" Phuong Dich stared intently at Gia Lam. She kept her head bowed in silence, making the air feel incredibly thick and heavy. Gia Lam stepped toward the Seven Rot Flower, surrounded by red-lined ghostly shadows. She reached out her hand and whispered, "Finally, I finally meet you again." Phuong Dich frowned, his red eyes turning icy cold as he noticed something was off. "Wait, this isn't right," he thought to himself. Opening his palm as swirling flames gathered within it, Phuong Dich snapped, "Snap out of it!" He hurled the fireball straight at her. The sheer pressure of the attack caught Gia Lam completely off guard. "It's too strong. This is the extremely rare Yang attribute." Reacting on pure instinct, She instantly threw up a defense to block the strike. Yet with just a casual wave of his hand, Fuang Dish effortlessly extinguished the flames. This left Jia Lam doubting herself. Could it be? Was I still not fully prepared? Lam Wai rushed over with concern. Sister Jia Lam, are you okay? Thang Huin warned them. With the dark attributes influence around here, we should all stick together and stay right here. The young girl left all the heavy lifting to Fuang Dish. As for the 7 rot flower, letting the boss handle it is more than enough. To avoid wasting any more time, Fuang Dish immediately set off to search. Right at that moment, a glowing flower appeared before Fuang Dish's eyes. But in a flash, it retreated underground, and the very next second, it morphed into a massive fox demon. It opened its massive jaws wide. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Fuang Dish maintained his cool composure as he unleashed his power. Divine Thunder! He unleashed a surging blast of power straight at the fox demon. But instead of taking damage, the beast simply opened its jaws and swallowed the energy whole. Fuang Dish thought to himself, just how many anomalies did this damn fox devour to mutate like this? It is actually an S-class. He had to switch tactics and finish this fast. He needed to grab the 7-petaled flower and get out of there, because the seal on the dark tide was running out of time. All right then, let us use you as a test dummy, he smirked. This time, he unleashed his ultimate move, Infinite Dark Domain, Expand. Instantly, the fox demon was trapped inside a dark magical sphere. Thick chains of energy wrapped tightly around it, making the beast howl in agony. Right then, the system rang out. Due to the unique dark attributes of the Infinite Dark Domain, the S-Class Anomaly, half-corrupted fox demon, has been downgraded to B-Class. Fuang Dish scoffed. Dropping 2 whole ranks? Looks like the cultivation foundation of an S-Class Anomaly in the Deep Dark Zone is not so tough after all. Without hesitation, he drew his blazing crimson sword and delivered a slash so devastating it seemed to set the very fabric of space on fire. It is over. Meanwhile, Than Hin's attention was drawn to a bizarre surge of energy. What on earth is that now? She gasped. This black mist definitely has a dark attribute, but it feels totally different. Jia Lan nodded in agreement. You are right, I do not feel that usual oppressive, freezing, and sickening aura. She quickly realized why. This was Fuang Dish's personal domain. He actually mastered the dark attribute completely on his own, and even forged his own domain. Jia Lan knew better than anyone just how incredibly difficult it was to manifest a domain using pure spiritual energy. In the past, the only person capable of using spiritual attributes to create a spatial domain was my master. Aside from him, there are at most 3 people in the entire world who possess this power. The identities of the other 2 are unknown, but rumor has it they are from Country M. Her mind drifted back to a dark memory. When the capital was prophesied to face an apocalyptic disaster, her master had deployed his domain to suppress it. But before she could dwell on it, Fuang Dish casually strolled out of the zone. He is already out! Lam Wai gasped in disbelief. That was insanely fast! Fuang Dish flashed an easy smile, acting as if he hadn't just fought for his life. All right, that graveyard out back shouldn't give us any more trouble. The glowing flower from earlier had sprouted once again. This time, Fuang Dish easily reached out and touched it. The threat was finally gone. Only after carefully plucking the flower and resting it in his palm did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jia Lan had been standing there, frozen like a statue. She carefully accepted the glowing plant, her eyes wide with awe. Is this the true 7-petaled flower? Such a tiny, fragile thing. Fuang Dish quickly snapped her out of it. Mission accomplished. We need to pull out immediately, he urged. The dark tide is not like your average dark anomaly. It could trigger a disaster at any second. He was highly aware of the risks, especially since they were dragging dead weight along with them. Hearing his concern, Jia Lan looked at him with deep gratitude. Understood. And, thank you, Fuang Dish, she said softly. If you had not turned the tide today, this mission would have been an absolute failure. I appreciate all of your help too. Come on, let us get out of here. With that, the whole group quickly evacuated the zone. On the way, Jia Lan spoke up once more. Fuang Dish, I truly cannot thank you enough. She then revealed a massive secret. Venerable Elder Wu, The only Vajra Realm Master in the entire Xia Nation is currently in critical condition. This 7-petaled flower is the only medicine that can save him. By getting this, you just saved his life. Puangditch silently repeated those words in his mind. Vajra Realm. Just then, the exit came into view. Number 81 could not contain his joy. Light! I finally see the light! We actually made it out alive, Lam Wai cheered, completely overwhelmed with excitement. Yes! Oh my god, I thought I would never see the sun again. As they emerged, the anxious crowd waiting outside erupted into cheers. The 7-petaled flower. They actually got the flower. When Sister Lan radioed in that you secured it, we could barely believe it. The crowd swarmed them, buzzing with questions. Yeah, who exactly managed to harvest it? Number 81 just stared at the massive gathering outside, completely dumbfounded. Why are there so many people waiting for us? He muttered. Meanwhile, something else caught Lam Wai's eye. She recognized the heavily armored vehicles parked outside. Wait, aren't those vehicles from the Spiritual Combat Division, the legendary squad with absolute combat power? Everyone in the Xia Nation knows who they are. Number 81 gasped in sudden realization. Wait, does that mean Sister Jia Lan is a high-ranking executive of the Spiritual Combat Division? Oh my god, and I was just mocking her earlier. He panicked. The Spiritual Combat Division was the absolute number 1 out of the 19 major zones in the Xia Nation during the era of peace. They were the most renowned elite force in the entire country, uniting the absolute peak of power, intellect, and talent. After the spiritual awakening, they were blessed by the heavens. Not only did they hoard endless resources, but the forbidden zone they guarded was a legendary cultivation holy ground that money simply could not buy. The magical flower was now carefully sealed inside a specialized vial. Han Li formally stepped forward to receive the priceless artifact, and his entire squad offered their deepest gratitude. Standing at attention, Han Li saluted. I will transport the 7-petaled flower to the hospital immediately. You can count on us. Jia Lan nodded firmly. I am coming with you. Without another word, they piled into the armored vehicles and sped off into the distance. Before she left, Puangditch had asked her, So, you are actually from the Spiritual Combat Division. Jia Lan had just smiled warmly. Your incredible strength and performance today will definitely spread throughout our ranks. It will not be long before you are quite famous. She had been full of praise. I honestly have to admit, your individual combat power could easily crush even the strongest elite squad in our entire division. Beyond that, your potential is terrifyingly deep. I cannot even see your limits. With that kind of talent in front of her, Jia Lan had to make an offer. If you are interested, how would you like to join us? You would be given the absolute best cultivation resources our nation has to offer. Oh, and as for this mission, you, your teammates, and Nien Heap's squad will all be receiving double the promised rewards. Despite the incredible offer, Puangditch politely declined. I appreciate the bonus rewards, he replied smoothly. And while I know your division is the strongest in the Xia Nation, I have my own methods and my own pace when it comes to cultivation. So, I will have to pass on joining you. Hearing his firm answer, Jia Lan's tone turned dead serious as she warned him. The world is changing rapidly, Puangditch. Right now, the thing our nation monitors and fears the absolute most is dark attribute anomalies. The number of these deadly aberrations is multiplying at a terrifying rate. In the near future, things are going to get much, much worse. She emphasized the gravity of the situation. Their area of effect will keep expanding, just like a malignant tumor. They could trigger a catastrophic disaster at any given moment. That's exactly why we had no choice but to go all out and build the forbidden zones to block them. The Spirit Guild is also keeping a strict watch everywhere. Jia Lan then clarified, I'm not telling you all this to tie you down or guilt trip you. I just feel that an elite pioneer like yourself finally has the right to know what's really going on. Fong Yi reassured her, I get it. If I ever run into any anomalies in the future, even if it's for a stranger, I won't just stand by and do nothing. You have my word on that. Hearing this, Jia Lan couldn't help but smile in relief. I'm truly glad to have met you. She handed Fang Yi an item. Please, take this token. She then explained, with this in your possession, you can freely enter any forbidden zone to cultivate. The Spirit War Zone will also be open to you at all times. Oh, and one more thing. Would you like to come pay a visit to Elder Wu? Fang Yi asked, a bit unsure. Wait, you mean the Venerable of the Vajra Realm? Jialan offered warmly. He is my honored master. I really think you two should meet. I'm not sure if you'd be up for it. This is just my personal wish. I truly want us to be friends. Fang Yi didn't answer right away, his hand simply slipping the token into his pocket. Finally, he agreed. Sure, an extra friend means an extra path. I'll make the trip with you. Then consider this a gift between friends. Sensing a sudden surge of power radiating from him, Jia Lan couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Fang Yi replied confidently, "I think I can purge the residual poison left by the dark attribute's corruption in your body." As soon as the energy flowed into her, Jia Lan clearly felt that his lightning attribute actually had healing properties. My whole body feels a bit numb right now, but that cold, agonizing pain is getting warm. The discomfort is completely gone. Her body was actively regenerating, and the wounds eroded by the black bone were visibly closing up. Her damaged internal organs felt as healthy as ever, while her blood vessels were being thoroughly flushed and purified. Jia Lan was absolutely stunned. To think all the toxins in my body were completely wiped out by this rare lightning attribute. This is incredible. I feel like I've been reborn. Once he was done, Fang Yi checked in on her. "How are you feeling now?" Jia Lan smiled. "Great, never better. The lingering dark attribute in my body has been completely wiped out." No, more like it was utterly shattered. Meanwhile, a group of doctors was treating old Deng. He's only at the first layer of the spirit creation realm, and he's this badly injured. Can he even be saved? Qing Ying walked over to chat. "You two haven't left yet? Wait a minute. What's going on with Jia Lan's injuries?" Jia Lan confirmed gently, "You're right. His pure lightning attribute completely purged the leftover dark attribute from my system." Qing Ying couldn't help but tease. "So, this is the so-called tyrant of the lightning attribute. It can annihilate enemies and save lives at the same time." Fang Yi instinctively crossed his arms defensively over his chest. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Just then, Qing Ying excitedly waved her hand, shouting, "Guys, get over here, quick!" Giving him the ultimate puppy dog eyes, she asked, "I have a favor to ask. Could we collaborate with you for a bit?" Fang Yi still couldn't wrap his head around what she wanted. "What do you mean?" Qing Ying explained her idea. "If we combine your spiritual energy with our medical equipment, we can definitely save way more pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption." She bowed at a full 90 degrees. "Please, just show us that trick one more time." Fang Yi agreed and started channeling his energy. "Like this?" One of the doctors was completely blown away. It's actually working. Such incredibly pure high-tier lightning attribute really can obliterate the dark attribute. Following up, Jia Lan shared, "When Fang Yi channeled it directly into me just now, the dark attribute in my body was instantly shattered. So all he has to do is make physical contact with the injured pioneers, right? I remember there's someone in a coma who's also in the spirit creation realm." Qing Ying scratched her head and corrected her. No. It's not like every spirit creation realm fighter can handle this kind of raw spiritual energy." The doctor spoke up to clarify. "She's right, Commander Jia Lan. Even though your injuries were severe, based on our assessment, they were still on the lighter side. The patient we were just treating, the lightning energy required to cure him would be roughly 10 times what you needed." He added details about Meng Yang's condition. "Besides, just saving his life and getting him to wake up is already a miracle. A full recovery is impossible." Fang Yi just wanted to cut to the chase. "All right, got it. So it's basically like a blood transfusion, right? So how exactly do I transfer my spiritual energy to you guys? You're going to store it up for later use, aren't you?" The doctor solemnly gestured, "Please, step right this way." He then instructed, "Just place your hands in here and release your spiritual energy." Fang Yi nodded. "All right." Watching this, Lin Yi was absolutely thrilled. She never expected Sister Jia Lan to be a high-ranking official in the Spirit War Zone, or that her own cousin could make the illustrious faction offer him such special privileges. The young girl had seen everything. The usually icy Sister Jia Lan had actually taken the initiative to befriend her cousin. I even saw her hand over her personal token to him just now. Fang Yi clearly felt Lin Yi's gaze, so he naturally turned around and asked, "How are you two holding up?" Lin Yi cheerfully replied, Don't worry about us, cousin. We've got everything sorted out. She shared their next plan. 81 and I want to go train a bit more and take on a few missions. We can't always rely on you, cousin, or we'll never improve. Deep down, Lin Yi reminded herself, I can't drag him down anymore. I have to catch up to his footsteps and fast. Fang Yi smiled and gently reminded her, all right, just stay safe out there. He felt a sudden sense of pride. His little cousin was really growing up. Once everything was wrapped up, Qing Ying waved goodbye as well. We'll be taking off now. If fate allows it, we'll see you two on the next mission. Jialan quickly led the way out. Let's go. We're heading inside to visit Elder Wu. Inside a car, someone was throwing a massive fit. So much for playing the cold loner. So much for not showing up at the scene. Qing Ying was absolutely furious. And now look what happened. He got snatched up by the spirit war zone. All my hard work these past few days went straight down the drain. The girl in the back seat had to desperately calm her down. Captain Su, please, just take a deep breath. Calm down. Qing Ying knew all too well that the Spirit Guild's organizational structure was still a total mess. Both at headquarters and the local branches, a lot of the managers were even more two-faced than the military top brass. Not only that, but this incident brings up a few issues. The top elite teams are completely disjointed, let alone whether they'd be willing to lower themselves to befriend Fu Wangdich. It's already a blessing if those stubborn fools don't come looking for trouble. Inside the most high-end VIP room at the Spiritual War Zone's medical base, Fu Wangdich spoke up. So, this is Elder Nuo. Even Jia Lam had to admit, pretty strange, isn't it? A mighty Vajra realm expert, yet he looks like nothing but a frail old man. She added, his complexion was even worse before, looking just like a walking corpse. We even had to use the seven-hued flower, but he still hasn't woken up. Fu Wangdich wanted to dig deeper. What exactly happened to him? So, Jia Lam laid it all out. A dark attribute natural disaster struck the capital. The weather went completely erratic, and the sky itself was ripped apart by pure darkness. To stop that dark anomaly from consuming the capital, Master sacrificed himself to seal away the remnants. She explained their desperate actions back then. Before he did, all of us used a special technique to transfer our spiritual energy to him. Jia Lam looked utterly defeated as she faced the truth. We estimated that this anomaly was an anomaly beyond S rank. Even though the dark wave we faced was already a terrifying S rank, the destructive power of this disaster was times stronger. The more she thought about it, the more devastated she looked. If it fully manifests, it could wipe out the entire capital. Even the surrounding cities would be corrupted and completely annihilated. The capital holds unimaginable importance. If it falls, the whole nation plunges into absolute chaos. Jia Lam shuddered to even think about it. Master used his own domain to forcefully seal that S-rank anomaly. But little did we know, even gathering all of our strength to fight off this colossal disaster, it was far more horrifying than we ever imagined. She vividly remembered that terrifying sight. Master was almost completely swallowed by the darkness. If he wasn't a Vajra realm exalted, he would have been turned to dust right then and there. Hell, he would have become sheer nourishment for that dark anomaly, Fu Wangdich remarked with genuine respect. He did all that just to stop the capital from being destroyed? Then he truly is a magnificent trailblazer. He was all too familiar with these situations. In the past, so many trailblazers had stood like a shield in front of him, allowing him to be the last man standing. Perhaps in my previous life, at this exact moment, he had already sacrificed himself. Seeing Fu Wangdich's sudden movement, Jia Lam shrieked, "What are you doing to Master?" Fu Wangdich quickly calmed her down. "Hey, don't be so tense. Although the seven-hued flower is working, I want to see if I can purge the stubborn, raging dark attributes left inside his body. That's the only way he'll wake up anytime soon." Jia Lam couldn't believe it. "Wait, what? Are you crazy? That's an S-rank disaster." The image of Fu Wangdich successfully retrieving the seven-hued flower flashed through her mind, giving her a sliver of hope. She finally gave in. All right, fine, give it a try. She desperately hoped that he could be the miracle they needed. But you have to be careful. This dark attribute is far more terrifying than the one in the dark wave. Otherwise, Master wouldn't be recovering this slowly even with the flower. Fu Wangdich's voice deepened with certainty. I know. I can feel exactly how overwhelming the darkness in here is. He added, even though it's been weakened and suppressed by the flower's purifying power, it still gives off a massive, suffocating pressure. Right at that moment, Jia Lam's face turned completely pale. She desperately screamed, Phuong Dich, focus your mind carefully. It's starting to corrupt you. Phuong Dich unleashed his inner power to stabilize himself. He snapped his eyes open, blazing with intense energy. The scene unfolding before him was far too familiar. The overwhelming presence had forcefully dragged his consciousness right back into the past. The monstrous anomaly tore open the sky, its booming voice radiating absolute authority. Who are you? Phuong Dich thought to himself. I barely touched the lingering dark attribute in Elder Ngo's sickly body, and it's already polluting my mind and creating an illusion? He scoffed loudly. That doesn't matter. I'm just the guy here to wipe you out. He analyzed the situation in his head. Looks like this anomaly isn't exactly invincible yet. Suddenly, it launched a vicious attack straight at him. Phuong Dich yelled in shock. What the hell is that? His eyes flared with a blinding light, showing pure, absolute focus. With terrifying speed, he dodged the lethal strike in a fraction of a second. He muttered, The lightning from this monster is just as strong as the divine lightning I absorbed back at Jade Emperor Peak. He then noticed, and there's a whole swarm of insect-like anomalies crawling with dark energy. I gotta say, even if this is just an illusion, every single one of them is as ridiculously strong as the monsters from the Dark Tide. He thought to himself, and there's literally tens of thousands of them here. Flames wrapped around his arm as devastating power began to gather. Gripping his weapon tightly, Phuong Dich declared, Well then, I guess it's time to exterminate some pests. His eyes glowing blood red, he roared as his flaming sword slashed through the air. Rise! He unleashed a blazing surge of fiery power, tearing the pitch-black night wide open. With his blazing sword illuminating the dark, he charged fearlessly at the mysterious enemy. He thought to himself, it's an aggregate of S-rank anomalies, but maybe because it's an illusion, or thanks to the 7-hued flowers effect, it's actually weakened a lot. A massive surge of power erupted, sending 2 waves of blinding light sweeping across the entire battlefield. He stared at the terrifying beast, completely shocked. Almost A-rank. Are these the things Elder Ngo has been facing? Did he really have to wipe out this disastrous anomaly all over the city? No. I'm afraid it's far worse than that. Phuong Dich shouted, Boundless Dark Realm! A massive black vortex instantly formed right in the palm of his hand. He raised his hand high, confronting a colossal dark vortex that was literally sucking up the sky. The anomaly shrieked in absolute terror. You're not human? The gigantic monster watched as the purple-black vortex devoured everything in its path. He smirked, his blazing red eyes full of utter defiance, with his dark hair falling over his forehead. Phuong Dich let out a furious, decisive roar. Open! The swirling sphere of pure darkness expanded, violently sucking everything into the void. It flickered out of existence, leaving behind one chilling message. We will return, very soon. Standing inside the dark sphere, he pondered. This is probably the lingering consciousness left behind by the dark anomaly's power. It said, we. Does it still have accomplices? Are other disasters going to strike again? Phuong Dich stared straight ahead, his glowing red eyes completely fearless in the face of pure evil. He said firmly, Let's get the hell out of here first, then we'll deal with it. His crimson eyes shot wide open, glaring intensely at something extremely crucial. An explosion of brilliant emerald energy burst forth, leaving Jia Lam completely stunned behind him. Powerful surges of lightning spiraled around the dark sphere, generating a horrifying amount of power. Phuong Dich roared at the top of his lungs. Seal! 9 dragons! Heavenly fire sealing art! Jia Lam gasped. So this is the dark attribute festering inside Elder Ngo's body. He replied, The dark attribute inside Senior Ngo is likely just the lingering remnants of that disastrous anomaly. Phuong Dich continued, Although the dark energy is still insanely strong, its influence has significantly dropped after being drained by the 7-hued flower and Elder Ngo's seal. He added with deep respect, Elder Ngo truly lives up to his name as Hua Country's #1 trailblazer. All this time, he's been using his own flesh and blood as a vessel to forcefully suppress this dark power. If it were anyone else, they would have died 1,000 times over. She looked at him with immense gratitude. You really saved his life. Fongdit replied humbly, it wasn't entirely my doing. If I didn't have the seven-hued flower, there's no way I could have purged that stubborn darkness from his body. Jia Lam shook her head. The flower might have kept him alive, but your power is what gave him the chance to fully recover. Clenching his fist tightly, a violent surge of blue lightning erupted as he channeled every ounce of his strength. Fuangdiche then said, all right, it should be completely useless now. He continued, his tone turning serious. However, there's something else I need to tell you. Earlier in the mental illusion, the dark attribute of the disaster's remnant seemed to warn me that it will strike again. We need to be on high alert at all times. When that happens, we absolutely cannot let an old man who just recovered from a severe illness lead the vanguard. She nodded solemnly. I know. I've actually heard rumors about that. Fuangdiche asked in surprise. Rumors? The military's monitoring division and the Spirit Association periodically compile all the abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations that both sides have gathered, she explained. The data on these phenomena is strictly classified to prevent any leaks. Jia Lan mentioned a rumor that, according to these speculative models, Xia country's current reserves wouldn't even last the first year of the spiritual energy revival. Of course, nobody believed it. He spoke up. Being the one monitoring the fluctuation data of anomalous spiritual energy sounds pretty prestigious. She asked, do you really think the rumor is true too? Fang Yi thought to himself, could my regression have altered the future? He remembered surviving up until year 3 of the spiritual energy revival. Even though the entire blue star had been nearly wiped out back then, he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't overthink it. Elder Wu will probably wake up soon. Fang Yi continued softly. Don't worry. If another disaster strikes, I'll be right there fighting by your side. He thought to himself, this catastrophic war is bound to break out sooner or later, but this time, I'm going to change everything. A full moon cast its glow over the massive building in the dead of night. As Fang Yi channeled his energy, he pondered. After clashing with an S-rank anomaly twice, I think I'm about to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. He continued to muse that the spiritual energy revival was already underway. Even though he had gained the darkness attribute, it still wasn't enough. The anomaly, back in that illusion domain, despite being weakened, couldn't hide its true terrifying power. Fang Yi stared intently at the white-potted flower, his face full of focus. He pointed a finger at it and playfully scolded. You know, leaving you behind before was my loss, but you're just not that easy to carry around. Smiling, Fang Yi picked it up and said, all right, I just regret not giving you the chance to show off your leveling up skills. Come on, let's take you out for a walk. That night behind the mountain, he strolled along and muttered, the Spirit Association's Botanical Research Institute actually knows what they're doing. Even though nature's self-healing abilities have gone into overdrive during this early stage of the spiritual energy revival, it's only been a short while. Yet the scorched trees have already recovered quite a bit, and there are even batches of new grafted saplings. Fang Yi took the plant out of its pot and said, I'll have to thank Little Sue's team later. He tended to it while warning, just absorb a little bit at a time. Don't get greedy. Otherwise, with your appetite, all the force on the blue star wouldn't be enough to feed you. The plant radiated a vibrant green glow, its roots stretching out as if greedily devouring food. Fang Yi crossed his arms, calmly observing the explosive surge of natural energy. He looked ahead and thought to himself, that's enough for now. Fang Yi pulled it from the ground and said, all right, let's find another spot for you to snack on. He looked at it and mused, among all the evolved plant life, or wood attribute beings, I wonder how high you'd rank. A desolation attribute anomaly should at least be considered an A rank. Fang Yi continued as he walked. Normally, this mountain is crawling with animals, but I haven't seen a single one today. They must be terrified of your desolation power, huh? Glowing red eyes stared straight ahead. Fang Yi looked surprised as a loud howl echoed through the trees. He squinted into the darkness and muttered, that sounds like a wolf. He added, the wolf pack is about to evolve. Fang Yi looked up at the ferocious beast standing before him and wondered, so, you must be the Wolf King, right? It looks like its evolution is almost complete. The beast answered him with a terrifying growl. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf King finished its evolution, its pupils transforming into a fiery, glowing green. Slightly taken aback, he pulled the flower pot closer to his chest and pondered. With this surge of spiritual energy, could it be turning into an A-rank anomaly? Fang Yi quickly stepped back as the wolf pack surrounded him. He quickly analyzed the situation. After advancing, the Wolf King anomaly evolved from a forest beast wood attribute into a highly corrosive poison attribute. This poison attribute must have formed because it absorbed the darkness attribute. Fang Yi deduced, carefully watching the dark spiritual energy radiating from the beast. It seems darkness attribute activity is becoming so rampant that it actually forced the Wolf King to mutate into a dual attribute anomaly. He pressed his lips together and smirked. Still, it's just an A-rank anomaly. Acting on his thoughts, Fang Yi decisively yanked the glowing flower out of its pot, muttering, "All right, let's wipe these guys out." He dropped to one knee and planted the flower's roots into the earth, assessing the battlefield. Even though it was only an A-rank anomaly, the sheer size of the wolf pack was a massive headache. Worse, the foot of the mountain was an urban area. If he let them breach the city, the casualties would be catastrophic. With that, Fang Yi slammed his palm against the ground, channeling a surge of golden energy into the earth. Let's get this started. As if sensing a challenge, the Wolf King lunged forward in a blur. Moments later, a massive pillar of blue spiritual energy blasted straight up into the night sky. At the same time, he thought to himself, I want to see just how destructive the desolation power can be if I don't use any other abilities. Meanwhile, down at the foot of the mountain, a group of people looked up at the bizarre energy spike. Xiao Hang stared intently at the glowing peak and urgently asked, "The Wolf King successfully evolved, and its power is massive. What's the corruption level at?" The other guy glanced at the device on his wrist and replied, 90. Hearing that number, the team's faces drained of color. They turned to each other, repeating in disbelief, 90? The demolition squad captain tapped a red button on his wristband and added, "It's not just 90, it's still climbing. A wood attribute Wolf King has the strength of at least a 3-star Ghost Mansion realm, maybe even a 1-star Spirit Creation realm. Why is the energy this dense?" And the rest of the pack are sitting between 2-star and 3-star Ghost Mansion realm. Xiao Heng cut him off in a panic. "But looking at this, we don't have the manpower. We can't fight that. Even you just broke through to the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm, right?" The crowd turned their eyes toward the raging green vortex and screamed, "It's the darkness attribute. The darkness attribute is back. How is this happening?" "No wonder the corruption level is so insanely high." The squad captain suddenly shouted, "I get it now. The corruption is off the charts because the Wolf King evolved into a dual attribute beast. Something like this is incredibly rare among anomalies." The number had already hit 100, sending everyone into a full-blown panic. He urgently ordered, "Even if we can't beat them, we have to hold the line." If this pack successfully finishes their evolution, the entire area at the foot of the mountain will be wiped out. Wild beasts are already vicious by nature. Now that they're fueled by evolutionary spiritual energy, they'll be an absolute nightmare. I need to contact the Spirit Association immediately and request backup. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, causing the team to scream in terror. Wait, do you guys feel the mountainside shaking? Is this an earthquake? How could evolving wolves trigger an earthquake? No, that's not it. Another anomaly has appeared. It was just at 100 a second ago, but it just spiked to 1,000. The team immediately backed away, staring wide-eyed as the green energy blasted out in all directions. Someone gasped, "Oh my god, that's the power of desolation. Why is there desolation energy here?" As the spiritual energy rained down around them, the crowd scrambled to escape. "Run! Move! No matter what, we need to fall back to the safe zone." Someone yelled, "Wait, is this the mysterious vine that vanished earlier?" Without any warning, the squad captain threw his arms wide and ordered, "Hurry! We have to evacuate all the surrounding residents right now." One team member glanced back over his shoulder in confusion. "Wait a minute, Captain. The desolation energy isn't heading this way. Then, what exactly is this?" Hearing this, the captain also shot a look behind him to check. The entire squad froze as massive green tentacles spread wildly across the cliff face. Everyone stared in absolute bewilderment. Did the power of desolation recede deep into the mountain? Yeah. This is so bizarre. The sense of danger is completely gone. Do we still need to report this? The massive roots continued to lengthen, sprouting wildly across the jagged rocks as pristine white blossoms bloomed across the twisting vines. Someone stared at the spiritual energy radiating from it and muttered, "What kind of flower is this?" The scene cuts back to Fang Yi, standing completely alone in a sea of blooming flowers, facing off against the ferocious Wolf King. He looked up, his brow furrowed as he spoke out loud. "This sea of spirit flowers will just keep growing and multiplying until it drains every last drop of energy from your pack." Fang Yi looked at the wolves thrashing wildly in the grip of the vines, and then at the Wolf King standing its ground before him. He smirked. "You're lucky you still have some spiritual energy shielding your body to struggle with." "But what about them?" One of the beasts was tightly bound, its whole body trembling as it let out a silent howl. A few seconds later, the roots dropped it, leaving nothing but dry bones. He casually stood with both hands in his pockets, watching the red flowers slowly bloom. The Wolf King couldn't hold back anymore. It opened its mouth and fired its spiritual energy. A bright green beam of light shot straight toward where Puongdich was standing. He was instantly shielded by the tree roots, speaking with pure disdain. "It's useless. Don't you realize? The spirit flower's desolate attribute has already taken root deep within the earth of this forest." The roots surged higher and higher, topped with a blood-red blossom. Standing upon it, Puongdich looked down at the Wolf King and coldly declared, "A sea of flowers covering the sky, drawn from the mountain, used for the mountain." The beast felt a sudden surge of fear hearing his next words. Even though you've leveled up and awakened your sentience, you probably don't know the saying, "Wild grass never fully burns, and the spring breeze brings it back to life," right? Even so, the Wolf King decided to charge head-on. Seeing its movement, Puongdich praised, "Not bad. You actually spotted the flower's location." He turned to the vibrant red blossom and whispered, "Little flower, they found you. What should we do?" The Wolf King lunged forward with explosive momentum, not forgetting to roar to assert its dominance. Following its master's command, the flower instantly positioned itself to shield Puongdich. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense as the Wolf King gaped its jaws wide, intending to swallow the flower whole. Without hesitation, it took a massive bite out of the blossom. It seemed the Wolf King would destroy it, but unexpectedly, the petals tightly choked the beast's neck. He was also quite surprised to see the Wolf King's spiritual energy slowly dissipating. Puongdich furrowed his brows in deep thought. Was he really going to let the dark attribute corrode him? The crimson flower's tendrils intertwined, forming countless vines that wrapped around the Wolf King, making it scream out in agony. In just a moment, the Wolf King slowly vanished into the flower's stamen. The petals completely engulfed its body. As the petals sealed shut, a burning question lingered in Puongdich's mind. This desolate power is insanely overpowered. What kind of ability is this even? I didn't expect that after infusing the desolate attribute into the spirit flower, it wouldn't need any further adjustments from me and would form its own cultivation technique. Watching the swaying flower, he concluded that once trapped in this boundless sea of flowers, no anomaly could ever escape. After eroding the Wolf King's flesh, it spat out a massive skeleton right in front of Puongdich, cementing his theory. Even if the spirit flower was repeatedly destroyed, it could still regenerate, using its endless desolate power to turn everything into white bones. Puongdich reached out, gently touching the petal, and muttered, "That is the endless spirit sea." As the flower bloomed brightly under the full moon, the system notified him. Spirit flower has successfully integrated the desolate attribute, endless spirit sea. Shortly after, the petals slowly unfurled, revealing a golden stamen. Unconsciously drawn to it, Puongdich narrowed his eyes as the spirit flower grew taller, draining the blood-red petals from the sea of flowers. He instantly realized, "Little flower, you're about to evolve." Cutting to the control room, someone stared at the glaring red on the screen and panicked. "We've detected a grade A mutant contamination. Look at this. 2 completely different streams of spiritual energy have appeared in the contaminated zone." The Wolf King's level up spawned a dark attribute, but an unpredicted desolate attribute has also emerged. Thang Huin stood there anxiously, while the president frowned and demanded, "What's the exact location?" The subordinate pointed at the map. "This low mountain forest is the area captain to previously oversaw." Hearing this, the president looked puzzled. Didn't the saboteur squad go to intercept the wolf pack? Suddenly, a voice cracked through the radio, making the president pause and listen intently. It was the captain of the saboteur squad reporting from the field. This is the saboteur squad. At the mutated wolf pack's location, a massive surge of desolate power has suddenly erupted. The concentration levels are off the charts. This desolate power has already wiped out the grade A mutated wolf pack anomaly. But the desolate power didn't target us. It retreated into the mountain. Right now, a massive anomaly is occurring within the mountain with countless mountain flowers blooming. Looking at the countless petals fluttering before him, he continued, "We can't get close. We don't know if this desolate power will affect the surrounding areas next." The captain urgently added, "We estimate that if this unidentified anomaly erupts, its impact will far exceed the aerial anomaly that appeared before. Shouldn't we send backup over here? If things go south, all the pioneers present combined probably won't stand a chance." Panicked, the president adjusted his radio and spoke. "If that's the case, we will dispatch 2 elite squads, Little Toe." A drop of sweat rolled down Thon Huyen's face as she thought of Puong Dich, a secret suspicion growing in her mind. "That's right, it's the back mountain. I have this strong intuition that it's him again this time." She suddenly raised a finger and interjected, "Wait a minute. I think the person unleashing this desolate power might be Puong Dich. His home is right in this location." Visualizing him enveloped in golden spiritual energy, Tants Ha Huyen was certain he would protect everyone here. Cutting back to the back mountain, the gloomy peak was showered with an endless fall of red petals. Puong Dich casually looked up at the spirit flower, wondering, "As expected, the one who devoured this wolf king will end up just like it." It's about to evolve a second attribute. The flower radiated a mysterious power, erupting into blazing flames. He had to shield his face with one arm, excitedly asking, "A fire attribute? Now that's a pleasant surprise." Puong Dich then reached out, retrieving the spirit flower, and mumbled, "You can evolve just by swallowing your prey. Your cultivation method is ridiculously overpowered." The moment it shrank to fit in his palm, the system announced, "Spirit flower has devoured the mutated wolf pack and wolf king. Spirit flower evolution complete. Wildfire spirit flower, grade A anomaly. Desolate attribute. After evolving, the fire attribute Wildfire Spirit Flower will possess an extreme craving to absorb spiritual energy. It can be placed into the boundless dark realm for nurturing." Puong Dich was momentarily stunned, repeating the words, "Boundless dark realm?" He swiftly summoned a black circle and whispered, "Why didn't I think of that? Who knew I could put the spirit flower inside the boundless dark realm?" It began pulling the spirit flower inside. Puong Dich figured that the boundless dark realm was filled with endless dark attribute anomalies and a rich soil environment. If the spirit flower absorbs them, it might just evolve a dark attribute. Suddenly, dark clouds swarmed the sky, casting down bolts of lightning that caught his attention. Puong Dich looked up, wondering, "Am I about to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm?" Then 2 golden arms materialized, joining 2 fingers together and gently lifting him up. Puong Dich settled into a meditative posture, beginning to perceive his surroundings. "I can feel that driving my power has become so much easier. The heaven and earth spiritual energy naturally merges with my physical body, as if we were born as one." Right at that moment, Huang Luk, standing in a small cave, witnessed this scene and grew furious. "Well, found you. So this is where you've been hiding." He smirked and muttered to himself. The legendary heavenly fire blade, breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm, it really gets my blood pumping. Huang Luk unleashed his energy, acting high and mighty. "Since I'm a fire attribute pioneer, I'll just have to crush your spirit. I want everyone to know that I am the absolute #1 fire attribute pioneer." Instantly sensing the threat, Puong Dich raised his voice and demanded, "Who's there?" The moment he spoke, a blazing fireball lunged right at him, making Puong Dich wonder, "A fire attribute pioneer?" He quickly swiped his palm backward, summoning his pitch-black circle. Puong Dich effortlessly pushed it forward to block the raging flames. Thinking to himself, "So you've finally shown up, huh?" He sternly scolded him for hiding earlier, not holding back his spiritual energy at all. Observing his opponent's feet touching the ground, Puong Dich analyzed, "A rogue pioneer, breaking through to the spirit creation realm. No affiliations, no organization, just someone who loves picking fights. Kuang Luke took a slow, mocking step forward. You're pretty interesting. I can feel a massive aura of spirit energy coming from you. How exactly did you dodge my meteor flame strike just now? Kuang Dich simply pressed his lips together at the sheer arrogance, looking the guy up and down. Kuang Luke took that silence as a cue to press forward. He smirked and added, "Oh, forgot to introduce myself." Gathering his spirit energy, he dashed straight at Kuang Dich, shouting, "The name is Kuang Luke, and you're gonna remember it real soon." Kuang Dich quickly brought two fingers together, pointing them toward the sky as he commanded, "Divine Lightning!" Kuang Luke was still riding high on his own ego, his eyes blazing as he charged. But the moment the words left Kuang Dich's mouth, a blinding blue light tore through the vast sky. A massive lightning bolt blasted straight toward Kuang Luke, forcing him to a dead stop. What the hell is that? He thought in a panic. His face contorted in absolute terror, squinting wildly as he faced the incoming blast. But it was too late. Kuang Dich's divine lightning struck him dead on, lighting up his entire body like a beacon. A few seconds later, the blast faded, leaving Kuang Luke covered in smoking burns and gashes. His knees buckled, crashing to the ground as if his own body had completely shut down. Kuang Luke stared at the dirt, trembling uncontrollably as his mind raced. What just happened? Isn't he supposed to be a fire attribute cultivator too? Meanwhile, Kuang Dich casually walked up to him, his eyes glowing an intimidating red. He reached out and grabbed Kuang Luke by the back of his hair. Without a single word, Kuang Dich slammed Kuang Luke's head straight into the dirt, bringing his whole body crashing down with a heavy thud. He glared down at him with dead, piercing eyes and asked, "I didn't quite catch that earlier. What did you say your name was?" Completely helpless, Kuang Luke gritted his teeth through the pain, staring up in shock. A million questions spun violently in his head. How is this even possible? How could it end like this? I am a mighty one-star spirit creation realm expert. I've always been the fastest leveling cultivator out there, not to mention my ultimate technique. He flashed back to the days of being worshipped by everyone. He possessed one of the rarest, most elite abilities out there, the absolute destructive power of the fire attribute, combined with his spirit creation realm strength. I am supposed to be a master among masters. Everyone was supposed to bow down to me, begging for my favor just to get a scrap of benefits in this new era of spirit awakening. Snapped back to reality, Kuang Dich clicked his tongue at Kuang Luke's pathetic silence. He casually channeled a surge of divine lightning straight into the guy's body, making Kuang Luke scream out in pure agony. He looked up, trembling as one of Kuang Dich's pupils glowed with an icy blue light. Wait, he thought wildly. Isn't he a fire attribute user? Why the hell does he have the lightning attribute too? He completely snuffed out my flames. I can't even stand up. Meanwhile, Kuang Dich just looked down at him with sheer boredom. And here I thought you were actually going to be strong. Kuang Dich let out a mocking scoff. Is that really all you've got? Kids these days are way too cocky for their own good. Kuang Luke clenched his jaw, drowning in absolute fear. But this guy clearly hasn't broken through to the 2-star spirit creation realm yet. Then why does his aura and spirit energy feel like it's 2 whole realms above mine? No, 3 realms? He stared into Kuang Dich's merciless, murderous eyes and practically wet himself in terror. I'm dead. I'm actually going to die. I, the great Kuang Luke, am really going to lose my life right here in the dirt. Desperate, Kuang Luke quickly shot his head up and begged. Please, please don't kill me. Hearing this pathetic plea, Kuang Dich actually paused for a second. He casually lifted his hand off the guy's head and sighed. Let me give you a piece of advice. A cultivator's power isn't something you just throw around to bully normal people. Slipping his hands into his pockets, Kuang Dich casually added, if you've got that much free time, do us all a favor and go hunt down those rogue anomalies causing trouble instead. Kuang Luke could only sit there, stammering out a weak, you. But Kuang Dich was already looking off into the distance, clicking his tongue in sheer boredom. Kuang Luke slowly pushed himself up, staring blankly at Kuang Dich's fading silhouette. What the hell is this guy's deal? He thought. How could anyone possess that kind of monstrous spirit energy? His eyes were wide with lingering shock. Is his power just completely heaven-defying? Or am I truly just that weak? The scene shifts to a luxurious metropolis. Night had fallen, and countless city lights illuminated the skyline. Looking like he just survived a meat grinder in his tattered clothes, Kwang Luk walked silently into a lavish room. His brows were furrowed in deep, troubled thought. His group of friends immediately started teasing him. "Oh, look who's back!" Music. "Nice new haircut, man." "Young Master Kwang, I told you, going around picking fights doesn't do you any good." Lython pointed a finger at him, lecturing. "And even if you're going to throw a temper tantrum about it, I'm still going to say it. You can't keep acting like this. The global spirit energy hasn't even fully recovered yet. We are practically dust in the wind right now, and you're out here making enemies everywhere. Isn't that just begging for a death wish?" Kwang Luk didn't say a single word. He just quietly trudged over to the sofa while Lython kept nagging. "Being so trigger-happy and swinging at everything that moves is only going to bring a disaster down on our heads." Seeing this weird reaction, Tam Huang cut in. "Okay, that's weird. You've been nagging his ear off and he hasn't even blown up at you yet?" The two friends exchanged confused looks as Kwang Luk slumped onto the couch in a totally depressed daze. Tam Huang frowned. "Dude, what actually happened out there?" Tam Huang quickly walked over, throwing an arm around Kwang Luk's shoulder to joke with him. "Seriously, what's wrong with you? Did you get possessed by a ghost or something? Are you really still the same hot-headed Kwang Luk who loves picking fights? The guy who throws hands the second he sees someone and explodes at the drop of a hat?" Lython walked over and asked a bit more seriously. "Wait, didn't you go out today to challenge that guy known as the Heavenly Fire One Blade? What actually happened with that?" Kwang Luk stared blankly at the floor and muttered sadly, "I got completely one-shot." Tam Huang jumped back in shock and yelled, "What do you mean, completely one-shot? Explain yourself." Kwang Luk's entire body started trembling, tears literally welling up in his eyes as he repeated, "I got one shot." He grabbed his head in utter despair. I should have realized something was horribly wrong right from the start. If I had just backed off when I had the chance, I wouldn't have had to suffer such absolute humiliation." Lythan looked highly skeptical. "Is this one-blade guy really that insanely strong? You're a top-tier fire attribute genius. You awakened less than a month ago and already broke through to the spirit creation realm. You could search across multiple provinces and still not find anyone on your level." Kwang Luk turned completely pale, terror washing over him as he recalled the devastating divine lightning. It took less than a second. It was all over in a literal flash. My meteor flame strike, my ultimate, proudest move, his lightning utterly obliterated it. Tam Huang immediately cut in. "Wait, are you sure you didn't accidentally fight the wrong guy? I mean, your fire attribute is so terrifyingly pure, it leaves people in shock. Unless you ran into some freak from a high-level battle zone, there's normally no one who could even stand toe-to-toe with you, let alone the fact that you've already ascended to the spirit creation realm." Lythan rubbed his chin in deep thought. "You're a late bloomer. It hasn't been long since you awakened, yet during our fight for resources, you easily crushed two rogue cultivators of the same element, and they were at the 3-star Spirit Mansion realm. So, is it possible that this heavenly fireblade guy you ran into isn't actually a cultivator at all? Back then, we figured his strength wasn't any greater than yours, right?" Kwang Luk grabbed his arm, practically crying as he yelled, "How could I possibly be wrong? That was exactly where Heavenly Fireblade showed up. It's definitely his turf. Man, if you didn't experience it firsthand, you just wouldn't get it." He shuddered, recalling the moment he was struck by that divine lightning, and frantically went on. "That guy, he's an absolute monster. That violent lightning power, it felt like all the heavenly thunder in the world was crashing right next to my ear. My head almost exploded on the spot." The other two froze in their tracks as Kwang Luk doubled down. "My gut is screaming that it was him." He pictured Fuang Dich's imposing silhouette and declared with absolute certainty, "He's a spirit creation realm cultivator, possessing a supreme dual element of fire and lightning. His lightning abilities are, I don't even know how many times stronger than my own flames. He was definitely hiding his true strength. He has to be at least a 3-star spirit creation expert." Lythan still couldn't buy it. A rogue cultivator at the 3-star spirit creation realm? How the hell is that even possible? Tam Huang analyzed the situation. "If your senses are right, then this guy is going to become the worst nightmare for all the elite cultivators out there. He crossed his arms, offering his final take. Such a terrifying element and raw talent. It leaves people with no choice but to look up in awe, completely out of reach. Kuang Luke muttered to himself, "Just one move," and he completely crushed me. Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly and asked, "Do you guys think I should secretly try to copy his moves?" Hearing this, the other two just stared blankly and let out a confused, "Huh?" The scene then shifts back to Fuang Dich. As he cultivated, he couldn't help but wonder, this is weird. Just a moment ago, I was clearly on the verge of breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. So why does it feel like the opportunity just vanished? Fuang Dich squeezed his eyes shut, searching for the cause. "It's not an issue with my own body." He let out a heavy sigh and opened his eyes, revealing striking golden pupils as he muttered, "It must be some external interference." Pushing the door open and stepping outside, Fuang Dich thought to himself, "For some reason, the spiritual energy in the air right now just won't gather or resonate. It's stopping me from condensing the celestial phenomena needed to create a breakthrough environment. Could it be?" His mind immediately went to the Spiritual Energy Association and the Oversight Committee. They were responsible for compiling the spiritual fluctuation data collected by both sides. These records were strictly managed and analyzed to predict and prevent any massive external anomalies. Rumor had it that the projected data was grim. With the Xia nation's current reserves, they'd struggle to even survive the very first year of the spiritual energy resurgence. Seeing streaks of lightning randomly crashing down around the area, Fuang Dich grew uneasy. Is something massive really about to go down? Is the true spiritual resurgence hitting my city earlier than expected? He sat down on the sofa and picked up his phone to call Elder Lamb, hoping to get a read on the military situation. But all he got was the automated operator. "The number you are trying to reach is currently unavailable." Fuang Dich stared down at the screen, analyzing the situation. "Unreachable? Could the military have already moved out to the front lines? No, that doesn't make sense. If a major crisis broke out, the military definitely would have contacted me by now. The worst case scenario is that they've been forced to cut all communications." Suddenly, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. The name on the screen caught him off guard. It was Tuthan Huing. The second Fuang Dich answered, her panicked and hurried voice blared through the speaker. "Fuang Dich, the situation has gone critical. We need backup immediately." He shot a glance over his shoulder, watching a bizarre creature violently slamming itself against the glass window. "The signal is breaking up," he said calmly. "Let me guess. A massive swarm of anomalies just spawned inside the city?" Thon Huing stammered on the other end. No! It's much worse than that. I'm currently in the city center." Then the line went dead. Fuang Dich let out an exasperated sigh. "Hello? Hey." He slowly shifted his gaze back to the grotesque bat-like creature outside. He glared at it with dead, piercing eyes, as if silently daring it to try its luck. With a sharp screech, the mutated bat shattered the glass and dove straight inside. Fuang Dich didn't even flinch. He just sat there casually, watching it lunge right at his face, and muttered, "You really don't know your place, do you?" He pinched two fingers together, instantly conjuring a sharp streak of azure light. In a flash, Fuang Dich leaped up and slashed his hand forward, blasting the raw spiritual energy directly through the mutated beast. Right at that moment, Lam Wai burst through the door, screaming, "Cousin, an anomaly, just suddenly." She abruptly stopped in her tracks, staring wide-eyed at the massive shattered hole in the window. Wait, did something happen here too? Lam Wai cautiously stepped forward, peering out through the broken glass. Anomalies only used to pop up once in a blue moon, but now they're just brazenly crashing into our house? And there's definitely more than one. Fuang Dich nodded in agreement. Yeah, most likely. As long as the situation doesn't spiral completely out of hand, it's still within a range I can control. He cast a grim look up at the dark sky and muttered, "The worst case scenario is that this whole area is about to undergo a massive cataclysm, just like those apocalyptic natural disasters they show on the news." Fuang Dich frowned deep in thought, explaining, "A 2-star spirit mansion anomaly usually hides in the shadows. They don't just run rampant through a busy downtown street. let alone launch a direct raid on an awakened cultivator's front door. He turned to her, his voice dead serious. Get ready. We're about to face one hell of a brutal fight. I just don't know exactly what we're up against yet. I need you to call every single cultivator you have contact with and tell them to gather at this house now. Lam Wai obediently nodded, her face tense. Understood. Phuong Dich turned back to her and asked, You're right on the verge of breaking into the spirit creation realm, aren't you? Then I'm temporarily leaving the defense of this house in your hands. Guard this broken window with your life. Do not let a single anomaly get inside. Are you guys going to be okay with this? He checked. The young girl fiercely puffed out her chest and fired back. No problem at all. The scene suddenly cuts to the rooftop of a towering skyscraper, where a frantic voice echoes through the wind. Our comm signal is completely jammed. Phuong Dich couldn't hear our exact coordinates. Than Hoin looked around anxiously. If a mutation event and a disaster of this scale are really hitting us, then we have no choice but to handle this ourselves. Another squad member suddenly cut in. Hey, is there any chance this is just a massive glitch with our tracking equipment? Because honestly, Captain, I don't even want to imagine what an unmeasurable class anomaly looks like. She adjusted her tactical radio, her voice tense. Believe me, I'm praying this is just a false alarm too. Than Hoin quickly got back to reporting. What's the patrol status of all teams? Sector A, pollution concentration is currently at level 4. Everyone stay on high alert and report your sector's pollution fluctuation data immediately. Suddenly, something plummeted from the sky above. Her squad panicked, snapping their heads up just in time to see a massive, terrifying swarm of mutated bats dive-bombing straight toward them. Than Hoin screamed into her comms. Anomaly! Swarm detected! I repeat, anomaly! Swarm detected! Meanwhile, violent bolts of lightning were ruthlessly striking down across the city, as emergency broadcasts echoed through every street. This city is about to face the most devastating storm we've seen in over half a century. Multiple districts have already issued a code red emergency alert. Due to the extreme weather conditions, the entire city will go into a one-day lockdown. All citizens are strictly ordered to stay indoors and do not, under any circumstances, go outside. Panicking crowds rushed back to their homes, frantically murmuring among themselves. I've got a really bad feeling about this. The sky looks completely wrong. This is terrifying. You don't think something apocalyptic is actually about to happen, do you? Is this the end of the world? Seriously, what the hell is going on lately? Even the reckless bikers out on the streets were wildly revving their engines and hollering into the storm. There's definitely something wrong with the sky. We can't be this unlucky, right? At the same time, Lai Than, who was driving right behind them, called out, Are we moving or staying? Kuang Luke, your call! But before he could answer, a swarm of bats suddenly lunged straight at him. Kuang Luke raised his palm, summoning a blazing red spiritual aura, and roared, You're asking for death! He blasted the energy directly at them, shooting out in a perfectly straight line, but something made him pause in confusion. What the hell is wrong with these anomalies? With my fire attribute right here, wouldn't low-level anomalies usually run for their lives? But just a second later, the bat caught inside the blast let out a piercing screech, leaving everyone stunned. The bat wasn't reduced to ashes. Kuang Luke broke into a cold sweat, shaking his head in absolute panic. No, it's not that they didn't burn. They're coming back to life. It's bad enough that the fighters here are insanely overpowered, but even the anomalies are this terrifying? We need to go back. Hurry up and get home. Rewind to a few hours ago. Than Hoin looked at her team through the monitors and declared, Therefore, we must immediately arrange an urgent meeting between the Spirit Association's top executives and Phuong Dich. But the moment she turned back to the president, grim news arrived. A panicked face appeared on the screen, blaring, Special Anomaly Warning. An A-rank anomaly is about to strike the city center. Impact expected within 24 hours. Massive swarms of bat anomalies are already gathering on the outskirts. Someone gasped in horror. An A-rank anomaly? Than Hoin didn't waste a second. Deploy the strike team immediately. I'm going too, the man yelled, bracing himself against the incoming swarm. Wait, SS rank? The latest readings just came in. The incoming anomaly is an A rank. It's an unclassified S rank. Instantly, A monstrous bat with glowing red eyes dive-bombed straight toward him. Meanwhile, inside the military zone, the entire base was dead silent, without a single soul in sight. High up on the rooftops, a massive flock of bats was tearing the place apart. Gia Lam drew her twin signature weapons, her stance deadly and ready for a bloodbath. Her gaze turned ice cold, shadows falling over her face. In a flash, Gia Lam unleashed a blinding flurry of slashes, shredding the air itself. Breathing heavily, she narrowed her eyes at the horizon. A quick scan of her abilities revealed her power. Advanced Metal Attribute Mutation. She could morph her spiritual energy into any physical weapon and boost its destructive output by 200%. Gia Lam glanced back as Ha Thien touched down, muttering to herself, "These damn dark attribute bats just keep multiplying. We kill them and more show up. It's like they're trying to stall us." He looked up and called out, "Commander Gia Lam, looks like your injuries have completely healed. You're back to full strength." Ha Thien stepped forward, his eyes scanning the chaotic sky. But honestly, things are looking extremely grim. We're the only top-tier commanders left guarding this entire military base. What are your orders, ma'am? Gia Lam's voice grew heavy. The anomalies are jamming our comms. Our anti-interference grid is completely down. We can't reach the field units, and we're totally cut off from the other bases. I bet the other bases are dealing with the exact same nightmare. Gripping her weapons tightly, she glared at the swarming bats and barked out her orders. "Listen up! Teams 1 and 2, hold the line. Do not let a single one of those freaks breach the restricted zone. The rest of you, with me. We're punching a hole through this swarm to link up with the other strike teams." In an instant, the soldiers charged forward with explosive battle cries. But as the dark clouds of bats blotted out the sky, swallowing the entire city, a horrifying realization hit them. The anomaly's real target wasn't the restricted zone, it was the city itself. Meanwhile, two people were taking shelter from the downpour at a bus stop. A guy sprinted past them, yelling, "Run! It's pouring out here!" A female streamer held up her phone, beaming at the camera. "Wow, it's really coming down, guys. Let me grab a raincoat and keep filming. This crazy weather is totally gonna go viral." She turned to the man standing next to her. "You gotta hustle like I did last time. I literally scraped myself up just to get that trending video." Suddenly, she noticed the man trembling violently. The color completely drained from her face. She let out a blood-curdling scream. The man was completely covered in blood. She turned and bolted for her life as monstrous bats swooped down, snatching screaming civilians right off the streets. "Where is that gunfire coming from? Oh my god, there are so many of them! They're biting! They're literally draining their blood! Somebody, please help me!" It wasn't long before one of the beasts hooked its claws into her jacket, violently yanking her into the air. Just as she thought she was dead, a brilliant blue arrow pierced the sky, striking the bat and forcing it to drop her. She slammed hard onto the concrete, gasping for air as she looked up at her savior. Then Huyn reached out her hand and said softly, "It's okay. My squad will get you home safe." She immediately turned to her squad. "You two, escort her back." One of her subordinates interrupted in a total panic. "Boss, the C-rank bats are multiplying like crazy, and they're starting to evolve." Then Huyn's eyes flashed with fierce urgency. "If you know they're feeding on human flesh to evolve, then what are you waiting for? Get the civilians to safety, now." She stared up at the swirling crimson sky and added, "Once you're done, regroup with me here immediately. This zone has the highest concentration of anomaly corruption in the entire city." "Yes, ma'am," the two soldiers shouted in unison. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Phuong Dich gripped his sword, leaping gracefully across the towering skyscrapers. He landed lightly on a nearby rooftop, locking eyes with a massive, grotesque bat. Phuong Dich slowly stepped back, analyzing the threat. Have these things already evolved? Their power level is almost equal to a 3-star ghost manor. He raised his blade right to his eye level, then swung with brutal force. A devastating arc of golden energy sliced right through the darkness, but something felt completely off, making Phuong Dich freeze in his tracks. He glared at the swarming monsters, his mind racing. This outbreak is completely different. They just keep multiplying and mutating. You think you've killed them, but the pulse is still there. Eradicating them is going to be a nightmare. Worse yet, every heavily populated sector of the city was now swarming with these anomalies. radiating an extreme level of dark energy. Huangdich's expression darkened as he sensed the sheer scale of the dark energy. It was as if countless corrupted zones had spawned all at once. This wasn't just an attack. This was a full-blown catastrophe in the making. With this much interference, finding the Spirit Association's team is going to take way too long. Guess I'll just have to carve my way through. He threw his hand into the air and chanted, "Boundless dark realm, become the fertilizer for my spirit flower." As his power surged, images of his comrades flashed through his mind. I need to hurry. The pioneers who grouped up earlier are out there. Pretty much everyone who could be contacted is already safely locked down. With my cousin's abilities, plus the other pioneers holding the fort, they should be able to defend themselves. But if this swarm keeps growing, that apocalyptic nightmare will become reality. Surviving this won't be easy for anyone. 10 minutes later, Thon Hoin stood covered in monster blood, furiously cursing at the unending swarm. Damn it all, I'm slashing and hacking, but these freaks just won't end. Panic began to set in. Her spiritual energy recovery couldn't keep up with the onslaught. At this rate, she'd bleed dry. Did those two unlucky idiots of mine run into trouble on their way back? Suddenly, a desperate, sobbing plea for help echoed from the alley behind her. Please, help me! Thon Hoin dashed instantly to rescue the civilian, screaming in frustration, "Damn it to hell! These anomalies are evolving too fast. Their energy readings are about to hit the spirit creation realm. We don't have enough people scattered across the city. They've already started swarming the residential high-rises." This was playing out exactly like the near apocalypse back in the capital. Desperate, she unleashed a blinding barrage of blue light beams, impaling the monstrous bats around her. Thang Hoin was incredibly powerful, but mere seconds later, an even thicker swarm engulfed her position. Her eyes widened in sheer horror as a terrifying thought crossed her mind. If this continues, staring up at the colossal, swirling tornado of demonic bats, Thon Hoin whispered to herself, "An anomaly king is about to be born." The city was spiraling into utter pandemonium. The sheer catastrophic scale of this outbreak was every bit as lethal as the apocalyptic disaster that almost wiped out the capital. And the worst part, it looks like absolutely no one can stop this from happening. Whether it's the Spirit Guild or the military, it seems like nobody can salvage this situation. To reverse this deadly crisis, the entire city could be wiped out in an instant. Emergency reports rang out. The Vanguard squad in Zone A has traded their lives, detonating their spiritual cores to stop the bat swarm's advance. The Vanguard squad in Zone B drew the anomalies away and got surrounded. They also detonated their cores, successfully taking down the bat anomalies with them. Latest warning, a dark attribute anomaly has been detected. Codename, Cocoon. Its energy has reached the Diamond Realm. Danger level, S-Class. Predictive capabilities have met the threshold. At the observation center, a subordinate reported frantically in front of the monitors. Our vanguards and staff have suffered heavy casualties, but the bat swarm is too massive, and their reinforcement speed completely overwhelms our current defenses. The S-Class emergency protocol has been activated, but even with our best coordination, the vanguards from other districts just won't make it in time. The city is entirely surrounded by a thick, black fog of bone shards. Reinforcements from the military and other districts cannot get through. We've become a completely isolated city. The guildmaster made a resolute decision. Yeah, it's a matter of life and death for the city now. As a vanguard, I am willing to live and die with everyone here, to advance and retreat together. As citizens of this city, if these anomalies want to destroy it, they'll have to break through our defenses first. Try contacting headquarters to send the final code. If we can't stop this disaster, to prevent the dark attribute from spreading any further, initiate the annihilation strike immediately. Over on Than Huin's side, she wrapped herself in a spherical shield, protecting herself from the bat swarm. She thought to herself, "My spiritual energy, it's completely running out." If this keeps up, Than Huin blasted a surge of power forward. That energy illuminated the pitch-black void. When she saw the monster, she gasped in shock. "No way! This is a 3-star spirit creation realm." Than Huin tried to attack it, but realized with dread, "Damn it! My spiritual energy is practically completely drained." The monster's claws swiped at Than Huyn, sending her into a freefall. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. This is the only way. She poured everything into releasing one last surge of energy. Even if I die, I have to. Right at that moment, a streak of blazing flames flashed past Than Huyn. A massive explosion erupted right before her eyes. She stammered. What is this? Seeing Phuong Dich standing protectively in front of her, Than Huyn was stunned. B-Boss? His eyes gleamed with ice and fire as Phuong Dich raised his sword. Divine Thunder! He didn't hesitate for a second, facing the heavily armed monster. A strike of divine thunder slashed down, blasting the creature far away. Phuong Dich landed on the ground and said apologetically, "Sorry about that. Finding you was actually a bit of a hassle. There were just too many identical anomalies along the way." Than Huyn warned him, "Careful, they'll regenerate." As the massive swarm of bats darkened the sky, he casually replied, "Of course I know that." A sphere of raw power gathered in Phuong Dich's hand. "Don't worry, whether it's the way I live or the way I work, boundless dark realm, domain expansion." His voice was unwavering. I always keep my word." It was only then that Than Huyn realized. That's right. How could she forget that the city still had Phuong Dich, this peerless vanguard? He raised the boundless dark realm into the air, radiating waves of dark energy from its core. Phuong Dich turned and asked, "Are you okay?" Than Huyn replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I still have some coagulants on me I can recover." His eyes had already shifted to a deep crimson. Phuong Dich channeled his lightning over to her. "I've cleared out the lingering dark attributes for you. If you have a moment, bandage your wounds." "Got it," Than Huyn agreed, secretly amazed. As expected of a peak-tier lightning attribute, the pain from my wounds has dropped significantly, and it's healing even faster than the Spirit Guild's research department meds. Looking at the surveillance monitors, a staff member suddenly noticed, "Hey, look, the anomalies seem to be thinning out. Did they successfully break through the siege?" Truong Din denied it. "No, all the Vanguard reinforcements around the city have been attacked and lost contact. They still can't enter the city. Look, the number of anomalies outside the city isn't decreasing at all. Inside the city, the number of Vanguards is constantly dropping. Not a single team has regained contact. The Anomaly King must be about to appear, so the bats inside the city are decreasing because they're gathering together." Honestly, I just wanted to go home and see my parents one last time, but I guess I won't make it back. Over by Phuong Dich, he was asking, "Then let's do what we can for the very last time. Do you guys have any solid intel? What the hell is this thing anyway?" Than Huyn replied, "It's a super S-class anomaly, using the entire city as a blood sacrifice. Its power is easily on par with the one previously sealed in the mental war zone. We usually call it a calamity. That cocoon is like an omen of the disaster. It only serves as a warning. Just like how humanity knows a catastrophe is coming, but is utterly powerless to stop it. Something truly terrifying is incubating inside there. But once it succeeds, the whole city is basically doomed. But right now, we have a more scientific explanation. Research shows that even anomalies of the same type will attack and devour each other. In their mutation chain, evolution through devouring is the absolute fastest way to level up. But dark attribute anomalies are different. The most prime example is the swarm effect of these bad anomalies. When a perfect evolution form stands before its own kind, it creates a bloodline suppression effect. Normal anomalies will automatically submit as its servants. We call this perfect evolution form the Anomaly King. Boss, I know you're strong, so strong that it defies all my understanding. But at the end of the day, you haven't reached the Diamond Realm yet. Besides, even the strongest Vanguard ended up bedridden after sealing a calamity. It took everyone taking turns just to gather the 7 colored blooms to heal him. We really don't want to lose another calamity-level Vanguard. If possible, please leave as soon as you can. Break through the anomaly blockade, get out of the city, regroup with the military, and tell them, abandon this place." Phuong Dich playfully flicked her on the forehead. "Did the spiritual energy revival wipe out 20-something years of your education? This is my home. No matter the cost, I will never regret defending it." Hearing those words, Than Huyn instantly felt at ease. Under the heavy pouring rain, he stepped forward. High in the sky, the bat swarm had coalesced around the sphere. Puangdish activated his golden sun flare, and a massive wave of energy erupted. His voice was terrifyingly calm, using an entire city as a sacrifice to celebrate the birth of a king. Huh? Puangdish held his hand out to her. Are your watch and comms still working? Let me borrow them for a sec. Tanhuin was completely caught off guard. Wait, what? She handed them over to Puangdish. Doesn't this thing have anomaly detection and a direct line to the spirit guild? The sword in his hand was already blazing with intense flames. I need to head up there and wipe that thing out first. Now, as the bats gathered in one spot, it was his perfect chance to strike. On the surveillance monitors, a target was rapidly ascending. A monitor staff shouted, "The signal from the missing vanguard! It's back online! It's Captain Toe! Captain Toe, do you copy?" But seeing the flight trajectory under Than Huen's signal, they realized something was very wrong. Wait, how is she moving that fast? What's more, she is flying straight toward the epicenter with the highest pollution density. Tell her to turn back right now. Going there alone is pure suicide. Lai Hai shouted into the walkie-talkie. Special Agent Tuthan Ying, respond if you copy. Abort your mission immediately to avoid casualties. Wait for backup from the Spirit Association headquarters and the military zone. We will find a way. Special Agent Tuthan Huing, hold your position and await orders. The watch on Puangdish's wrist buzzed with static. He held it up and said, "Finally figured out how to use this thing." "Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?" Lai Hai hurriedly asked, "Who is this?" "Where is Special Agent Tu Thanh Huing?" Puangdish replied, "She's fine. Right now, I need all of you to cooperate with me. I'm going to take down the king at the center of the anomaly zone." Lai Hai was completely shocked. "What did you just say?" He charged straight toward the center of the bat swarm and repeated, "I said, if you don't want the ruined city to become anomaly food, then all comms personnel need to use every piece of equipment and intel you have right now to help me raid that cocoon and kill it." Hearing this insane plan, Lai Hai was stunned, but he made an immediate decision. "All right, everyone, drop what you are doing and connect to him immediately. Utilize the intact satellite radars to scan for nearby anomaly sources. Give him our full intel support. Number 2, you are in charge of the main connection. Guide him with exact coordinates." The staff immediately operated their equipment. "Copy that." They successfully intercepted the visual feed. Satellite images show a massive swarm of anomalies surrounding the giant cocoon. The closer you get, the denser they are, spiraling like a hurricane. The number of anomalies on the northern route is relatively low, making a breakthrough possible. The main road is heavily congested, so I recommend breaking through the blockade via the southeast side road. Just as Puangdish was rushing straight up, the monitoring staff realized something was wrong. "Some anomalies have already spotted you. 2 anomalies incoming, estimated to be rank A or S, with strength at the 2-star spirit creation realm. Please be careful and evade them." Lai Hai thought to himself, but is it really possible to dodge them? It was too late to retreat now. Outside, the entire observation area was violently shaking. He lunged forward and brutally tore the blocking anomaly to shreds. Puangdish then asked, "And then what?" Lai Hai was utterly dumbfounded. The anomaly signal had completely vanished. One strike. Just one blade strike had instantly killed a rank S dark attribute anomaly. Could he be? Everyone in the room burst into celebration. "It's the tyrant. It's the tyrant. Thank God we are saved." "That's right, a true master hiding in the city. I never expected there to be such a powerful pioneer in this place." Puangdish calmly analyzed the situation in front of him. He thought to himself, after enhancing the demon subduing blade, its flames now suppress dark attribute anomalies, which can drastically reduce their regeneration speed. If I had successfully leveled up earlier and boosted my power just a bit more, a single strike might have completely neutralized these anomalies' ability to reconstruct. Dazzling blast of power intertwined like a massive web, piercing right through the dark night. "Lox, since that's the case, I will just have to rely on high speed and high frequency attacks to wipe them out." The endless swarms kept coming like a relentless tide. This is seriously annoying. Right in the center of the bat swarm, a burst of green energy erupted, causing the bats to act strangely. They suddenly halted in midair. The people below were bewildered. "What is going on? The bats have stopped their attack." The guildmaster immediately realized something was wrong. "This is bad. If these bat familiars suddenly stop attacking, there is only one possibility. They are being summoned by the Anomaly King. Is the king trying to accelerate its descent? Another person chimed in. Wait, if the bats blocking the city outskirts are all being summoned away, doesn't that mean we still have a chance? Over at Xiaolan's front line, she unleashed her power high into the air, blocking the diving swarm of bats. Xiaolan turned and asked Wang Lin, how much longer until we can enter the city? He did a quick estimate based on the equipment's calculations. At the earliest, it will take another half hour. She looked up at the massive, overwhelming numbers of bats swarming the sky and let out a heavy sigh. Half an hour? By then, the Anomaly King will have successfully hatched. The entire city will be wiped out, let alone us trying to stop it. Wang Lin was also completely helpless. There is nothing we can do. The sheer number of these bats is 10 times higher than our initial estimates. Yeah, exactly 10 times the projected rank S scale. Watching the heavy artillery barrage firing relentlessly at the swarm, Jia Lan felt not a single shred of hope. Even if we rely on large-scale destructive firearms, we cannot wipe them out completely. This is bad. If this swarm keeps up, it is only a matter of time before the surrounding cities are swallowed up and turned into a dark attribute sea of death. Is our manpower really not enough to break through the encirclement? He replied grimly, not even close. I do not know what the hell some of those other pioneers are doing just standing around and watching. Do they seriously think the fire won't eventually reach them too? Her gaze suddenly locked onto a specific spot, a place where the dense swarm of bats had formed a pitch-black mass. Look over there. What is that? She pointed. The bats inside the city are all gathering toward the area where the Anomaly King is being born. From the very center of that darkness, blinding flashes of fire burst outward. Jia Lan thought to herself, wait a second, those bright flames blazing in the sky? Could it be him? Seeing her standing in a daze, Wang Lin gently called out, Jia Lan? Regaining her composure, she brushed it off. It's nothing. Jia Lan immediately issued a command. Everyone, concentrate your firepower. Do not worry about our reserves. We will be fine. Keep your spirits up. We have to advance into the city. Never give up on protecting any of our cities. High up in the sky, a massive stream of fire took the shape of a blazing dragon, roaring as it charged straight into the bat swarm. Both Jia Lan and Than Huyen were completely stunned. This sea of flames! Lam Wai recognized it instantly. It's my cousin! That is my cousin's blade technique! The bat swarm grew even more aggressive, but they were nothing more than prey for the gaping maw of the fire dragon. Huang Dich let out a cold smirk. So, you're all here to stop me, huh? He slashed down with his flaming sword. Well, that is exactly what I wanted. A gigantic burst of raging fire blasted straight toward the swarming bats. The pillar of fire pierced through, instantly incinerating the bats in its path. His eyes burned with intense, fiery resolve. Right then and there, Huang Dich was actually on the verge of breaking through. I can suddenly feel it again. Even in these conditions with such sparse spirit energy, I can actually feel the sensation of breaking through to the next realm. He stood his ground, preparing for his next move. Speed it up! Huang Dich shouted out. Gripping his sword in one hand, he used the other to condense the boundless dark realm. The sphere of dark power grew larger and larger. Huang Dich immediately summoned his spirit flower. Cracks began to appear. The outer shell of the dark realm shattered wide open. The crimson spirit flower fully bloomed in all its glory. Surging bolts of immortal lightning violently crashed down from above. He planned to drain them entirely dry. Help me break through! The spirit flower was now fully blossomed, violently erupting with devastating, desolate power. Tendrils erupted from the spirit flower, piercing right through the bat swarm and turning them all into pure nourishment for its bloom. Huang Dich landed softly on the flower's center. Seeing the sky wiped clean of the swarm, he muttered to himself, did it run and hide again? It wasn't until he chased it high into the air that he realized the truth. This massive, ghostly cocoon looming in the sky was nothing but an illusion. Like a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection on the water, he could see it, but he couldn't touch it. But I can hear it. I can hear the king's heart beating. He closed his eyes, tuning into the rhythm. It pounded like an ancient, savage war drum echoing across a primordial battlefield. The resounding beat was a declaration of war. capable of awakening the darkest, most twisted ambitions hidden deep within the human soul. If it's putting on such a show but still hiding like a coward, then it hasn't fully hatched yet. Phuong Dich tapped his comms. Hey, did you get an exact lock on its location yet? The response came in immediately. We got it. The king's coordinates have been synced to your device. A red laser beamed from his wristwatch, pointing straight into the sky. So, it's up there, he realized. Golden energy flared wildly around him as he activated the golden sun breathing technique. He launched himself into the air, unleashing his full power. The blinding golden aura illuminated the night sky, instantly turning the surrounding bat swarm to ash. The survivors on the ground watched in awe as the radiant force lit up the darkness. What kind of power is that? Is it a fire attribute? No, that can't be right. A normal fire element couldn't possibly be this intense. And it's completely repelling the darkness. That's the ultimate yang attribute, a high-tier power that perfectly counters the shadows. Meanwhile, Lai Hai noticed the anomaly count was plummeting. The enemy's encirclement was collapsing, and the anomaly concentration levels had dropped down to 100. This is absolutely unbelievable. As the tank convoy regrouped, an urgent report came over the radio. Sir, the swarm blocking our path seems to have received an order. They're pulling back and retreating deep into the city. Jia Lam watched with high hopes, praying for Phuong Dich to strike down the anomaly king's wings. Phuong Lam couldn't help but marvel, so it really was him all along? That tyrant. And that heavenly flaming strike. I can't believe this energy is the purest, most absolute form of the yang attribute. There was just one problem. He was facing the anomaly king all by himself. We need to use this opening to push into the city right now, she urged, but another voice cut in. Wait, look up there. What in the world is that? Jia Lam's eyes widened in sheer horror. The massive cocoon, covered in thick, grotesque slime, began to violently pulsate. No way! Is the anomaly king forcing its way out early? Down below, the trailblazers were seething with rage. It's all because of that thing! That monster is the root of this entire nightmare. And these beasts took down our people. Wiped them out. I'm going to eradicate every last one of these freaks. High above, the spirit flower began to sink its roots deep into the pulsing cocoon. Watching nervously from the ground, Lam Wai clenched her fists. If we just sit here and play defense, we're sitting ducks. We have to do something. We have to help my cousin. If whatever is inside that giant cocoon manages to hatch, it's going to cost every single one of us our lives. This whole city will be turned into a literal bloodbath. Nearby, Than Huyen was pushing herself to the limit to heal the wounded. Lam Wai looked at the battlefield. The massive horde blocking her cousin was packed with B rank, A rank, and even S rank anomalies. Every single one of them represented the friends and family they had lost to this nightmare. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with an idea. That's it. When my cousin summoned that flower earlier, I saw it absorbing the energy from the swarm. Wait, isn't that just like the demon vine with the desolation attribute we fought before? Does that mean he actually mastered the power of desolation too? Taking the lead, she ignited her own aura. If that's the case, let's pour all our spiritual energy into the vine network up there. Let the flower absorb our power. Hearing her plan, the others didn't hesitate. All right, let's do it. From a distance, the guildmaster noticed the sudden surge of energy. He watched in awe as beams of spiritual power shot upward toward the glowing flower. Are the trailblazers pooling their energy to strike the anomalies? He wondered. No, that can't be it. Their combined attacks wouldn't even reach the swarm at that altitude. But as he saw the massive roots greedily absorbing the energy, it finally clicked. I get it. They're feeding their own spiritual energy to the plant Phuong Dich summoned. Without missing a beat, the guildmaster flared his own massive aura. Then I'm going to back him up too. Seeing this, the rest of the fighters didn't hesitate for a single second. Count me in. Us too. A massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from the three of them, blasting upward. Than Huyen, who was in the middle of healing the wounded, froze in shock. From every single direction, countless streams of glowing spiritual energy were converging on the spirit flower. She paused her healing magic and looked up at the sky, absolutely mesmerized. This is the combined power of every trailblazer in the city. Not wanting to be left out, she pooled her own energy into the palms of her hands and sent it upward. Bring it on, Anomaly King. This was the ultimate act of defiance from humanity in this fallen city. Fueled by their wills, the Spirit Flower's power skyrocketed. It erupted in a blinding, radiant golden light. Enraged, the anomaly swarm pushed back with brutal aggression, but any creature that dared to get close was instantly slashed to pieces by Fuang Ditch's flashing blade. An urgent alarm blared from his communicator. Watch out! The massive swarm of bats from outside the city walls was surging toward him in a frenzied wave. You've got 200,000 B-rank anomalies, with strength equal to a 3-star Ghost Mansion realm. Another 100,000 A ranks at the 1-star Spirit Creation realm. And S ranks are mixed in up there too. By now, he was completely engulfed by the screeching swarm, but the blazing golden aura shielded him perfectly. Glaring at the massive cocoon, Fuang Ditch smirked coldly. It's useless. I don't care how many of your little pets you summon, I'll turn every last one of them to ash. He boldly mocked the beast. Forcing your way out of your cocoon before you've even finished evolving? What's the matter? Were you that scared I'd rip you apart in your sleep? Humiliated and enraged by the taunt, the monstrous beast lunged out with its grotesque, jagged claws. Fuang Ditch tightened his grip on his hilt, ready to fight to the bitter end. Here it comes! The head of the Anomaly King tore through the shell, revealing a pair of chilling, icy blue eyes. Letting out an earth-shattering roar, it blasted a massive wave of dark energy straight at him. A terrifying sphere of concentrated power materialized beneath its feet. The sheer pressure caused the ground far below to fracture and quake violently. An earthquake? The survivors panicked. No, that's just the raw power of the Anomaly King. Damn it! Are you telling me that just by breaking out of its cocoon, this monster has enough power to wipe us off the map? Everyone watched with bated breath. From Jia Lam to Than Hoing, not a single person dared to blink. Lam Wai clutched her hands together in desperate prayer. Please, cousin, you have to win this. Fuang Ditch's voice cut through the chaos, cold and absolute. You are the Anomaly King of the Shadows, the mastermind behind this entire waking nightmare. Behind him, the Spirit Flower bloomed to its absolute limit, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. I grew up in the city. I loved my home, and I treasured the peaceful life we had. The Anomaly King unhinged its massive jaws, firing a devastating beam of dark energy. Fuang Ditch narrowed his eyes, his aura blazing to its absolute peak. As the two catastrophic forces slammed into each other, he roared his final verdict. And that's why you need to disappear. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the sky. Standing fearlessly against the colossal, terrifying eye of the Anomaly King was just one man, a seemingly insignificant 1-star Spirit Creation realm fighter. It roared, and you actually dare to challenge me? Fuang Ditch could feel it. The oppressive aura radiating from this thing was bad news. The Anomaly King was on a completely different level compared to normal anomalies. It took my full-powered strike head-on, yet it still wasn't dead. Even after being scorched this badly by my Yang attribute, it still managed to swallow me whole. This digestive fluid was extremely corrosive, and the sheer density of dark energy lurking inside it was off the charts. If this were any other pioneer, they would have been erased from existence without a single trace. How bizarre. An anomaly evolving to this scale should only happen with high-level sentient beings. Was it seriously not afraid of me attacking it from the inside? The organs are the most vulnerable part of any body. Fuang Ditch slammed a fiery fist down. Let's test the waters first. Scorching flames erupted from his hand as he touched down. Fuang Ditch frowned, thinking to himself, even though his powers were severely weakened by its stomach acid, he could still deal some damage. As long as it works, we can find a way out of this. He summoned his Spirit Flower. The Anomaly King used this trick to fight him, but it ended up sucking the Spirit Flower inside as well. Good thing it had already absorbed enough dark attribute anomalies. And not just that, it also absorbed the spiritual energy sent over by the pioneers in the city. Staring at the dimming Spirit Flower in his hand, he muttered, "What's wrong? Do you hate its dark energy?" He thought to himself, I really didn't see this coming. A Spirit Flower carrying the attribute of desolation was actually rejecting the Anomaly King's dark energy? And here I was, hoping to hollow this thing out from the inside. With one explosive strike to the ground, the Anomaly King began summoning a massive swarm of bats to surround itself. Number 81 looked panicked. Wee Iwai, what exactly is going on right now? She shook her head. I have no idea where my cousin is. Suddenly, a loud broadcast echoed from the coordinator. Everyone, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Do not panic and avoid a stampede. We are doing absolutely everything in our power to keep you safe. Thang Huyn thought to herself, Phuongdich is fighting entirely alone inside the Anomaly King's body. The defense forces were doing a great job holding the line, so the bats and the king itself didn't have a single second to attack the city. We have to finish this evacuation immediately. Jia Lam stood from a high vantage point, coordinating the crowds to keep potential casualties to the absolute minimum. Staring at the terrifying Anomaly King, she knew they had to hurry. There's no way we can defeat that thing! A massive vortex formed around the monster, swallowing every single bat that was sucked into it. His eyes widened in shock as a torrent of toxic slime spewed right onto where he was standing. He bit his lip and held his breath, pushing his spiritual energy outward, but a glob of the vile acid still managed to latch onto his shoulder. His eyes narrowed as the tension spiked. Phuongdich's vision began to blur dizzily, until a violent tearing sound jolted his eyes wide open. Suddenly, he was surrounded by ruined, crumbling buildings. Looming right behind him was a massive Anomaly King hiding in the shadows. Just as it threw a brutal punch, he spun around at lightning speed, gathering spiritual energy into his palm. But wait, his powers were completely gone, and that colossal fist was already crashing straight down toward his face. After a split second of shock, he forcefully leaped onto a nearby boulder, narrowly dodging the attack. Made it, he thought with a heavy pant. My physical reflexes and instincts, they're still at the level of my cultivation. This proved only one thing. He was trapped in an illusion cast by the Anomaly King. It's trying to make me think I've gone back to my past life. It wants me to believe I haven't awakened yet, that I'm not a pioneer. As its colossal foot came crashing down to crush him, Phuongdich could do nothing but frantically roll out of the way. Then it clicked. This means the Anomaly King isn't powerful enough to strip away all my strength. It's not stronger than me. Phuongdich closed his eyes tightly. My powers aren't gone. What I need to figure out right now is how to smash through this mental barrier. Every illusion has a breaking point, and finding it meant exploiting the exact weakness the Anomaly King just exposed. The anomaly. King's massive hand suddenly snatched him up. It let out a twisted, arrogant laugh. You ignorant insect. Once you're trapped in here, you're never getting out. Look at this. A sharp realization flashed through Phuongdich's mind. I've got it. The Anomaly King's eyes flared with a demonic blood-red light, half of its face morphing into something utterly grotesque. To his horror, that face had actually morphed to look exactly like his own. Its gaping jaw roared, "It's all over. This is where you belong. Accept your pathetic fate. Even if you insects manage to gain a tiny speck of power, what can you possibly do? In the end, humans are nothing but mere fodder for my evolution." Despite the horrifying display, Phuongdich remained dead calm. "Oh, is that so?" he scoffed. "So this cheap parlor trick is really all you've got?" A fierce wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body. "It seems you still have absolutely no idea who you're dealing with. You think you know me? I was given a second chance at life, for one reason alone, to protect my family and the people standing beside me." A terrifying surge of spiritual energy slammed into the Anomaly King. Levitating mid-air, Phuongdich's body erupted into a blazing inferno. Dazzling flames illuminated the darkness, turning his eyes and hair a furious, burning red. He commanded his system, "Let's get to work." 3 colossal, glowing hands packed with overwhelming spiritual energy materialized around him. A mechanical voice chimed, "System check complete. You have met all requirements for a breakthrough. Do you wish to ascend to the 2-star spirit creation realm?" He raised his blazing sword high into the air. "Anomaly King, I really should thank you for giving me this epiphany. My rebirth is the very turning point meant to save this world from being devoured by your kind. I am the one chosen to exact vengeance." The monster formed a massive, crushing vortex, trying to suck him back in. It let out a booming, mocking laugh. You pathetic, useless ant! And here I thought you actually had some real skill. A mere 2-star spirit creation realm trash dares to challenge me? Phuong Dich stood there perfectly composed, watching the deadly force approach. With a slight shift backward, he easily evaded the brunt of it, avoiding a head-on clash. It sneered, "Filthy human, there is no escape from this place. Just be a good boy and become my nutrients." But mid-sentence, the Anomaly King's arrogant laughter was choked out, replaced by a blood-curdling screech. What is this? My body! My precious body! You despicable human! The Anomaly King's underbelly had just eaten a devastating, explosive punch. Phuong Dich unleashed his ultimate strike. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire. Evil Purge! As the monster was engulfed by raging infernos from all sides, it shrieked in sheer terror. Impossible. This is absolutely not the power of the spirit creation realm. Looking up at the sky, the people below saw nothing but a blinding miniature sun erupting, followed by a system announcement that all anomalies had been eradicated. The anomaly, King's furious red eyes, were slowly swallowed by a dense pitch-black mist. Finally, the smoke cleared, and the sky began to return to a peaceful, crystal blue. The lingering dark energy was violently sucked in by the boundless dark domain, condensing right into the palm of Phuong Dich's hand. His cold, calculating eyes took in the entire aftermath. Slowly, the boundless dark domain was entirely absorbed back into Phuong Dich's body. He let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. The people below couldn't believe their eyes. "It's over!" Cheers erupted through the crowd. "It's finally over! The city is safe. We survived. We actually lived to see another day. Is it really over? We're saved!" Jia Lam looked up at the breaking dawn. The sun was rising. Vuong Lam stood below and asked, "Aren't you going to look for them?" She shook her head. "No need. We have our own jobs to do, like helping these people get their lives back and rebuilding our city." Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, everyone was hugging each other in pure relief. "Thank God, we actually did it. We really did it. We actually helped stop the king's descent. It feels like a dream. Thank God he showed up and actually defeated that monster. If it weren't for him, we'd be the ones blamed for letting the city fall. Even death wouldn't wipe away that shame." Than Huyn asked nervously, "They're still alive, right?" The guildmaster reassured her. "Don't worry. Our medical center survived the mutant bat swarm." She replied, "I know. But without Phuong Dich, they wouldn't have even lived long enough to get treated. But sometimes I really wonder who the hell he actually is. How is he so absurdly strong? He always turns the tide and pulls off the impossible." The guildmaster rubbed his chin in thought. "Yeah, after a battle like this, headquarters will definitely make a move, right?" Than Huyn replied, "That phenomenon in the sky earlier means he's already broken through to the 2-star spirit realm. At that level, someone else will definitely approach him before we do." Her eyes traced the horizon toward Phuong Dich. "When I first started monitoring him, I actually thought I could rival him. But now, he's left me completely in the dust. Knowing him, his spiritual attributes and raw talent are pushed to the absolute limit. His true power is probably way beyond this. Forget about just this city. In all of Great Sia, he is the absolute peak genius." The guildmaster nodded. "A blinding light piercing the clouds, a flaming dragon seal wiping out every monster in sight. Everyone saw it. It must be blowing up the news right now. And the hype is only going to get crazier, not just among awakeners, but regular folks too." He paused. "We need to make our move soon." Than Huyn was startled. "What do you mean?" The guildmaster smiled. "The Gale Reaper. Not a bad title for him, is it?" Meanwhile, number 81 was frantically chasing after Lam Y. Why? Slow down! Wait for me!" But her mind was completely focused on one person. "Where's my cousin?" she asked frantically. Number 81 tried to calm her down. "Don't panic. I really think we should just go home and wait for him." Suddenly, Lam Y's gaze locked onto a figure in the distance. She softly called out to him, "Cousin!" Phuong Dich turned to look at them. He walked over, sighing, "Why did you guys risk coming all the way out here to find me?" "How are you holding up? Is your body okay?" she asked, her voice trembling. Lam Y rushed to support his weight. "I knew it. You need us to help you walk right now." He patted her shoulder gently. "I'm fine. You did great." Inwardly, Phuong Dich winced, as expected of the mutant king. "It's been a long time since I got beat up this badly." That finishing move and the seal completely drained my spiritual energy, even after breaking through to the 2-star spirit realm. Now I'm making these 2 kids worry about me. But the moment she touched him, Lam Wai felt it. She gasped, "Wait, cousin, did you break through again? The 2-star spirit realm? Leveling up this fast is insane. Just how monstrous is your talent?" Number 81's jaw dropped. "Wait, what? The boss broke through again?" Meanwhile, the news was absolutely blowing up. The man who saved the city, the ultimate awakener, the mysterious master, the Gale Reaper. Who is the god-like figure who once shotted the mutant king? What level has this lone savior reached? The whole internet was in a frenzy. That was so badass. I swear I thought we were all dead. Even the top fighters from the guild and the military couldn't do a thing. But he wiped out a walking natural disaster all by himself. Who the hell is this Gale Reaper? Without any official government backing, how did one guy get this strong? Is there some secret mega faction behind him? He totally feels like one of Great Sia's classified trump cards. Sitting in front of his monitor reading the news, Kuang Luke cursed out loud. Holy crap, I wasn't seeing things. It really was him. One guy soloed the mutant king that almost wiped out the entire city. He grinned to himself. Losing to a master like that is the greatest honor of my life. Kuang Luke jumped up eagerly. Lee Sengach hurriedly asked from behind, "Young Master Kuang, where are you going?" "I'm going to go beg him to take me as his disciple," Lion Gotch muttered to himself. "Good luck with that. I bet half the country's out looking for him right now." The scene shifted to Sioux City in Great Sia. Around a dimly lit conference table, someone asked, "What's everyone watching?" A man puffing on a cigar scoffed in disappointment. "I was hoping to watch the military and the guild tear each other apart. What a massive letdown." Another thug growled, "Find a top-tier sniper, let's go pay him a visit." But a third voice immediately shut it down. "That won't work. We're talking about a true child of heaven here. A literal savior of the world. A simple gun doesn't do him justice." A photograph was slammed onto the table. The Gale Reaper. A sharp fingernail slowly traced a lethal line right across Fuang Ditch's throat. The photo was quickly consumed by the flames. "No rush. Anyone who stands in our way, no matter their realm, will not be spared. They will all be destroyed." His eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. A knock suddenly echoed through his house. "Hello? Is Fuang Ditch home?" When he opened the door, 2 people were waiting outside. Than Huyn was holding a stack of gifts, accompanied by the guildmaster. "We made a massive blunder during this S-class anomaly invasion. Thanks to you, we avoided completely irreversible consequences. On behalf of the Spirit Guild, we want to express our deepest gratitude." Fuang Ditch calmly invited them in. "It's nothing. Come inside. Let's talk." Lam Wai brought out some water for the guests. Than Huyn secretly glanced around the room, thinking to herself, "So this is what a top-tier expert's house looks like. What the hell is the military doing? The Spirit Guild needs to request a much better place for him to live." The guildmaster began, "Actually, the Spirit Guild sent us here for another matter, to seek your approval. We plan to officially introduce the title, the Sealer. Right now, across the Xia nation, every city has its own powerful awakened pioneers. Their reputations precede them, and they are quite famous within the awakened community. And this S-class anomaly is the most terrifying disaster we've faced so far. We want to debut the title of the Sealer so that Tai City can become a key strategic hub in this era of mana awakening. After this S-class disaster, we are absolutely certain our city needs a fiercely renowned pioneer to step up as captain." Than Huyn added, "In the future, cosmic anomalies will only get worse, and these invasions will happen more often. We can't afford to be in a situation where our city is almost abandoned again." "Abandon the city?" he asked in surprise. She nodded. "Yes, but honestly, it makes no difference. After all, if it weren't for you, everyone in the city would have died anyway. It's just a matter of how they would have died." Lam Wai suddenly understood, "I get it now. It seems I still haven't fully grasped just how cruel this world has become since the mana awakening." He comforted her. "Why, we don't need to be so pessimistic." Inwardly, he thought, "I've been so focused on my own cultivation that I completely ignored the city's overall development. Before the mana awakening, Tai City was one of the key provincial cities in the Xia nation. But in terms of strategic depth and development, it wasn't even in the top 3. Out of over 100 cities, the top 3 are the capital Shen City, Tian City, and Shang City, followed by Hai City, Yuan City, and Chuan City. So, this massive crisis actually presents an opportunity for Tai City. The Guildmaster continued. Right now, every city is actively recording the numbers and power levels of their pioneers to develop regional strategies. The stronger the pioneers, the higher the city's rating and the more resources they receive. Because of this, more and more rogue pioneers are becoming willing to join the local spirit guilds. Everyone, whether they are pioneers or ordinary people, needs a solid pillar of support, a beacon of hope to guide them on this path of evolution. But our spirit guild will keep your personal identity a secret. We'll focus on building up a mysterious aura, blurring the lines between truth and myth, leaving it all to their imagination. Fuangdich gave a subtle nod. Maintaining a veil of mystery was far wiser than revealing everything. Lam Wai chimed in from the side, exactly. Sometimes human imagination is far more intimidating than reality itself. He agreed, I have no objections. This benefits both me and the people around me. In that case, I look forward to our pleasant cooperation. Fuangdich reached out his hand and the two shook on it firmly. The Guildmaster smiled brightly. A pleasure working with you, Sealer. Following that, thanks to the tight coordination between the Spirit Guild and the military, Tai City restored its normal operations at an unbelievable speed. The city was rebuilt and the injured were treated in an orderly fashion. This disaster actually accelerated the restoration of order everywhere, and the world slowly began to fall back onto the right track. Meanwhile, in Shen City, a heated discussion was taking place at the Spirit Guild headquarters. The Sealer? Is this the pioneer who dealt with the S-Class anomaly in Tai City? Out of all the newly registered pioneers recently, he stands out the most. He possesses a high-tier light attribute. It's the exact opposite of the dark attribute. He truly is a chosen child of heaven. One of the staff members pointed at a computer screen displaying Fuangdich's file. That's not all. According to the document submitted by Tai City, he possesses more than just one high-tier attribute. That Heavenly Fire Slash that went viral all over the internet. That's his high-tier fire attribute. And the Lightning Tyrant title officially given by the military? That's him too. The staff member added, and it gets even crazier than that. Fu Nu stepped into the conversation. Are you guys talking about the Sealer? Do you mind letting me take a look at his file? Startled, the staff member agreed. Oh, it's you. Sure, go ahead. Fu Nu stared at his image on the screen. With more and more pioneers showing such outstanding talent, there must be plenty of people who haven't witnessed his power firsthand and refuse to acknowledge him. Honestly, even I want to see his true power with my own eyes. The Sealer. Perhaps we'll meet very soon. Meanwhile, at a library in Shang City, Then Lai was sitting at her desk, busy with work. A guy approached her, trying to hit on her. Hey there, I was wondering if I could... She immediately shot him down. No. This is a library and you're disturbing other people. Seeing he had no chance, the guy didn't bother Than Lai any further. He let out a frustrated sigh and walked away. She thought to herself with a look of disdain, what a boring idiot, completely oblivious to how the world is changing. She realized she had only been in Shang City for a few days, yet so much had already happened. After the exams ended, I awakened my spiritual power and became a pioneer at the one-star Phantom Realm. People who can become pioneers are incredibly rare, and as luck would have it, I am one of the chosen few. Maybe that's exactly why I managed to escape the disaster in Tai City. After all, what can ordinary humans possibly use to fight against anomalies? Especially for completely average losers, what could they possibly do? She suddenly recalled bumping into him earlier. So he really was just an old classmate? Given how pathetic he used to be, he was probably drained dry by those blood-sucking bats a long time ago. How could I have possibly mistaken him? I actually thought that Genius looked a bit like that useless guy. But this Sealer is 10,000 times better than him. Only a fiercely powerful and heroic pioneer like that is truly worthy of me. Meanwhile, Fuangdich was holding a real estate flyer in his hand. Their goal for today was simple. Take a well-deserved break and go house hunting. Lam Wai pulled down her sunglasses and asked, But cousin, is it really okay if we don't train today? Fuangdich replied, It's rare we get a free day. We need a proper work-life balance. The Spirit Guild's suggestion makes perfect sense. Aside from constantly leveling up our cultivation, we still need to take time to improve our actual living standards. Lam Y cheered happily. Captain, Tu was the one who suggested it. Than Huyn chimed in. Your living conditions really do need a serious upgrade. We've set a date to take you to look at some new houses. As they stepped into the luxurious mansion, she couldn't contain her excitement. Wow, I never expected Captain to have access to properties like this. I've never even dared to dream of living in a high-end place like this. And Captain to just casually gifted us 2 whole units. Wait, I get one too? Lam Y asked. Huang Dich, on the other hand, was much calmer. It's really no big deal, he said. After all, we are now in the era of the Mana Awakening. Those people all know the true value of a powerful pioneer, she replied. A few houses can't even begin to compare. But this sudden change is still making my head spin. I honestly just thought I could earn a little money and gather some cultivation resources to get by. A foul odor drifted past Lin Yi's nose, making her frown. Hey, do you smell something rotting? He caught it too. Yeah, it smells like an open sewer, but that doesn't make sense. I've lived in Tai City for ages, and I've never smelled anything like this. Fang Yi wondered for a second if some careless maintenance worker had busted a water pipe, but quickly dismissed the thought. No, he muttered. Someone is following us. The 2 of them spun around, completely on guard, only to see a gang of thugs approaching. So, you're the famous Undertaker, huh? You only noticed us after walking right into my gas range, the thug sneered. Just as I thought. You're nothing but an overhyped piece of trash. Just a pretty boy with 0 real skills. Tai City must be desperate if they're making a brat like you a captain. The thugs lunged forward. We're gonna teach you a little lesson, kid. Hand over all the loot Tai City gave you, and maybe we'll go easy on you. Lin Yi reacted instantly, firing a blast of spiritual energy that grazed the attacker. One of the thugs raised his weapon, bringing a heavy axe crashing down, but she quickly blocked it with a light shield. This is bad. Cousin, watch out. These guys are in the spirit creation realm too. Fang Yi grabbed the attacker's weapon barehanded. The thug froze, completely stunned by the sheer recklessness. Raising his other hand, blazing flames instantly ignited around Fang Yi's palm. A bunch of small fries like you? Really have the nerve to rob me in broad daylight? The fiery punch blasted right across the thug's face, sending his entire body flying backward. His gang gasped in shock. No, that's impossible. This pretty boy took a direct hit from my armor-piercing spiritual gas. He should be completely paralyzed and stiff by now. Standing completely unfazed, Fang Yi calmly stared them down. The spray gun in the thug's hand was still hissing. That so-called armor-piercing gas was a paralyzing agent crafted by a mutated wood attribute pioneer. It was made by extracting and refining the spiritually infused sweat produced during cultivation, then mixing it with a special black market powder. In theory, it could bypass any opponent's spiritual defense. Even though the paralysis was short-lived and relatively weak in a life-or-death battle, a single second could determine the winner. Its only real flaw was the foul, lingering stench it carried. The thug who just got blasted staggered up and roared, I just let my guard down. We're all in the spirit creation realm. You think we're scared of you? You're not getting away this time, you little brat. Fang Yi scoffed in disgust. A mutated earth attribute and a mutated wood attribute, huh? He thought to himself, these dirty, underhanded tricks really do fit perfectly with their trashy street rat style. A normal spiritual shield would have actually been breached by a pioneer like him, but unfortunately for them, that garbage is completely useless against me. One of the thugs locked onto Lin Yi, lunging at her, but she met him with a brutal kick straight to the gut. As Lin Yi landed smoothly behind him, Fang Yi's voice turned ice cold. I really didn't want to make a scene today, but having my peace and quiet ruined like this is seriously pissing me off. Fang Yi pulled off his sunglasses, his eyes practically burning with absolute disgust. It's so damn annoying. Intense flames violently erupted around his body. Yi, get back! A massive wave of fire swept outward, leaving the thugs frozen in sheer terror as a blinding fireball materialized in the air. The flames engulfed them, and agonizing screams pierced the street. It burns! Oh my god, what the hell kind of fire is this? Is this the power of the Undertaker? It hurts! Make it stop, please, make it stop! Qing Ying came sprinting over in a panic. They're not dead yet, right? Please, spare their lives. She let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. These guys are high priority targets that the Spiritual Energy Association has been tracking for a while. Fang Yi raised an eyebrow. So, you're planning to drag them back and deal with them yourself? Glancing down at the scorched, unconscious thugs, Qing Ying nodded. Yeah, the association has started forcing all pioneers to register to keep things under control. Especially dangerous strays like them. Fang Yi replied coldly, I hate being bothered. If anyone dares to provoke me again, it won't end this easily. Qing Ying glared at the thugs, clearly annoyed. Consider yourselves incredibly lucky today. The medical staff quickly rushed in and hauled the groaning men away on stretchers. Qing Ying crossed her arms and scoffed. If this had happened just 2 days ago, the association wouldn't have even bothered stepping into a turf war between pioneers. Honestly, you all deserve to be beaten to death. The only reason you're still breathing is because the Undertaker did the association a favor by holding back. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? As for the punishment waiting for you, I'm sure you already know exactly what's coming. In her mind, she was cursing them out. What a bunch of absolute idiots. Seriously, what is wrong with these people? Why does every single lowlife think they can just walk up and provoke the top powerhouse officially recognized by the association? Lin Yi suddenly spoke up, breaking the tension. Captain Su, I'm just curious. What kind of punishment are they actually going to get? Qing Ying sighed. These scumbags already have a massive criminal record. Even though they've reached the spirit creation realm, they're going straight to prison for life. They can kiss their freedom and basic rights goodbye forever. Plus, they'll be locked up and forced to drain every last drop of their value as pioneers for the rest of their miserable lives. Fang Yi nodded in approval, squeezing them for every ounce of their worth. Now that's a pretty efficient system. Qing Ying discreetly studied him. This guy standing right in front of me is the absolute golden goose of the association. He's literally the future of Jia country. Even with us aggressively marketing the Undertaker's reputation, there are still endless waves of brain-dead idiots with pathetic spiritual energy who think they're hot stuff and just line up to get slaughtered. Is our PR campaign just not aggressive enough? Whatever. Pulling in top-tier pioneers like him and showering them with resources to guarantee their loyalty is the association's #1 priority right now. I absolutely cannot let these blind idiots ruin the fragile alliance we've worked so hard to build with Fang Yi. Snapping out of her thoughts, Qing Ying put on a bright professional smile. All right, let's get out of here. I'll take you both to go pick out your new villa and a brand new car right now. She had already made up her mind. She was definitely going to make a brutal example out of those thugs. A short while later, the group arrived at a massive, high-end real estate building. Qing Ying pulled up the files and smiled. These are the 2 premium properties the association has handpicked for you. First, we have the top-floor penthouse right in the heart of the city. It has the most breathtaking view, top-tier amenities, and is incredibly convenient for everyday living. And over here, we have a massive 3-story villa. It offers maximum privacy, nestled right between the mountains and the river, making it the absolute perfect environment for cultivation. Both properties are fully decked out with ultra-luxury furnishings. You won't have to spend a single dime on renovations. You can literally just grab your bags and move in today. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. Wow, they both look amazing. Fang Yi didn't even blink. All right then, I'll take them both. Ani. Lin Yi tugged at his sleeve, looking slightly worried. Wait, can we really just do that? Fang Yi casually turned to Qing Ying, waiting for her confirmation. That's not a problem, right? I'm fully trusting your association's sincerity here. Qing Ying didn't miss a beat. Absolutely not a problem. I'll put in the request with the higher-ups immediately. Don't worry, the paperwork will be approved in no time. Fang Yi nodded, getting straight to the point. Great, now what about the cars? She eagerly led them down to the luxury auto district. The association has an exclusive partnership with the premier 4S dealership right over here. You're completely free to pick out absolutely any car on the lot. As they walked in, the crowd in the showroom immediately started whispering. Whoa, look at that girl. Her skin is flawless. She has serious main character energy. And the guy next to her isn't messing around either. He's wearing regular street clothes, but you can literally feel his intense aura. I could tell the second they walked in. He's definitely some crazy rich young master. Probably here to buy a luxury car for his girlfriend, right? Suddenly, one of Qingli's friends spotted them from across the room and her jaw dropped. Wait, isn't that Qingli's ex-boyfriend? The same guy the military academy principal practically bowed down to? I just came out shopping. How the hell did I bump into my roommate's legendary ex-boyfriend? And on top of that, he's out here buying a flashy new car for another girl? Eyes wide with gossip, she immediately whipped out her phone and snapped a quick sneaky photo. Thon Schley's phone quickly buzzed with a message and that photo. Thon Schley, guess who I just ran into? It's your ex-boyfriend. He went to a high-end luxury dealership that only VIPs can enter just to buy a car. The cars there started over $1 million, and he was buying one for a gorgeous, incredibly elegant girl. She replied indifferently, "So what?" But deep down, she didn't believe a word of it. Buying a car? Where would he even get the money? I guess surviving that massive disaster didn't just save his life, it actually brought him some luck. Looks like he found himself a sugar mommy. Too bad the gap between us isn't something you can cross so easily. That's how it was back then. That's how it is now, and that's exactly how it will be in the future. Once I reach the absolute peak of the pioneers, these trivial things won't mean a single thing to me. What an idiot. Over at the new villa, Lam Y happily ran up the stairs. "Brother, we really have our own villa now." Stepping inside, Fuang Dich looked around approvingly. "Not bad. Hey, wipe the drool off your face. We have another place right in the city center. We can switch between them whenever we want." She eagerly ran upstairs. "I'm going up to take a look." He sighed with a helpless smile, thinking to himself, she finally looks like a normal kid. She doesn't have to force herself to act like a grown-up anymore. In my past life, right up until my rebirth, I never actually met her. She must have been a pioneer that everyone deeply relied on. But this time, I won't let her shoulder that massive burden, and I absolutely won't let her die again. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. Seeing the caller ID, Fuang Dich looked surprised. "Jia Lam? What could she possibly want from me?" He answered the call. "Hello? What do you need me for?" Jia Lam warmly congratulated him. "Congratulations on your promotion, Captain Fuang. I heard the Spirit Association recently gifted you 2 houses. Typical of them, their style never really changes, does it?" Fuang Dich casually replied, "Honestly, I don't think it's a bad habit at all. They should definitely keep it up." Jia Lam chuckled knowingly, "You don't need to cover for them. I know a powerful pioneer like you doesn't care about things reeking of money. But when it comes to improving your living conditions right now, there really is no better reward. In a little while, the spirit fruits from this wave of energy recovery will be fully ripe. When that happens, I'll send some over for you to try." She thought to herself, the gap between ordinary people and pioneers completely changes their perspective on the world. But the difference between a top-tier pioneer, like Fuang Dich, and regular pioneers is even more massive. Even the elite strategic resources of the spiritual war zone might mean absolutely nothing to him. Then, Jia Lam finally got to the point. "I have a classified internal mission over here. I'm hoping you can come and help us out." "Are you interested?" Fuang Dich replied with a smirk. "So that was your real goal all along, wasn't it? All right, let's hear it." She got straight to the point. "Are you familiar with the Thien Bao Tower in Thuong City?" Of course he knew it. Thien Bao Tower? Isn't that the biggest shopping center in all of Thuong City? It was recently shut down, which caused a huge uproar from the locals. That's exactly right. Due to an anomaly invasion, there were quite a few casualties. Right now, it has essentially turned into a massive haunted house. Thien Bao Tower was the absolute landmark of Thuong City. It was a massive commercial complex with the highest foot traffic, practically the public face of the entire city. However, due to a recent massive surge in anomaly activity, horrifying things had been happening there. Left with no other choice, the Thuong City Spirit Association was forced to lock down the area. Arriving at the rendezvous point, Fuang Dich raised his hand in greeting. "Hey everyone, I received a mission from the Spiritual War Zone, so here I am." As he walked up to the group, he thought to himself, "Gia Lam told me to hide my true identity and cultivation level for now. I wonder what she's actually planning. Well, I'll just play along for now." Fuang Dich secretly observed the team. His spiritual energy couldn't lock onto their exact cultivation levels. Are they all hiding their true strength? Judging by the uniforms on those two, they were definitely sent by the military zone. Luong Vin spoke up first. "So, you're the guy. Nice to meet you. Another member, Hui Dui, also offered a polite greeting. Thuong Dich could sense a very familiar aura from them. A vibe incredibly similar to Tu Thon Huing. They had to be from the Thuong City Spirit Association. Tong Duyet chimed in. Officer Gia Lam already briefed us about you. Hui Dui introduced the group. We're from the Thuong City Spirit Association. We'll be fighting alongside you for this mission. Heavy rain began pouring from the sky as their vehicle finally rolled out. Sitting inside the van, Hui Dui continued, Alright everyone, we're going to be temporary teammates for this run, even though I'm still not entirely sure what you guys are capable of. Thuong Dich sat in the back with the other two, completely ignoring the chatter in silence. Lu Ha finally broke the awkward silence. Listen, I think we should all agree on one thing right now. Once we get inside, we have to watch each other's backs, right? Thuong Dich quickly realized that this team was a complicated mix of people pulled from all over the place. Thuong City was a highly renowned place, but the members of its spirit association really seemed like a mixed bag of good and bad. Sitting nearby, Luong Vin threw a quick glance at Thuong Dich and whispered to Tong Duyet, Didn't Boss Lam say she was inviting some absolute powerhouse to help us out? Is this really the guy? I'm honestly not sure. He looks a bit scrawny, almost like a high schooler. But then again, he isn't wearing a government-issued wristband. Plus, his aura is completely concealed. I can't get a read on his actual power level at all. Her eyes widened in shock. A powerhouse? You don't mean the Wind Reaper, do you? The one who single-handedly destroyed a natural disaster and saved Tai City from total annihilation? But is the Wind Reaper really just some young student like him? Whether it's the fact that he possesses 3 impossibly rare high-tier attributes, or how he completely wiped out an infinitely multiplying disaster-level anomaly using only the power of a 1-star spirit creation realm. He even sealed the King of Anomalies, while breaking through his cultivation realm right on the spot. He has completely piqued my interest. Meanwhile, back at the military office in the Spiritual War Zone, Gia Lam answered her ringing phone. Hello, Spiritual War Zone speaking? The voice on the other end frantically cut her off. The Thien Bao Tower has completely fallen. The operatives we sent inside have gone completely dark. Right now, the anomaly concentration levels in the sky have hit 12,000. We already have 53 confirmed casualties. Please, you have to take this seriously. She couldn't believe it. Is the mutation spreading even faster now? Gia Lam immediately gave them her guarantee. Don't panic. I am absolutely not taking this lightly. The person I send in this time will get the job done. You have my absolute word. The voice on the other end quickly asked, Who did you send? Her voice turned cold and authoritative. You handed this mission over to us, so stop asking questions. That is how the Spiritual War Zone operates. Back at the Thien Bao Tower, a massive crackling tornado of heavenly lightning completely engulfed the sky above. Heavy, blood-red rain began pouring down from the dark clouds. As Thuong Dich's team stepped out of the vehicle, he analyzed the gruesome scene. The situation is a lot worse than I thought. Whatever's lurking inside this place, it's just as terrifying as the monster we faced last time. Nearby, someone stared up in pure horror at the swirling blood-red sky. Guys, look! What's that on the window? If I'm not seeing things, that's most likely blood. Tong Duyet revealed, As far as I know, the inside of the Thien Bao building is pretty cramped. The whole building has 40 floors in total, making it the tallest structure in Thuong City. Over 2,000 employees and customers were evacuated. But before the lockdown, some people refused to cooperate, so a lot of them are still trapped inside. Thuong City sent a rescue team before, but none of them ever made it back out. Lu Ha added, So the current casualty count of over 50 is just a rough estimate. After all, no one really knows what's going on in there. Thuong Dich asked, Is there anyone left inside we can still contact? Luong Vin replied, Probably not. Ever since the anomaly started, no one inside has sent a single message. Hui Dui chimed in, On the second day of the lockdown, I was outside helping with the perimeter. That day, the entire place felt like a dead zone. The once brand new building suddenly looked incredibly old and withered. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades. We couldn't see a single shadow through the windows, just a dense, eerie fog covering everything. We actually planned to use the windows as a breach point. But then, Then I saw mangled body parts, chewed up by the anomalies, falling right out of the windows. After that, the demonic aura of the building just kept getting worse. It hasn't even been a week, and it's already come to this. Fuangdiche reprimanded them. You guys can't even contact the inside, so the casualty numbers you gave me are just guesses based on the monsters and body parts falling out? The spirit hunters of Thuong City are way too sloppy. His harsh words made the man stammer. But we had no other choice. Fuangdiche silently analyzed the situation. Even though the Thuong City spirit hunters handled their intel gathering carelessly, it seemed they really had no other options. The death toll was definitely much higher than this. For ordinary people, an anomaly is basically a dimensional collapse. Trapped in an enclosed space, they were like lambs to the slaughter. No matter how hard they ran, they couldn't escape the clutches of those beasts. Fuangdiche issued his order. No more delays. We're going into the building right now. Some of these anomalies evolve by devouring the living. The higher the casualty count, the more dangerous it is inside. Luong Vin immediately tried to stop him from behind. Hold on. The military told us to follow your lead, but you still need to lay out a tactical plan first. You don't even have a strategy? We don't know the situation yet. Let's just go inside and see for ourselves. Lu Ha voiced her concerns. Besides, you haven't even officially joined the government forces. He continued, everyone here has extensive experience dealing with anomalies. Since you're the commander, you should at least understand what everyone's abilities are. See, I told you. Since he hasn't been through official government training, he severely lacks experience in this field. It was Tong Duyet who spoke up. All right, that's enough. Time is running out, so save your breath. He was recommended by Commander Jialan to come help us out, which is why he took this mission. We all know Commander Jialan's standards, right? Don't tell me you guys have never heard of him? Fuangdiche firmly reminded them, the biggest taboo before a mission is infighting. He strode inside alone. If you don't want to go in, stay outside. Luong Vin hurried after him. Hey, wait up! Seeing bloodstains everywhere inside, Lu Ha felt something was completely wrong. Why is it so dead silent in here? Suddenly, a chilling aura locked onto them from above. Luong Vin looked up, coming face to face with the hideous visage of a monster. Fuangdiche's eyes flashed with icy resolve. He instantly condensed a burst of flames and swung out a blazing arc with his fiery blade. Fuangdiche looked perfectly calm. Blinding sword intent flashed, weaving through the air and lighting up the space with its sheer power. Tong Duyet and Luong Vin were completely stunned. Did it just end? Just like that? Shocked, she asked, where did he even pull that sword from? Fuangdiche didn't answer. He bent down to pick up a feather from the ground. Inspecting it closely, he noted, this is a hybrid between a bird and a lizard. Looking at the level of mutation, it's definitely devoured a lot of people. Tong Duyet's face instantly darkened. Looking at the incoming horde of monsters, she gasped in horror. An A+ rank anomaly. The group silently pushed deeper inside. The two guys in the back whispered among themselves. An A+ rank... That means it's at the 2-star spirit creation realm, right? I just barely broke into the 1-star realm. Yeah, which means a single strike from him could instantly wipe me out. They stared at Fuangdiche wielding his blade with suspicion. Is he really a concealed weapon master? And that blade, is that the heavenly fire blade? Hui Dui was in awe. I really didn't expect you to be a concealed weapon master. After all, in our minds, those masters are usually hermits who never part with their swords. He revealed, after ranking up, I fused my spirit energy with the blade's path, turning it into a spiritual weapon that I can summon anytime with my energy. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who can do this. Fuangdiche took the lead, holding his blazing sword. Let's move! Don't waste any more time! The others quickly followed right behind him. Right, this is great! Thank God you're on our side. The blazing fire in his hands became a beacon of light, guiding them through the pitch-black darkness. Fuangdiche led the team up the stairs, surrounded by blood-splattered walls. He thought to himself, if it's already this brutal, I'm afraid the casualties won't just stop at 500. Was this area completely wiped out too? Tong Duyet looked down the hallway ahead of them. There's obviously a ton of blood here, but I don't see a single body anywhere. Anomalies love human flesh, sure, but there's no way they wouldn't leave anything behind, right? Suddenly, a monster ambushed Luong Vin from behind. Tong Duyet frantically turned around to help, but Fuangdiche was already prepared, hurling 2 massive blasts of fire at it. The monster took a direct hit, spraying fresh blood everywhere. As its massive body collapsed to the ground, someone stammered, another anomaly. Huang Dich furrowed his brows and asked, "Don't you guys feel like something is completely off?" Lin Vuong was surprised. "Wait, what?" He clearly analyzed. Even though the strength of these two anomalies is on par with our elites, if the monster numbers were just this small, it shouldn't have been enough to trap the entire rescue vanguard in here. I'm afraid this might not actually be the Thien Bao building we're looking for. Lin Vuong froze in shock, while Tong Duyet was incredibly confused. What do you mean by that? Huang Dich explained it in detail. All along the way, even though there are bloodstains everywhere, the foul, suffocating stench here comes entirely from the dark attribute of the anomalies. There isn't a single trace of dead bodies anywhere. He thought to himself, right now, we're just stumbling blindly in the dark. I need to test things out to confirm my theory. Tong Yue stammered, "Wait, were you just hesitating because you didn't know if you should unleash the infinite darkness right in front of us?" She agreed. The boss is right. The whole way here has been absolutely gruesome. But this gloominess, it's not the suffocating stench of death. It's just an empty, hollow void. Like no living creature has ever set foot here. It's just a blank, lifeless shell. Fang Yi reached out his hand. Exactly. If my guess is right, the anomalies have turned this place into a hollow dummy. Only the exterior remains. As for their true nest... Suddenly, upon seeing the orb of the infinite dark realm, someone stammered, Is this the power of the darkness attribute? The system blared a notification. Similar dark inner realm detected. Contains darkness attributes. Activate data scan? He immediately made his choice. Yes, the dark inner realm is a dimension forged entirely from the darkness attribute. You could call it the very nest of the darkness itself. It drags the original space inside it, much like the zone of extreme darkness and the infinite dark realm. To truly step into this dark inner realm, you have to find the gate it created. He replied, I get it now. For us to enter the real Tianbao Tower, we need to find that gate. And it's the exact same for anyone trying to escape. Worse still, the darkness attribute inside messes with their minds and emotions, plunging them into massive, terrifying hallucinations. That's why some people would desperately think the windows were their only way out. It perfectly explains why those who tried to escape through the windows ended up as nothing but corpses. Tong Yu chimed in, because they were manipulated by the darkness and died right inside the inner realm. So, now, we just have to find this gate the boss mentioned, right? A warning flashed before them. The dark inner realm is drawn to you. It has sensed the presence of its own kind. The dark inner realm had manifested. He quickly gathered his spiritual energy. It's here! The wave of darkness shot toward them like a massive drill, and an overwhelming wave of nausea washed over the group. Ah! The darkness is attacking me! Why isn't my spiritual shield working? Me too! My head is splitting. It feels like something is trying to claw its way out of my brain. Fang Yi's eyes suddenly flared with two different colors, and a brilliant golden sphere of spiritual energy enveloped the group. Liuxia and Hui Wei finally caught their breath. Ha! I'm okay now. Was that the darkness attribute attacking us just now? Seeing him standing there completely unfazed, they stared in absolute shock. Wait a minute. Is the Burial Master really completely unharmed? Are you blind? Haven't you realized it yet? He's the one who just saved our lives, Liang Rong and Tong Yue whispered to each other. Even before the darkness attacked us directly, we were already taking massive damage from its passive effects. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have lasted much longer in here. Meanwhile, scorching flames began to gather in the palm of Fang Yi's hand. Found it! The flames roared to life, shaping into a massive dragon that surged violently forward. Shatter! A blinding sword materialized in his grasp. He slashed brutally into the empty air. It's right here. A terrifying surge of power erupted from the strike zone. Tong Yu froze in sheer disbelief. Is this? Fang Yi stayed utterly silent, his eyes narrowed coldly at the dark, toxic aura bleeding out from the newly formed gate in front of them. Gripping his sword tight, he stepped right into the abyss. Let's move. Stay close to me. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being watched by something lurking in the shadows. Liuxia suddenly gasped. Wait, I think I smell something? The group stopped dead in their tracks. Eyes wide with horror at the grotesque sight ahead, she choked out, It's the stench of corpses, the blood of our own kind." Right in front of them lay endless rows of mangled bodies. Upon entering the dark inner realm, Clear's throat, Fang Yi's group immediately collided with a swarm of horrifying anomalies lurking inside the true Tianbao Tower. The frantic, chaotic sound of flapping wings echoed all around them, blending with eerie, demonic whispers. "Mine? No! Mine! Come here! Come here!" A split second later, an anomaly lunged out of the darkness. Its jaws unhinged to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth, bloodshot eyes glowing with absolute slaughter as it charged straight at the group. He shivered violently and screamed, "Another A+ rank darkness anomaly? This is absolute insanity." Liang Rong didn't say a word, but he gritted his teeth hard, fighting off the freezing terror crawling up his spine. Fang Yi didn't waste a single breath. He made his move instantly. Opening his palm, he let his blade drop, then launched a devastating kick, sending the weapon rocketing straight into the anomaly. His movements were ruthlessly efficient. Boom! A sickening crash echoed out as the blade tore clean through the anomaly's body, blowing it to pieces. But it didn't stop there. The blade kept its deadly momentum, hurling toward the beast right behind it. At the exact same time, Fang Yi launched himself into the air. The moment the blade pierced the second anomaly, he was already there, snatching his weapon right back out of the air. Suddenly, an even bigger anomaly lunged from behind, aiming for a blind spot. Fang Yi gripped his hilt tight. With his weapon back in hand, his killing intent skyrocketed. Without a single word, he unleashed a storm of slashes. Every single strike was vicious, precise, and absolutely lethal. Not a single anomaly survived his blade. This was the terrifying, overwhelming might of the Crimson Fireblade art. This technique left a fiery brand burned deep into the targets, allowing Fang Yi to detonate it at will. Inner blaze. The moment the words left his lips, a catastrophic firestorm erupted, turning the entire zone into a blazing purgatory. The anomalies were instantly reduced to ash. Liu Xia watched in absolute horror, thinking to herself, his fire attribute is way too monstrous. Those darkness anomalies were vaporized in the blink of an eye. Fighting against the blistering heat, Tong Yue sighed internally. From the very beginning, he hasn't needed our help even once. She whispered to the others, Hui Wei, Liu Xia, I swear there's another kind of flame mixed into his fire attribute. It feels exactly like an erupting volcano. Just then, Fang Yi suddenly turned and walked in another direction. He knelt down, gently resting his blazing blade against the lifeless bodies on the ground. Fang Yi's entire body was cloaked in fire. The flames spread softly across the floor, warmly embracing the remains of the victims. He murmured softly, sending them off. You were innocent victims of these monsters. I'll make sure every last one of these anomalies is buried with you. It's just a damn shame that you have to share a graveyard with these filthy beasts. Watching all of this from behind, Hui Wei couldn't help but gasp in awe. One strike cremation. He truly lives up to his name as the burial master. The legends are absolutely real. While waiting for the roaring flames to cleanse the area, Fang Yi turned back to the other four. Since you're already in here, you might as well make yourselves useful. Your job is to search for survivors and rescue them. Leave the anomalies to me. He quickly laid out the plan. The first floor is cleared out. Next, I'm heading straight up. The four of them nodded, confirming they understood the orders. They would trail behind to support him. The real Tianbao Tower, which was now entirely the dark inner realm, was completely overrun by the anomalies. Fang Yi took the lead, slashing a path forward. A single, fatal strike of heavenly fire wiped out every anomaly on the 10th floor. After feasting on human flesh, the cultivation base of these beasts had rapidly evolved. Right now, every single one of them was at least at the 1-star spirit creation realm. Aside from the increasingly gruesome carnage on each floor, their raw power and abilities hadn't mutated into anything too tricky. Advancing smoothly, Fang Yi reached the 15th floor, but he still hadn't found a single survivor. The moment they stepped onto the 15th floor, Liu Xia began to violently shiver. God, this floor is freezing. The darkness is piercing right through my spiritual shield. Just like the floors below, this place was heavily littered with mutilated corpses. But Liang Rong quickly noticed something off. He stared intently in one direction, his blood running colder the longer he looked. There's something moving on those bodies. It's corrosive. Everyone, be extremely careful. Do not breathe in those tiny spores. The dead silence of the room was horrifying. The sickening drip, drip, drip of fresh blood echoed in the air, and the overpowering metallic stench proved that an anomaly had just been here moments ago. Right at that moment, directly above their heads, a colossal centipede slithered across the ceiling. Its grotesque, twisted body writhed as its 6 glowing crimson eyes locked onto them. Its jagged jaws snapped open, unleashing a terrifying, threatening roar at the 5 of them. Fang Yi just flashed a deeply satisfied smirk. Finally, a soul tier anomaly decides to show up. The centipede opened its jaws and shrieked, firing off countless dark poison spikes. The spikes rained down like arrows at breakneck speed, but Fuang Dich dodged every single one. He looked up at it coldly, spinning the flame blade in his hand. The flaming sword formed a powerful shield of fire, incinerating all the poison spikes. No matter how many it fired, it was utterly useless. With a series of crackling explosions, the centipede realized it was at a disadvantage and immediately retreated. Its massive body coiled into a ring, giving up the offense to hide behind its thick armor, trying to stall for time. Fuang Dich saw right through its plan. He raised his blade and scoffed, "Trying to stall so you can evolve?" Lowering his stance, he hurled the fierce flame blade straight at the beast. "In your dreams!" the centipede shrieked in panic. The distance was so short it was almost impossible to dodge, absolute terror filling its eyes. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the flames lit up the entire floor. He looked on, a mix of indifference and sheer disappointment in his eyes. "I gave you too much credit. I thought a 3-star spirit realm beast would at least make me break a sweat." Suddenly, a clattering sound came from behind, putting Luang Vin on high alert. He spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" Fuang Dich also stepped toward the source of the noise. "Are there survivors?" A door creaked open, revealing a pale-faced young man inside, his voice trembling. "Hey, are you the pioneers?" He opened the door wider so they could see inside. "There are 5 of us left in here." Fuang Dich scanned the small room. For some reason, there was a hidden space here that looked like a luxury brand secure vault, and the survivors inside were scared out of their minds. He gave them a reassuring smile. "It's okay now. We're here to rescue you." Hui Dui stepped forward and introduced himself. "We're from the Thuong City Spiritual Association. The monsters outside have been completely wiped out. You're safe now. Come on out." The young man was still dazed, muttering the word "kill" under his breath. With terror written all over his face, he struggled to form a coherent sentence. Killed! Hui Dui leaned in closer. "What did you say?" The young man grew frantic. "You killed them all! There were so many terrifying monsters, and you wiped them all out with a single strike." At that same moment, outside Thienbao Tower, a massive crowd had gathered to monitor the situation. They were all surveillance officers and external backup units from Thuong City. Holding a tracking device, one of them spoke up. "This is different from before. This time, we might actually have a chance." Another nodded. "Exactly. We can feel the Undertaker's fire attribute spiritual energy on every single floor. Even though we haven't made contact, we've picked up his energy fluctuations no matter how faint." Suddenly, someone reported that the latest spiritual fluctuation had appeared on the 40th floor. A colleague gasped, "What? The 40th floor? How long has it been since they went inside?" A rain of blood began to fall again, the grim atmosphere chilling everyone to the bone. But then an excited voice rang out. 9 minutes and 56 seconds. The Undertaker took only 9 minutes and 56 seconds to clear his way to the top floor of Thienbao Tower. This news was bound to send shockwaves through the entire pioneer community of Thuong City. But it didn't stop there. A new discovery was made. S-class anomaly, pollution levels had appeared on the top floor. Up there, Fuang Dich stared coldly at the tower's final boss. "So, you're the anomaly king of this place?" Hovering before him was a massive, pale anomaly, its withered wings flapping gently to keep it afloat. It was the Anomaly King that had taken over Thienbao Tower, the Bone Bird. Without hesitation, Fuang Dich launched himself into the air, closing in on the creature before it could strike at him and the others. He wasn't taking his opponent lightly at all. In fact, he observed it with extreme caution. Although the Anomaly King took the form of a bone bird, the parasitic worms writhing on its body were actually a part of it. He couldn't afford a single mistake. With that in mind, Fuang Dich swung his blade to test the waters. Just as he expected, the bone bird wasn't just going to sit there and take the hit. It quickly folded its wings, using its sturdy bone joints to block the strike. Fuang Dich was slightly caught off guard by its reaction speed. He hadn't even expected it to clamp down on his blade so tightly. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge. The bone bird opened its eyes, its eerie green gaze locking onto Fuang Dich. Down below, someone gasped in sheer panic. Is even the Undertaker no match for this Anomaly King? Someone else grew anxious. This is bad. We have to step in. Hoi Doi wanted to help too, but he felt completely powerless. What good would our help do? Who here can actually fight that thing? Yet, right at that moment, an inscrutable smile crept across Fuang Dich's face. He had never been one to back down from a challenge. With the crackle of thunder echoing in his ears, he glared at the bone bird with ice in his eyes. Enough of your cheap tricks. I'm done testing the waters. He yanked his blade hard, channeling the power of lightning into it. 100-forged divine thunder. A rapid series of explosions rang out as Fuang Dich forcefully spun his body, fiercely slashing down on the wings that had trapped his weapon. Lightning and fire fused together with terrifying destructive power, heavily wounding the bone bird in a single strike. It screeched in agony, but he just kept slashing, his voice ice cold as he struck. "Shut up! You're too damn loud!" A bolt of divine lightning crashed down, nearly severing the wings the bone bird was so proud of. Fuang Dich actually felt bored. "I thought you could still fight back. If you're really this pathetic, you don't deserve the title of Anomaly King." His eyes were like ice, lightning flashing around him as he mocked the creature. "Even after turning all of Thienbao Tower into your personal pantry, you're still not half the fighter that Calamity Bat was." It was rare for Fuang Dich to talk this much. As he casually shattered several of his opponent's bones, he stated plainly, "I think it's only fair I let you taste the absolute despair of waiting to die." Lu Ha's eyes went wide. "I take back what I just said. This is an absolute one-sided massacre." Hui Dai broke out in a cold sweat, yet felt a pang of regret. It's terrifying. He's literally toying with the Anomaly King. This is the Anomaly King we're talking about. Why did an Undertaker like him appear in Tai City? If only he was one of ours. Tong Duyet closely watched the aerial battle, analyzing every detail. Every single strike he makes is meticulously calculated. From left to right, outside to inside, it's incredibly precise, without a single wasted movement. From start to finish, he deliberately avoided attacking the bone bird's skull. Not only is this creature no longer a threat, but it doesn't even have the ability to fight back anymore. The gap in their strength was simply too massive. He had completely surpassed the Anomaly King. Just as she finished speaking, Fuang Dich landed on the ground after his relentless barrage of 104 divine thunder. The bone bird wailed tragically as chunks of its body exploded into pieces, leaving only its head intact. It desperately tried to use its healing magic to regenerate, but obviously, Fuang Dich wasn't going to give it the chance. He stared it down coldly. "Still trying to heal? You think I'm playing around?" With that, he charged forward, blade in hand. This time, a blinding light of thunder illuminated the entire sky. It was finally time for the bone bird to meet its end. The Anomaly. King seemed to sense its impending doom. It opened its jaws and roared, trying to intimidate Fuang Dich. But for him, backing down from a weaker opponent was never an option. A thunderous boom echoed as a massive pillar of lightning erupted from the very top of Thienbao Tower. As a result, the rain of blood finally began to ease. Lightning still crackled, striking straight into the crimson clouds above, but soon enough the thunder faded, the blood clouds scattered, and the rain slowed to a drizzle before completely stopping. Sunlight finally pierced through the gloomy sky that had hung over Thuong City for days. Outside, the support team from the Spirit Association stared intently at their monitors. "It's over! The Anomaly King's energy is fading. The crowd murmured in pure awe. Unbelievable! Just how powerful is this pioneer? He's on a completely different level from anyone in Thuong City. Is this the gap between ordinary people and absolute geniuses? I finally get it now. There's always a higher mountain. Looking at the partially destroyed Thien Bao Tower, their conversation shifted to the previous incident in Tai City. I heard that the S-class anomaly that invaded Tai City was called the Hell Sacrificial King. That disaster was sealed away the moment it appeared, but all the details are locked in top-secret files. Even without knowing the full story, everyone understood that a miracle like that was almost impossible to replicate. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Thuong Dich stood tall, an absolute pillar of strength among the pioneers. He calmly reminded them, "The Bone Bird is dead. The inner dark realm has shattered. You can contact the outside and report back now." Tong Duyet immediately grabbed her radio. Hello, this is Tong Duyet. Reporting the current situation. The Thien Bao Tower incident has been resolved. All anomalies have been eliminated. But before she could even finish, Thuong Dich was already walking away. The sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, casting its warm morning light over him. Tong Duyet watched his back as she replied into the radio. "That's right. We only completed this mission smoothly thanks to the Undertaker. I hope the Thuong City Spirit Association will formally express our gratitude to Tai City and to him." By this time, Thuong Dich had already gone quite a distance, heading for the emergency exit. With the mission complete, he just wanted to go back, rest, and cultivate. Because of this, he had no idea that the moment he left, Tong Duyet furiously shouted into her radio, "The captain of Thuong City? The guy who just took office today? What the hell is he doing here? Showing up only after the mission is completely over?" The Spirit Association's communications officer stammered awkwardly in response. He found out that Tai City's Undertaker is here. We advised him not to cause trouble, but an arrogant pioneer like him won't listen. At that very moment, high in the sky above Thuong City, a figure was rocketing toward Thien Bao Tower like a missile. Hearing this, it wasn't just Tong Duyet who was furious. Hui Dui and Luong Vin both frowned deeply. Tong Duyet barked into the mic, "What do you people think you're doing?" This mission was handed over to the military district, and it was the spiritual war zone that personally invited Tai City's captain here. We are responsible for guaranteeing his safety. The Spirit Association and the Thuong City captain are harboring suspicious motives. This is a direct provocation against the military's authority. Down in the stairwell, Thuong Dich was completely unaware that someone was gunning for him. Meanwhile, Tong Duyet continued warning the Thuong City Spirit Association. The Undertaker is a highly valued captain, jointly nominated by the Spiritual War Zone and the Tai City Spirit Association. Anyone who dares to provoke him will face the consequences. Not long after, Thuong Dich stepped out of Thien Bao Tower. His senses were razor sharp, and with just one glance, he noticed something was off. Moreover, the person targeting him wasn't hiding their aura at all. As the enemy rushed in with overwhelming pressure, Thuong Dich stood up straight, shoved his hands in his pockets, and said calmly, "That was fast. You're here already?" The man spoke up. "I am the captain of Thuong City, Nak Fong Jiang, and you must be the Undertaker from Tai City." Thuong Dich replied coldly, "Yeah, so what?" He silently evaluated the man. A wind attribute pioneer, first time meeting one. This guy is arrogant, but he's intentionally hiding part of his spiritual energy. He's at least reached the spirit creation realm. Fong Jiang waved his hand, launching a barrage of wind blades. Thuong Dich swung his flaming sword in response. The clash triggered a massive explosion, forcing both to take a step back and keep their distance. Seeing how young Thuong Dich was, Fong Jiang smirked. He calculated in his mind that this Undertaker was just a naive kid, the perfect stepping stone to establish dominance for the Nak family. Feigning politeness, he said, "First of all, thank you for helping Thuong City resolve the Thien Bao Tower crisis. However, as the captain of Tai City, coming all this way, aren't you stepping out of line? Young people really need to learn some manners." Thuong Dich answered smoothly, "When I came to Thuong City, you didn't even have a captain yet. I only came because the military district commissioned me. So, what exactly is a brand new captain like you trying to pull here?" Fong Jiang rubbed his nose and gave a reassuring chuckle. "Don't be so tense. You young folks are always so hot-headed. My Nock family is a principled clan. We mean you no harm. In fact, we deeply respect talents like you. As he spoke, he began channeling his wind attribute along with another dark, eerie element. His tone shifted completely. I just want to borrow your sword for a bit. So that was his real goal, stealing the weapon. With the dual attribute spiritual energy swirling in his hands, Feng Jiang threatened, otherwise, don't even dream of leaving Thuong City. The howling wind whipped Thuong Dich's hair and clothes wildly, but his expression didn't change at all. Now, fully understanding the man's motive and having gauged his strength, Thuong Dich burst into laughter. Borrow it? Feng Jiang had no idea that this was the absolute worst decision of his life. He still confidently believed the boy would back down. Thuong Dich swung his blade and his aura violently transformed. The fire sword seemed to come alive as heavenly flames erupted. A draconic pressure exploded from his body, draining the color from Feng Jiang's face and freezing his smirk. In that moment, Thuong Dich looked like a life-reaping asura, a true undertaker. He sneered coldly, "How about I borrow your whole damn clan?" The moment the words left his mouth, Thuong Dich attacked. Gripping his sword tightly, he swung it fiercely upward. The ground split open as flames erupted from the fissures. Feng Jiang nimbly dodged to the side, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Not bad. Now this is getting interesting. The battle erupted with intense flames spreading uncontrollably. Tong Duyet urgently coordinated her team. They're fighting! The shockwaves are so strong they cut off the local signal again. We will report to the military district immediately. You guys notify the higher-ups right now, and get the survivors out of here. Standing amidst the sea of fire, Thuong Dich calmly declared, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't want to lose a captain, get your people here. Hui Dui was stunned. What did you just say? He was about to argue back, but Tong Duyet quickly slapped a hand over his mouth. She immediately responded, understood. Right after that, the team immediately split up into action. Lu Ha grumbled, this old bastard knocked Feng Jiang, causing trouble the exact second he takes office. Hurry back and call for backup. Hui Dui was still indignant. I say we let that Undertaker guy get his ass kicked. Our Thuong City is a national tier 3 city after all. Lu Ha snapped back at him. Do you honestly think that's even possible? Back on the battlefield, Thuong Dich raised his hand. Summoning his lightning attribute. Let's see if fate is on your side. A massive lightning bolt, as thick as a pillar, crashed down toward Feng Jiang. The old man waved his hand, deflecting the strike as their spiritual energies clashed with a deafening boom. He arrogantly provoked him. Oh, talking big, aren't we? If you want to kill me, then bring out everything you've got. But the moment the words left his mouth, Thuong Dich vanished, appearing right behind him. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy sent a violent chill down the old man's spine. Feng Jiang whipped his head around, his pupils shrinking in pure horror. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocked the entire area as a blinding shockwave of fire erupted. Feng Jiang was blasted away, skidding wildly across the ground and violently tearing up the pavement. Drenched in a cold, terrifying sweat, he gasped. What the hell was that feeling just now? As much as he hated to admit it, he was starting to panic. Watching Thuong Dich stand amidst a towering sea of flames, gripping his blade like a life-reaping asura, Feng Jiang couldn't help but tremble. This extreme yang energy, the outburst is absolutely terrifying. Why is my body shaking in fear? Hearing this, Thuong Dich let out a cold, mocking laugh. You want to see my full strength? Ha! I'm afraid you won't even last 10 minutes, and you won't even know what hit you. Suddenly, Feng Jiang burst into maniacal laughter. His eyes were glued to Thuong Dich's blade, utterly convinced that the kid's power came entirely from his weapon. So it is that blade, the new prototype secretly forged by the Spirit Association. Thuong Dich furrowed his brow but stayed silent. The idiot had it all wrong, but he had zero interest in explaining himself to a weakling. Burning jealousy consumed Feng Jiang. A spirit weapon holding that much elemental power can cleave mountains and part seas. To think it's already finished, and they handed it over to a damn brat. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, his fists clenching so hard his clothes tore. But it's fine. This trip wasn't a waste after all. That spirit weapon is going to be mine! Fine! Roaring like a beast breaking its chains, Fong Jiang ripped off his coat and snarled his threat. Listen here, you little two-star spirit creation punk. Hand over the blade like a good boy, or I'll slaughter you and take it myself. No, this power, it's still not enough. Didn't I tell you to use your full strength? Meanwhile, back at the Tai City Spirit Association, the chairman slammed his fist onto the table in a furious rage. What? The captain of Shang City is fighting our Tai City captain? Than Huyen demanded answers. Wasn't the Undertaker invited by the mental war zone to help handle the anomaly? What the hell is Shang City trying to pull? The chairman's voice dropped into a dark growl. This isn't simple. It's not just a spat between two local associations. The mental war zone is involved. Just then, a secretary rushed into the room. He leaned in and whispered something urgent. The chairman's eyes went wide. You said, what? The chairman scowled deeply. Have you contacted Shang City yet? What did they say? If we can stop this within 10 minutes, it might not be too late, the secretary stammered. We did contact them, sir, but they said... He hesitated, swallowing hard before continuing. They said Shang City is a Tier 3 city. Their captain is their absolute pride and joy, and they don't think he's going to lose. Than Huyen froze. The chairman gritted his teeth, and the Tai City officials erupted in fury. What? Are they looking down on our Tai City? The chairman couldn't hold back anymore and violently smashed his desk. Idiots! A bunch of arrogant idiots! Shang City is entirely too short-sighted. Do they really think an S-class anomaly is that easy to seal? Than Huyen calmly analyzed the situation. Perhaps it's not stupidity, but sheer overconfidence. What realm is that guy even at? The secretary quickly answered, rumor has it he just touched the 3-star spirit creation realm. He comes from a massive noble family, and Shang City poured all their resources into him. Outside, the sky was dyed a brilliant gold. Inside the meeting room, someone scoffed. So what if he's a 3-star spirit creation? The chairman's eyes turned icy. A 3-star spirit creation? Big deal. The Undertaker doesn't just possess multiple extreme attributes. His true strength is leaps and bounds beyond his current realm. Shang City has never faced the Hell King sacrifice event. They don't understand the true horror behind the name Undertaker. That Shang City captain isn't just going to lose back on the battlefield. Puang Dich threw a terrifyingly cold punch. He had no idea the chairman had already predicted the outcome, a conclusion that matched his own intent. The guy was going to die. Smack. The punch carried a devastating physical force, caving in Fong Jiang's face and sending blood spraying into the air. High above Shang City, this was nothing short of a totally one-sided massacre by Puang Dich. Fong Jiang couldn't even fight back. Pure panic set in. What the hell is happening? Why can't I use my flame blade techniques? At this point, all he could do was raise his arms to block. Injuries piled up on his body, and his spiritual energy was draining like water poured into a river. In Fong Jiang's eyes, Puang Dich was attacking like an absolute madman. No flashy moves, just pure, suffocating domination. He swallowed hard. Is there really a fighting style out there that forces an opponent to completely suppress their own sword arts? Just as he was scrambling for a way to break the deadlock, Puang Dich suddenly spoke. Hey, we're here. Confused, Fong Jiang glanced over his shoulder. Seeing the massive structure behind him, his jaw dropped. The Spirit Association building? We fought our way all the way over here? Right then, Puang Dich's dark, chilling voice whispered in his ear. Out of respect for Tai City and the military zone, I was going to give you people one last chance. In a flash, he launched a brutal upward kick, his toe snapping right under Fong Jiang's chin, sending him flying backward. Only then did Puang Dich draw his blade. Holding it high, extreme yang energy erupted as heavenly fire swirled wildly around his body. But since it seems some cowards want to hide and not show their faces, I guess I'll have to make myself clear. Fong Jiang, hurtling through the air straight toward the Shang City Spirit Association building, still had no clue what was about to hit him. Up in the sky, intense spiritual energy vortexed around Puang Dich. The citizens below finally noticed the commotion and looked up. What's going on? Is there a fire over there? Someone with sharp eyes gasped. No, wait, can't you guys feel the heat rising? It's getting scorching hot. Look, I see them. There are people fighting in the sky. The crowd watched in awe as two figures hovered mid-air. Fuang Dish was engulfed in blazing, blistering yang energy, while Fong Jiang desperately tried to block using his wind attribute laced with black fire. The streets below exploded into chaos. Those flames! I saw them on the news from the neighboring city. I told you, the rumors online are real. The spirit resurgence is real. Fuang Dish was in no rush to attack, as if he was waiting for something. He stated calmly, "You have 5 minutes left. Didn't you want me to use my full strength?" Hearing the taunt, Fong Jiang gritted his teeth in sheer rage, utterly humiliated that he had been so effortlessly crushed the moment he demanded just that. But right after, Fuang Dish swung his blade down in a devastating arc, his voice ice cold. "I'm only using 30% of my power. And look at you." Staring down the incoming godlike strike, Fong Jiang froze completely. What? Is this really not his full strength? Impossible. He's just a 2-star spirit creation. Lost in his panicked thoughts, he missed his only window to dodge. All he could do was watch helplessly as the massive wave of spiritual energy crashed down on him. Boom! Fong Jiang's body was sent flying backward like a kite with a snapped string, crashing straight into the Shang City Spirit Association building. At the exact same time, inside the surveillance room at the Spirit Association headquarters in God City, screens flashed blood red and deafening sirens wailed, signaling a major state of emergency. The officer in charge immediately pulled up the monitors, discovering a colossal surge of energy erupting from the Shang City Spirit Association building. "Warning! Energy levels are continuing to spike!" The vanguards watched in absolute horror. "This isn't a dark attribute. The frequency doesn't match." Someone yelled out, "What the hell is going on in Shang City? We didn't receive any reports of an anomaly breach." Another guessed, "If it's not an anomaly, could it be?" Right at that moment, an operative burst into the room to report. "Sir, we just received word from the Tai City Spirit Association. The person fighting is Shang City's new captain, Divine Blade. He targeted the weapon of Tai City's captain, the Undertaker. When he refused to hand it over, the Shang City captain tried to kill him for it." The commander and everyone else in the room were completely shell-shocked. "What?" The commander immediately began barking orders. "Shang City really has a death wish. Warn them to stop immediately, or we'll strip every higher-up in their Aura Association of their titles." Amidst the heavy tension, the grand doors swung open, revealing a lone figure. "We need to send backup right now. This is a massive crisis for the entire Aura Association." The newcomer was Gu Yuru, a vanguard from headquarters. She stepped forward and volunteered. "It would be best if I go." Back in Shang City, a little girl stood inside her home, staring out at the raging battle. Her eyes went wide with absolute shock. "Mommy, look, a shooting star." From their small house, they could see a blinding streak of light crashing straight into the Shang City Aura Association building. A deafening boom echoed through the air. The mother rushed over, scooping her child into her arms. "Don't look, baby, we have to go." The father hurriedly packed their bags, frantically urging his wife and daughter, "We can't stay in Shang City anymore. We need to leave for Shen City right now. It might be safer there." Clutching their daughter, the wife asked in a trembling voice, Is it really like what they're saying online? Is the world really coming to an end?" Just then, the Aura Association building exploded. The earth-shattering roar terrified the little girl, and she burst into tears. "Mommy, I'm scared." The mother gently patted her back. "Shh, it's okay, baby. It's okay. Everything's going to be just fine." The father led the way. "Let's go. Hurry!" Just 1 minute earlier, Yue Fengjiang had been blasted away by Fang Yi's overwhelming firepower, turning him into that very shooting star. But even after taking such a brutal beating, the old man kept his arrogant smirk, still daring to scream threats. "Undertaker, you better stop right now, or else the Yue family will never let you off. The Shang City Aura Association will hunt you down." Inside the Shang City branch headquarters, seeing the streak of light hurtling toward them, absolute panic broke out. How could the Undertaker dare to do this? To actually attack the headquarters? This was utter madness. Someone screamed, "Hurry! Go help Captain Divine Blade. He can't hold on much longer." Immediately after, someone yelled an order at Fang Yi. "Captain Undertaker of Tai City, cease your approach to the Shang City Aura Association immediately." Hearing this, Fang Yi's expression darkened. It was painfully obvious these fools had no idea what they were dealing with. He shot a freezing glare at the group inside the glass building, barking threats at him. Divine Blade is a Shang City captain. If you lay a hand on him, you are declaring war on the entire Shang City Aura Association. The staff member boldly doubled down. We will absolutely not tolerate this. You better be ready to face the consequences. Hearing that garbage, Fang Yi's gaze grew even colder. So, this was the stance of the Shang City Aura Association, huh? He raised his flaming blade high as his Yang attribute and heavenly fire surged wildly. Fang Yi casually exposed their hypocritical mindset. They looked down on the backup captain from Tai City, thinking that since Divine Blade was a Shang City captain, he'd naturally be stronger. That was exactly why they hadn't stepped in to stop the fight earlier. With a swing of his arm, the heavenly fire transformed into a massive flaming dragon, engulfing the association building. The sudden, blistering heat sent everyone inside into screaming panic. The staff member who was talking tough a second ago collapsed in terror, and the rest completely lost their minds. Fang Yi glanced back at the heavily injured Yue Fengjiang. Too bad you guys miscalculated. With your pathetic strength, you actually thought you could steal my blade? Feng Jiang gasped for air, looking incredibly wretched. Now that Fang Yi knew exactly where the Shang City Association stood, he wasn't going to waste any more time. He hurled his blazing sword straight at Feng Jiang. Then, let's see if you can catch it. Completely oblivious to the lethal danger, the old fool burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, so you finally learned your place. He lunged forward to grab it, still throwing out arrogant taunts. The Shang City Association is utterly useless. To think Tai City actually forged such a powerful weapon first. Driven mad by sheer greed, Feng Jiang sneered, "A supreme treasure like this belongs only to me." Fang Yi stared at him, his eyes filled with absolute disgust. He just couldn't understand vanguards like him, willing to murder and rob just to claim power that wasn't theirs. How were scum like him any different from the anomalies? Trash like him were exactly why humanity was facing extinction. Yet the Shang City Association just turned a blind eye and enabled it. Watching Feng Jiang's psychotic greed, Fang Yi's eyes turned dead cold. He had made his choice. This man had to die. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the sky. The roaring flames devoured the entire upper half of the building, unleashing massive shockwaves of heat as Feng Jiang's figure was completely swallowed by the inferno. Fang Yi calmly muttered, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. This isn't some spirit weapon made by the association. I forged it myself, and it answers only to me." Inside the Shang City Association, shattering tempered glass rained down as hellfire surged through the halls. Everyone scattered in pure terror, their screams for help completely drowned out by the roaring blast. Someone finally realized the horror. He's dead. I think Captain Divine Blade is dead. The heavenly fire had consumed the upper half of the tower, and the flames showed no signs of stopping. Down below, the terrified survivors questioned each other in panic. Didn't they say the Undertaker was only at the 2-star spirit creation realm? Yue Fengjiang was a whole realm higher than him. The one screaming was Wang Zhong, the man in charge of the Shang City branch. Because he always commanded from the ground floor, he had narrowly escaped death, but that only made him even more horrified by Fang Yi's monstrous power. Wang Zhong frantically calculated the odds in his head. Yue Fengjiang was Shang City's only 3-star spirit creation vanguard. They had poured endless resources into him. Give him a little more time, and he would have broken into the Diamond Realm. With his talent and status, he was meant to be one of the strongest captains alive. Yet, he was utterly crushed by the Undertaker. The Undertaker had completely surpassed the captain level. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Fang Yi touched down right in front of him, terrifying Wang Zhong and his 2 bodyguards into stumbling backward. Staring at the young man clutching a blazing sword, his jacket whipping in the wind and a chilling void in his eyes, a horrifying realization hit them. This monster could wipe out the entire city. Wang Zhong collapsed in fear while his bodyguards shook uncontrollably. What were they supposed to do now? Was he really going to slaughter the whole association? One of the bodyguards broke down and begged, "Captain of Tai City, please have mercy. This was all our fault." Right at that moment, the heavy chopping of helicopter blades echoed through the sky above the smoldering ruins. The pilot reported over the comms. Detecting massive Yang attribute energy signatures dead ahead. The flames are weakening. Standing by the open chopper door, Gu Yuru heard the report and raised an eyebrow. Weakening, huh? Looks like we're a little late, but she wasn't worried at all. Instead, she was deeply impressed. His raw power was absurd, easily enough to level the entirety of Shang City. Yuro raised her hand, summoning her water attribute. With a graceful sweep, she cast a gentle, cooling rain over the battlefield. Looking down at the devastated city, she murmured, "This is the power of a national-level vanguard." The soft rain washed away the blistering heat, extinguishing the lingering flames. For her to make such an assessment meant one thing: he had been holding back. The chopper circled a few times as the fires completely died out. Down below, Wang Zhong wept with joy. Headquarters is here! As the helicopter descended, the massive downdraft wildly whipped Fang Yi's clothes. He looked up, his face completely devoid of emotion. He analyzed the girl in the white dress descending from the sky, a water attribute vanguard. Her aura is incredibly pure, way stronger than Yue Fengjiang. She's easily one of the top fighters I've ever seen. At the same time, Yuro was studying him. High-tier fire attribute, Yang attribute, an aggressively tyrannical heavenly fire, and a hidden power I can't even read. Glancing at the ruined skyscraper, she couldn't help but marvel. As expected of someone who could single-handedly slaughter a city. If he hadn't pulled his punches, my water wouldn't have been enough to put out his fire. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the blazing blade in his hand. A spirit weapon. The purity and fusion rate are unbelievably high. Tai City's current research department absolutely cannot produce something of this caliber. She immediately deduced the truth. He must have forged it himself. Seeing someone from headquarters arrive, Fang Yi unsummoned his blade, signaling he had no intention of fighting them. Seeing this, Wang Zhong thought his ultimate backup had arrived, instantly regaining his nerve as he barked, "Did you really have to be so ruthless? Undertaker, headquarters is here. How are you going to explain yourself?" Fuang Ditch glanced over, his voice ice cold. "I gave you 10 minutes, but you had no intention of explaining." He stepped closer. "Which means you believe your captain deserved to die." Those words left Vuong Trung completely speechless. Fuang Ditch took another step forward. His aura exploded, the Yang energy manifesting into a terrifying demon face right behind him. His voice was chilling. "Talk to me like that again, and I'll take your life." Vuong Trung turned deathly pale. Just then, Vu Nu landed softly behind Fusong Ditch. "Captain of Tai City," she called out. He glanced back at her, remaining completely silent. Vuong Trung's face lit up with malicious joy, convinced that headquarters was finally going to deal with Fuang Ditch. Vu Nu stepped forward, introducing herself. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Ko Vu Nu." Vuong Trung was grinning on the inside, fully expecting headquarters to teach this arrogant kid a brutal lesson. But to his absolute shock, Vu Nu walked straight up to Fuang Ditch and bowed a deep 90 degrees. "On behalf of headquarters, I sincerely apologize. What happened here was a gross failure on the part of our spirit association. We are deeply sorry, and we will give you a proper explanation." The sight left Vuong Trung completely paralyzed with shock. Fuang Ditch merely gave a slight nod. He had already anticipated this outcome. Vuong Trung, however, was frozen in utter disbelief, blurting out involuntarily, "What?" on the Buddhiots. Vuong Trung couldn't process what he was seeing. He trembled violently, an invisible wave of pure panic crashing over his mind. What is going on? Why the hell is the sea mystic apologizing to him? Vu Nu held her deep bow, maintaining her respectful posture, while her mind raced. She knew that this negotiation was a clear declaration of headquarters' stance regarding the Undertaker. They had to win him over. They had to make concessions and offer massive rewards. There could absolutely be no more conflicts with him. As for the Thuong City Spirit Association, well. Meanwhile, seeing Vuong Trung shaking like a leaf, the two men beside him were starting to panic as well. One of them whispered frantically, Is it over just like that? No matter how you look at it, the captain of Thuong City was burned to ashes. Doesn't that count as internal treason?" The other man scowled in Adebic distress. The headquarters representative isn't just letting him off the hook. She's actually promising him an explanation. Vu Nu heard every single whispered word. Her gaze shifted back to Phuong Desh, who stood there as cold as ice, waiting to see exactly how the Spirit Association headquarters would handle this mess. She let out a heavy, silent sigh. Whether he was still angry or not was irrelevant. The undeniable fact was that Thuong City's Divine Blade captain had struck first, threatening the Undertaker's life. The man had been blinded by his own arrogance, biting the very hands from Tai City in the spiritual war zone that had just saved them. After finishing her formal apology to Phuong Dich, Vu Nu finally stood up straight. She turned around, marching toward Vuong Trung's group as a fierce wave of anger flared in her chest. Why didn't any of these fools step in when the conflict started? Why didn't they stop it before it escalated to this? What an absolute bunch of idiots. Her voice dripped with ice as she demanded, "Who is the acting head of the Thuong City Spirit Association?" Vuong Trung shakily raised his hand. I am. Vu Nu immediately laid down her orders. I am giving you exactly 3 days to stabilize the citizens of Thuong City. You will cover up this incident and manage the public outrage using whatever plausible excuse you can find. Relieved that she wasn't executing him on the spot, Vuong Trung quickly pasted on an ugly, fawning smile. Yes, ma'am, we understand completely. But her next words crushed his relief. And after those 3 days are up, every single one of you will be stripped of your titles. Headquarters will be sending our own people to completely take over Thuong City. The declaration struck them like a bolt of lightning. Vuong Trung and his 2 subordinates stood completely paralyzed. Vu Nu added, her tone dangerously calm, and remember this well. If you fail to clean up your own mess within these 3 days, you will personally bear the devastating consequences. Standing quietly in the back, Phuong Dich raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the Spirit Association's headquarters to be this utterly ruthless, wiping out the entire Thuong City administration in one fell swoop. It was a remarkably decisive and brutal move. Vu Nu solidified her resolve. Headquarters needed to make their stance absolute and clear to everyone. Consider this a bloody warning. Anyone else who dared to provoke the Undertaker would face the exact same horrific fate as Nak Fong Jiang and the entire Thuong City Spirit Association. She turned back to face Phuong Dich. Undertaker, I hope this resolution is to your satisfaction. Please rest assured, the Spirit Association will never allow a disgrace like this to happen ever again. She made it crystal clear. Anyone foolish enough to cross him would be treating headquarters as their enemy. Phuong Dich's expression remained completely unreadable. I couldn't care less about how you punish them, he replied flatly. I just want to know how exactly you plan to control the public fallout. Vu Nu instantly understood his real concern. She gave a small nod, choosing her next words carefully. You're worried because the signs of the spiritual awakening have already spread widely across Tai City and Thuong City, and hiding it now feels impossible, right? She began to explain, her voice steady. The truth is, supernatural phenomena are already appearing all across the globe. The chaos caused by these anomalies is multiplying every single day. Honestly, a large portion of the public has already figured it out. The only reason we haven't made an official announcement is simply because the timing isn't right. If we go public right now, the entire global structure will collapse overnight. Absolute panic would tear us apart from the inside, instantly shattering the fragile defensive walls we've only just begun to build. If someone like you hadn't been there to protect Tai City, the Ha Nation's era of spiritual awakening would have been violently forced to begin the exact day the Anomaly King destroyed the city. If Elder Nungo from the Spiritual War Zone hadn't stepped up, our timeline would have been pushed forward drastically, and millions of completely defenseless, ordinary citizens would have been brutally thrust into the new era of spiritual awakening without any preparation. Phuong Dich finally understood their brutal logic. It was a ruthless numbers game. It was better to sacrifice and let a small pocket of the population suffer the chaos than to let the entire world drown in blood. If they wanted to maintain the beautiful illusion of peace, equality, and safety for the general public, they desperately needed the powerful pioneers to rise up and act as a living shield against the coming horrors. No wonder so many idiot awakeners were recklessly causing trouble, trying to plunge the world into total chaos. The Ha Nation was deliberately using an iron fist to suppress the truth. Not only did it keep rogue awakeners in check, but it also slowed down the spread of anomalies. buying precious time for ordinary people to safely transition into this terrifying new era. However, absolutely none of this grand plan would work without the cooperation of incredibly powerful pioneers. Phuong Dich finally spoke up. It seems we've really reached the point of no return. He fell into deep thought. Even though he had reached the spirit creation realm, even though he had literally slaughtered a walking natural disaster and bought Tai City some precious breathing room, it wasn't even close to being enough. Vu Nu spoke up again, her tone incredibly polite. I'm sure you have urgent matters to attend to. We have a private jet waiting to fly you straight back to Tai City. But before you go, there's just one tiny personal request I'd like to make. And just to be clear, this is entirely a personal request. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Spirit Association. Deep down, she genuinely admired the boy standing before her. He was incredibly young, yet he commanded the raw power to wipe out an entire city and carried the heavy burden of responsibility without flinching. It made her fiercely jealous that Tai City had managed to claim a terrifying genius like him. She couldn't hold back her burning curiosity anymore. Phuong Dich finally broke the silence. You don't need to be so polite with me, Sea Mystic. At his words, she gracefully extended her hand toward him. Her voice softened into a warm, genuine tone. Not as the Sea Mystic, but simply as Ko Vun Hu. Would you do me the honor of being my friend? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the spiritual war zone, where Vuong Lam was delivering a critical report to Jia Lam. He quickly laid out the entire chaotic situation that had just unfolded. Jia Lam slammed her hands violently onto her desk, shooting up from her chair in pure blazing fury. Absolutely ridiculous. How could the Thuong City Spirit Association be so utterly, hopelessly incompetent? She roared. If those short-sighted fools keep running things like this, the entire frontline defense of Thuong City is going to collapse from desertions. Headquarters better take over that disaster zone right this second, or Thuong City is going to be wiped off the map the moment the true spiritual awakening hits. Vuong Lam calmly analyzed the political fallout. An incompetent leader will butcher their own army. Fortunately, it seems the higher-ups at the Spirit Association still have some functioning brain cells. In fact, knowing the Sea Mystic, she's probably already trying to poach the Undertaker right out from under your nose. Should we be preparing our own official statement? Damn right we are, Jia Lam snapped. The compensation we offer the Undertaker cannot be a single penny less than whatever the Spirit Association headquarters threw at him. Oh, and that initial bounty from the Thong City Association, double it and pay it to him out of our own pockets. Vuong Lam couldn't help but sigh in pure admiration. I really have to hand it to him. His raw power, his cold-blooded decisiveness, and his ability to read the room. The Undertaker is truly terrifying. Those are the exact ruthless qualities needed to lead a city into the new era. He slapped a folder marked Top Secret Restricted Area heavily onto the desk. I honestly think this is the only reward worthy of someone like him. Jia Lam smirked, raising an eyebrow at the brutal training ground files. You know, if I didn't know you were absolutely obsessed with his potential, I'd swear you were trying to casually get him killed. Vuong Lam shrugged calmly. Unimaginable danger always breeds unimaginable power. He's the only one monstrous enough to survive training in that hellhole. Besides, our war zone already has our own elite genius doing closed-door training inside. We have to look at the horrifying reality ahead. Things infinitely more terrifying than the Hell Anomaly King are going to crawl out of the woodwork. Horrors that will completely shatter human sanity and belief. The only way humanity survives is if we force the Undertaker to evolve as quickly as possible. He needs to grow ruthlessly strong in the coming darkness, powerful enough to push back the horrors hiding at the forgotten edges of our world. Jia Lam slowly opened the highly classified folder, a dangerous smile touching her lips. You make a fair point. In fact, our restricted death zone might just end up being a walk in the park for a monster like him. Suddenly, the office door was thrown violently open. A subordinate burst in, gasping for breath. Commander Lam? Commander Lam? The urgent news they brought would leave both of them completely stunned. Elder Wu is awake and he wants to speak with you. A few hours later, the scene shifts to Tai City, inside the villa where Fang Yi is staying. He sits on the sofa, eyes glued to the news on his phone. The screen displays a notification. Your bank account has received 10 million yuan. Lin Yi walks in and calls out, Cousin, you're finally back. I saw what happened on the forums. Referring to the situation over in Shang City, he gently rubs her head to reassure her. It's no big deal. Don't worry too much. She continues, I wasn't worried. Everyone on the Pioneer forums is saying you took down the captain of the Divine Blade in Shang City. The way they describe it is seriously over the top. Fang Yi lightly flicks Lin Yi's forehead and chides her. Unless it's about cultivation, you should spend less time scrolling through those forums. Did you forget your promise to improve yourself as soon as possible? Then he slips his hands into his pockets and casually walks away. All right, I need to go cultivate and make a little breakthrough. She stares in surprise. Wait, didn't you just break through not that long ago? Are you telling me you're about to reach the 3-star spirit creation realm? His tone is a bit vague. I'm still not entirely sure. He walks off, leaving Lin Yi standing there completely baffled. Weird? Why do I feel like he has something on his mind? As soon as he enters his room, Fang Yi sits down to cultivate. An energy sphere surrounds him, lifting him to hover right above his bed. Fang Yi silently estimates, just a little bit more. This is the purest dark attribute from that bone bird. If I fuse it into the boundless dark realm, that's the only way to maximize the use of its energy. From within that golden energy, the phantom of a dragon emerges. The system chimes with a notification. Do you wish to embed the dark attribute into the boundless dark realm? He makes his choice without hesitation. Yes. A new prompt appears. Fusion with the dark attribute complete. The boundless dark realm has successfully leveled up. Once an enemy is dragged into the boundless dark realm, the bone anomalies and other creatures within it will fight alongside you, doubling the weakening effect on your foes. The entire room plunges into an eerie atmosphere, illuminated only by the glow of the energy sphere enveloping him. Fang Yi is secretly amazed. They can fight actively? Then isn't this just like a monarch commanding an army of anomalies to do his bidding? The sphere encasing him hovers mid-air, firing off countless streams of golden energy in every direction. The beams pierce straight through the fiercely screaming souls. His new form is undergoing a transformation. The system announces, verification complete. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Do you wish to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm? Deep in the mountains, a massive 4-armed figure radiating brilliant golden light manifests, descending like a god. Spiritual energy erupts violently, and a deafening rumble echoes through the air. A few hikers nearby witness the scene and cry out in sheer terror. Oh my god! Look! What the hell is that thing? Is that a 4D projection? One guy holding a camera stares up at the sky in disbelief. What is going on here? Could it be an immortal descending to the mortal realm? Wait, is it the same immortal who saved us from that swarm of bats last time? Fang Yi is completely oblivious to the massive commotion his breakthrough is causing outside. Right now, 2 opposing forces, one gold, one pitch black, clash inside his room. Within the boundless dark realm, the young man stands tall amidst an army of colossal anomalies. He feels no fear whatsoever because they are all his servants. The subdued anomalies bow their heads like loyal subjects before their king, continuously reinforcing Fang Yi's boundless dark realm. He sits firmly upon his throne within the boundless dark realm, as every single anomaly below kneels in absolute submission. At the same time, the system chimes, Boundless Dark Realm upgrade complete. New ability acquired. New ability, Anomaly, Combat. Upon dragging a target into the Boundless Dark Realm, you can summon previously destroyed anomalies to attack them. Note, the stronger the opponent, the higher the spiritual energy consumption and the shorter the duration of the summon. Fang Yi holds the sphere containing the bone bird and smirks coldly. Looks like we have a new member joining our Boundless Dark Realm. He releases the bone bird inside, looking down at the horde of anomalies. Your power is incredibly pure. It'll be highly beneficial for my growth. Serve me well in here, and I promise I won't treat you poorly. The anomalies bow their heads in absolute submission. Fang Yi ponders to himself. If he wants to maximize this new ability of the Boundless Dark Realm, he needs to keep expanding his spiritual energy reserves. Meanwhile, outside, a thunderous explosion shakes the entire area as a pillar of golden light blasts straight into the sky from the back of the mountain. At last, Fang Yi has successfully broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. He doesn't stop just yet, taking a moment to feel the spiritual energy coursing through his veins. The abilities he absorbed and his cultivation techniques have clearly fused on a much deeper level, refining his power even further. He opens his eyes, looking extremely satisfied. Thanks to the Boundless Dark Realm's upgrade, tapping into the dark attribute no longer feels sluggish at all. Fang Yi steps off the bed, residual spiritual energy still swirling around him. He summons a tiny wisp of flame in his palm. I'll just have to test out the rest in actual combat. Meanwhile, over at the Star Spirit War Zone, Jia Lan stands inside Elder Wu's room, completely awestruck. Such terrifying speed. He's broken through yet again. Elder Wu is awake, his complexion looking far better than before. He looks up and asks, "How long has it been since he harvested that 7-leaf flower to save my life?" Jia Lan replies respectfully, "It's been exactly half a month." She can't help but feel a deep sense of awe. In just over 10 short days, Fang Yi has accomplished so many impossible feats, achievements that would take any other vanguard an entire lifetime to reach. Elder Wu sighs in pure admiration. The moment he stepped into the spirit creation realm, he suppressed the dark tide and retrieved the 7-leaf flower. He didn't just save my life, he saved countless vanguards across the Xia nation. This ability of his to counter the darkness is something neither you nor I possess. He gazes out the window with immense appreciation, taking down the anomaly kings of 2 different cities back to back, resolving disasters and jumping up 2 whole stars, all in the span of 10 days. I really want to meet this absolute genius. Over at the Tai City Spiritual Energy Association, Qing Ying stares at the monitor, her face lighting up with joy. That energy spike is coming from Fang Yi's new house. Did he just break through again? A staff member standing nearby gasps in shock. The energy wave caused by the Undertaker is even more massive than when the Anomaly King showed up. The manager barks out an order. Activate the protection protocols immediately. Make sure the Undertaker's breakthrough is absolutely not disturbed. Initiate a level 1 public relations response. Qing Ying holds her phone, scrolling through the news. Ever since the Hell King calamity, the Undertaker has built up a massive reputation among all the vanguards. Even ordinary citizens are starting to accept these strange phenomena. They recognize Fang Yi's spiritual energy, and because of it, they actually feel safe. She smirks as she reads the forum comments aloud. As for all you haters over in Shang City, let me educate you real quick on exactly how powerful the Undertaker is. But some people doubted that the Tai City incident was a solo clear. So, what did the boss do? He immediately crushed the Tianbao Tower incident all by himself. I heard the threat level there was almost as high as the Tai City anomaly. Meanwhile, that Shang City captain couldn't even fight back. He just got completely wrecked from start to finish. Seriously, where did he even find the nerve to provoke him? Our boss just said a few words and literally turned him to ash. Qing Ying nods in satisfaction. A deterrent like this is more than enough. No one is going to dare cause him trouble ever again. At the same time, over in Shang City, inside a small, cramped office, a red-haired girl sits glued to her computer. Qing Li bites her nails, her face pale with anxiety. I never thought cultivation would be this insanely hard. Even after my awakening, there isn't a single sign of me breaking through to the 2-star Ghost Mansion realm. What the hell am I doing wrong? The title of The Undertaker flashed through her mind. Glaring at the news on her screen, she scoffed in frustration. These pioneers are absolutely useless. They can't dig up a single clue, and they won't even answer my questions. Thang Lai scoffed coldly. Looks like getting in touch with The Undertaker is going to be impossible. She clenched her fists, unwilling to give up. If only I could meet them face to face. Those arrogant fools looked down on her just because she had only recently broken into the Ghost Palace realm. She refused to believe they'd dare keep that attitude if they met in person. It was just that, ever since the spiritual awakening, her resources and hidden trump cards were still lacking. Thang Li weighed her options. According to the chatter online, the Thuong family had completely offended the Undertaker. There was no future for her in the city anymore. She had to head back to Tai City immediately. Making up her mind, she turned off the screen, packed her things, and shoved her tablet into her bag. She silently vowed to herself, whether it's right now or in the future of this spiritual awakening, I, So Than Li, will absolutely seize my chance. Back at Fuangdich's villa, the massive anomaly from his breakthrough had faded, leaving the sky crystal clear. Wuzhua ran up to him, asking eagerly, "Are you done breaking through, big brother?" She had prepared some nourishing food for him and asked with concern, "Do you feel any different physically?" Fuangdich replied between bites, "Yeah, I feel pretty good. Other than my spiritual energy flowing way smoother and its efficiency doubling, there aren't any massive changes. I'm guessing I won't see a major transformation until I hit the Vajra realm." YY held up her phone, excitedly showing him a text. "Sister Gia Lam just asked if I wanted to go to the Heavenly Sea Forest. Apparently some brand new anomaly just popped up over there." Fuangdich wiped his mouth and nodded. "Yeah." He handed his own phone over to show her, smiling. "I just got an invite too. I guess the Spirit Vanguard Zone wants to make up for what happened back in Thuong City. Since you got invited too, let's head over together." Y happily agreed. The Heavenly Sea Forest was a massive woodland under the direct jurisdiction of the Spirit Vanguard Zone, and it was kept under strict lockdown. It used to be just an ordinary forest, but over the past few years, it had mutated wildly. The creatures inside had evolved, and the spiritual energy had spiked to incredible levels. It was an absolute paradise for cultivation, but also packed with terrifying, anomalous dangers. The two of them hit the road immediately. When they arrived, the person welcoming them greeted them with a bright smile. It was none other than the captain of Tai City, Tong Duyet. She smiled playfully and asked, "I wonder if the big boss still remembers me." Fuangdich nodded. "Yeah, what are you doing out here?" Tong Duyet puffed out her chest proudly. "I'm in charge of guarding the Forbidden Zone. Commander Gia Lam assigned me to welcome you and your cousin, and to give you a quick briefing." She explained that right before they arrived, a highly problematic anomaly had erupted in the Heavenly Sea Forest. The woods had spontaneously caught fire, birthing a mutated flame. It wasn't exactly a dark attribute, but it gave off a chillingly sinister aura, and it was completely immune to being extinguished or suppressed. Fuangdich raised an eyebrow. "Another newly mutated flame?" Tong Duyet nodded heavily. "Exactly. And since your cousin is tagging along, I should probably go with you two." Fuangdich shook his head. "No need for that. What do you think, YY?" She smiled and replied, "I agree. We'll be fine on our own. But thank you, Miss Tong." Tong Duyet didn't push the issue. "All right, just stay safe out there. I'll wait for you right here." She glanced at YY, thinking to herself, this girl might look frail, but her aura is rock solid. Her spiritual energy is incredibly intense. Her raw talent might actually be even higher than mine. As she stood guard and watched the siblings walk away, a wave of sheer admiration washed over her. Seriously, what do those two even eat to be born with such monstrous talent? Fuangdich and YY trekked for a bit before reaching the epicenter of the anomaly. It was impossible to miss. The roaring mutated flames were unleashing waves of blistering heat. Smack in the middle of the sea of fire was a gaping cave. Fuangdich stopped in his tracks. "So, this is the spot?" He reached out a hand to feel the energy and immediately frowned. "The aura of death here is suffocating. It's just as heavy as the dark tide." YY chimed in, "And since nobody can put out these flames, they're just going to keep spreading. Better safe than sorry." Fuangdich instantly activated his Golden Sun shield, gesturing for YY to step back. She obediently retreated a few paces. He extended his spiritual energy outward to probe the area, and the flames were immediately drawn to it, lunging forward like starving beasts ready to attack. Fuangdich analyzed the threat. "This flame is way stronger than your average fire attribute. It actively hunts down and devours spiritual energy, but no matter how bizarre it was, at its core, it was still just fire." He surged his yang attribute to counter it. In the face of his supreme yang energy, these petty flames were practically a joke. Once he finished testing the waters, he cast a protective barrier over YY. His gut told him the source of this mess was resting deep inside the cave. Since YY was a wood attribute user, this environment was a massive disadvantage for her, so she had to be extra careful. She nodded firmly, signaling she was ready. With a completely ice-cold expression, Fuangdich summoned his blazing fireblade. Boom! He slashed downward with devastating force. The pitch-black flames were ripped apart, violently carving out a clear path into the dark depths of the cave. YY stuck close behind him as Fuangdich manifested a flame to light their way. She suddenly shivered, whispering, "The death aura down here. It's even worse." Drops of blistering hot magma were dripping from the ceiling above them. Y looked up and asked, "What is that stuff?" "Just magma," Fuangditch replied calmly. Suddenly, his system chimed with an alert. World anomaly detected. Initial analysis confirms fluctuations of the tomb fire attribute. The system immediately began gathering data and running a deep analysis. Without hesitation, Fuangditch reached down and plunged his hand straight into the river of boiling magma flowing at their feet. The very second he crushed a handful of the glowing magma in his palm, the system's voice echoed in his head. Ding. You have acquired the tomb fire attribute technique, Domain of the Tomb God. This skill allows the host to absorb surrounding elemental energy and convert it to forcefully enhance your Yang attribute. Thrilled by the new power, Fuangditch didn't waste a single second and tested it right on the spot. His golden sun shield flared to life, fully engulfing his body, just as the surrounding tomb fire surged toward him like a crashing tidal wave. He muttered under his breath, "Its core nature feels a lot like the Desolation attribute, but it's fundamentally a fire type. The targeting on this thing is insane. It's literally built to supercharge my Yang attribute." On top of that, he could sense another highly specialized power hiding within it. The system chimed again. Alert. New ability acquired. Mark of Death. Warning. This ability contains highly volatile attributes. Proceed with extreme caution when assimilating. Seeing the red flag, Fuangditch narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What the hell is this? He kept reading the system prompt. Infinite death trait. Upon being killed by an enemy, a mark of death will be permanently engraved onto the killer's body. Effect. The target will lose all sensation of physical pain and all fear of dying, forcing them to experience the sheer psychological terror of death infinitely. Mark of Death passive effect. Flames of the underworld. Hellfire will converge from all directions, relentlessly incinerating the marked target until their very existence collapses into oblivion. The flames possess devastatingly corrosive properties. True to its name, the target will suffer the absolute erosion and curse of death, causing their physical structure to continuously rot and break down. Domain effect. Hellscape. The gates of hell will tear open, and an army of evil spirits will line up to drag the victim to their grave. Staring at this incredibly sinister ability, a smirk tugged at the corner of Fuangditch's lips. Infinite deaths, huh? It's a ridiculously overpowered ability, but it's definitely not what I need right now. The cost of activating it was just way too high. He literally had to die first. That kind of trigger condition wasn't exactly on his to-do list. Without a second thought, he made his decision. System, store the Mark of Death. I'm not learning or assimilating it for now. As thunderous explosions echoed all around them, the blistering magma in the cavern was rapidly drained and absorbed by Fuangditch. Standing on a nearby rock ledge, Y stared at him, her eyes wide with absolute shock. She was absolutely thrilled for him. She never expected her cousin to just casually tame a literal hellfire. Didn't that mean he just casually unlocked yet another elemental attribute? The blazing red aura around Fuangditch slowly dissipated as he stepped forward. Y was still completely awestruck, wondering to herself, just how many different elemental powers does he even have by now? It's literally unbelievable. Noticing her spacing out, he quickly snapped her back to reality. Hey, don't drop your guard. We're not alone in here. Hearing that, Y instantly snapped to attention, and sure enough, she immediately spotted something deeply wrong. Creeping down the cavern wall right behind them was a monstrous four-legged creature with leathery wings. It looked incredibly like a dragon, and its blood-red eyes were locked dead onto the two of them. Y panicked, gasping, "Wait, is that a dragon?" Fuangditch dropped down right next to her, his piercing gaze instantly seeing through the beast's true nature. Not even close, it's just a heavily mutated lizard. Even faced with this terrifyingly evolved creature, he couldn't have cared less. To him, it was nothing more than an overgrown, four-legged bug. A cold smirk crept onto his face as the searing domain of the tomb god ignited beneath his feet. Perfect timing. I was just looking for a punching bag to test out my brand new domain. The lizard snapped its jaws wide. while the fucking changed, spewing a blast of black fire identical to the magma Fuang Dich had just absorbed. He pushed off the ground, charging forward to meet the beast head-on. Fuang Dich brought his blade crashing down. His yang energy ignited, taking the shape of a blazing crescent moon as it surged forward, completely shattering the enemy's attack. The shockwaves from their clash were absolutely devastating. Unable to withstand the sheer force, the cave ceiling began to fracture and crumble. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the air as the entire cavern ceiling caved in, blinding light flashing from deep within the rubble. This was no ordinary blast. The impact was so colossal that even from a distance, Tong Duyet could see the mountain being ripped apart. She immediately barked an order. "Something's gone wrong inside! Call for backup! Now!" The young soldier snapped to attention. "Understood." Within moments, the urgent report was relayed back to the Star God War Zone. Warning. Surveillance detects a newly mutated life form in the Heavenly Sea Forest. Spiritual energy density has spiked by 1,000%. Threat level, S, anomaly class, unknown. Gia Lam furrowed her brows. This is bad. How could the timing be this much of a coincidence? The spiritual energy there has been stable for ages, and it acts up right when the Undertaker goes in to train? Elder No's voice was grave. "I trust the kid's strength, but we still need to check it out." Gia Lam nodded firmly. "Understood." The two shot off instantly, moving as fast as lightning. Deep in the forest, Tong Duyet and the young soldier were sprinting toward the blast site when they saw two streaks of light tear across the sky. Tong Duyet gasped in awe. "Look!" the young soldier laughed in sheer relief. "It's Elder No and Commander Gia Lam. Elder No has made a full recovery." Tong Duyet immediately pushed forward. "Come on, we need to hurry." The moment she spoke, a deafening boom shook the area. A golden light crashed into the earth, the sheer impact tearing massive fissures into the ground. As the dust settled, Elder Ngo stood at the epicenter. When the smoke cleared, the old man stood tall and radiating vitality, clad in a specialized set of armor. Tong Duyet was completely awestruck by his overwhelming presence. Is this the speed of the Diamond Realm? If the Undertaker was the type of powerhouse whose sheer force triggered worldly anomalies, then Elder Ngo was an existence of profound, refined control, someone who didn't need to show off to strike fear into everyone's hearts. To pinpoint the location and arrive in a matter of seconds. His mastery over teleportation had reached the absolute peak. A moment later, Gia Lam touched down beside him. Tong Duyet and the soldier quickly caught up. Seeing that everyone was accounted for, Elder Ngo turned his gaze to the massive pile of collapsed rocks blocking their path. "They're in here. Clearing a cave-in like this would be impossible for normal people." But Elder Ngo simply raised a hand. Surging with spiritual energy, a single wave of his arm blasted the rubble into dust. With the cave entrance now wide open, Elder Ngo took the lead. "Let's head inside." Inside the cavern, the chaotic aftermath of the battle still lingered in the air. Even though Yi Yi hadn't joined the fight, the intense shockwaves had left her stumbling. Thank goodness she was protected by the Golden Sun Shield. She called out anxiously, "Brother, are you okay?" Following the incredibly one-sided slaughter, the mutated lizard had been completely wiped out. Fuang Dich emerged from the thick smoke. "I'm perfectly fine." Just then, he sensed a massive fluctuation of spiritual energy and glanced over his shoulder. "Looks like someone came looking for us." With a sudden whoosh, a blurry figure dashed toward them at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, Elder No materialized right in front of Fuang Dich. The young man stared back calmly. Sensing zero hostility from the old man, he simply stood his ground and observed. Impressed by his composure, Elder No spoke up. "Are you the one who saved my life? You're the Undertaker, aren't you?" Just then, Gia Lam and Tong Duyet rushed onto the scene. "Elder No!" Gia Lam called out. The old man's eyes fell upon the massive lizard carcass nearby. He was visibly stunned. "Undertaker, have you truly grown this powerful all on your own?" Elder Neo quickly analyzed the scene. This beast was on the verge of completing its evolution. If it had transformed into a dragon, it would have reached the Diamond Realm. Yet, judging by these clean, decisive wounds and the lingering spiritual energy, you slaughtered it with a single strike. He suddenly trailed off, his eyes narrowing. "Wait, I can feel the aura of tomb fire on you, remarkably similar to that of this half-dragon. and it's incredibly pure. Don't tell me, the emergency alert from earlier was... Gia Lam stepped forward in disbelief. Did you deal with this all by yourself? And you actually killed it? A chill went down her spine as she thought about it. If that half-dragon had fully evolved, the disaster would have been unimaginable without the Undertaker. By now, Puang Dich had figured out who they were. He gave a polite smile. It's an honor to meet you, Elder No. There's no need for formalities. I'm just glad to see that you've made a full recovery, Senior. The old man let out a booming laugh. Likewise, with a brilliant junior like you around, I can finally rest easy. His tone then grew slightly more serious. Since you've already taken care of it, could I ask you to do us a favor and keep this entire incident a secret? Don't let anyone outside the Heavenly Sea Forest find out. Not even the Spiritual Energy Association. Puang Dich's mind raced. On the surface, the Heavenly Sea Forest was just a training ground managed by the War Zone. But, in reality, the spiritual energy here was highly unstable. It wouldn't be surprising if literally anything spawned here. It was arguably even more dangerous than the anomalies found in the deep dark zone. The Star God War Zone was already shouldering a massive burden. They definitely didn't want to dump more pressure onto the association. Having pieced it all together, he nodded. Not a problem at all. But deep down, another theory was forming in his mind. The tomb fire has a devouring nature, just like the legendary beast Tao Ti. And that lizard only evolved into a half-dragon because it absorbed it. Wait, did a Tiote actually exist in the Heavenly Sea Forest at some point? If a primordial beast like that were to awaken, it would be an absolute bloodbath. No wonder the military guards this place so fiercely. Noticing the shift in Puang Dich's expression, Elder Nyo smiled and extended a hand. I see you've caught on. Thank you for understanding. Puang Dich shook the elder's hand firmly. It's the right thing to do. Nobody wants an elite-level anomaly breaking loose. There's no point causing widespread panic before we even have concrete signs of danger. With the crisis averted, the group finally made their way out of the collapsing cavern. The moment they stepped outside, a faint, ethereal aura rippled through the air. Puang Dich's sharp senses instantly picked up on it. This presence? Yi Yi took a deep breath, looking pleasantly surprised. Wow. It feels so refreshing. Gia Lam felt it too, her eyes widening in shock. This spiritual energy, she gasped. Did that guy actually break through to the Diamond Realm? Just then, a handsome, long-haired figure materialized above the tree line, descending from the sky with the otherworldly grace of a descending immortal. The young man stepped lightly onto floating bamboo leaves, using them as footholds to elegantly stroll down to the ground, as if walking down an invisible, solid staircase. This was a core member of the Star God War Zone, the Wood Attribute Pioneer, Bok To. The intelligence officer grabbed his datapad and cheered wildly. Isn't that Bok To's aura? Did he actually pull it off? Did he reach the Diamond Realm? Tong Duyet was absolutely ecstatic. This is incredible news. The Star God War Zone finally has another absolute powerhouse reaching the Diamond Realm. But amidst the overwhelming celebration, Puang Dich remained completely unfazed. His sharp instincts had already caught on to something off. No, that's not right. The true nature of his spiritual energy, Bok, to touch down onto the earth, exuding absolute confidence. Elder No! Commander Gia Lam, I have officially ended my secluded training. But almost immediately, his gaze locked onto the unfamiliar face standing among them. He raised an eyebrow. And who might this be? Elder Ngo smiled warmly and stepped in to mediate. Allow me to introduce you both. Puang Dich, this is the Wood Attribute Pioneer of our Star God War Zone. Tsa Bok To. He is our ultimate trump card and has been in deep seclusion to break through to the Diamond Realm. Bok To gave a polite yet measured nod. Greetings, I am Bok To. Though, for the sake of clarity, I must admit I am currently only at the half-step Diamond Realm. I haven't fully achieved the breakthrough just yet. Puang Dich smiled back. Hello, I'm the Burial Master. He secretly gave the Thai city captain a pretty good rating. The man's spiritual energy flowed smoothly and naturally through his body. Unlike the heavy, oppressive aura of most awakened, his presence felt incredibly pure and refreshing. He really had touched the threshold of the Diamond Realm. The gap between them wasn't that huge right now, which just proved how insanely difficult the diamond stage was to break through. Hearing this, Bai Su froze. The Burial Master? The captain of Tai City? Elder Wu spoke up slowly. This captain was personally invited by Jia Lan. Not only did he save my life, but he also single-handedly wiped out the natural disaster level threat in Tai City. He's going to be a vital partner for our war zone moving forward, so show a little respect, kid. Bai Su nodded in awe. Did that much really happen while I was in closed-door training? Elder Wu turned to Fuang Dich to explain. Bai Su awakened his powers very early on. His talent and the resources backing him are top tier in the entire Xia Nation. His speed in breaking through to the spirit creation stage was almost on par with yours. But since he's been constantly cultivating inside the Heavenly Sea Forest, he's completely clueless about what's going on in the outside world. He continued, ever since the spiritual energy revival, humanity's path of cultivation has basically been a defiance of the heavens. Because of that, our rate of absorbing spiritual energy is the slowest out of all living creatures. At first, the power system was divided into 5 ranks based on the mutations of plants and animals. Even now, the absolute peak of humanity only consists of 5 individuals who have reached the 3-star diamond realm. Elder Wu shot Fuang Dich a meaningful look. Of course, that doesn't rule out the possibility of hidden monsters like you who haven't been discovered yet. But those cases are incredibly rare, and most of them struggle to progress much further. He sighed. As time goes on and the spiritual energy grows denser, cultivation has gotten easier. But the Diamond Realm is still a massive bottleneck. Countless people have failed to break through, and many have even lost their lives trying. He channeled a surge of power into his arm before pulling it back. Once you reach the Diamond Realm, your entire being undergoes a complete metamorphosis. It's like shedding your mortal body to step into the realm of the superhuman. Your spiritual energy flows flawlessly without any obstruction. He nodded with a proud smile. Now that Bai Su has reached the half-step diamond stage, his spiritual power is perfectly stable. Instead of being volatile, it's actually much more controlled and refined. This is an excellent sign. I'm finally at ease. Getting such high praise, Bai Su smiled. Bai Su looked over at Fuang Dich with a humble expression. I can tell the Burial Master is incredibly strong too. Seeing the kid's bright smile, Fuang Dich didn't really react, keeping his usual cool, indifferent expression. Bai Su then continued, finally revealing his true intentions. Right before I broke through, I actually felt the intense fluctuations of your spiritual energy. To be honest, that's the only reason I was able to push into the half-step diamond stage. Because of that, I'd really love to spar with you. Would you be up for a match? Hearing the challenge, Fuang Dich let out a soft chuckle. A palpable fighting spirit began to flare up between the two of them. Fuang Dich realized that while Bai Su looked polite and humble on the outside, his thirst for battle was absolutely fierce. In a way, the two of them were actually a lot alike. You could even say they were cut from the same cloth. Warriors who rarely ever found an opponent on their exact level. Instead of turning him down, Fuang Dich just laughed. Haha, sure thing, you're on. Elder Wu stepped right into the middle of them. Well, if that's the case, I'll be the referee. Remember you two? Just a friendly spar. Know when to pull your punches. Don't go overboard. Yaijia, Tong Yue, and the surrounding soldiers immediately backed away to give them enough room. At their level, a clash like this was an incredibly rare sight. Both men turned dead serious, their eyes burning with excitement. Boom! With an explosive shockwave, the two of them lunged at each other, sending violent tremors tearing through the entire forest. Tong Yu watched in absolute awe. Bai Su had literally just finished his closed-door training, and now he was already throwing hands with the captain of Tai City. Seeing two absolute geniuses clash like this was ridiculously hyped. Jia Lan watched calmly with her arms crossed, while Elder Wu pondered deeply. On one side, the rising star of Tai City. On the other, the fierce representative of the war zone. Who was actually going to come out on top? Right off the bat, Bai Su unleashed the full force of his wood attribute. He channeled his spiritual energy straight into the surrounding flora. Endless woods. In a flash, massive vines and towering trees exploded into hypergrowth, violently whipping straight toward Fuang Dich. Ditch stayed sharp, carefully dodging the onslaught. Wood element awakened had an insane affinity with nature, allowing them to freely manipulate plants and accelerate their growth at terrifying speeds. Slamming his hand into the ground, Ditch fired off a massive surge of lightning to counterattack. But Bai Su's spiritual power was incredibly refined. He was literally forcing a massive army of plants to spawn out of nowhere. Facing the relentless wave of attacks, Ditch nimbly ducked and weaved, shattering the incoming vines. He thought to himself, in a battle, this guy can instantly manipulate any plant around him for a deadly strike. And right on cue, a massive vine lashed out from his blind spot. The entire forest was basically Bai Su's domain. Realizing that lightning wasn't going to cut it, Ditch quickly switched to fire. After all, plants were essentially perfect conductors for flames. A blinding wave of heavenly fire erupted, instantly incinerating the vines into ash. But within seconds, they rapidly regenerated. Ditch's eyes widened in shock. Noticing something slightly off? Bai Su smirked from afar. The plants I control can't just be burned away. He patted a thick vine beside him. Wood is normally weak to fire, I know, but my plants, they're completely immune to your flames. Ditch narrowed his eyes. He seriously needed to reevaluate this kid. Suddenly, thick green vines surged all around him, violently twisting together to form an inescapable, tightly sealed wooden cage, trapping him inside. Standing casually outside, Bai Su called out, "So, what do you think of this move?" He smiled with absolute confidence. "Trust me, if you were an actual enemy, you'd be dealing with a lot worse than just a cage right now." Ditch had to admit, the power of a half-step diamond was no joke. He instantly activated his golden yang aura. But the second he touched the vines, a nasty toxin began creeping up his arm. His wood spiritual energy is insanely pure, Ditch noted. "I wouldn't touch that for too long if I were you," Bai Su warned. "These plants are naturally toxic, and my energy amplifies the poison. Even for a 3-star spirit creation expert like you, it's gonna hurt." Ditch just gave a faint smile as blazing yang energy erupted around him. "Is that right?" Ditch smirked. "Now you're just making me want to test it out." Boom! A blinding golden light completely detonated, utterly swallowing the massive vine cage in a roaring explosion. Feeling the absolutely terrifying heat radiating from the blast, Bai Su stumbled back in shock. Searing flames roared into the sky, violently incinerating every single plant in their path. He stared in absolute disbelief. No way! How is this possible? His ultimate pride and joy had just been casually ripped to shreds. The shock hit him like a truck. Watching the blazing inferno tear through his forest, his mind blanked. He still refused to believe that plants infused with his spiritual energy could actually be burned. Bai Su gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell kind of flames are those? And right in that split second of distraction, Ditch materialized right behind him. He swung his blade down with a fierce grin. "You left yourself wide open." The blade cleaved through the air. Bai Su barely managed to twist out of the way, a cold sweat drenching his back. The sheer pressure was suffocating, and his thoughts were spiraling out of control. This guy is literally just at the 3-star spirit creation stage. So why the hell is he matching me? Blow for blow. He desperately leaped back to create some distance. By now, the entire battlefield had been reduced to a raging ring of fire and charred, smoking trees. Bai Su scanned the devastation around him. "You anticipated that I would channel my energy through the forest, didn't you? You even predicted my escape route." He glared at Ditch. "Did you set this whole forest on fire on purpose?" Ditch shrugged with a smirk. "Bingo. You're strong, kid. The only way I could win was to outthink you and completely strip away your home field advantage." He casually rested his blade on his shoulder. "If I let you set up your little traps, you would have been a total nightmare to deal with." A bitter sense of defeat welled up in Bai Su's chest. He gritted his teeth hard. He was supposed to be the undisputed once-in-a-generation genius of the war zone. The Heavenly Sea Forest was his greatest weapon, his absolute domain, and he still couldn't gain the upper hand. He outright refused to accept it. A frantic thought flashed through his mind. "No, I'm a half-step diamond expert. There's absolutely no way I can lose this." He let out a manic laugh. "Fine, then try surviving this." Slamming both hands into the scorched earth, he recklessly poured every single drop of his spiritual energy into the ground, forcibly ripping violent new plant life out of the dry soil. This suicidal move caught even Puang Dich completely off guard. Seeing this, Jia Lan and Elder Wu immediately panicked and shouted out to stop him. "Bai Su, have you lost your damn mind?" they yelled. "Trying to forcefully regenerate the entire heavenly sea forest is going to drain every last drop of your energy. You'll kill yourself." Deafening explosions echoed one after another as a lush green forest suddenly burst into wild growth. Bai Su frantically burned through his spiritual energy, forging a domain entirely his own. Outside, Elder Wu couldn't intervene, so he could only call out to Bai Su. Unfortunately, he got absolutely no response. Bai Su was pouring his entire being into the vegetation, recreating a natural phenomenon. Massive roots tore through the ground, throwing Fang Yi off balance and forcing him to slide backward. He channeled the burning yang energy within him, silently noting how incredibly dense the wood attribute spiritual energy was. Fang Yi charged forward, shouting to the two anxious onlookers outside. "Elder Wu, Jia Lan, the match isn't over yet. Leave this place to me." Hearing this, Elder Wu froze for a moment, his worried eyes fixed on the battlefield. As he closed in on Bai Su, Fang Yi's eyes burned bright, his yang attribute surging through every meridian in his body. Cloaking himself in fiery yang spiritual energy, he unleashed a devastating strike against Bai Su's vines. Shattering the vines, Fang Yi summoned his blade and brought it crashing down. With a sharp slash, the massive vine nearest to Bai Su was cleanly severed, forcing him into a desperate dodge just to survive. But with his energy dangerously depleted and his vines destroyed, the backlash hit him hard. Bai Su coughed up a mouthful of blood, refusing to accept defeat. He roared, "Keep going! I can still recreate an entire heavenly sea forest!" But the only response he got was Fang Yi's cold, indifferent voice. "Is that all you've got?" With those words, he lunged forward, throwing a massive punch. Even with his spiritual energy shielding him, his defenses were shattered like glass. Boom! Bai Su was sent flying, crashing violently into the ground. A watching soldier gasped. He doesn't seem satisfied with the spiritual war zone's strength at all. Bai Su is our strongest fighter, yet he still can't even catch his eye? Song Ye watched in stunned silence before speaking up to defend him. But he's not wrong. Bai Su has really been pushed to his absolute limit. Yi Yi watched Fang Yi land with a proud gleam in her eyes, thinking to herself, "My cousin hasn't even used his full strength yet. He's hiding so many more attributes. It makes sense that the genius of the spiritual war zone would lose." Elder Wu accepted the harsh reality, never expecting that Bai Su wouldn't just fail to hold his ground, but that even his state of mind would be shaken. The gap between the spiritual war zone's successor and the Undertaker was simply too vast. Jia Lan remarked, "You already knew this, master." Bai Su might look composed on the outside, but inside, he was pure and simple as a child, a man entirely devoted to the martial path. Back on the battlefield, as the dust settled, Bai Su's figure emerged. He looked completely battered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "Thank you." Forcing himself together, Bai Su stood up and began channeling his spiritual energy again. "But I can still fight. My spiritual energy isn't empty yet." Facing such a martial arts fanatic, Fang Yi felt a bit helpless. "Honestly, I think this match is pretty much over." But Bai Su wasn't listening. He brought his hands together in front of his chest and unleashed 3 clones. "All life, all creation, heed my command." Fang Yi calmly analyzed the situation. Using spiritual energy to create clones? His energy and consciousness are genuinely terrifying among trailblazers. He's arguably the strongest opponent I've faced so far, and he's already drained quite a bit of my power. As Bai Su and his 3 clones attacked, Fang Yi summoned his blade. In an instant, the heavenly fire morphed into a roaring dragon, violently surging forward to obliterate the 3 clones. In the blink of an eye, Bai Su was surrounded by swirling fire dragons, with no sign of Fang Yi anywhere. Where did he go? His aura is still here. With just a split-second slip-up, heavenly fire bound Bai Su's feet. The fire dragon coiled tightly around his body, locking him down completely. Panic set in as he realized he couldn't move an inch, A moment later, a flaming blade was pointed right at his face. Fang Yi stood atop the fire dragon, his presence overwhelmingly dominant, as he asked coldly, "Now can we end this?" Watching this unfold, Elder Wu sighed to Jia Lan. Bai Su's defeat is set in stone. The Undertaker truly never ceases to amaze. Jia Lan felt a pang of sympathy. Even though she had anticipated Bai Su's loss, she never expected him to be crushed this badly. This is also the first time that monster has taken such a massive fall. Yi Yi, on the other hand, hadn't been worried for a single second. She knew it all along. A soldier chimed in, "A guy who can single-handedly take down two disaster-level entities back-to-back? Bai Su losing was inevitable." Song Yue nodded. "Exactly. No matter how much vegetation Bai Su creates, he just can't win." The match is over. The result is crystal clear. Fang Yi let Bai Su down. Bai Su looked at him and mocked himself. "A half-step diamond genius, huh?" Drowning in self-doubt, Bai Su muttered, "I guess that's all I amount to." Lost in his own thoughts, he cupped his hands in a formal salute. "Thank you for the guidance. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." Fang Yi didn't mind at all. "It's fine." With that, Bai Su turned and walked away. Jia Lan tried to call out to him, but it was too late. "Where are you going?" she asked. He replied, "Into solitary training." Jia Lan sighed helplessly. "You just came out of training. The zone still has so much work to do." Elder Wu intervened. This is the first time he's ever taken such a massive blow to his pride. Just let him go. He turned to look at Fang Yi, who had just sheathed his blade, and walked over with a smile. "Undertaker, do you have any interest in staying at the spiritual war zone?" Even if he was a captain in Tai City, holding a dual position was entirely possible. Elder Wu's tone turned dead serious. "I want you to be my successor." Hearing this, Fang Yi was caught slightly off guard. "Your successor?" Elder Wu had just laid out a massive offer. "That's right. I want to nurture you. Not to sound arrogant, but when it comes to resources, if the spiritual war zone ranks second in the Jia Kingdom, nobody dares to claim first. This isn't an ordinary opportunity. Now after that, I'll recommend you to Shen City, the place with the absolute most resources. The spiritual war zone itself is sponsored by Shen City. Everyone who holds power there is a top-tier powerhouse. If you go there, you will absolutely thrive. And by interacting with them, yet your cultivation realm could even surpass mine." Fang Yi smiled gently. "Thank you for the offer, Elder Wu, but I don't have any intention of doing so. I don't belong to the Spiritual Energy Association, and my captain title is just an honorary thing for my hometown. I don't want to join any factions." Hearing this, Song Yue and the soldiers behind him were totally stunned. Elder Wu nodded, completely respecting his choice. In this era of spiritual energy revival, the stronger a person got, the less they wanted to be tied down, and these factions simply didn't have the right to force them. He spoke up. "Let's just consider this building a good relationship. Even if you don't join, you can still make a request." Fang Yi thought for a moment before answering. "Then I'd like to continue training in the Heavenly Sea Force with Yi Yi. Would that be all right?" The moment he finished speaking, dark clouds rolled in, and the rumble of thunder made Elder Wu pause in thought. The Heavenly Sea Forest was wildly unpredictable. A thunderstorm was brewing. He analyzed the situation. After that battle, the lightning attribute had also gathered immense energy, and Fang Yi hadn't even unleashed his heavenly lightning yet. Realizing this, Elder Wu burst into laughter. "Good. Truly an outstanding youth. Everyone fall back and leave the Heavenly Sea Forest to them. Do not disturb them." Song Yue and the soldiers acknowledged loudly. Elder Wu looked at Fang Yi, thinking to himself, as long as this kid remains a trailblazer for the Jia Kingdom, that's more than enough. Fang Yi smiled in gratitude. He had already sensed the incoming thunderstorm, which was exactly why he made the request. Now that it was approved, he shot up into the sky. Just as expected, the spiritual war zone placed no pressure on him. This was the pure advantage of absolute power. Fang Yi's eyes flashed fiercely. This time, it's the lightning attribute. Lightning webbed across the entire sky, thunder booming as he charged straight into the storm. 100 refinements of divine lightning. Tong Duyet looked up and asked, "What is the Undertaker doing? Is he planning to take that lightning head on?" His fire attribute has already reached such an intense level. If he recklessly touches that pure lightning energy, those two massive forces will just clash inside his body. Whether it's dual attributes or mutated ones, there is always a primary and a secondary. When one spiritual power is that strong, the other can only play a supporting role. Otherwise, under such extreme conflict, a human body simply can't handle it. Does he seriously not get that? A massive bolt of lightning struck down from above. Yet, instead of dodging, Fuang Dich just flashed a confident smile. The heavenly thunder crashed down with earth-shattering force. Shielding herself from the blast, the Paman Basin Upper Sage Tong Duyet shouted, "Elder No, Miss Lamb, aren't you two going to stop the Undertaker? The lightning in the heavenly sea forest isn't something mortal beings can just approach, yet he's actually trying to channel the heavenly thunder." Jia Lam calmly replied, "Because he also possesses the ultimate lightning attribute. The tyrant that was reported earlier is actually the Undertaker." Tong Duyet was absolutely stunned. What? Have I just been at the front line for too long? Dual attributes aren't exactly rare, but to this extent, it's just terrifying. Jia Lam proudly added, "You're not the only one shocked. I reacted the exact same way when I first found out. We're so used to calling him the Undertaker that we almost forgot he also holds the title of Tyrant. Looking across the entire Xia nation, he is a peerless genius who dominates an era. The stronger the lightning, the more he can convert it into his own power to forge his body." Standing right in the heart of the storm, Fuang Dich urged the lightning on. "Come on, bring me more. I'm running low on spiritual energy. This still isn't enough." Bolts of lightning continuously rained down, and Fuang Dich absorbed every single one of them. The 100-forged divine thunder tempered his entire being. His bones, meridians, and flesh were all scoured by 10,000 strikes of lightning, making the attributes within his body increasingly harmonious. Inner flame attribute tempering complete. Heavenly fire attribute tempering complete. Yang attribute tempering complete. Darkness attribute tempering complete. With the 100-forged divine thunder complete, his body and spiritual energy became significantly purer, and his reserves of spiritual energy grew endlessly abundant. Fuang Dich clenched his fists. The lightning baptism made his entire body feel reborn. Then he decided to test his power on a nearby mountain. With a sharp crack, a bolt of lightning blasted the mountain peak to pieces, sending huge shock waves echoing through the area. Fuang Dich smiled, highly satisfied. As expected of the heavenly thunder from the heavenly sea forest, the results after cultivating with it are on a whole different level. Watching this, boss. To gritted his teeth. The spiritual mountains and stones here have been nourished by spiritual energy all year round. Yet, just one strike destroyed the entire mountain. And he didn't even use 30% of his power. Even a lightning vanguard of the same level couldn't achieve this kind of destruction with just the wind from their punch. He looked up at the sky and muttered, "Is it over, Undertaker? We will definitely have a chance to fight in the future." Elder Nango stroked his beard with immense pride. For such a talent to just pass by and still bring so many surprises. So young, yet so highly capable. I really want to keep him around. To be able to defeat a half-step diamond rank like Bak To, and even slaughter a disaster-level anomaly. Both his strength and mindset are simply outstanding, relying purely on his own cultivation to stand at the very peak of the Xia nation. His talent is genuinely terrifying. If he becomes my successor, I would have no regrets in this life. Jia Lam chimed in. But right now, the spiritual war zone needs him. It's not him who needs us. Elder Ngo burst out laughing upon hearing that. "Haha, Jia Lam. You've really changed a lot." She looked a bit shy. "Have I?" Elder Ngo smiled. "That's a good thing. It makes me believe in your future even more. Or maybe we could try inviting that young girl instead." Y drifted down from the sky, landing right around the same time as Fuang Dich. Looking at her, Fuang Dich's eyes were filled with high hopes. "This is a rare opportunity. As my little cousin, you've got to work hard too." Still in high spirits, he turned around, spotted some familiar faces, and asked, "Elder Ngo, Jia Lam, you guys haven't left yet?" The elder replied, "That's right, I had a new idea. I'm not asking anything of you directly, but I want to invite your family member, Lam Y, to cultivate at the war zone." Fuang Dich asked, "You mean Y can continue studying and cultivating over there?" In his mind, he thought, "These terms might not be tempting enough for me, but it's a fantastic opportunity for YY. I'm just not sure what she wants." Just then, Wai opened her eyes and overheard Fuang Dich speaking to Elder Ngo. Thank you, Elder Ngo. The spiritual war zone shows great sincerity towards new vanguards. I highly appreciate it. As her guardian, it's hard for me to turn down such an invitation, but I can't make the decision for Wai. Suddenly, Wai spoke up. I'm not going. Fuang Dich turned to her, slightly surprised. Are you done cultivating? She nodded. Yes, thank you for the generous offer, Senior, but I don't want to go. Elder Ngo asked, Why is that? Wai replied with determination. Maybe I'm still a bit immature. If I said I just didn't want to hold my cousin back, I'd just be using him as an excuse. But I'm a vanguard too, and I have my own pride. I want to rely entirely on my own abilities to achieve everything. Fuang Dich froze for a second, feeling like this little girl had truly grown up. Elder No nodded in understanding. Very well, it seems we didn't think this through enough. My apologies, young lady. We will continue to keep an eye on your progress. Keep up the good work. Wai replied firmly, I definitely will. Scene cuts to Fuang Dich's home. The spiritual energy issue was solved. Next, he needed to organize the Tomb Fire attribute and figure out exactly how to use it. There was also the Death Seal. These were all bottlenecks in Fuang Dich's current progression. As they arrived home, Wai noticed a girl sitting on their front step and asked, Cousin, why is there someone sitting in front of our house? Than Huyn stood up in relief. You two are finally back. Wai gasped in surprise, Captain To. Fuang Dich looked at To Than Huyn and asked, Why are you here? Did something happen? Thania Wah. Ha Huyn's expression turned dead serious. Something massive happened at the frontier. The captain of Lunar City came to the Tai City Spiritual Energy Association begging for help. Fuang Dich frowned. Where's the Lunar City captain right now? Than Huyn replied, She's heavily injured and receiving treatment at the association. She risked her life just to escape and deliver the message. Out of desperation, she specifically asked for you. The very next day, at the hospital inside the Tai City Spiritual Energy Association, a heavily bandaged, injured young woman was standing in the hallway. Suddenly hearing someone call out, Tran Nuok, she turned around. A smile broke out on her face when she saw who had arrived. Sister Than Huyn, you made it, and this is... Than Huyn stepped forward to introduce them. This is Tai City's captain, the Undertaker, and this here is Lunar City's captain, Tran Nuok. Hearing that, she immediately rushed forward and tightly grabbed Fuang Dich's hands. Hello, Captain of Tai City. I am the captain of Lunar City. Tran Nuok pleaded, The anomaly at Lunar City has definitely surpassed rank AC+. I heard you've taken down disaster-level threats twice already. Please, you have to help me. In stark contrast to her frantic panic, Fuang Dich simply glanced down at his hands being held tight and said absolutely nothing. Realizing she had crossed a line, she quickly let go, awkwardly stepping back as she stumbled over her words. I'm so sorry. I was being way too forward. I'm really panicking right now. The anomaly concentration is clearly just B rank, but way too many people have gone missing. Every single person we sent in vanished, and the backup teams never made it back either. My sister is very strong, but she also... From those fragmented details, Fuang Dich put the pieces together. So you're saying the anomaly in Moontown made many Awakeners disappear, but it's only measuring as a B rank? Even though Moontown is remote, it shouldn't be lacking in capable fighters. There's definitely something wrong here. He asked bluntly, Are those people, including your sister, missing or dead? Hearing this, Tran Nuok trembled. Seeing her get so agitated, Than Huyn helped her sit down on a hallway bench. Hey, calm down, she said. Tran Nuok shook her head. I don't know. I just can't reach them. She held her head in guilt, adding, But my sister and I share a special connection. I can feel that she's still alive. Mid-sentence, she suddenly stopped as if remembering something crucial. She frantically searched her bag. I almost forgot the most important thing. This is a token of my gratitude. Just please, agree to come with us. I'm begging you. I really have no other way. Tran Nuok pulled out a small box and handed it to Fuang Dich. He took it, his face showing a rare hint of surprise. What is this? He thought to himself. Even though it was sealed in multiple layers, he could still feel a familiar Yang attribute aura radiating from it. He asked, What is this? Why does it need to be sealed? Seeing his interest, Tron Nuok immediately explained, "This is a spirit crystal, formed inside a mountain where yang energy erupted during Moontown's mutation. It contains a massive amount of yang attribute mana. It's our absolute greatest treasure." Phuong Dich opened the box. Inside was a dazzling golden stone. Tron Nuok continued, "Originally, we wanted to use it to train yang attribute awakeners, but no one could absorb it. They even got severely burned trying." Thon Hoin stared at the stone in his hand in sheer awe. "I can't believe it's a spirit crystal. The conditions for one to form are incredibly strict. Even the Mana Association and the major military districts rarely see these. On top of that, an unawakened person can use it to awaken. That's why all the factions fight over them. They're practically never sold. Spirit crystals are the crystallization of violently colliding mana, not naturally spawned items." With such a priceless treasure offered, Phuong Dich accepted it immediately, agreeing to help. "Deal," he said. "I accept. Let's head out." Overjoyed, Tran Nuok replied, "Yes, right away." The three of them immediately hopped into the car. When they were about 1 kilometer away from Moontown, Phuong Dich asked, "How exactly did this anomaly happen?" Keeping her eyes on the road, Tran Nuok began to explain. At first, gravestones just started appearing out of nowhere in the mountains. The villagers heard noises coming from inside them, but there were no signs of an actual anomaly. When we checked the next day, the mana fluctuations were completely normal. We locked down the area and evacuated the civilians, but that night, dry skeletons crawled out of the graves and dragged people inside. Just as she finished speaking, the sky opened up, pouring rain and making the mountain road incredibly slippery. After driving a bit further, they stepped out of the car. Tran Nuok pointed at the gravestones lining the road. "We're here." Thon Huyn shuddered. The road leading into the town looked terrifyingly eerie. "Boss, what do you think?" Phuong Dich sensed his surroundings and spoke up. "Strange, there's no anomaly aura at all." Tran Nuok led them deeper inside. "This is Moontown. Ever since that day, gravestones have been popping up everywhere, completely at random. Aha, skeletons could crawl out at any moment to drag people down to be buried with them." She stared at the multiplying gravestones in sheer shock. To think this many appeared in just one day. "Come on, I'll take you to meet the association and the military." Standing in the rain, Phuong Dich furrowed his brows. The anomaly concentration was way too low. He had never seen a situation like this before. Skeletons were appearing, yet the gravestones gave off no special mana fluctuations. As he walked, he pondered out loud, are the graves meant to mask their aura, or is there another purpose? Dragging people down to be buried with them, it sounds exactly like a sacrificial ritual. He touched a gravestone and continued, "Anomalies are just like humans. They can perform sacrifices to resurrect something much stronger, just like the disaster in Tai Town." He reminded them, "That bat swarm massacred the residents so the Anomaly King could descend." Hearing this, Tran Nuok suddenly stopped in her tracks, her face deathly pale. "Disasters perform sacrifices too?" Than Huyn picked up on the odd detail. "Wait. Two?" Tran Nuok swallowed hard. "The mountain folk here are incredibly stubborn. Even though we urge them to evacuate, they refuse to leave. They're even planning to hold a sacrifice tomorrow." The moment she finished speaking, the ground beneath the trio suddenly split open, a loud crack echoing through the rain. She panicked. "It's happening again!" From a gravestone right next to Phuong Dich, a skeletal white hand burst through the dirt. It lunged at him, but he dodged it with ease. He glanced at it, analyzing the threat. An individual skeleton wasn't strong, definitely B rank. Without hesitation, he swung his blade and severed the bony hand. But just as he was about to follow up, another hand grabbed his blade tight. Phuong Dich glared at it coldly. He couldn't pull the sword free, but he remained perfectly calm, observing the situation. The very next second, a full skeleton shot up from the ground, its jaw unhinged as it lunged at him. Than Huyn gasped, "What the hell? Aren't they afraid of yang energy?" At that exact moment, an endless horde of skeletons crawled out of the earth, swarming the three of them. Phuong Dich smirked. "Looks like it, but I need to confirm something. This mission just got interesting." Tran Nuok didn't just stand there. She whipped out a bamboo flute and played it, turning the sound waves into an offensive attack that shattered several skeletons. Their level isn't high, But they don't feel pain and have no concept of death, she yelled. There are even more of them now. We can't kill them all. A wave of despair washed over her. Could it be that not even the Undertaker could handle this? Kicking a skeleton to pieces, Than Huyn shouted, "Don't give up!" Suddenly, blazing flames erupted across the skeletons, making her freeze in shock. What is this? She looked over and saw Phuong Dich coldly casting his skill. The Grave Fire domain activated, deploying a crimson and black barrier. A massive wave of grave fire surged, swallowing the skeletons whole. At the same time, a system notification chimed, "Special death attribute detected." Phuong Dich felt a stir of excitement. A death attribute? The notification continued. Absorbing and converting energy. Enhancing Yang attribute. Yang attribute enhancement complete. An earth-shattering explosion roared through the area. The Grave Fire domain expanded violently, instantly incinerating every single moving skeleton on the ground. The massive shockwave forced Than Huyn and Tran Huoc to brace themselves just to stay on their feet. Amidst the sea of crimson flames and billowing black smoke, Phuong Dich's silhouette floated dramatically in midair. Than Huyn smirked proudly. "See that? Now that is the true power of the Undertaker." Tran Huoc gasped. That's absolutely terrifying. The Undertaker really lives up to his reputation. Those flames completely vaporized both the skulls and the gravestones. I was so narrow-minded before. Moontown is finally saved. Come on, I'll take you to meet the rest of the Mana Association. With that, the trio headed to the temporary gathering point of the Moontown Mana Association. A young woman stepped out to greet them. "Captain Tran Huoc." Tran Huoc quickly introduced them. "I brought backup. This is the captain of Tai Town, the Undertaker, along with Than Huyn from the Tai Town Mana Association." She then introduced her own squad one by one. "And these are our members from the Moontown Mana Association. Tran Phong, Tran Tin, and Tran Tuch." The girl named Tran Tin stared blankly. "Captain of Tai City, is the Undertaker really the one who took down that anomaly disaster all by himself?" She eyed Phuong Dich full of doubt. "He's that young?" Tran Phong sighed in frustration. "What's the point? The situation here in Nguyet City is completely different from any anomaly we've seen." He waved his hand dismissively. "There's barely anyone left here. The whole city is about to be swallowed by those tombstones. You guys need to leave right now. Why did you even come back? And why drag an outsider here just to die with us?" Tran Teach clutched his head in panic. "This isn't a Class B anomaly. You two were tricked by her. You just came here to be buried alongside us." Tran Huoc looked at Phuong Dich apologetically and whispered, "Undertaker, they've just been through too much." Phuong Dich gave a slight nod. "I took the commission so naturally, I'll see it through to the end." He looked at the Nguyet City Aura Association members and spoke calmly. "I will handle the problem here." Hearing this, Tran Tik began to explain the situation. "Our city is pretty remote, and the villagers live a very traditional, primitive lifestyle. Whenever they face a problem they can't solve, they pray to the gods for blessings." Tran Phong shook his head, completely speechless. "There are graves everywhere. What is there to pray for? We couldn't talk them out of it. Just go see for yourselves." Standing on high ground, Phuong Dich took in the entire view of Nguyet City. As night fell, the atmosphere grew incredibly gloomy. Thick fog drifted through the air, and in the distant mountains, long pillars of light began to appear. He couldn't help but wonder, a massive ritual to pray to the gods? He started piecing it together. A primitive village with simple beliefs combined with an ancient ritual, it was the perfect recipe for an anomaly to appear. Right at that moment, the rapid, heavy beating of drums echoed through the air. Tran Phong and Tran Teek jumped, exchanging panicked looks. Up on the mountain, there was a massive altar. Two people stood at the top pounding the drums while the villagers lined up, scattering paper money as they walked. Phuong Dich and Tran Huoc followed them. She looked around nervously. The ritual is about to start. With this many people gathered, if the tombstone anomaly erupts now, it'll be a massacre. In stark contrast to her panic, Phuong Dich strolled calmly toward the altar. "I actually find this little event pretty interesting. Who wants to come take a look with me?" The villagers gathered in huge numbers, lighting a massive bonfire in the middle of the square. The ritual was taking place at Nguyet Nguyen Plaza. Once the fire was roaring, everyone surrounded the altar. The villagers fell to their knees, weeping and begging. Oh, great gods, please look down upon your people. Have mercy. Please save my children. I'm willing to trade my own life for theirs. After that, they all bowed in unison. The sound of their foreheads hitting the ground merged with the rhythmic beating of the drums. Merciful gods, merciful gods. But the very next second, as they looked up, the raging bonfire abruptly died out. The villagers screamed in panic. The divine fire! Why did the divine fire go out? A bone-chilling cold swept through the area. Darkness descended, and the ground violently shook before splitting wide open. From deep underground, tombstones burst through the surface. The people at the edges instantly turned and fled. The tombstones! The tombstones! Bone monsters emerged once again from the thick night fog. Skeletons with glowing red eyes materialized right in front of them. Anyone who still had the strength ran for their lives. Run! Get out of here! But some of the old, frail, and stubbornly superstitious villagers refused to leave. Oh heavens! Oh gods! This must be a trial meant for us! A young mother, trembling violently, hugged her daughter, frozen in absolute terror. The little girl sobbed uncontrollably. Mommy, the gods will save us, right? On the other side of the square, people were already being snatched by the skeletons. The undead horde chased them down as agonizing screams for help filled the air. Somebody, help! The young mother was violently knocked to the ground. She had just pushed her daughter away, praying the little girl could escape. But the little girl just stood there, wailing, Mommy! She didn't run, completely unaware of the skeleton looming right behind her. The bony arm swung down, ready to grab the child. At that exact split second, a blazing golden light erupted behind her, instantly incinerating the skeleton. The exact same thing happened all across the square. The skeletal monsters were sucked into the grave fire and burned to ash. The villagers stared at the flames in pure shock. Seeing the fire roaring so high, they cheered and dropped to their knees. The fire! It's the divine fire! Right at that moment, a foot stepped onto the altar, or more accurately, stood atop its highest pillar. Huangditch looked down at them, his voice icy. Stop praying to the gods! He delivered the cruel, undeniable truth. There are no gods in this world, and they aren't coming to save you. Hearing this, the crowd below froze. They fell silent, as if trying to process his words. But after a brief pause, someone suddenly screamed out, Oh heavens! The god has manifested! The rest of the crowd immediately joined in. The god has destroyed the disaster! People were sobbing. Oh great God, please save us! There are still so many skeletons! Huangditch realized it was pointless to explain. He just shook his head, but he still had a job to do. Raising his hand, he commanded the grave fire. He unleashed a skill specifically meant to counter the undead. The grave fire domain expanded, instantly sucking the skeletons into its blazing vortex. Even as he fought, Huangditch kept explaining, I'm not a god. I'm a vanguard captain from Tai City, codename The Undertaker. The grave fire domain expanded even further, its suction force multiplying. Down below, Tran Fong was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? He stared at the young man in sheer disbelief. Who on earth is this Undertaker? What is he doing? What kind of power is that? Tran Huok didn't understand it either. She just knew he was extraordinary. She smiled and said, I told you, he's not just some average vanguard. But you guys didn't want to listen. As Huangditch blitzed through the anomaly zones in Nguyet City, Tran Huok proudly briefed her teammates. He single-handedly wiped out 2 anomaly disasters in Tai City and Thuong City, back to back. He even went one-on-one with the Aura Association captain of Thuong City, a top 3 city in the Ha Nation. Word is, both the Aura Association headquarters and the Spiritual War Zone treat him like an absolute VIP. Meanwhile, Huangditch charged straight into the mountain paths. Seeing him, the skeleton monsters actually panicked and tried to flee. Right then, a system notification chimed in. The Grave Fire domain had absorbed a massive amount of unknown attributes, heavily boosting his Yang attribute. He watched the fleeing skeletons in no rush to chase them. Instead, Huangditch raised his flaming blade. All right then, let's test out the enhanced version of the Crimson Fireblade technique. With a single slash, a wave of fire exploded, lighting up the night sky like broad daylight and liberating Nguyet City. Wherever the yang-attributed flame swept through, the corrupted anomaly aura was completely swallowed up. The villagers burst into tears of joy. The heavens haven't abandoned Nguyet City. It's gone. The tombstones and the white bones had completely vanished. At the same time, the device in Than Huin's hand beeped as the screen flashed green. She reported, "Anomaly levels in the Andin district have returned to normal." She continued scanning. Anomaly levels in the Bakmak district have also returned to normal. Tran Nuok monitored the readings and pointed ahead. Up next is the Kim Min district. That's where the concentration is the highest. Before he could even finish, Than Huin's face paled. Her brows knit tightly as a wave of deep unease washed over her. She spun around. "Wait, something's wrong. Don't you guys feel that?" Than Huin was growing anxious. The pillars of light were multiplying. Tran Nuok noticed her terror too. "There's a massive fluctuation in the Kim Min district. The anomaly's concentration. It's gathering." She was right. The pillars of light converged on a single point, the concentration spiking wildly. A swirling mass of black and green smoke engulfed the sky above Kim Min, and from within it, a ghastly green skull locked its hollow gaze dead onto Fuang Dich. It was another anomaly king. At that very moment, the system chimed in. Unknown attribute detected. Analyzing. A moment later, the system delivered the terrifying result. This attribute is the death attribute. The anomaly king, radiating the aura of death, materialized high above Nguyet City. Its body, forged entirely from that sickening dark green smoke, hovered in the air. Skeletal fingers stretched out, desperate to snatch Fuang Dich. Facing this bone king, Fuang Dich furrowed his brow. Why does this aura feel so suffocatingly vile? Down below, Tran Nuok cried out in panic, "What the hell is that thing?" Than Huin couldn't hide her grimace. The anomaly concentration, it's even higher than the king we fought back in Tai City. Dragging a colossal coffin behind it, the Bone King let out an earth-shattering roar and lunged straight at Fuang Dich. The Spirit Association members below braced themselves. "It's coming!" Tran Dich realized this monster was the exact reason the light pillars were multiplying uncontrollably. A suffocating stench of death washed over them. The Bone King's hollow eye sockets flared with an eerie light, its freezing gaze staring down at them like a sovereign viewing ants. Just one look was enough to send shivers rushing down Fuang Dich's spine. This was the first time an anomaly king had triggered such a primal reaction in him. He clutched his head as blinding pain struck him. His mind felt like it was being forcefully twisted and violated, a wave of nausea crashing over him. What is happening? As the skeletal hand closed in, Fuang Dich suddenly felt incredibly small, completely stripped of the power to fight back. It's too strong. Is this a fully evolved anomaly king? This death aura completely eclipsed any monster he had faced before. A dense web of death chains lashed out at him, and yet he had absolutely no way to defend or strike back. It took everything Fuang Dich had to forcefully steady his mind. He glared at the incoming chains. Without a second thought, he swung his blade in a vicious horizontal slash. But while he dodged the assault from the front, he was ambushed from behind. The moment he severed a few chains, dozens more erupted at his back. His mind raced as he quickly analyzed the threat. The Yang attribute counters darkness, and this death attribute shares the same root as darkness. It's a branch of it. Fuang Dich swung his blade with grueling effort, but soon realized something terrifying. His fully enhanced Yang attribute couldn't completely suppress this power. Down in the plaza, the civilians continued their desperate prayers, kneeling to their gods. "Perform a miracle! Protect our people! Grant us endless life!" But their pleas yielded no extra power. In his fierce clash with the Bone King, Fuang Dich was steadily losing ground. The eerie fog around him grew dangerously thick. Watching from below, Than Huin's eyes widened in absolute horror. The Bone King manipulated the massive coffin behind it, shooting out brutal chains that wrapped violently around Fuang Dich. They shattered his golden Yang shield and knocked the blade right out of his hand. Someone in the crowd shrieked in panic, "The Undertaker!" His fiery blade crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. At that exact moment in Tai City, Lamwi's heart skipped a beat. A sickening sense of dread washed over her. Cousin, she had been cultivating in the back mountains. but her growing anxiety made it impossible to focus. Why am I so terrified over a standard mission? He's so incredibly strong. He effortlessly slaughtered 2 anomaly kings before. Could something have gone terribly wrong this time? Lam Wai frowned and pulled out her phone, blaming herself. If only I hadn't listened to him, I should have gone with him to Nuyet City. But before she could dial, her phone vibrated. An incoming call. She blinked in surprise. It was Sister Gia Lam. Gia Lam's voice was deathly serious. Yai, we just got word. Nuyet City has been entirely surrounded by a graveyard of tombstones. It's on total lockdown. Your brother, he's in deep trouble. The moment she heard that, Lam Wai bolted straight for Gia Lam. The military immediately mobilized for backup. Heavily armed trucks tearing through the winding mountain roads. Back in the Thai City Spirit Association's meeting room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. People clutched their heads in despair. Things were just starting to get better. Some flat out refused to believe it. The Undertaker. Could he really be dead? Is humanity's resistance truly this pointless? Even the Undertaker couldn't. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Association headquarters in Shen City, an officer gave a grim report. The association deeply regrets the incident at Nuyet City. A B-rank fluctuation has spawned another anomaly king. This proves that an anomaly king must be eradicated before its evolution is complete. Vu Nu slammed her hands on the table and stood up, her voice sharp as ice. Is now really the time to be talking about that? She shoved her chair back. I'm heading to Nuyet City. Behind her, Laquang barked, and what exactly are you going to do there? You are the absolute core of Shen City. The military has already dispatched forces to break the siege. Vu Nu glared at him coldly. Not long ago, they had nearly lost a Vajra Realm Venerable, and now they were losing the very pillars of the nation. She raised her voice, trembling with rage. With the spirit energy fluctuating wildly, what the hell are you all planning to do? Abandon yet another city? If we can't beat them, we just give up? Since when did the Spirit Association become a bunch of cowards? I won't accept this. Laquang scowled. What exactly are you trying to say? Kovu Nu, he roared. Stop shifting the blame. The Undertaker chose to go there himself. In this era of spiritual awakening, one wrong step means death. It's no surprise if he dies out there. Vu Nu furiously fired back. So we should just sit around and wait for death? Then what's the point of cultivating? During the disaster in Shen City all those years ago, why did Elder No sacrifice himself to seal it and save us? Her rage boiled over, her oppressive aura flooding the room. If that's your logic, we might as well just seal off Shen City and wait for our own extinction. Laquang was left speechless. We're only doing what's best for the people. You going out there is completely useless. But Vu Nu had already stormed out of the meeting room. She gritted her teeth, burning with disgust. A pathetic bunch of cowards. I've seen the Undertaker's true strength with my own eyes. I refuse to believe he'd die that easily. By this time, the military convoy had reached the outskirts of Nuyet City. Staring out the window at the towering purple pillars on the mountain, Elder Ngo spoke with heavy concern. This anomaly king is a dark variant, possessing a never-before-seen death attribute. He glanced at the deeply anxious Lam Wai. I suspect the Undertaker has run into a severe problem. He might be trapped by the zone's very rules. As the truck screeched to a halt, he and Gia Lam hopped out. A soldier immediately saluted. Elder Ngo! Sister Lam, the military vehicles cannot break through. What do you mean? Gia Lam demanded. Hearing this, Lam Wai's dread skyrocketed. The soldier quickly explained, We've mobilized all forces, but multiple assault waves have entirely failed. Nuyet City is swallowed by a sea of tombstones. Every single shock troop we sent in was simply devoured. Our firepower is utterly useless. The frontline soldiers are being physically dragged into the graves. The Anomaly King's power is still growing, and it's spreading outward. Running the brutal simulations of a rescue operation in her head, Lam Wai began to tremble uncontrollably. Elder Ngo and Gia Lam waited for the tactical results. The soldier looked at the creeping death aura and the endless stretch of tombstones, finally shaking his head. The chance of success is 0. He then asked the fatal question, Sir, should we sound the retreat? This anomaly king is completely immune to elemental attributes. It's completely sealed off the pioneer's abilities. Even the Undertaker couldn't— No, Lam Wai suddenly cut him off. That's impossible. Tears welled in her eyes. She was shaking, yet her voice was dead set. You've all worked hard. I will go into Ninguyat City myself. Meanwhile, back at the Ninguyat City Plaza, it was a ghost town. Everyone had been dragged into the tombstones, leaving only a suffocating aura of death hanging heavily in the air. The names of the victims were carved into the headstones, including to Than Ha Huyn and Tran Huoc. The dark wisp of death energy moved as if they had a mind of their own, all flowing in a single direction. The Bone King eagerly absorbed the death aura like vital nutrients. Its hollow gaze was fixated on the floating coffin, the very tomb imprisoning Phuong Dich. Inside that dark coffin, venomous snakes and centipedes slithered over his body, greedily sucking the life force right out of him. Phuong Dich lay completely motionless, as if in a deep slumber, as if under an unbreakable seal. But suddenly, his eyes snapped open. His pupils were pitch black. At that exact moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The implanted Deathmark ability has been successfully activated. You have obtained the power of infinite death. The system announced its conclusion. The Deathmark trial was finally complete. Phuong Dich opened his eyes and let out a long breath. So, this is the true power of the Deathmark, he thought to himself, completely in awe. This trial had put him through an indescribable ordeal. He looked at the floating skull in front of him, and suddenly, it didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Even the King of Death looked a bit less intimidating. Phuong Dich narrowed his eyes. Still, going through that rebirth trial, he absolutely never wanted to experience that hell again. Let's rewind a bit. When Phuong Dich realized he was completely locked down by the King of Death's fatal power, he made a split-second decision. He quickly pulled up the system interface. If death was unavoidable, his only gamble was to implant the Deathmark. The system executed the command instantly. You have implanted the Deathmark. Now learning all Deathmark abilities. A glowing crimson seal flashed before merging directly into Phuong Dich's body. The system chimed repeatedly, warning that the Deathmark was activating. At the exact same time, the seed of death erupted. Losing all control of his body, he was dragged away by the King of Death. A system alert popped up. The King of Death's rule of mortality has taken effect on you. Phuong Dich's life force immediately drained away, leaving him as a soulless husk. But deep down, the system was still running its program. You have died. Deathmark ability activated. Condition 1 fulfilled. Detected that the Deathmark has infiltrated the King of Death's body. Ability activated. Condition 2 fulfilled. Next, Phuong Dich was swallowed up by the death aura and dragged right into the coffin. Inside that suffocating dead silence, the system kept working in the background. The Deathmark will now initiate the final phase, the Trial of Death. This trial consisted of 3 brutal challenges for its host. He had to survive all of them to unlock the Mark's 3 ultimate abilities. The first was the fire attribute of the mystic underworld, a 4-way hell where the undying flames of the abyss burned for all eternity. The second was the poison attribute of the frozen tower of death, where his body had to endure endless rot and the deadly curse of decay. And finally, the earth attribute of the nightmare realm. The gates of hell swung wide open as a terrifying procession of evil spirits escorted him straight to the grave. Throughout the trial, the agonizing pain blurred the line between reality and illusion, trapping him in an endless cycle of death. Standing firm as a mountain, reconstructing his flesh and transforming his spirit, he paid a massive price to conquer it. Upon resurrecting, Phuong Dich knew one thing for sure: the real battle started right now. His goal was to counter the King of Death's absolute rule of mortality. In a flash, he summoned his overwhelming lightning power. Searing arcs of electricity erupted, spreading out like a massive, crackling spider web. The King of Death froze for a second, looking down in sheer confusion. Its prized coffin had just been blasted wide open from the bottom. Seconds later, Phuong Dich dropped right out of the suspended casket. With a heavy thud, he crashed straight into the dense graveyard. The King of Death stared down, its eyes burning with murderous intent. As the dust and shattered bones settled, a cold, imposing figure stepped forward. Phuong Dich touched his face, panting heavily from the fall. He glared up at the King of Death. The monster was equally stunned to see him alive, its dark aura instantly wavering in shock. The King of Death has detected your resurrection, the system warned. Furious, the creature raised its hand and hurled 2 seeds of death straight at him. Boom! The seeds hit the ground and detonated violently. The King of Death was so arrogant, it didn't even bother to check the blast zone. But to its absolute shock, Puong Dich was completely unharmed. He just smirked as the system chimed, "You have evaded the rule of mortality." The King of Death was paralyzed with disbelief as Puong Dich casually stood back up. Even though he had sustained some internal injuries, with a trickle of blood dripping from his mouth, he was absolutely thrilled with his new powers. He even flashed a cocky, provocative smile. The King of Death felt its absolute authority had been insulted, boiling over with rage and disbelief. Meanwhile, just outside the Moon City blockade, an endless sea of tombstones covered the mountains. "This death aura is insanely thick," someone muttered. Elder No, Jia Lam, and Lam Wai stood there, observing the grim sight. Lam Wai trembled at the terrifying scene. "My cousin! Is he—" Jia Lam flared her spiritual energy. "Don't overthink it. We're here to save people. Let's smash these tombstones first." But before she could even strike, a massive geyser of water erupted from behind them, obliterating a whole row of stone graves in an instant. Vu Nu descended from the sky, hovering in the air like a literal goddess. That devastating attack was hers. "Don't forget about me," she called out. Jia Lam glanced back and smiled. "The Sea Mystic! Glad you could make it." The two of them immediately teamed up, blasting away at the tombstones. "I'm here for backup!" Vu Nu shouted. Explosions echoed non-stop as massive chunks of the graveyard were blasted into dust. As the tombstones crumbled, the soldiers who had been dragged underground were finally pushed back to the surface. They looked around in a total daze. What just happened? But before they could even celebrate, new tombstones shot out of the ground. The graves quickly surrounded Lam Wai, Jia Lam, and Vu Nu. The 3 women stood back to back. "Here we go again." Jia Lam went on high alert. "Watch your step. The skeletons here can drag living things straight into the graves." The moment she said that, skeletal hands burst from the soil. A horde of undead rushed at them like ravenous beasts. But right before they could strike, every single skeleton froze in place, as if they had just received a direct command. A split second later, they all retreated to their tombstones and buried themselves back into the dirt, as if they had never been there at all. This bizarre behavior left Jia Lam deeply suspicious. Lam Wai was totally stunned. Vu Nu stared at the empty graveyard and frowned. "A mass retreat? What the hell is the Anomaly King plotting?" Jia Lam shook her head. "I have no idea, but it's definitely something massive. We're already here, so we'll just have to improvise." With that, the group pushed forward. Just then, Elder No walked over. He had just finished rescuing the trapped soldiers nearby. "This might actually be a good sign," he said. "If the Anomaly King is pulling its forces back, the buried victims might still have a chance to survive." He had already saved quite a few people and managed to calm everyone's nerves. This proves that the boy sealed inside isn't dead yet. In fact, he's probably causing the Anomaly King a whole lot of trouble right now. Cutting back to Puong Dich, the thick dust finally settled, revealing his cold, unbothered expression. Even after taking multiple direct hits from the King of Death, he hadn't budged an inch. The system pinged. Death count 2. Right after that, a massive piece of good news popped up on Puong Dich's screen. "Your ability has trapped the King of Death in an infinite death loop. Weakening progress, 10%. He calmly assessed the situation. When the death mark activated, it didn't just affect him, it turned the tables and started draining the King of Death as well. Normally, once this monster marked you for death, your only options were to die or be completely erased. That absolute rule was exactly what made this Anomaly King so terrifyingly unique. Watching the King of Death still dumbfounded, trying to process what was happening, Puong Dich let out a cold, mocking laugh. "But look at you now! Your own rule of mortality is biting you right back." Furious, the creature let out a deafening roar and beat its own chest, unleashing a massive shockwave of death aura. Dark green seeds of death shot out like homing missiles, locking straight onto Puong Dich. But he didn't even bother trying to dodge. He just stood there, letting the deadly blasts rain down on him. A massive, earth-shattering explosion rocked the entire area. The system chimed. Death count 3. The King of Death still hadn't realized its own strength was rapidly fading. Seeing its attack land, the monster flashed a vicious, terrifying grin. But the system just kept rolling. Your ability has further weakened the King of Death. It is now entering a state of unconscious collapse. Weakening progress 30%. Suddenly, tiny cracks began to web across the monster's giant body, and shattered pieces of bone started tumbling to the ground. As the smoke and dust cleared, Puangdish was still standing there, completely unfazed by that massive strike. The King of Death's sinister smile froze, its eyes widening in pure panic. Puangdish had come back to life once again. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering inwardly. Keep it coming. I'll grind you down until there's nothing left. Just standing there taking hits wasn't his style. It was time to strike back while it was weakened. He instantly channeled his blazing yang spiritual energy to face it head-on. With a piercing shriek through the air, Puangdish fired a dazzling golden arrow, radiating a scorching yang force straight at the King of Death. The monster raised its skeletal arm and swatted the arrow away. The system chimed in. The Mystic Underworld mark had been activated. Suddenly, pitch-black flames clung to the skeletal hand that had just deflected the shot. The system continued. The King of Death has received a debuff, Hellfire Immolation. It stared in utter confusion, unable to extinguish the blazing flames no matter what it tried. As the King of Death frantically struggled, Puangdish leaped high above its head. Just as the Mark of Death had described, he thought to himself, the monster didn't even realize its body was decaying, completely numb to the searing pain. He gripped his newly forged flaming blade and slashed down with all his might. The King of Death assumed this attack would be totally useless, thinking Puangdish was just trying to sneak in a cheap shot, so it merely glared up at him. Puangdish didn't hold back. Heavenly Fire Slash! He roared. The King of Death looked up and raised its razor-sharp skeletal hand to block the strike. As the fiery blade clashed against the monstrous bone, a massive explosion rocked the area. Since a human body is so much weaker than an anomaly, Puangdish was killed once again, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of dust on the battlefield. The system announced, Death count 4. The King of Death continues to weaken. Weakness progress 45%. The death mark of the ice tower triggered, and this time, Puangdish was the one taking the hit. His body shattered into tiny pieces, and his only thought was, here we go again. With a sharp clatter, the King of Death's giant bony hand snatched up his broken body. It brought him right up to its face, staring intently, trying to figure out how this human just kept coming back to life. Even as his body crumbled apart piece by piece, Puangdish flashed a mocking grin. Hey, King of Death, take a good look at yourself. Look at the pathetic state you're in right now. The monster didn't fully grasp his words, but it still glanced down at its own body. It didn't notice anything wrong, completely missing the few bone fragments that had fallen off and the tiny cracks forming on its face. Puangdish didn't bother explaining as raging flames erupted all around his body. He gave the monster a smirk and a little wave goodbye before completely vanishing into the fire. Seeing its prey just disintegrate on its own, the King of Death froze in utter confusion. Right after that, the system chimed again. Death count 5. This time, the King of Death's body took a massive hit. One entire side of its face shattered and crumbled to the ground. The system displayed a weakness progress of 60%, as a dark aura actively corroded its supposedly immortal body. This finally sent the monster into sheer, absolute panic. The system updated again. Hell's Nightmare Mark activated, accelerating the decay. The monster could only watch in horror as its body was destroyed piece by piece. At the exact same time, just outside Yue City, the countless tombstones covering the mountain all began to collapse at once. The deafening sound of crumbling stone echoed everywhere, making it feel like the entire mountain was shaking. Jialan gasped in disbelief. Am I seeing things right now? All the tombstones are collapsing, Yu-Ro quickly confirmed. You're not seeing things. Everyone, look over there. She pointed towards the distant sky as reports from the front lines came rushing in. The anomalous pillars of light were slowly fading away. A spark of hope ignited in Lin Yi's heart. Wait, does this mean... My cousin is still alive? Elder Wu immediately barked out orders. Move out! We are heading into UA City. They still need us out there. Notify the other squads to come provide backup. We need to evacuate the survivors and the wounded immediately. With that said, he led the three of them forward. Someone from below quickly responded, Copy that. Meanwhile, deep inside UA City, a massive stone monument still stood tall in the center of the giant plaza. It probably hadn't crumbled because it was so close to the King of Death, though it was now covered in deep cracks. Suddenly, a hand burst out from the dirt. But it was a human hand, not bone. It was Qing Ying, frantically clawing her way out of the grave. She dragged herself out of the ground, gasping heavily for air, her heart still pounding with absolute terror. What on earth just happened? Just moments ago, she clearly felt her life force being completely drained. And when she got dragged into that tombstone, she felt her body and soul ripped away from this world. Thinking back on it still sent shivers down her spine. It felt exactly like being dragged down into an inescapable hell. But then, that entire nightmarish realm just collapsed. The tombstones! I have to save the others, Qing Ying muttered to herself. She instantly rushed over to frantically dig at another grave, desperately screaming Chen Ruo's name. Chen Ruo, are you still alive? After frantically digging for a while, she finally pulled Chen Ruo out of the dirt, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God Chen Ruo was still here, completely unlike her sister who had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, drops of rain began to fall. Qing Ying looked up and realized the heavy, gloomy darkness in the sky was finally clearing. Wait, the sky? Looking closely, she saw actual sunlight piercing right through the thick clouds. The dark sky itself was literally cracking open. Back on the battlefield, a massive skull was violently thrown into the dirt. The King of Death was now reduced to nothing but a battered, broken skull. The cursed light in its eyes flickered weakly, its terrifying power all but gone. It opened its jaws and roared, I am the almighty King of Death. What the hell are you pests? It glared at the grotesque, shadowy figures swarming in front of it and roared, How dare you look down on me? But the shadows didn't say a word. They just opened their dark maws, ready to swallow it whole. The system announced, Hell's Nightmare has weakened the King of Death by 80%. The dark light in its eyes began to die out as its skull cracked violently. It was knocking on death's door and didn't even realize its weakness progress had hit 90%. Moments later, the skull completely shattered into dust. The King of Death never expected to actually face its own demise. The system displayed, Weakened 100%. Immediately after, a new notification popped up. The King of Death's abilities have been drained and successfully usurped by you. The black clouds in the sky fully completely cleared up, letting the bright, warm sunlight wash over Fuangdiche. As he stood there, a terrifying dark purple aura of death violently swirled all around him. The system loudly announced, Congratulations, the old king has fallen, the new king ascends the throne. The pitch-black clouds blanketing the sky suddenly parted, and a brilliant, majestic pillar of light cascaded from the heavens. Fuangdiche floated high up in midair, looking down like an absolute god descending upon the earth. Down below, Qing Ying held Chen Ruo tightly in her arms, looking up at him in sheer awe. Is this real? Yu Rao gasped in total shock. The Undertaker didn't die. He didn't just break the King of Death's rule of mortality, he literally summoned 100 demons from hell to devour it. Elder Wu seemed to realize something and let out a hearty laugh. Oh, I'm afraid the truth goes way beyond anything you could imagine. He theorized that the absolute law of death couldn't just be dodged. It had to be utterly shattered. Before he even fell victim to the King of Death's rules, our Undertaker probably already had a countermeasure locked and loaded. Make no mistake, he really did die, but he held the exact power needed to obliterate the King of Death. He quite literally found life from within death. Yu Ru was full of awe, but still skeptical. But can a human really possess the godlike power to just reverse life and death like that? Deep anxiety crept into her voice. The King of Death is an awakened anomaly king. What if it actually hijacked the Undertaker's body? Jialan understood her fear, chuckling softly as she shook her head. Not a chance. Just look over there, guys. She pointed at the rescued survivors and calmly explained, If the Undertaker had truly been defeated and turned into a puppet or vessel for that monster, there is zero chance we could have saved this many people. Plus, those terrifying things he summoned haven't even tried to attack us. Just then, a panicked voice cried out from the crowd. "Hey, over here, we've got a girl who's critically injured. She's turning completely purple." The girl weakly mumbled, "What? What happened?" She looked around in an absolute daze. "It's so loud. Didn't I already die?" Seeing someone literally hovering high up in the sky, the citizens of Yue City began screaming in panic. "Ah! Who the hell is that? Why does he have the horrifying aura of an anomaly king?" Someone trembled uncontrollably, stuttering out, "The Grim Reaper? Is that the Grim Reaper? He actually exists?" Another person immediately shot back. "What the hell are you talking about?" "That's him, the burial master who saved us." The little girl Fang Yi had rescued suddenly cried out. "No, that name sounds awful," she cheered happily. "He's a god. Our god. He's the one who destroyed that evil monster." Up in the air, Fang Yi finally made his move. With his signature cold glare, he summoned his death scythe. "Time to end this," he muttered. With a deafening tear, Fang Yi swung his scythe into the void, violently ripping the fabric of space wide open. The crowd below stared in absolute shock. The night sky had literally been torn apart. The void shattered, revealing a chilling, pitch-black world inside. A massive suction force erupted from the rift, devouring all the lingering death aura from the ground below. Wu Rou, Ri Jialan, and Elder Wu watched in pure awe. "The Nether Realm, a place where 10,000 ghosts weep," Elder Wu gasped. He has actually summoned hell on earth." Hovering in the sky, completely bathed in pure yang energy, Fang Yi commanded, "Go back to where you belong." He raised a hand, sealing the rift as his radiant energy purified the air. Instantly, a brilliant golden light blazed like a second sun, completely illuminating the gloomy Yue City. As the light faded, the spatial rift sealed completely shut. Fang Yi let out a soft breath. It's finally over. Then he slowly descended to the ground. Down below, the survivors broke down in tears of relief. Families desperately threw their arms around each other. "Thank God! We're actually alive!" Fang Yi quietly watched the heartwarming scene, though a heavy knot of worry lingered in his chest. The battle against the King of Death had severely drained his spiritual energy. Combine that with the death mark, and he had no idea what kind of backlash was waiting for him. Lost in thought, he touched down in a quiet, mist-covered graveyard. Suddenly, Lin Yi sprinted over and threw her arms around him. "Brother!" Her sudden hug caught him off guard. Lin Yi looked up at him, her eyes wide. You didn't die, right?" "You scared me to death." He just smiled warmly and patted her head. "I'm perfectly fine." Looking around, Fang Yi noticed Qing Ying clutching her wounded arm, giving him a gentle smile. "Thank you." Before he could ask why, Qing Ying's smile shifted to the scene behind him. There, Chen Rong was tightly embracing another young woman, two sisters sobbing uncontrollably as they reunited after the nightmare. Fang Yi finally understood and smiled. Her sister had survived, a true silver lining in all this tragedy. Meanwhile, as Elder Wu surveyed the area, an officer approached him to report. "Elder Wu, we finalized the numbers." The soldier's voice was grim. "Casualties caused by the King of Death have wiped out roughly half of Yue City's population. Most of the victims were unawakened civilians or people who were trapped inside the tombstones for too long. Out of the 1,500 pioneers sent as backup, 50 are dead, 30 are missing, and over 1,000 are wounded." Hearing this, Elder Wu heavily closed his eyes. "Begin the reconstruction," he ordered softly, "and ensure full compensation for the victims and their families." Stepping up from behind, Wu Rou added, "The Divine Court will provide full support as well." But for Jialan, it still didn't feel like enough. "Teacher," she asked, her voice trembling slightly, "isn't it time we officially announce the dawn of the spiritual revival era? How much longer can we keep regular people in the dark? I feel so utterly useless. I couldn't save them. There were just too many." Elder Wu understood her pain, but gently shook his head. "That is not our decision to make. But do not underestimate humanity. People aren't as fragile as you think. After everything that's happened, many have already noticed the signs. Even without awakening, They are already bracing themselves for the apocalypse. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Jialan, you don't have to carry the weight of the world alone. Every pioneer has their own duty. Giving it your absolute best is already enough. As the dust settled, Wu Rou chuckled. I actually came here to back up the burial master and finally meet him in person, but it looks like he didn't need my help at all. She glanced over at Fang Yi, who was currently being swarmed by the ecstatic crowd. He seems a bit busy anyway. After a battle like this, he'll definitely be hailed as a core pillar of the Xia nation. Over in the crowd, the people of Yue City were cheering wildly. Lord Burial Master, you are our god. If it weren't for you, we would have all turned into vengeful spirits. Thank you so much. Elder Wu understood the unspoken weight of Wu Rou's words and nodded, announcing that the Burial Master single-handedly slaughtered an anomaly king will serve as a massive deterrent to other nations. However, we must keep his personal files and true abilities strictly classified, he warned. Foreign intelligence has been poking around ever since he made a name for himself, but his core data remains secure for now. Once the news of Yue City breaks, the rest of the world will assume that the Xia nation has figured out the operational rules of the kings, something no other country has achieved. Even rival alliances won't dare make a reckless move against us. This gives us the ultimate upper hand. Elder Wu turned back to his team to issue further commands. Return to base. We need to analyze all the combat data and footage immediately. We must understand exactly how a fully formed anomaly king operates. The Xia nation has a long road ahead of it, and we absolutely cannot let the Burial Master carry this burden all by himself. Jialan finally snapped out of her funk. You're right, teacher. Now is definitely not the time to rest. Wu Rou confidently adjusted her glasses. Leave the next anomaly to the Divine Court. After the chaos finally settled, Fang Yi and Lin Yi returned to his private villa back in Tai City. Soaking in his luxurious, spacious bathtub, he enjoyed a rare moment of absolute relaxation as he casually scrolled through the news on his phone. During the cleanup of the Yue City Plaza, the government had retrieved the dark attribute spirit crystal left behind by the King of Death and graciously gifted it to him. On top of that, he also had the Yang attribute crystal that Chen Ruo had promised him earlier. He was now the proud owner of 2 top-tier elemental crystals. Fang Yi stood up, water dripping from his incredibly toned physique. He pulled out the dark attribute crystal, deciding to try absorbing it right then and there. Even though the 2 elements were complete opposites, since he had practically been crowned the new King of Death, absorbing darkness shouldn't be a problem at all. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Ding! Dark attribute fluctuation detected. Preliminary scan confirmed. Dark attribute spirit crystal. Initiating supreme calculation protocol. Commencing compilation. In a flash, the system finished its work. Compilation complete. You have acquired the dark attribute technique, Death's Voyage. At the exact same moment, an ethereal, pitch-black cloak materialized, draping heavily over Fang Yi's shoulders. The system elaborated. Death's Voyage is a spatial teleportation technique. By utilizing the shadows as a cloak, the user can traverse through the darkness, directly piercing through the void to reach their target destination. As the system finished its explanation, the dark cloak dissolved into thin air. Sounds a bit overly dramatic, Fang Yi mused, but at its core, it's just a teleportation skill. Since it was the dead of night, Fang Yi stepped out of the bathroom and into the pitch-black hallway, barely lit by the faint moonlight spilling through the window. The skill itself might seem simple, but its tactical value in a life-or-death battle was absolutely immeasurable. Merging with the shadows in the corridor, he instantly activated the skill, teleporting straight down into the living room in the blink of an eye. Spatial teleportation, truly the ultimate trump card for both offense and escape, he smirked. And there was one more massive perk. After being acknowledged by the Death Mark, Fang Yi had evolved from indirectly absorbing dark attribute energy to devouring it directly. Right now, his sheer mastery over dark spiritual energy had skyrocketed to an entirely new level. After obliterating the King of Death and completely draining the leftover energy from its crystal, he could clearly feel his own power surging. He was now inching dangerously close to the Diamond Realm, just one tiny step away from a major breakthrough. Having tested out his flashy new move, Fang Yi pushed open his bedroom door. He still had the Yang attribute crystal to deal with. It was originally supposed to be Chen Ro's payment for helping Yue City. But after the whole apocalypse scenario with the King of Death, both he and Su Qingying had almost entirely forgotten about it. In the end, the officials of Yue City felt that a private handoff from Chen Ruo wasn't respectful enough. So, they threw an insanely grand handover ceremony and even erected a massive statue of him right in the middle of the city. Remembering that embarrassing spectacle made him completely speechless. Shaking his head, he focused back on the glowing yang crystal in his hand. "Whatever, it's not a big deal anyway," he muttered. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, his expression turning razor-sharp as he stared down the crystal. Suddenly, right above his villa, a colossal, fiery red vortex of spiritual energy began violently swirling in the sky, radiating an intense, blistering heat. The system instantly booted up. Ding! Yang attribute fluctuation detected. Preliminary scan confirmed. Yang attribute spirit crystal. Initiating supreme calculation protocol. Commencing compilation. The radiant crystal spun rapidly in Fang Yi's palm, greedily absorbing an insane amount of spiritual energy from the surroundings. Finally, the system chimed, compilation complete. As Fang Yi fully absorbed the crystal into his body, a blinding golden shockwave erupted, lighting up the entire room like the blazing midday sun. The dazzling light shifted and morphed, forming a pair of blazing golden wings behind Fuang Ditch's back. The system announced, "You have acquired the Yang attribute technique, Sun God." A sun-shaped sigil flashed upon his forehead. The system explained that the Sun God technique could summon a massive Sun God avatar from the void, capable of incinerating all of creation. Meanwhile, over in Tai City, a gigantic golden crow materialized in midair, drawing shocked gasps from the crowds. "Oh my god, there's a massive golden object hovering over Tai City. It looks like the legendary golden crow has descended. I'm all the way in High City, and that light is blinding me too. Is this another terrifying disaster? I'm genuinely scared. We finally had some peace, and it hasn't even been that long." Amidst the rising panic, a bold reporter broadcasted the news. "Don't panic, everyone. This is Tai City. I suspect this is the work of the god-tier expert who saved our entire city. He might be breaking through his tribulation again." On the awakened forums, intense discussions were blowing up. Coordinates: Tai City. That familiar, overbearing yang energy has appeared again. Did Lord Undertaker just awaken a brand new power? This phenomenon is totally different from before. Hey, the lives of us regular awakened matter too. I was just passing by on a mission and almost got roasted into a wild monkey. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a group was taking a break. Someone reading the news chimed in. "Wow, this Undertaker guy is seriously insane. When will we finally get to brutally slap Country B in the face like that?" A Fong chimed in, visibly annoyed. Yesterday, Country B brought out some so-called great prophet. It sounded like complete BS. What was it? He predicted that Country Xia wouldn't survive the first year of the Aura revival? Hearing this, Than Lai, a complete rookie who had just dipped her toes into the awakened world, asked naively, "That prophet from Country B, could his words actually be true?" Tanlock immediately snapped back. "I spit on that superstitious garbage, monsters and crazy gods. If anyone's gonna collapse, they'll be the first to go down." Despite being scolded, she kept pushing her point. But a lot of terrible things really have been happening in Country Yell lately. A Fong shot her a glaring look. "What the hell is that supposed to mean? Are you a damn spy?" Tanlock was even more ruthless. "Hey, how long exactly have you been awakened? And you're still stuck at the one-star Phantom Realm. You're such a deadbeat noob." Than Lai stubbornly fired back. "So what? Aren't there plenty of one-star Phantom Realm fighters? If it weren't for the Aura revival, do you think trash like you would even have the right to stand here and look down on me?" Her arrogance completely ticked a Fong off. He stepped closer, looking her up and down. "Oh, I get it now. A spoiled little princess who's used to looking down on everyone else. You must be really pissed off about the Aura revival, huh? It doesn't feel too good being treated like garbage, does it? Well, suck it up and accept it. Because in this new world, the only piece of trash here is you." Deep in the desolate mountains, Thanj Li threw a total tantrum, lashing out at her teammates. "Hilarious! What kind of power do you guys even have? If you stood in front of the Undertaker, you'd be bowing and scraping just like the rest of them. If you want to mock me, go become a powerhouse like him first." A Fong caught the underlying implication. "Wait a minute. Don't tell me you actually want to team up with the Undertaker? Hearing that, she flinched. Seeing her guilty, flustered expression, a Fong burst into roaring laughter. Ha 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 ha! You think you're worthy? I've never even heard of the Undertaker teaming up with anyone. Tanlock clenched his fist and pointed his thumb at the dirt in utter contempt. You're kicked out of the party. Now get lost and go find your precious Undertaker. With that, they grabbed their gear and walked away. Than Lai panicked. Wait, I did the mission with you guys. You have to give me my share of the loot. A Fong glanced back over his shoulder, glaring at her. You still want a reward? You're lucky we're not charging you protection fees. He violently punched the air. Get the hell out of my sight! A powerful blast of wind attribute energy smashed right into Than Lai's stomach, sending her flying backward. She hunched over, clutching her stomach in agonizing pain. You bastards! Her face twisted in a mix of fury and pain. Just you wait! Back on social media, a trending post was grabbing everyone's attention. Shocking statement from Country B's great prophet. Will Country Shia, the #1 superpower of the Blue Star, really fail to survive the first year of the Aura revival? What is Country B's true motive? Rational discussion. Should we temporarily ban all topics related to Country B? Meanwhile, at the Aura Association in Tai City, Phuong Ditch stood with his arms crossed, staring at the computer screen. Is this prophecy really having that big of an impact on our awakened? The president gave a slight nod. Yes, that's exactly why we need you to speak up, using your government-verified Undertaker account. To prevent anyone from tracking your real identity, we had no choice but to invite you here in person. Than Huan chimed in to elaborate. Country B is notorious for weaponizing public opinion and manipulating the masses. Even before the Aura revival, they pulled these dirty tricks all the time. It's all designed to shake our people's morale, strip away our peace of mind, and sabotage our cultivation progress. The president looked at Phuong Dick and continued. Exactly. Word got out in Country Xia that your power is on par with an anomaly king, so they can't just sit still anymore. Country B will never let us cultivate in peace and keep growing stronger. Rumor has it that Country B was pulling the strings behind that near catastrophe in Divine City a while back. Hearing this, Phuong Ditch stroked his chin deep in thought. But their overall strength is much weaker than ours. If they can actually control natural disasters, why haven't they made a direct move? The president shook his head. We're completely in the dark on that one. According to every nation's projections, that disaster was originally supposed to hit Country B, yet somehow it almost spawned right in Divine City, nearly costing us Elder Ngo and a massive squad of our elites. Phuong Ditch finally understood. His fingers began flying across the keyboard. Yeah, I admit I hadn't thought about it from that angle. With a final clack, he slammed the enter key, blasting his message across social media. An official post instantly popped up on his account. The Undertaker. The Apocalypse's descent can't even keep up with how fast I break through. Countless awakened who monitored Phuong Ditch's every move saw it immediately. The comment section exploded within seconds. Is the Undertaker about to break through again? Don't tell me he's aiming for the Diamond Realm. That kind of progress is absolutely terrifying. The god of Country Xia stands alone at the absolute peak of this new era of Aura revival. But amidst the hype, a more timid voice chimed in. Hold on a second, hasn't anyone noticed? That descent of hell the prophecy talked about? Didn't that already happen in Moon City? Phuong Ditch's thought process was incredibly straightforward. Right now, there was no need for a massive speech, nor was there any need to verbally attack Country B. Simply using the most blunt method to show off his pure strength was more than enough. Beneath his post, living witnesses started flooding the comments. I'm a survivor from Moon City. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. The Undertaker summoned the 100 ghosts of the underworld to rip the King of Death to shreds, completely obliterating it. Another person replied in shock. What the hell? The Undertaker did that? Someone else openly mocked Country B. What the hell is that pathetic little Country B even predicting? They better pray our god doesn't beat them into crying for their mommies. Die-hard fans also swarmed in. Boss Undertaker, I'm your biggest fan. Could you please just reply to me once? I swear I'll print it out and stick it on my tombstone for my descendants to worship. Meanwhile, at Country B's Mishinchi Pike's Information Control Center, a man was furiously screaming his lungs out. This damn Undertaker is an absolute menace. How is his influence this utterly terrifying? Do we still not have any data on his real identity? You people are completely useless. The man screaming was Mar, a cyber data expert and one of Country B's awakened. The old man exploded in anger. If you don't find this guy, your careers in this industry are over. No one is going to ruin our plans. Meanwhile, back with Puong Ditch, seeing the positive reactions online, he figured things would finally cool down for a while. The chairman let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, I really can't thank you enough. Just then, an assistant rushed in to report. Sir Undertaker, a message from headquarters. In the western region of Xia Nation, two incredibly powerful attributes have merged, creating a brand new forbidden zone. The Xia military has already locked down the area. Huang Ditch looked at him, his curiosity piqued. What kind of attributes? The assistant quickly replied, it's a mix of yang and dark attributes. Because of that, it's insanely dangerous, but it might also hide an incredible opportunity. This intel was given to us in secret by the Sea Mystic from headquarters. If you're interested, sir, we can head out first thing tomorrow morning. Huang Ditch agreed without a second thought. All right, let's do it. Inwardly, he was thrilled. This was the perfect chance to test out his two brand new abilities. Over in the western part of Xia Nation, just outside the newly formed Netherglow Black Sun Forbidden Zone, a massive, terrifying vortex tore through the sky. Down below, heavily armored military vehicles steadily approached the perimeter. As the convoy came to a halt, a slender figure pushed open the door and stepped out, followed by a firm, confident footstep that instantly put everyone at ease. Taking in the chaotic scene, Phuong Ditch turned to Jia Lam. No wonder you guys sent a whole squad to escort me, complete with real-time surveillance. Jia Lam gave a grim nod. Exactly. That storm of black rain and wind is the Netherglow Zone's natural barrier. We can't get inside unless we tear it down first. The howling wind whipped through Phuong Ditch's jet black hair, but his expression remained perfectly calm, as if he already knew exactly what to do. The raging storm had condensed into a razor-thin barrier. Watching Phuong Ditch step forward, Jia Lam called out to him. Inside, the yang and dark attributes are locked in a violent clash. The energy waves are twisted and the climate is completely unpredictable. Are you ready for this, Undertaker? Outside the Netherglow Forbidden Zone, the colossal hurricane blocked out the sun, plunging the entire area into pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, two more military vehicles roared onto the scene from behind. Phuong Ditch raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jia Lam quickly stepped in to introduce the newcomers. These are the elite vanguards, handpicked by the headquarters of God City and Sea City. She made it clear to him. Just like you, they're both at the 3-star spirit creation realm. They're top-tier prodigies expected to break through to the Diamond Realm, with flawless track records in clearing forbidden zones and handling anomalies. A mild-mannered young man smiled warmly and stepped forward. Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Jia Lam, and this must be the famous Undertaker captain from Tai City. I'm Vuong Lam, the new captain from Sea City, 3-star spirit creation realm, water attribute vanguard, and the guy next to me is Tong Hat Min. He's a dual attribute user of wind and fire. Super strong, an elite vanguard straight from God City. Also at the 3-star spirit creation realm, Not Min had a much colder vibe. Slung across his back was a massive broadsword. Yeah, nice to meet you all, he muttered dismissively. Jia Lam took charge again. All right, everyone is up to speed on the Netherglow Forbidden Zone. From here on, it's on you. Use your own abilities to break through the dark storm barrier and make your way inside. Meanwhile, Phuong Ditch stood perfectly still, feeling their intense gazes boring into his back. He thought to himself, why do these two keep staring at me? Seeing that nobody was making a move, Not Min decided to steal the spotlight. He let out a cold, arrogant scoff and slowly drew the massive blade from his back. Since everyone's being shy, I'll go first, he declared, his spiritual energy surging to life. The truth was, half the reason Not Min accepted this mission from the old geezers at headquarters was to scope out this so-called Undertaker. Rumor had it that the guy possessed the ultra-rare Yang attribute and had even stolen a dark attribute power during the Moon City disaster just a few days ago. Wrapping himself in his wind and fire attributes, Not Min effortlessly hovered into the air. In his mind, he had it all calculated. By combining his pure fire attribute with his wind mastery, He could push the destructive power of his flames to the absolute limit. Brimming with confidence, he charged straight at the roaring tornado. With power like this, how could I possibly be any weaker than his precious Yang attribute? Down below, Jia Lam watched him go, remarking, Tong Hat Min really lives up to his title as the dual attribute genius of headquarters. A faint smile crossed her lips. He's truly pushed both of his elements to their peak. That dark storm barrier is notoriously hard to shatter, mostly because we still don't understand how the dark attribute inside managed to condense and replicate such a violently extreme climate. But for Tong Hat Min, it was child's play. In the blink of an eye, his flaming blade carved open a pathway just wide enough for a single person to slip through. Seeing his teammate pull it off, Vuong Lam decided it was his turn. Well then, I guess I'm up next. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned an elegant, shimmering blue water umbrella into his hand. At first glance, Vuong Lam's waterform technique didn't look like it had any offensive power at all. Calmly popping the umbrella open, he took a leisurely stroll straight into the raging storm. Jia Lam explained the trick behind it. Don't let it fool you. As his cultivation realm grew, his defensive abilities evolved to an absolute masterclass level. True to her words, the umbrella effortlessly sheared through the dark storm's heavy defenses. As Vuong Lam pressed forward, the water umbrella parted the chaos, creating a narrow, safe corridor. Once he was safely inside the zone, he flicked his wrist, dismissing the umbrella with a sigh. Man, this dark energy climate is no joke. If I was just a fresh 3-star spirit creation user, I wouldn't have even been able to hold my umbrella. I'd have died right there. Shaking off the chill, he looked up to survey the world inside the barrier. Whoa, incredible, he gasped. Are the yang and dark attributes actually fusing and coexisting together? Floating right in the dead center of the massive vortex was a tiny, spinning sun, simultaneously radiating blinding yang energy and suffocating dark energy. Not Min glanced over at Vuong Lam, his voice tight. I'm not really feeling much from the yang attribute, but this dark energy, it's bone-chilling. It's aggressively rejecting our human bodies. Forget about conquering this place, just surviving without getting corrupted is going to be a struggle. Vuong Lam felt the thick air around them, frowning slightly. Maybe it's because you're a fire user, so your body naturally accepts the yang attribute better. He continued, I definitely felt some heavy resistance when I pushed through that dark storm. It makes you wonder about all those wild rumors surrounding the Undertaker, huh? Not Min smirked, his curiosity piqued. Yeah, I really want to see just how strong that guy actually is. But right as they were talking, a blinding wave of pure yang spiritual energy violently erupted behind them. Boom! Watch out! Not Min roared. He and Vuong Lam scrambled backward, barely dodging the devastating blast. Once the dust settled, Vuong Lam realized what he was looking at. It was pure yang energy. That single strike had utterly obliterated the impenetrable dark storm barrier. Phuong Ditch strolled casually through the gaping hole, leading Jia Lam right behind him. Oh, my bad. Did I keep you guys waiting? Seeing Phuong Ditch's totally unfazed expression after delivering such an earth-shattering sword strike, Jia Lam trailed behind him, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Not Min finally snapped out of his shock. He stared at Phuong Ditch, his eyes wide. Did you just do that? Behind them, the massive hole in the barrier remained completely blasted open, unable to regenerate itself at all. Phuong Ditch just shrugged. Yep, that was me. Not Min practically stammered. How the hell did you do that? That dark storm barrier. It's just stuck open. It's not regenerating at all. Phuong Ditch gave a casual wave of his hand. It's actually super simple. You just have to hit it with a yang attribute that's vastly stronger and higher in quality than the dark attribute making up the storm. Just completely suppress it. Sure, it burns through a ton of spiritual energy, but the yang attribute naturally hard counters the dark attribute. As long as your mana pool is deep enough, you can keep the tunnel open for a decent chunk of time. He sighed. It's a bit of a shame, really. I could have brought a whole squad of vanguards in here, but for safety reasons, I only brought Jia Lam for now. Hearing this absolute flex, Not Min was completely speechless, silently cursing the guy in his head. Simple! This lunatic actually thinks doing something like that is simple? Even the usually calm Vuong Lam was dumbfounded. Is this monster really in the same realm as us? He thought, sweating. It's easy to say, but to actually pull that off, you'd need the raw power of a top-tier powerhouse like Elder No. Behind them, Gia Lam just chuckled to herself. I'm totally used to it by now. Every single Genius Vanguard has to experience this kind of reality check when they meet him. Seeing the stunned silence of his new peers, Phuong Dich was highly satisfied with his little show of dominance. He flashed a smug, knowing smile. Suddenly, an automated system alarm blared loudly. Warning! Contamination source detected. Dark anomaly values fluctuating heavily. An A-rank anomaly has spawned. At the exact same moment, the ground beneath their feet began to violently quake. Feeling the oppressive aura hanging in the air, Notman wasn't too worried. Is it just an A-rank anomaly? Since it's a dark attribute monster, this is a perfect chance to test my skills. Without missing a beat, the squad, with Phuong Dich taking the lead, dashed deeper into the chaotic zone. But abruptly, a group of 3 strange figures materialized right in front of them. Judging by their bizarre outfits, Phuong Dich narrowed his eyes. Wait, are these guys from B Nation? Gia Lam spotted the intruders too, her expression immediately twisting into shock and rising anger. Hold on, how did someone else get in here? That strange fluctuation just now. Did they destroy the anomaly? Were there any other Awakeners authorized to enter today? It's highly likely they're illegal trespassers. The 4 of them stopped in their tracks. Wang Lam called out, Who are you? How did you get in here? Among the trio of intruders, the blonde leader was named Min Hui. He arrogantly introduced himself. As you can see, Awakeners of the Xia Nation, we are from Country B, here for a trial. Not Min furiously shot back. A trial? This is Xia Nation territory. You can't just barge into another country's restricted zone for a trial without authorization. Gia Lam stepped forward, trying to reason with them. This land belongs to the Xia Nation. What you're doing is an illegal border crossing. Leave immediately. But the trespasser, Min Hui, had absolutely no intention of leaving. People of Xia, the times have changed. He spread his arms as if declaring his dominance. If your people won't step up to claim the resources and seize the initiative, we certainly won't let them go to waste. We are stronger than you. The fortunes hidden here will be ours. This is simply the natural order. Phuong Dich patted Gia Lam's shoulder to reassure her, then stepped forward with a soft scoff. So, you're saying only the strong get to claim the fortunes here, right? He quietly sized up the 3 men in front of him. Right then, Phuong Dich could sense that these 3 were hiding their true auras. Their cultivation realms were even higher than Gia Lam and Tong Hat Min's, which explained their sheer arrogance. For Country B to let their most elite awakeners sneak into a major restricted zone of the Xia Nation. Were they trying to start an outright war? Regardless of their actual strength, he confidently stood his ground to drive them out. In that case, get the hell out of here. Behind him, Gia Lam immediately reported back to headquarters. We've spotted 3 illegal border crossers from Country B in the northwest sector of the restricted zone. We are proceeding with immediate expulsion. Please stay on high alert. At the same time, Wang Lam and Hat Min shifted into combat stances. The intruders, however, were overflowing with confidence. Min Ha burst into laughter, unleashing his spiritual attribute. Refusing the easy way out and choosing death, I see. Seeing his spiritual attribute, both Notman and Wang Lam were horrified. A dark attribute awakener? The trespasser smirked with overbearing pride. A dark attribute domain. This is my home turf. Gia Lam froze. Her sharp eyes quickly realized what it was. Nether poison, born from decaying corpses, a mutated branch of the dark attribute. Wang Lam instantly went on high alert. What the hell are they planning? The moment he spoke, Gia Lam noticed her radio acting up. This is bad. They've destroyed all our communication and surveillance equipment. Phuong Dich immediately understood their intention. They were going to kill them to silence them. Hot-headed Notman gripped his blade and charged forward. Why are we just standing here waiting for him to attack? Strike first. If we can't absorb his dark attribute, we destroy it. Wang Lam tried to stop him. Hey, wait! But it was too late. Notman slashed out a massive fireball, sending it roaring straight toward the arrogant intruder. However, the unexpected happened. The enemy's nether poison effortlessly swallowed the fireball. With a deafening boom, the fireball was deflected upward and exploded, leaving the enemy completely unharmed. Natmin stared in shock. What? But it didn't stop there. The nether poison kept spreading forward like creeping shadows. Jia Lam yelled out a warning. Incoming! Vuong Lam immediately deployed his water shield, forming a barrier to protect the team. Everyone, watch out! At this moment, Phuong Dich remained the calmest of them all, secretly plotting his next move. A monstrous hand made of nether poison violently tore right through Vuong Lam's water defense. He panicked. My shield! Just then, Phuong Dich gripped his sword and stepped up, coldly barking at his team. Get back! He swung his sword forward, instantly shattering the giant poison hand. Min Hui was utterly stunned, never expecting someone to actually break his attack. Several more nether poison hands formed behind Min Hui, looking like grotesque spider legs. He sneered, a fire attribute awakener from the Xia Nation? You won't be so lucky next time. Take a look at your teammates. They look even more pathetic than you do. Hearing Min Hui's smug taunt, Phuong Dich turned his head to look behind him, just as Min Hui, said, Jia Lam, Vuong Lam, and Hot Min were completely surrounded by the nether poison, their spiritual energy being constantly drained. Jia Lam realized this man had been hiding his true strength. He was at least a 2-star Diamond Realm cultivator or higher. Natmin cursed through his teeth. Damn it, you cowardly bastard! Seeing them pushed into a corner, Min Hui let out a maniacal laugh. Meanwhile, outside the restricted zone, an analyst reported, the Dark Storm barrier has been sealed. The chances of us breaking it from the outside are extremely low. Someone issued an urgent command. Send a warning to headquarters. Unidentified awakeners from Country B have infiltrated our borders restricted zone and launched an unprovoked attack on our forces. Huang Fong turned to look behind him. Did we save the footage right before the comms went down? The secretary behind him confirmed, it's all been saved to the mainframe. Just to be safe, I also made a backup. She brought her laptop forward, pointing at the person in the video as she briefed them. I never expected the rumors of Country B having a dark attribute user to be true, though he hasn't fully mastered it. Based on the video analysis, his power seems to be just a minor branch of the dark attribute. Even so, the destructive power is massive. Once struck, the wounds are entirely unhealable. She added, there have been rumors that Country B has been conducting brutal experiments on awakeners. The man in this footage is highly likely one of their twisted results. Meanwhile, back inside the Dark Storm barrier, Min Hui continued his rant. Your teammates have already been corroded by my nether poison. It won't be long before their bodies rot away, and they die a gruesome death. Their spiritual energy will become the very nutrients that feed me. He glared at Phuong Dich. As for you, you're coming with me back to the glorious Country B. Min Hui lunged forward, his eyes glowing blood red. And then you'll become a part of me. Ha 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 ha. Jia Lam struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Spiritual pressure of this level. The person Country B sent is one of their absolute peak powerhouses. Trapped and suffocating, Natmin furrowed his brows and yelled, What the hell are you doing? Fight back. Do you want us all to die here? Phuong Dich activated his Golden Sun aura, staring coldly at his opponent. A 2-star Diamond Realm? I was wondering just how strong Country B's awakeners really were. As a dark attribute user, haven't you realized something yet? A radiant yang attribute, blazing like the midday sun, violently shattered Min Hui's nether poison. Your pathetic poison has absolutely zero effect on me. The man froze, clearly having completely overlooked this fact. What did you just say? Right then, Phuong Dich curled his lips into a faint smirk and activated his system. System notification. You have deployed the enhanced Yang attribute Tomb Fire domain. Almost instantly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. The two lackeys following Min Hui were instantly struck by Phuong Dich's twin blasts, dropping dead on the spot. Min Hui snapped his head around. He was now completely alone. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. You useless trash! I can't believe you got wiped out that easily! Phuong Dich shot up into the air. Aren't you going to save them? They're on the verge of death, you know. Min Hui raised his arms high, gathering energy into the nether poison orb above his head. Ha 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 ha! You arrogant fool! No human can ever escape the power of my nether poison. Phuong Dich charged forward, sword in hand, blazing with the scorching heat of the yang attribute. It wasn't until he closed the distance that Min Hui finally realized. Wait, no, is this the yang attribute? Since when did the Jia Nation have a yang attribute user? While he stood there completely stunned, Huangdich was already right in front of him, unleashing the heavenly fire slash. The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed out. Min Hui barely had a chance to react. Even with his body sliced clean in half, he somehow wasn't dead yet. Pure terror consumed him. How could anyone possess a power so close to that of an anomaly king? Impossible. A thick black smoke started pouring out from the two severed halves of Min Hui's body. The gruesome sight left Not Min and Vuong Lam completely paralyzed with shock. Hovering in the air, Min Hui coughed up mouthfuls of black blood. Yet, his body didn't plummet to the ground. Instead, the massive wound was slowly knitting itself back together. Standing off to the side, Huangdich silently watched, noticing the bizarre phenomenon. A crackling sound filled the air as the black smoke acted like an adhesive, binding his flesh. Min Hui smirked triumphantly. The dark attribute in this place is practically overflowing. You can't kill me here. Seeing the bastard actually smiling as his body stitched itself back together, Not Min was horrified. He's actually still alive? Watching the dark energy flood into Min Hui's body like a tidal wave, Jia Lam spoke up. He came here specifically for the dark attribute. Huangdich didn't even bother stopping him, simply offering a cold critique. You really think absorbing the dark attribute is going to heal you? What a joke. Your nether poison is pathetically weak. Trying to use pure dark energy to regenerate yourself? The conversion rate is garbage. He narrowed his eyes, utterly unimpressed. I don't even need to use my newly mastered ultimate move on you. Is this really all a top-tier powerhouse from Nation B can do? The moment those words left his mouth, Min Hui realized something was horribly wrong. Panic seized him. No! Wait, what's happening? He began trembling violently as a deep sense of dread flooded every nerve in his body. Is something suppressing my nether poison? Why isn't it healing me anymore? Why? Huangdich was too lazy to listen to his whining. He casually raised two fingers and snapped. With a sharp click, he turned his back. Instantly, Min Hui's body exploded into a bloody firework against the sky. Huangdich touched down lightly on the ground, without a single speck of dust on his clothes. Down below, Min Hui's two lackeys were already dead. Well, that's taken care of, he said casually. He then reached his hand out toward Not Min and Vuong Lam, making both of them flinch in surprise. They thought Huangdich was about to silence them forever. Instead, a few gentle sparks of lightning coursed through their bodies, quickly shattering the lingering nether poison in their systems. As the lightning receded, Vuong Lam gasped in shock. Not Min joyfully stretched his limbs as Huangdich explained, just clearing out the dark attribute in your bodies. He then placed a hand on Jia Lam's shoulder, sending a current through her as well. She smiled warmly. To think you could slaughter a Diamond Realm pioneer from Nation B so effortlessly. It seems I completely underestimated how fast you're growing. Huangdich scoffed dismissively. They're just trash. Honestly, I'm questioning their actual combat power. He said calmly, that Diamond Realm guy just now definitely didn't break through naturally. His spiritual energy was an absolute mess. Plus, they managed to infiltrate the Xia Nation, yet they didn't even know we had a Yang attribute pioneer. Jia Lam shared his suspicion. I'm not sure why your existence slipped past their radar either, but there's a rumor that's always been circulating internally among us. The abnormal disaster that almost destroyed Lamthon City years ago. Elder Nyo supposedly used his own body to block it. That disaster was originally supposed to strike Nation B. It sounds totally unbelievable, and we don't have any solid proof. Hearing this, Huangdich fell deep into thought. Is that so? I don't think that rumor is an exaggeration, he analyzed. Elder Ngo is the absolute pillar of the Xia Nation, making him a prime target, and Nation B has always been at our throats. If that's true, then I guess I accidentally did a good deed today. Consider it revenge for Elder Ngo. Not Min gazed at Huangdich like a hardcore fanboy. Man, I was so blind before. From today on, I'm hanging a poster of The Undertaker right above my bed. It'll motivate me to train harder, so maybe one day I'll be worthy of his attention. Phuong Lam was utterly speechless. Bro, did that Yang attribute fry your brain or something? Phuong Dich started walking forward, turning his head back to instruct them. Even though I cleared out the dark attribute with your current condition, you guys shouldn't push into the core area of the Forbidden Zone. He even took charge of military personnel like Jia Lam. You lead them back, or maybe just practice out here in the outer perimeter. As for himself, Phuong Dich made his goal very clear. I'm going to see what's really hiding at the center of the Netherfire Forbidden Zone. Leaving his comrades behind, Phuong Dich ventured deep into the core of the restricted area completely alone. Seeing him just casually stroll right in, Tong Nhat Min couldn't help but ask, He's really just walking in there like that? Standing beside him, Phuong Lam turned to Jia Lam and asked, Sister Jia Lam, if it were the three of us going in, what do you think our odds of survival would be? Hearing that, Jia Lam just narrowed her eyes. She recalled the image of Phuong Dich casually sitting in his chair, laughing as he asked, Do you guys seriously still need me to babysit you? Snapping out of her thoughts, Jia Lam sighed. I used to be considered the only candidate to succeed Elder Ngo, but the moment the Undertaker arrived, I was instantly pushed to the sidelines. Sure, we could probably survive walking into the core zone, but trying to absorb those extreme attributes in there, that's pure delusion. Hearing Jia Lam say something so defeatist, Nhat Min and Phuong Lam's faces instantly changed. They thought to themselves, are we imagining things? How did our hardcore boss lady suddenly get so humbled? Meanwhile, over at the path leading into the core zone, the massive tornado suddenly began acting violently, unleashing a continuous, deafening howl. Tong Nhat Min noticed it immediately. He snapped his head toward the storm and yelled, What the hell is going on in there? Sensing the danger, Jia Lam immediately barked a warning. Take cover now! Without a second thought, she threw up a massive energy shield to block the devastating shockwaves tearing out from the dark vortex. The exact second the dark energy slammed into her shield, a catastrophic explosion erupted. The sheer force of the blast was so massive that it violently threw all three of them into the air. Tong Nhat Min screamed at the top of his lungs, Holy crap! Everything around them was caught in the terrifying shockwave, getting ripped apart and scattered in every direction. The explosion was absolutely devastating, leaving total destruction in its wake. After being hurled away, Jia Lam, Nhat Min, and Phuong Lam barely managed to stabilize themselves before Nhat Min gasped in awe. So this is the true face of the Netherfire core zone. Just like the satellite images showed, towering right in front of them was a colossal pillar, and right at its peak formed the shape of a terrifying pitch-black eye. A suffocating aura of dark energy swirled ominously around it. Nhat Min swallowed hard, continuing, It looks just like the eye of some ancient god. As Jia Lam scanned the terrifying scene, she squinted, then suddenly yelled, Guys, look, isn't that Phuong Dich? High up in the air, Phuong Dich was casually hovering, completely surrounded by a violent maelstrom of dark energy. Phuong Dich simply raised his hand, and an orb of pure dark energy instantly materialized above his palm. He stared at it, thinking to himself, How bizarre. He slowly clenched his hand into a fist, his mind racing. He could clearly feel two extreme attributes, complete opposites of one another, somehow merging and mutating into an entirely new type of spiritual energy. What's more, it seemed like they only started transforming the moment he touched them. Right at that exact second, the two chaotic orbs, one radiating pure darkness, the other blazing with yang energy, suddenly slammed together, merging into one. His system instantly popped up with an urgent notification. Warning, world-altering anomaly detected. Initial scan confirms the presence of both yang and dark attributes. Manhwa, attribute fusion in progress, detecting an entirely unknown, newly generated attribute. New attribute successfully formed. Up in the sky, the violently clashing orb in Phuong Dich's hand had completely, flawlessly fused together. A system notification chimed in. Data collection and recording have automatically begun. The sphere in his hand was still unleashing all of its dark power. Both the radiant and dark energies were now surging right into Phuong Dich's body. You have acquired a new cultivation technique, the soul-piercing eye art. After absorbing the power, a mark resembling a third eye suddenly materialized right on Fuang Dich's forehead. The system sent another notification. Soul-piercing eye art. Ever-changing, all is illusion. Reality and illusion intertwine. From hopelessness comes rebirth. Outside, the inspection team noticed that the dark energy had completely vanished. Someone yelled out, "The dark energy inside the black hole. It's been completely sucked dry." Standing below, Tong Hot Min looked up at the scene and muttered, "The dark and radiant energies. They've actually merged?" In his mind, he couldn't help but wonder, just what kind of monster is this guy? Staring at the residual merged energy lingering in the air, Jia Lam seemed to be deep in thought. She then turned and asked Hot Min and Vuong Lam, "How do you guys feel?" Vuong Lam and Hot Min took turns feeling the abundant spiritual energy surging within them. Vuong Lam spoke up. "This is a completely new type of spiritual energy. Its power seems absolutely terrifying, yet it doesn't give me that sickening chill, that primal rejection we normally feel from pure dark attributes. We should give it a try too." Hearing that, Jia Lam clenched her fists, her eyes burning with determination as she said, "There is no time to lose. Let's start cultivating right now." Immediately, the three of them sat cross-legged on the ground and began their cultivation. Hat Min thrust his sword into the ground and remarked, "Even absorbing just a tiny bit of this is a blessing." The scene shifted outside the Forbidden Zone, where a task force member observing through binoculars exclaimed, "These readings are insane. Even an anomaly king would only be at this level." The person checking the inner perimeter on a tablet spoke up. "Hold on." The guys from Country B seemed to have disappeared. Suddenly, he frowned and raised his voice. Could it be that the Undertaker took out those pioneers from Country B? We all heard the lesson the Undertaker taught the Spirit Chi Association back in Thuong City. The person next to him clenched his fists and said, "They got exactly what they deserved. Thank God we secured evidence of Country B's actions." The two of them hurriedly ran toward their transport vehicle, shouting, "I'll contact headquarters immediately to start all the diplomatic protocols. It's highly likely Country B will launch an attack." The other guy agreed. "You are absolutely right. This evidence must be hand-delivered to the higher-ups. This video will definitely give us the upper hand in our confrontation with Country B. We have to do our part to secure a dominant position for the Ha Nation." The scene then shifted to a crowded meeting room. This was the highest-level military command center in Country B. A man stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and roared, "What the hell is going on? Didn't we send in our strongest pioneer?" This furious man was the mastermind of Country B. His name was Khan. He continued shouting, "How could he just disappear? Before the operation, didn't you people guarantee me success?" Sitting not too far away was a silver-haired man named Gray. He finally spoke up. "Sir, we can't exactly call this a disappearance. It is a fatality." Resting his chin on his hands, he frowned and continued, "Our pioneer squad suffered heavy casualties. They were brutally wiped out by those cunning rats from the Ha Nation." Hearing this, Khan exploded in a fit of rage and screamed. Wasn't he supposed to be the absolute strongest? And yet, he lost to the Ha Nation in such a baffling way. "The entire force was wiped out. You owe me the benefits I rightfully deserve. I want everything the Ha Nation has. If not, I will pull every single cent of your funding." Hearing the old man's words, Gray calmly replied, "We will definitely avenge this grudge against the Ha Nation. I swear I will make them pay a heavy price." But as he said this, he suddenly stood up. A terrifying surge of power erupted from him, putting everyone in the room on edge as he continued, "Even though I am a citizen of Country B, a nation filled with pride, I am also a pioneer. Unlike the mindless dogs you keep on a leash, I absolutely despise being threatened. I highly suggest you remember that." Seeing this, the bodyguards cautiously stepped in front of Kan to shield him. Despite his boiling anger, the old man could only grit his teeth in silence. As Gray turned to leave, Lapapax and McCann yelled out a threat. "I am calling the leaders of the Ha Nation right now. You better find a way to teach them a lesson." Gray remained completely silent as he and his subordinates left the room. While walking down the hall, he asked, "What are the results?" His subordinate immediately replied, "Sir, we literally cannot enter the Ha Nation's Forbidden Zone right now, nor can we pinpoint the exact location where the second young master disappeared. The precision tracking device planted inside his body has most likely been destroyed. we can rule out the possibility of it just being jammed by the massive energy fluctuations in the Minghuin Forbidden Zone. Hearing this, Gray clenched his jaw, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he thought to himself, Han Nation, you just wait. The scene cut back to the center of the Minghuin Forbidden Zone. Puong Dich was still hovering in midair, steadily absorbing both the dark and radiant powers. The swirling energy condensed into a distinct mark on his forehead. With his eyes closed, Puong Dich thought to himself, the soul-piercing eye art is an illusion technique capable of dragging any living creature into an abyss of absolute despair. The most direct application of this is that I don't even need to lift a finger. I can just trap my enemies in an illusion and mentally break them until they die. Isn't that just incredibly convenient? Having fully integrated the soul-piercing eye art, Puong Dich finally touched down on the ground. But suddenly, a dizzying wave of vertigo hit him hard. Puong Dich immediately dropped to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Looking at his blood-stained hand, he couldn't help but think, this dark energy is seriously tyrannical. Even after merging into a completely new attribute, and even after I've made it my own, it still triggers a backlash to test me. However, a fierce glint sparked in Puong Dich's eyes. He smirked and chuckled. Interesting. Come to think of it, it has been a really long time since I've faced a challenge like this. Meanwhile, over at the Pioneer Alliance in Country B, the Pioneers were engaged in a heated discussion in their meeting room. Did our experiment really succeed? The nation's top powerhouse, our ultimate weapon, actually lost to the Ha Nation? I just can't believe it. We control the dark attribute that humans supposedly can't master. We should be able to completely crush pioneers all over the world. Or could it be because of the side effects? Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Gray strode in arrogantly and demanded, who was just in here running their mouth about the Great Gamma Project? His face was terrifyingly dark, radiating an aura that suppressed everyone in the room. His subordinates immediately seized the opportunity to rush in and lock down the entire room. Sounds like someone has a problem with it, huh? The alliance leader of Country B's Pioneers Gray shot an icy glare at one of the men sitting there and coldly declared, then offer up your body as a test subject. His henchmen immediately dragged the unfortunate guy out as he desperately begged. No, don't take me. I don't want to be a lab rat. Please, leader, spare me. Another person in the room panicked, trembling as he asked, leader, is this matter really set in stone? Gray clenched his fist and asserted, that foolish mastermind can't get anything done. I will personally take action and terrorize the Ha Nation. He continued with absolute confidence. And not only that, I will make sure every single country in the world witnesses it with their own eyes. The scene then shifted to another location. In the Supreme Assembly Hall of the Blue Planet United Nations, national representatives were in the middle of a summit. One person took the floor, stating, the Ha Nation has truly crossed the line this time. The envoy of the E-Federation and the envoy of Country A were both present. The E-Federation envoy even had a speech prepared. We, representing the Blue Planet United Nations, strongly condemn the Ha Nation for murdering a crucial pioneer from another country. With a global catastrophe looming right before our eyes, nations should not be slaughtering one another. Suddenly, a roaring burst of laughter echoed from the back, coming right through the main doors and silencing the entire assembly hall. Ha 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 ha. Good kill. Elder Wu, a master at the third stage of the Vajra realm, a military commissioner and the head of the Sia Nation Spirit Zone, walked into the room. He spoke up. Why are you all still drinking spring water? It's hardly sanitary in this day and age. He shot a glance at his subordinate, silently ordering them to swap it out for chrysanthemum tea to help everyone cool off. One of the envoys in the room cowered slightly under Elder Wu's imposing aura. It's you. We haven't heard from you in a long time. Gray stepped forward as well, his expression darkening at the sight of Elder Wu. It has been a while, Senior, but this isn't the time to catch up. The major nations have already reached an agreement. Now that spiritual energy has awakened, we do not interfere with one another, nor do we fight. He pressed on. Yet, a grandmaster from our nation has vanished within your borders. No matter how you spin it, the Xi nation owes us an explanation. Inwardly, though, Gray was panicking. Wasn't his time supposed to be up? How is he still alive? Hearing this, Elder Wu flew into a rage. Golden light erupted from his body as he roared, "An explanation? Ha! Who the hell are you to demand an explanation from me?" As he spoke, his golden aura expanded, suffocating the others in the room. It is crystal clear that your vanguard struck first, the guilty playing the victim. How typical of your nation. Unable to withstand the crushing pressure, some murmured to themselves, "Elder Wu has always been so mild-mannered. Why is he being so ruthless today?" Despite being suppressed, Gray gritted his teeth and fired back. "Ha! Words mean nothing without proof. Do you have any evidence?" His internal panic deepened. Just what exactly happened in the Xia Nation while we weren't looking? If their one and only third-stage Vajra Master has returned to his peak, then our entire plan... Elder Wu grabbed a remote and flicked on the projector. "You want proof? Then I'll show everyone your precious proof. Let me be clear. Nation B's vanguard sneaked across our borders, scheming to steal our resources." The screen instantly lit up, displaying footage of Ming Hui and his men. They even smashed the surveillance cameras before launching an unprovoked attack, only to be slaughtered by our own vanguard. "I'll say it again," Elder Wu sneered. "They got exactly what they deserved. Scum like them should be wiped off the face of the earth." The envoys in the room were absolutely stunned. Once the footage ended, Elder Wu crossed his arms, his killing intent suffocating as he warned Gray. "I'll leave your nation with an old saying of ours. What goes around comes around. Let everyone here bear witness. If any vanguard from another nation dares to scheme for the Xia Nation's resources, Shikain Ixnin toss. This will be their exact fate." Elder Wu finished, turning on his heel to leave. Behind him, an enraged Gray refused to back down, secretly channeling his powers into his hands. Gray unleashed his technique, commanding his traceless phantom spell to lock onto his target. Streaks of eerie green smoke shot toward Elder Wu, but before they could even touch him, the entire spell was violently deflected. The terrifying backlash sent Gray flying across the room. Elder Wu didn't even bother looking back. He merely scoffed, "Ha! Such pathetic skills. Don't embarrass yourself. Go back to Nation B and train a little harder." Gray slammed brutally into the wall, crumpling to the floor. Ah! The others panicked and rushed to his side. "Lord Alliance Leader, somebody, call a doctor." As Elder Wu walked away, he couldn't help but wonder. The burial wind. Just how many more miracles will you bring to the Xia Nation? Meanwhile, far away in the Mingying Forbidden Zone, a massive black vortex was swallowing the sky. Galam looked up at the terrifying energy shockwaves and muttered, "This power is terrifying. The burial wind must be in grave danger." In the center of a vast wasteland stood a solitary figure. His head hung low. It was Fang Yi. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and threw his head back toward the sky. 3 blinding beams of light erupted from his eyes and his forehead. The intense light rapidly expanded, engulfing him completely. Fang Yi let out a deafening roar, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the ground around him. Ah! Ah! As the brilliant light slowly faded, Fang Yi absorbed an entirely new surge of power. The corrupt spirit eye technique had fully merged with him, and his body no longer rejected the darkness attribute. His pupils were now glowing with a deep, eerie purple. Since I've absorbed this new technique, I might as well test it out. Fang Yi snapped his fingers. Corrupt spirit eye technique. Activate. Instantly, countless glowing fragments materialized before him. Fang Yi looked up. Every single fragment contained a different moving image. So, this entire illusion is just a reflection of the past trials I've already survived? How interesting! He stared into one of the fragments, watching a giant spider spew toxic webs to trap its prey. Every single lucky encounter that made me stronger would have been a guaranteed death trap for anyone else. Is this the true power of the corrupt spirit eye technique? The scene within the fragments shifted again, showing a deadly landscape where ice and molten lava clashed. If I combine this with the death seal, it'll feel exactly like falling through 3 layers of hell. In that brief moment, Fang Yi seemed to command the terrifying powers of both ice and fire. Wouldn't that make me even more of a nightmare to face? Suddenly, the sky above was ripped open by the colossal vortex. Streaks of radiant golden energy intertwined with the swirling blackness, creating a bizarre and apocalyptic spectacle. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed as he noticed the change. Terrifying bolts of lightning crackled and flashed in the sky. Feeling the spiritual energy overflowing from his body, he knew he was right on the verge of breaking through to the Vajra realm. Fang Yi stomped down heavily on the shattered earth, a confident smirk on his face as he propelled himself upward. Perfect, just what I was hoping for. A massive blue lightning bolt struck down from the heavens, and a towering phantom forged of golden light materialized right in front of Fang Yi. The two forces charged at each other, violently clashing in midair. The resulting explosion was so massive that the shockwaves reached Galam's team. Galam watched in utter disbelief. Is he seriously trying to break through to the Vajra realm right here, right now? Behind him, Song Yiming was just as dumbfounded. Wait, what? Back on the battlefield, a devastating pillar of energy slammed down from the sky. Yet, Fang Yi simply stood right in the center of the blast, observing his golden opponent. Is that all you've got? His eyes flashed with supreme arrogance. Then it's my turn. He threw his arms wide and roared into the heavens. Boundless dark realm. As his dark power surged, the golden phantom across from him showed zero fear, unleashing its own ultimate move. 100 forged divine thunder. Fang Yi thrust his hand forward, blasting a terrifying bolt of energy straight at the phantom. In response, yet another blinding pillar of light crashed down from the sky. Fang Yi forcefully absorbed the golden streams of energy, compressing them into a glowing ring in his hand as he finally shattered his limits. The breakthrough was complete. He had officially reached the first stage of the Vajra realm. Floating effortlessly in midair, Fang Yi could feel an ocean of new power surging through his veins. To think I would actually break through to the Vajra realm in a place like this? Well, I suppose it's a very welcome surprise. Once he fully stabilized his new Vajra realm powers, he reached out, condensing a brilliant, blinding ring of light in his hand. With a fierce swing, he hurled the ring of energy outward, triggering a massive shockwave that violently ripped through the air. The intense tremors reached all the way to Galam and Song Yiming. Song Yiming gasped. Ah, he actually did it. Galam couldn't help but marvel at the sight. What an absurd amount of spiritual power. The rest of the team was left completely breathless by the sheer might of the attack. This storm is terrifying, one of them muttered. Just what on earth is going on over there? Ah! Caught in the crossfire of Fang Yi's shockwave, an armored vehicle from out of nowhere was sent crashing violently into the rocky ground. Bai Su scrambled out from the wreckage, his face pale with absolute terror. It's completely blown past our maximum monitoring threshold. The scanners overloaded and exploded in a split second. The storm might be hiding the sky inside this forbidden zone, but that golden flash just now, and the final readings before the system fried, I strongly suspect someone just broke through to the next realm. The others who heard him were frozen in pure shock. Wait a minute, are you telling me the burial wind has already broken through to the Vajra realm? They screamed in disbelief. That was an apocalyptic storm. With that many divine lightning bolts striking down, how is he even still alive? Jia Lam's group moved out, standing on a rocky cliff, looking down at the massive circular crater below. In the center of the pit, blinding golden light surged upward, completely obscuring everything inside. The spiritual energy in the Forbidden Zone has been completely drained, Jia Lam assessed. Even if we combined our strength, we couldn't even absorb a fraction of it. The Burial Master took it all. Vuong Lam looked down, sighing in awe. It really is a massive bottomless pit. Jia Lam added, if it weren't for him, this spiritual energy would have been divided up by those filthy bastards from Country B long ago. It's much better that the Burial Master took it all. With that, she and the other two leaped down into the abyss. As they got closer to the edge of the crater, Tong Hot Min suddenly froze in his tracks. He saw the faint silhouette of Puong Ditch stepping out from the blazing golden light. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of caution. Such an overwhelming aura. He's just walking toward us, yet it feels like Mount Tai is pressing down on me. In contrast, Vuong Lam looked incredibly excited. He even pulled out his phone to snap a picture, deciding right then and there to keep it. Using this as my wallpaper might just help me break through to the Heavenly Dipper realm real quick, hey. Tong Hot Min, however, didn't let his guard down. He worriedly thought, just how terrifyingly strong is he now? Puong Ditch's figure became clearer as he approached the group. He walked at a leisurely pace. Greetings, everyone! Someone cried out in absolute excitement. The Vajra realm. He actually did it. Jia Lam looked at him and offered a soft smile. If you could say that when he first tore through the darkness, he was like a divine sword freshly drawn from its sheath, then right now, he is a divine sword shining in absolute brilliance. At the same time, she hid a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Everyone knows just how impossibly vast the gap is from the third stage of the spirit creation realm to the half-step Vajra realm. Yet, in such a short amount of time, he has grown to this terrifying level. But on the other hand, she still held massive expectations for Fu Hongdiche. He really brought us a mind-blowing surprise. This is a true blessing for the Xia nation. She suddenly thought of Elder Wu. His future is bound to be glorious. Perhaps in no time at all, he'll be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with my teacher. No, he might become even stronger. Meanwhile, the news of Fu Hongdiche's breakthrough exploded across all major news feeds. The western coordinates of the Xia nation just sliced through countless bolts of heavenly lightning. The Burial Master has broken through again! Upon seeing the news, everyone else was left completely dumbfounded. Just now, the Minhuin Forbidden Zone, which was ranked as an S-class priority zone, was completely drained bare. Oh my god, if it really is the Burial Master, doesn't that mean our great Xia nation has gained another Vajra realm venerable? The Burial Master is the ultimate big boss. We've got to cling to those powerful thighs. All hail the big boss. Gray also quickly caught wind of the news. He tapped on his screen, looking visibly annoyed. That damn Burial Master again. He calculated the risks. If we just let this Burial Master keep growing, the internal factions of the Xia nation will unite. That will definitely derail the progress of our plans. Gray turned to someone nearby. It is time for us to make a move. The other person nodded in agreement, a sinister look washing over their face. Last time, it was because the Burial Master ruined our perfect setup that Tai City managed to survive. This time, not a single one of them is getting away. A woman pulled out 2 photos intending to uncover the Burial Master's true identity. My followers have successfully hacked into the Pioneer's massive smartphone database. We found these 2 pictures. Gray stared at the tablet, displaying Fu Hongdiche's information. A wicked smile spread across his face. Ha ha, no matter. Whatever methods you use, here is to a successful partnership. Let's rip the mask off this Burial Master. Somewhere else, at 3 a.m., on top of a building in an unnamed city, a pillar of light suddenly crashed down from the sky onto the rooftop. The light beamed directly onto a man enveloped in a glowing red sphere. All those early mornings and late nights of cultivation finally paid off. That man was Kwang Luke, a fire attribute pioneer. He clenched his fists in sheer excitement. Finally, I've reached the 2nd star of the spirit creation realm. Pant, pant. He snatched up his phone, eyes gleaming with anticipation. That breakthrough anomaly just now definitely grabbed a ton of attention. Let's see how much everyone is worshipping me. But Kwang Luke's gaze abruptly stopped at the breaking news about Fu Hongdiche. Join me as we pierce through the dark and stormy weather to explore the Minhuin Forbidden Zone. The Burial Master visits the Holy Land and breaks through, the most complete check-in guide on the entire internet. Hote. Who exactly is the true identity of the Burial Master? Kwang Luke instantly stared at the screen with absolute admiration. The Burial Master has leveled up again. As expected of the Master, I chose to follow. His blood boiled with even more passion. If a genius like the Burial Master is working this hard, how the hell can I be satisfied with such a tiny breakthrough? He looked up at the sky, and Fu Hongdiche's face flashed in his mind. I think it is time for me to walk the same path as him. If I head back to Tai City right now, I wonder if he'd actually take me in as a disciple. The sky had fully brightened, the rising sun casting its glow over the entire city. Morning in Tai City. Kwang Luke stood in the middle of the street and shouted at the top of his lungs, Tai City, I am finally back! Nearby, a woman in red high heels strutted toward him. She brushed past Kwang Luke, intentionally bumping into him. He was instantly annoyed. Hey, gorgeous, he called out after her. Didn't your mother ever teach you to apologize when you bump into someone? The woman stopped and pulled off her sunglasses, revealing a breathtaking face. Oh my, I am so sorry. Her purple eyes suddenly began to glow. The moment Kuang Luke met her gaze, his mind instantly went foggy, completely hypnotized. Achieving her goal, the woman smirked and issued a command to Kuang Luke. "Follow me, handsome. Someone is looking for you." Kuang Luke sluggishly trailed behind her like a zombie. "Where are we going?" he mumbled. She replied in a deeply mysterious tone. "To the Divine Selection Cult." A massive church loomed ahead, looking like a holy sanctuary straight out of heaven. The woman led Kuang Luke inside, her eyes darting around with sharp vigilance. Reaching a dark alleyway where eerie ghosts hovered in the air, she muttered instructions. "We sneaked into Tai City. Remember, absolutely do not disappoint the Holy Father." It was an unspoken truth that the Divine Selection Cult had long sought to control all of Tai City. "If we can turn the Burial Master's lair into our new resource territory, Holy Father above, our great Divine Selection Cult will definitely bring supreme glory to the Xia Nation." Meanwhile, inside the confessional room in Zuyan City, the main headquarters of the Divine Selection Cult, the darkness was so thick it seemed to swallow all the light. Kuang Luke lay completely paralyzed on a freezing wooden table, his mouth continuously letting out faint, agonized groans. "Ah! Ah!" Suddenly, bizarre words forced their way out of his own lips, terrifying him to his core. "I swear, your granddaddy here really doesn't have a close relationship with the big boss. Even if you kill me, I don't know anything." Kuang Luke panicked, screaming in his own mind. "What the hell? Where am I right now? Damn it, my head feels like it's going to split open." He looked down toward his mouth, his heart turning colder by the second. His lips were still moving, but his consciousness had absolutely zero control over them. His own mouth was no longer obeying him. "What the hell are these freaks trying to do to me?" Kuang Luke quickly realized the horrifying truth, tears of absolute helplessness welling up in his eyes. "Damn it! I've been forcefully brainwashed." A wave of pure rage surged in his heart. "These monsters in human skin want to pry information about my future master out of me. Thank God I don't actually know a damn thing." Outside the Grand Hall, a man rushed in and hurriedly spoke up. What did he say? The Holy Father demanded furiously. The woman standing before the altar immediately placed a hand over her heart and bowed low, her voice dripping with deep reverence and fearful caution. "May the great Holy Father forgive my sins. I have forced the demon in the confession room to speak, but it seems he truly knows nothing." His face turned ice cold, a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes. "If that is the case, then Asbate, is he too worthless?" The man slowly spoke up, every single word dropping with heavy dread. "I fear the Wind Undertaker will not come." The woman's eyes remained locked onto the statue before her, completely unwavering, her face radiating absolute devotion. "I will increase the intensity of his repentance for the Holy Father. Regardless, he has already fallen into our hands. I will absolutely complete the mission given by the Holy Father." Meanwhile, inside a quiet room at the Tai City Spirit Association, 4 people sat facing each other in heavy discussion. Than Huyn spoke up in surprise. "So, the reason you guys specifically came to Tai City for help is to find Kuang Luke?" Mao Tam immediately nodded, confirming without hesitation. "Exactly. He wanted to find Lord Wind Undertaker to become his disciple and boost his power, so he came to Tai City. But instead, he completely vanished." Lo Ku chimed in. "Young Master Kuang and us have a wide, complicated network of contacts. We've asked around everywhere, both back home and here in Tai City, and someone gave us a tip." He lowered his voice, his gaze turning grim. "Young Master Kuang was likely taken by the Heaven's Chosen Cult." Fuang Ditch froze for a second. "The Heaven's Chosen Cult?" Than Huyn furrowed her brows, her voice dripping with disgust. "Them again. I've heard that name before. They're a notorious cult, clearly backed by powerful pioneers. But why would they target Kuang Luke?" Lo Ku lowered his head, his eyes glued to the cold floor tiles. The shadow of his eyelashes hid his expression, but his fists were clenched so tightly that his veins bulged from the sheer effort of holding back his frustration. "That's right. Against a faction like the Heaven's Chosen Cult, we honestly don't have the strength to fight back. That's why we had to boldly come and beg for your help." Thon Huyn slowly pulled out her notebook, her eyes locked onto the dense lines of text, her expression turning dead serious. The Heaven's Chosen cult has always been at odds with the military side of the Spirit Association. They specialize in mental attacks. Over time, the cult slowly infiltrates the lives of ordinary citizens. Their main headquarters is located in Chuan City. Thon Huin's voice continued to echo in the room. In Chuan City alone, their followers number nearly 1 million. The Chuan City Spirit Association has tried to crack down on them multiple times, but the cult leader and their members move like ghosts. Honestly, they're harder to deal with than the anomalies themselves. She glanced at the person next to her, her gaze turning icy. Their headquarters is in Chuan City, so with Kwong Luk going missing this time, don't tell me the Heaven's Chosen cult has already infiltrated Tai City? She nearly jumped out of her chair, her voice urgent and resolute. I'll notify the Tai City Spirit Association immediately. We need a citywide surveillance grid to hunt them down. If a cult of this level successfully breaches our city, all our past efforts fighting anomalies to protect Tai City will be for nothing. Huangdich spoke in a deep, grave tone. They sneaked into Tai City completely unnoticed right after we just barely survived an anomaly disaster, and they specifically kidnapped Kwong Luk, who had just come looking for me. It's obvious. They're targeting me directly. He analyzed the situation. Based on what you just said, an elusive organization like the Heaven's Chosen cult dared to leave their distant headquarters, sneak into Tai City, and lay low just to quietly deal with me. If they're intentionally hiding, it'll be incredibly hard for us to track down any clues. A wave of confusion washed over Fuang Ditch. But to just deal with me, why would they make such a massive fuss? He gently rubbed his chin, his gaze growing dark and profound. Right now, I suspect their infiltration into Tai City is actually just a smokescreen. The moment he said that, the other three froze in unison, their eyes wide and mouths hanging open in sheer shock. Thon Huin couldn't hold back her question, her voice filled with doubt. A smokescreen? Why? Huang Ditch didn't answer right away. Instead, he calmly countered with a question. Chuan City is currently the area in the Xia Nation least affected by the spiritual energy revival and mutations, right? She confirmed, that's correct. Even though mutations occasionally happen, their threat levels are low. The highest is only Class C. Plus, a lot of middle-aged folks love retiring there. Many people haven't even realized that the world has changed. He explained, exactly. But Tai City just survived an anomaly, disaster, and now there are legends of the Wind Undertaker saving the world. For a cult to just parachute in here, it wouldn't be easy. What they're likely trying to do is set up checkpoints first, crack open a gap in Tai City's defenses, and then slowly take over step by step. Huang Ditch emphasized his point, and in that plan, I am their biggest obstacle. Suddenly, Huang Ditch stood right up. Kwong Luk has most likely already been moved to their headquarters in Chuan City. Waiting around passively is worse than launching a preemptive strike. We'll book flight tickets to the closest location near Chuan City. I want to face these scumbags who are using the spiritual revival to stir up chaos, and see what they're actually made of. Hearing this, Lo Ku immediately stood up with him. The previous gloom on his face was completely wiped away, his eyes lighting up. Understood, Lord Wind Undertaker. Mao Tam also hurriedly got to his feet, following without a single second of hesitation. We're going with you, sir. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give her some final instructions. Report this to your superiors, but tell them not to stress over it too much. If they're really worried, just launch a few anti-cult propaganda campaigns and leave it at that. Tun? Hung Huin raised her hand in acknowledgement. Understood, boss. Meanwhile, a fierce thought crossed his mind. The Heaven's Chosen cult must be eradicated. To think I had no idea a cult with such massive influence was occupying Chuan City. His thoughts continued to race. I remember hearing that she had actually retired and settled down over there. The scene shifted to a hidden location in Chuan City, the headquarters of the Heaven's Chosen cult. A man gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, his movement so cautious they barely made a sound. He stopped in the middle of the room, bowed deeply, and spoke with absolute reverence. Holy Father. The man reported, the Wind Undertaker and his bait companions have boarded the plane. They are approaching our holy land of Chuan City. The Holy Father leisurely toyed with a small object in her hand, a faint smirk tugging at her lips as her voice revealed her satisfaction. I didn't expect that rustic-looking bait to actually be useful. To think he'd dare come straight to my territory. Her eyes suddenly turned ice cold, and she instantly crushed the object in her hand into pieces. Visitors are guests. Even if they are heretics, we must still welcome them properly. We cannot lose the holy cult's manners. As soon as the Holy Father opened her hand, a faint illusion of a clock appeared in her palm. The hour hand ticked slowly in the air as if counting down to something. She stared at it intently and let out a soft laugh. Tell me, do you think a heretic like him could be of use to our holy cult? Suddenly, the Holy Father shot up from her seat. A heretic is still a heretic. If they refuse to be enlightened, they are nothing but stubborn trash. The man nervously advised, Holy Father, there is no need to waste your precious energy on them. She replied in a chilling voice, You are right. In that split second, the magic power inside the Holy Father violently erupted, her eyes glowing crimson with pure killing intent. Heretics only have one end. Their bodies burn to ashes, purified into nothingness. The scene shifted to the Chuan City airport. Puangdich looked at the blinking electronic flight board, unable to hide his surprise. But what shocks me the most is that with the spiritual energies of revival reaching this level, the Xi'an Nation's flights are still operating normally. Mao Tam nodded. True, but the number of flights has been drastically reduced nowadays. If the Spirit Association hadn't arranged our transport, we never would have made it in time. Soon enough, they arrived, quickly leaving the city behind and venturing deep into the dense emerald forest. Mao Tam asked curiously, Lord Wind Reaper, so where are we going now? What's the plan? He simply shoved his hands into his pockets, strolling casually down the leaf-strewn path. We don't need to go anywhere, just wait. He froze, his eyes wide. Wait? Huangdich pressed a finger to his lips. Shh, just listen. He stood completely still, his gaze unwavering, his voice chillingly calm. They've already come to us. Suddenly, the once quiet forest turned eerie. The wind howled, mixed with a frantic rustling from above as countless dark shadows swooped down, their glowing red eyes locked onto their prey. Huangdich warned them, Careful, don't forget they have hypnotic powers. Do not look into their eyes. The two men behind him immediately squeezed their eyes shut, channeling their spirit energy as they shouted in unison, Understood! At that exact moment, a dark shadow gracefully descended, her lithe body wrapping seductively around his neck. Oh, handsome. You told your little friends to keep their eyes shut, so why are yours still wide open? The woman purred, instantly unleashing her seductive illusion technique. Huangdich just smirked, his expression completely unfazed as a thought crossed his mind. A second-tier illusion realm, huh? Her voice was as soft as silk, whispering seductively into his ear. Could it be, you want to keep all my beauty to yourself? He replied coldly, spot on. Huangdich's lips curled into a faint, mocking smirk. Is that what you expected me to say? The woman froze. Her pupils shrank, and her seductive charm instantly vanished, replaced by sheer panic and disbelief. What? He gritted his teeth as the spirit energy within him exploded, his magical power surging outward like a massive tidal wave. Since you're the first one brave enough to get this close to me, I should probably give you a little reward. Though, I must admit, illusion-based cultivators like you are definitely entertaining. Huangdich instantly counterattacked, unleashing his spirit-piercing eye technique. The sheer force of it sent a wave of terror straight through Bach-Kot's heart. No, that's absolutely impossible. How could the Wind Reaper possibly know illusion magic? There was absolutely no record of this in the intel. The moment the binds tightened around her, she let out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream. You really think you can use illusions against me? Bach-Kot pulled out a magical pocket watch and shrieked, You stupid heretic! My great chosen sect is the ultimate master of illusion arts! She hurled the watch at Puangdich, laughing with sheer contempt. Pathetic trash, I have been blessed by the Holy Father himself. Crushing a bug like you is as easy as flipping my hand. Unfazed, Puangdich casually provoked her. Go on, keep trying. His calm demeanor instantly filled Bach-Kot with a deep sense of dread. In the blink of an eye, a glowing orb swarming with demonic souls materialized right in front of her face. Puangdich's chilling voice echoed, A little lab rat jumping around. You really are the perfect test subject. The brutal strike of the array tore through Bach-Kot's body, making her scream in agony. Her mind reeled in absolute disbelief. How could his illusion inflict such excruciating realistic pain? Had all her power and techniques actually failed? But why? Just as the thought crossed her mind, thick iron chains shot out from the void, violently binding her in place. As her body was hoisted up onto a massive cross, Bak-Kot thought frantically, "The Holy Father personally acknowledged me. So why? Why am I being slaughtered like a helpless animal? I'm not like the others. I am the chosen one, blessed by the gods themselves." Dangling helplessly from her bindings, she was deafened by the endless, agonizing wails of demonic souls. Consumed by absolute terror, Bak-Kot could only stammer uncontrollably. As the vicious spirits tore into her, she trembled, her mind breaking. Who am I? Where am I? Finally released from Fuangdech's nightmarish illusion, a now broken Bak-Kot knelt obediently at his feet, muttering blankly, "Holy Father." Fuangdech stared down at her, scoffing inwardly. Is this really all she's got? She's so fragile. If I push this illusion any further, this pathetic cultist will definitely die. I'd better squeeze some answers out of her before sending her straight to the afterlife. Making up his mind, he interrogated her directly. All right, spill everything you know. What exactly is the end goal of your chosen sect? She clasped her hands together, answering with horrifying sincerity. The Holy Father commanded, "We must eliminate the Wind Reaper, our greatest obstacle. Only then can our grand design be fulfilled." He relentlessly pressed on. And what exactly is this grand design? Give me the exact coordinates for your Holy Father and Kuong Luke. Bak-Kot stammered weakly. The grand design is the Holy Father. They are at the sacred altar. Save me. Suddenly, a deadly restriction curse within her body flared up, racking her with excruciating agony. With one final blood-curdling shriek, Bak-Kot violently coughed up blood and collapsed dead right at his feet. Fuangdech gritted his teeth in utter frustration. It was obvious. She had triggered some kind of fail-safe curse. That bastard Holy Father must have planted it to stop his followers from spilling their deepest secrets. Speak the taboo and die instantly. Just a moment later, the real masterminds finally revealed themselves from the shadows. Fuangdech's voice dropped to a dangerous growl. "Show yourself! What twisted trick did you pull on your own minion?" Tui Truk barked back furiously. "Insolent rat! How dare you show such disrespect to the Holy Father?" Lan Huang immediately barked out an order. "Capture the Thai city captain alive. Today, the glorious name of the chosen sect will echo across the nation." Ko Nguyen chimed in with a vicious sneer. "The Holy Father isn't someone a piece of trash like you can even look at. Surrender and let yourself be bound, or we'll slaughter every single one of your friends." Fuangdech summoned his aura and scoffed. "Keep dreaming, you freaks." But as he prepared for battle, a quiet realization settled in his mind. These heretics were definitely all at the third-tier creation realm, and some were even on the verge of a breakthrough. With their combined illusion arts, they really could be a headache. Hell, they might even have enough firepower to wipe out an entire city spirit association. But your foundations are absolute garbage. All flash, no substance. Fuangdech didn't hesitate. He unleashed his ultimate move, the heavenly fire slash. "Your strength is a complete joke," he roared. In a blinding flash, the horde of cultists was obliterated, left writhing and screaming in utter agony. Moments later, he coldly pressed the burning edge of his blade against Ko Thon Fong's neck. The man was paralyzed, terrified utterly out of his mind. Standing nearby, Lai Trung was shivering violently, nearly wetting himself in fear. Fuangdech's sharp gaze then landed on the mirror resting against Lai Trung's chest. Instantly, the face of the so-called Holy Father shimmered into view on the glass. Miles away, the Holy Father sat holding a matching mirror, observing Fuangdech with a calm smirk. "Ah, Wind Reaper, I believe there has been a terrible misunderstanding between us. My chosen sect only exists to be the salvation of humanity. The truth is, Zuyan City has already suffered through 3 catastrophic anomalous outbreaks, and it was our chosen sect that quietly saved everyone. If you really think about it, isn't the Spirit Association the true heretic here, sitting on all that power, yet doing absolutely nothing?" Fuangdech burst into roaring laughter. "You've brainwashed so many fools, you're actually starting to believe your own lies. Zuyan City is surrounded by mountains, sure, but it's a heavily fortified central hub. There are no demonic beasts inside, and the military lockdown secures the perimeter. So where the hell did these 3 anomalies come from? You use your cheap parlor tricks to brainwash blind followers, bleeding them dry for resources just so you can fuel your own breakthroughs. That's the real truth behind all your pathetic, hypocritical preaching, isn't it? You sicken me. The so-called Holy Father didn't look ashamed in the slightest. She just chuckled softly. Oh my, aren't you a clever one? She then pulled out an ornate pocket watch, casually flipping it open. Preparing to unleash her power, a sick thrill laced her voice. You understand us perfectly. But from where we sit, fools like you, throwing your lives away for the Spirit Association, are the ones who are truly brainwashed. What is the point of protecting those pathetic, ordinary humans? They are disgustingly weak. It would be far better to just let them all die. This world should belong to us, the pioneers. We are walking a path of evolution that no one has ever tread. What awaits us is absolute glory. Hearing this, Fang Yi gripped his blade tightly and charged straight at the glass without hesitation. Seeing this, Li Zhong panicked and screamed, "What? What the hell are you doing?" He replied calmly, "If you truly believe the weak deserve to die, then all of you should die too." With that, Fang Yi slashed his blade right into the glass. The High Priestess was completely shocked, especially when his power shattered through the mirror and blasted straight toward her, making her scream in terror. How is this possible? The High Priestess was completely stunned, realizing that Fang Yi's power could phase through the glass to track her down. However, she remained unharmed and thought to herself, that was close. An illusion technique. I was almost dragged into his illusion. Thank goodness I'm not actually there, or the Wind Burial Master would have silently slaughtered me in his dreamscape. Plus, that bizarre energy attribute Then the High Priestess burst into laughter and said to him, "Interesting. Your tricks today are truly fascinating. You are indeed very strong. Shall we negotiate?" Fang Yi noticed the wound on her forehead and muttered to himself, "Strange. Her head looks like it's been corrupted by some sort of dark attribute blood. No, that doesn't look like blood at all. It's a shame she isn't actually here in person. That little test proved my illusion domain still can't pull people in across dimensions." Realizing this, he declared loudly, "I want your people out of Chuan City within 3 days." Fang Yi felt a slight sense of concern, thinking to himself, I can only bluff her for now. In 3 days, if she changes her mind, there will definitely be massive chaos. He flared his aura to intimidate her further and said, "Also, release everyone you've captured. If not..." A thought flashed through Fang Yi's mind. Based on the Heavenly Chosen Cult's usual methods, they would never retreat so easily. He'd just have to face whatever they threw at him. The High Priestess agreed surprisingly fast. "Fine, I agree. The Heavenly Chosen Cult will pull out of Chuan City. As for your people, I'll return them in 3 days as long as I can leave safely." Fang Yi didn't make things difficult and replied, "No problem." She nodded in acknowledgement. "Then it's a deal. Farewell, Wind Burial Master." The High Priestess also channeled her power through the glass, inadvertently injuring her own subordinates, making the lackeys scream in endless agony. "It's too hot. Please don't burn me. I can't take the heat. High Priestess, save me." After that strike, Shen Feng's eyes were also affected. He clutched his head, crying and wailing. A few minutes later, Fang Yi looked over at Lu Ju and Mao San, quickly waking them up. "Hey, wake up. The enemy's main target wasn't Zhang Lu, so in 3 days he would definitely return safely. Next, I need to head to the Chuan City Spirit Aura Association to monitor the Heavenly Chosen Cult's moves over the next 3 days. You guys are coming with me." As the two woke up, he reached into his pocket to look for something. While they tried to calm down, Fang Yi checked his phone and thought, "Whatever, I'll just wait at the Chuan City Association for a few days. Once everything settles down and this is all over, I'll reach out to her." The scene shifts to the Chuan City Spirit Aura Association. There, Chen Yang spoke respectfully to Fang Yi. "Lord Wind Burial Master, Captain Su Qingying from Tai City has already contacted me. We will definitely cooperate with you in full force." He lowered his voice and replied, "You guys don't need to do a thing. As long as that High Priestess shows up in Chuan City, I can handle her alone. However, these two are Zhang Lu's teammates. They don't belong to any Spirit Aura Association, so please look after them." He happily replied, "Not a problem at all. Just then, an assistant rushed in with his phone and said urgently, "Boss, quickly check the Pioneer for him." Seeing Fang Yi there, he startled and gasped, "Huh?" Realizing who he was, he immediately handed over the phone and explained, "Lord Wind Burial Master, please don't take this to heart. Some malicious actors must be stirring up trouble, trying to incite public outrage among the pioneers for whatever twisted reason." He took the phone and calmly said, "Oh, let me take a look. Wow, it's pretty lively in here." All 3 pages were flooded with this suddenly trending topic before anyone even noticed. The screen displayed the headline, "The Wind Burial Master is unworthy to lead the pioneers. The Wind Burial Master has repeatedly massacred the innocent. His arrogant behavior is caught on camera, exposing the true evil face of the pioneer. Those blindly supporting the Wind Burial Master are just paid shills from Tai City. Wind Burial Master this, Wind Burial Master that." Fang Yi wasn't angry at all, just remarking, "Weird. These posts are all coming from Tai City IP addresses." The scene shifts to the Tai City Spirit Aura Association building, where someone was yelling furiously on the phone, "This is the Tai City Spirit Aura Association requesting cooperation. Immediately block all IP addresses from Chuan City. If we don't wipe out this heavenly chosen cult soon, they will eventually become a massive disaster for the Jia nation." The scene shifts to the High Priestess, who was loudly spreading twisted propaganda to her cult members. "I have seen the future. The heavens chosen will be locked in cages of fire, struck by lightning and burned by crimson flames. This is not the punishment of the gods, but the work of those trying to stop us. Oh, chosen ones, we have overcome countless hardships to walk this divine path, all to save the world and bring forth a new life. The Wind Burial Master uses fake kindness to bewitch the masses. He even slaughters our chosen people. Right now, we must eliminate anyone who stands in our way." The agitated cultists went completely insane, sparking a massive wave of backlash against Fang Yi. "Expose the disguised evil. The righteous heavenly chosen cult will triumph. The heavenly chosen cult is the true savior of the world. Don't be fooled by fake appearances. True demons always appear as saviors. Save Tai City. Tai City is breeding demons. The people of Tai City are in deep danger. Does the Wind Burial Master want to destroy Chuan City? To kill the heavenly chosen cult is to kill Chuan City. We won't let you chase away our guardian deity." The mob flooded toward the Chuan City Spirit Aura Association building. As they kept chanting loudly, "What strongest savior? Never heard of him. Is he really protecting us?" Meanwhile, he stood high above, quietly observing the chaos below. Seeing his 2 teammates panicking, Fang Yi remarked, "The Chuan City Association really has zero support from the people." Lu Zhou grabbed his head in frustration and said, "There is absolutely no way we can handle these people." He shouted angrily, "So blindly ignorant, and as pioneers, we can't even strike back." Then Chen Yang ran up, panting, "Lord Wind Burial Master, the current situation is—" Before he could finish, Fang Yi cut him off. "Yeah, I know. Your abilities won't be of any help here anyway. Using civilians as weapons and hostages, honestly, it's just a cheap petty trick." The scene shifts. At this moment, the High Priestess was hiding within the crowd. She smirked, thinking to herself, "Wind Burial Master, I wonder if you like this little gift of mine. The entire population of Chuan City are my puppets. If you want to wipe out the heavenly chosen cult, you'll have to destroy Chuan City first." Immediately after, she continued inciting her people. "We have to force him to back down. We'll leave first and let these brainless mobs hold him up. Oh, and give that trash back to them. The heavenly chosen cult always values loyalty." Hei Peng immediately sucked up to her. The High Priestess is so merciful. Then he tossed a white sack down into the cheering crowd. High above, Fang Yi saw everything. He instantly snapped, his power exploding outward with a massive boom. The crowd saw a golden light erupt from the building and screamed in terror. She stared at the spectacle in utter confusion. A second later, Fang Yi materialized right in front of her. "I told you, if you don't get the hell out of Chuan City in 3 days, you'll suffer the consequences." The High Priestess saw him and thought in absolute shock. How dare he show his face? Isn't he afraid of causing mass riots in Chuan City? She immediately raised her voice, shouting, "I miscalculated today. If I had known you were hiding someone, I would have killed him right then and there. But with all these people here, do you really not care about their lives? He swung his blade and burst into laughter. You seriously didn't know? Fuang Dich's strike wounded Hach Bang, causing the Great Father's face to completely drain of color. Seizing their moment of distraction, he relentlessly attacked while mocking, "My cultivation technique was tailor-made to counter Dark's anomalies." Luckily, the Great Father managed to block the strike with a timepiece. Staring straight at her, Fuang Dich demanded, "Don't tell me you aren't even human?" The Great Father finally admitted, "To think you still saw right through my disguise. Nothing gets past you, huh?" As she spoke, a grotesque third eye snapped open on her forehead. The Great Father hesitated for a moment before speaking. "To be honest, it's been far too long since I've seen something like this." Fuang Dich glared at her with eyes full of burning rage, remaining dead silent. A moment later, after completely shedding her skin and transforming, she boasted arrogantly, "A piece of trash like you could never understand this perfect parasitic vessel." Seeing her grotesque new form, he immediately had the system scan her, receiving an urgent alert. Dark sentience detected. This dark sentience was a rare sub-branch of the dark attribute, having awakened its own consciousness through a lethal attribute mutation. It had no fixed physical form, instead growing stronger by possessing, hijacking, and brutally grafting the dead bodies of countless vanguards. Every single victim chosen for this horrifying grafting suffered a brutal, agonizing death, their flesh and spiritual energy entirely drained to feed the dark sentience. The scene then shifts to the underground headquarters of the Heavenly Spring cult. Seeing the place engulfed in flames, the cultists screamed in pure panic. "Our temple, the Grand Temple is burning. Save us, Great Father. These flames won't go out." Back with Fuang Dich, after transforming into the dark sentience, his opponent had become completely unhinged. Her newly forged body was flawless, overflowing with a massive reserve of spiritual energy. "Such incredible talent. It belongs to me now," she cackled. "My faithful followers, the time has come for you to make your ultimate sacrifice." In an instant, a chorus of blood-curdling screams echoed out as she violently sucked every last drop of spiritual energy from her fanatical cultists. The dark sentience then condensed all that stolen power into a colossal sphere of raw, devastating energy. She hurled it straight at Fuang Dich, trying to crush him outright. Reacting in a split second, he unleashed a devastating sword strike that pierced right through the energy sphere, rocketing straight toward the dark sentience. The attack carried an explosive, incinerating force capable of reducing anything to ash. The slash brutally severed a chunk of her body, making her shriek in pure agony. "It hurts. It's been ages since I've felt pain like this." But before the dark sentience could even finish her sentence, Fuang Dich coldly cut her off. "Looks like that wasn't enough. I'm just going to have to butcher you until there's nothing left." As he kept up the assault, his mind raced. This dark sentience actually left itself an escape route. It evolved a consciousness, disguised itself as a human, and even built an entire faction. Killing it won't be as easy as taking down the Anomaly King. With a single, earth-shattering move, Fuang Dich completely obliterated her physical body. Watching from afar, Tron Duong was utterly terrified. The dark attribute actually developed a mind of its own, and it can even parasitize vanguards? "We have to report this immediately." At the same time, his ice arm managed to secure a surviving fragment of the dark sentience's body. However, as she made her escape, Fuang Dich was caught slightly off guard. The dark sentience turned back and mocked him. "Didn't see that coming, did you? No matter how special you are, human, you are destined to be nothing more than my vessel. Don't worry, I'll put your body to very good use." Her maniacal laughter and sinister aura swallowed the entire city, plunging the area into pitch blackness. Only the spot where Fuang Dich stood remained brilliantly illuminated. Far from afraid, he actually looked excited. "Well, isn't this interesting?" "You're pretty strong," he smirked. "A dark sentience. Even under the crushing weight of my pure yang attribute, you still managed to counter my power. But you really ought to understand one thing. I am already completely dead." Hearing this, she immediately let out a panicked scream. "What the hell did you just say?" Meanwhile, seeing Fuang Dich swallowed by the dark aura, Lo Ku cried out in a panic, Lord Burial has been consumed by the dark attribute." Mao Tam quickly tried to calm him down. "It's fine. Lord Burial killed the King of Death itself. He can definitely handle this." Tong Duyet, however, was still pacing anxiously. I hope so, but a dark sentience like this is something the Sentience Association hasn't seen since the day it was founded. Tran Duong quickly intervened. All right, enough talking. All we can do right now is put our absolute faith in him. Right at that moment, Kuang Luke finally regained consciousness and groggily spoke up. Ugh, what just happened? Looking around and not seeing Fuang Dich, he panicked. Did my master lose? The scene cuts back to the inside of the Dark Sentience's aura sphere, where he was still perfectly safe. Fuang Dich looked around, assessing his surroundings. So, this must be the inner space of the Dark Sentience. Shortly after, the system announced his death count. 1. Death seal activated. The Dark Sentience is weakened by your ability. Weakness level, 20%. Fuang Dich looked at his own hands and muttered, Souls. But I haven't turned into a spirit body. A second later, his eyes widened in surprise. Several spectral figures were slowly floating toward him. As a female spirit approached, he hesitated before asking, Are you the last vanguard who was brutally grafted? Fuang Dich was even more stunned when all the spirits suddenly fell to their knees before him. Do you all want me to set you free? He asked softly. He then thought to himself, These vanguards died a long time ago. All that's left is their trapped spiritual essence. They're locked in a parasitic bond, completely drained of energy. If the Dark Sentience dies, they'll fade away with it completely. Without hesitation, Fuang Dich drew his sword and ignited his power. He struck out, knowing that being cleansed by his divine fire was the greatest mercy he could give them. His blade moved with absolute, blinding precision, unleashing a wave of purifying yang energy that swept across the entire space. Taking the hit head-on, the Dark Sentience shrieked in agony. What did you do? It burns, but it's useless. I'll graft you to death right now. Since you want to do this the hard way, I'll just have to rip off all your limbs first. At the exact same moment, the system chimed in. Massive impact on dark attributes detected. Enhancement conditions for the Hellish Nightmare Seal have been met. Due to your ability, the Dark Sentience is further weakened. Weakness progress, 50%. Hellish Nightmare Seal activated. Dark Sentience weakness progress, 80%. Weakness progress has reached its absolute limit. Dark Sentience weakness progress is at 99%. Sensing the perfect opening, Fuang Dich pointed straight at her and roared, Shatter! The command left the Dark Sentience trembling in shock and terror. And the moment he yelled, Break for me, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, echoing alongside her horrifying, agonizing screams. No! Watching the sky violently erupt with back-to-back explosions, everyone on the ground screamed in sheer panic. Staring up at the blast, Tran Duong muttered anxiously, That sound. Could it be? Has Lord Burial already destroyed the Dark Sentience? Standing nearby, Huang Luke couldn't help but gasp. Such terrifying spiritual power. Deep down, he was overwhelmed with absolute disbelief. To push a mortal human body to such an insane limit, actually fusing with peak-level yang energy and wielding it flawlessly, he was practically a descending son of absolute yang energy. His golden, overwhelming pressure was enough to obliterate any evil. Right at that moment, Fuang Dich emerged from the chaos. Dusting himself off, he smirked and muttered, Looks like this trip wasn't a total waste of time after all. Immediately after, the system announced, Scan complete. Dark Sentience has been successfully eradicated. Confirmed. The host's body shows no rejection reaction to the dark attribute. Spiritual fusion is actively enhancing your cultivation method. The boundless dark realm is currently expanding your domain. Just then, the spirit flower chimed in with a sweet voice. Me too. I want some too. Hearing it speak, Fuang Dich was startled and thought to himself, the spirit flower actually evolved the ability to talk? Not only that, but the spirit flower quickly gobbled up the spiritual flames right out of his hand, bowing its head deeply in gratitude. Thank you for the feast, master. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but wonder about the flower's gender. Judging by that voice, I guess she's a girl. Ever since I broke through to the Vajra realm, the spirit flower has been quietly growing stronger. Absorbing power used to be just an instinct for her, but now she can actually speak and has developed true sentience. It must be because of the spiritual energy she soaked up in the boundless dark realm. After devouring that dark attribute, Her aura has skyrocketed. A few minutes later, seeing it actively crawl into his sleeve to sleep, Puangditch said in surprise, "Wow, it went back to sleep already? How strange." Music. It seems even more sleepy than before. I'll have to find a chance to look into this. The scene shifts as the sky finally clears up. Tran Duong excitedly exclaimed, "Thank goodness for Captain Wind Burial. If it weren't for him, our Shuyan city would be totally doomed." Kuang Luke chimed in, agreeing that the Wind Burial had actually managed to eliminate the sentient dark attribute. "I got to see him save an entire city with my own eyes. I could die now with zero regrets." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden burst of aura shot straight toward him. It moved as fast as lightning. Fortunately, right before it could harm Kuang Luke, someone stepped in just in time to block it, leaving him shocked and terrified. A second later, Kuang Luke angrily demanded, "What the hell just happened?" The one who saved him was none other than Puangditch. He spoke up, "To think one still managed to slip through the net?" Seeing Puangditch, Tran Duong smiled and said, "Lord Wind Burial, thank you so much. We are truly grateful for your help. Zuyan City will forever remember this immense favor of yours." Kuang Luke couldn't help but look at him in awe. Meanwhile, seeing the scorch marks left on the ground, he thought to himself, such exquisite attack methods, a flawless setup, a single strike of ultimate yang energy that left the darkness nowhere to hide. So this is the Wind Burial who stepped into the Vajra realm, my one and only idol in this lifetime. A moment later, he stepped forward, shook Puangditch's hand, and smiled. "Lord Wind Burial, thank you for eliminating this disaster for Zuyan City. You see, even after going toe-to-toe with the Heavenly Spring cult so many times, we could never truly get rid of this hidden threat." Puangditch replied in a low voice, "No need to thank me, but I must warn you. Taking care of the Heavenly Spring cult isn't enough. You can't let your guard down. Zuyan City has never experienced a major mutation. Compared to other cities, you guys are practically still living in the old era. However, with the abundant natural resources surrounding Zuyan City, the revival of spiritual energy is an unavoidable trend. There's no telling when a mutation might suddenly occur. Once it happens..." The more Tran Duong listened, the more uneasy he felt. He then revealed his plan. "We've always been preparing for that. As for the restricted zone with dense spiritual energy, we conduct daily patrols." Puangditch nodded. "Good. Also, earlier, I thought I completely wiped out the sentient darkness, but a remnant of the dark attribute still slipped away." He pointed at Kuang Luke and continued. It almost attached itself to him. As soon as he said that, all three of them yelled in unison, "Wait! What?" The next second, Puangditch turned to leave. Right after, he requested Tran Duong, "Take me to Shuyan City's restricted zone to have a look." I have a feeling that Zuyan City isn't far from a full spiritual energy revival. He agreed immediately. Understood. Puangditch took out his phone, looked at it, and thought to himself, "I originally wanted to see her one more time, but it seems I'll have to put that on hold for now. I'll figure it out later." The scene shifts to the mountainous area of Zuyan City. Deep in the forest, Tran Duong was personally driving him while explaining, "Our winding mountain highway is actually still in use. Most of the mountain is still open to the public. Only a small section, tested to have dense spiritual energy, is marked as a restricted zone. Oh right, would you like to go see the pandas later, or grab some hot pot?" Hearing this, he pondered for a moment before replying, "Let's skip that. We should focus on our main business first." At the same time, the image of the primeval iron-eating beast flashed through his mind as he muttered to himself, "The people of Zuyan City really have a carefree nature built into their bones. Must be nice, but if pandas absorb spiritual energy, will they really transform into the forms recorded in ancient texts?" As he was deep in thought, he accidentally caught sight of something outside. Intrigued, Puangditch whispered to himself, "Found it. It's over there." He immediately leaped out of the moving car, completely ignoring Tran Duong calling out, "Lord Wind Burial!" "All right," Puangditch instructed. "Block off the main road. I need to head up the mountain. None of you need to follow me." Nevertheless, Tran Duong stopped the car, quickly stepped out, and stared at his fading silhouette. After observing for a moment, Tran Duong muttered, "Why can't I sense anything at all?" The scene shifts as Puangditch ventures deep into the forest alone. He immediately activated his superpower, thinking, I'm close. It's the aura of a thunder peak. The closer I get to the top, the stronger this resonance feels. Puong Deech chose to stand on a nearby tree branch to observe, scanning the area carefully. Then he enveloped the tree he was standing on with lightning. Finally, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens right at his location, accompanied by a system notification. Scanning complete. Lightning attribute barrier detected. Knowing this, Puong Deech made up his mind to shatter the barrier. Without hesitation, he's unleashed his power and roared, "100 forged divine lightning!" In the blink of an eye, the sky was completely consumed by thunder and lightning. But to his shock, the barrier remained completely unbroken. Seeing the anomaly in the sky, Puong Deech consulted the system and received a response. Scanning complete. Massive amount of lightning attribute detected. Divine Retribution Lightning, a legendary weapon of the divine race. Once thrown, it never misses and is utterly unstoppable. 100 strikes, 100 hits. It carries the sheer majesty of judgment upon enemies. Its appearance is always accompanied by natural disasters, heralding impending doom. Receiving this information, he angrily slammed his fist into the tree branch. Puong Deech let out a battle cry to gather his momentum, then executed a move to channel the lightning into his own body. Puong Deech's lightning surged straight into the sky. Before his eyes was an impending catastrophe, but also a brand new fortuitous encounter. Two entirely opposing forces coexisting. Puong Deech's lightning power clashed fiercely against the localized lightning within the forest. The two forces fell into a stalemate, neither able to overpower the other. A second later, the system provided more data to support him. Scanning complete. Massive amount of lightning attribute detected. Activating ultimate calculation capabilities. Compiling. You have acquired the technique Divine Limit Lightning. Divine Limit Lightning summons a heavenly tribulation. Channels the tribulation lightning into the body to break past limits. Shatters the bottlenecks and constraints of traditional cultivation realms. Assists techniques in reaching perfect mastery. Completes lightning evolution, and elevates overall combat power. The information from the system left Puong Deech both thrilled and in absolute disbelief, breaking past the ultimate limit. From what I understand, every single ability in this world has its own specific limits. For example, a cultivation realm requires meeting certain conditions just to feel the threshold for advancement, and a breakthrough can either succeed or end in failure. Or techniques, which require incredibly strong and abundant spiritual energy to maximize their effects and allow for enhancement. Looking down at his hands, he smiled faintly. Deciding to put it to the test, he said, "But the true meaning behind the Divine Limit Lightning. It seems it can entirely shatter that rule. It can summon heavenly tribulations, using the body's tempering process to forcefully enhance stages and techniques." Puong Deech murmured to himself. Moreover, the description explicitly states that the tribulation lightning can also be used to obliterate enemies. It acts as a trial set by heaven and earth, and its intensity is as predictable as the 100 forged divine lightning, making it an incredibly reliable asset. Who would have thought that in this seemingly ordinary mountain range, I'd managed to snag such an overpowered trump card? After fighting for a bit, Puong Deech noticed a strange anomaly at the mountain peak and instantly went on high alert. He decided to investigate, thinking to himself, "There's a massive fluctuation coming from the peak. The source has to be there. I need to check it out right now. With my current strength, this lightning doesn't scare me anymore." As soon as he arrived, Puong Deech saw a spot emitting radiant lightning, and the system broadcasted a notification. Scanning complete. A throne has descended. The throne's attribute is lightning. This throne contains ancient spiritual energy, awakening and descending in tandem with the revival of spiritual energy. It is searching for a suitable master. Puong Deech, filled with doubt, muttered to himself, "The lightning throne is looking for a master?" Without hesitation, he attempted to claim the lightning throne. When Puong Deech was just a few inches away, his body abruptly froze as he let out a stifled grunt. In the end, he was completely unable to seize it. This was followed by the system's confirmation. The lightning throne has already acknowledged a master. Access denied. Spotting a calabash vine, Puong Deech hesitated and said, "Is this a calabash vine?" He thought to himself in sheer disbelief, to think the master chosen by the throne is actually a plant. Just as I thought. Under the revival of spiritual energy, All things in heaven and earth have their own fortuitous encounters. I can't underestimate anything. In this era, even flowers, fruits, and grass can evolve into entities that command absolute respect. Right at that moment, Lin Hoa popped out and asked, "Master, were you calling for me?" Surprised, Phuong Dich asked, "Lin Hoa?" But before he could even wrap his head around the situation, Lin Hoa actively approached the calabash. Phuong Dich thought to himself, judging by Lin Hoa's reaction, this calabash vine must have sensed its presence and initiated communication. He stood to the side and watched. The calabash vine swayed gently, while Lin Hoa continuously nodded its head. A few seconds later, Lin Hoa turned to Phuong Dich. "Master, it's saying hello to us. It says we're the first of its kind it has ever met. It wants to be friends with us." Phuong Dich let out a confused, "Oh?" He gave it a wry smile. "It's kind, huh?" Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder. I mean, it makes sense for Lin Hoa to be its kind. But do I count as one too? Maybe it's because my aura feels similar to the lightning throne. Lin Hoa continued, "It says it can't leave this place right now. It absorbed so much energy earlier that it fell into a deep sleep. By the time it woke up, it had already turned into this." Phuong Dich looked at the calabash vine and muttered to himself, "So, that's what happened. This calabash vine stumbled upon a massive fortune and needs time to digest it all. Once it finishes, it'll evolve just like Lin Hoa and reach a terrifying realm of power." Even so, Phuong Dich stepped forward to formally greet it. "Greetings, Master of the Lightning Throne." At that moment, his mindset shifted. It was a shame he arrived a step too late to claim the Lightning Throne for himself, but there was no need to take it by force. First of all, making contact with an awakened being wasn't a bad thing. Secondly, the throne had already acknowledged its master. The price of stealing it would definitely be steep. Even though this vine is the Lord of Lightning, it has a gentle and harmless nature. It even reached out to us, so it definitely isn't a threat. As for these so-called thrones, there's no way this is the only one in the wild mountains of Zuyan City. If I want a throne of my own, I need to plan this carefully. A fateful encounter like this could fall to a calabash vine, but it could just as easily fall to an anomaly. If a monster gets its hands on this kind of power, humanity's future is going to be incredibly bleak. It looks like I can't keep this a secret. I need to notify the Aura Association and the military zone so they can prepare. But then again, what if someone could possess more than one throne? Just then, Lin Hoa turned to him. "Master, it's telling you to head west." Startled, Phuong Dich blurted out, "Wait, what?" She quickly explained, "It says its throne senses a new one descending in the west. This new throne has a wood attribute." Phuong Dich looked back at the vine. "Thanks for the tip. We'll be taking our leave then." But the moment he said that, the calabash vine suddenly wrapped around his leg. He let out a confused noise. Thankfully, Lin Hoa was quick to translate. "It's asking you to wait a moment. It says the lightning attribute here is incredibly rich. If you channel your new cultivation technique now, the results will be beyond your wildest dreams." Phuong Dich grinned, fully on board. "Is that right? Well then, it would be rude of me to decline." He quickly sat down to cultivate. "This vine really treats me as a friend," he thought. "It's so generous, even sharing its fateful lightning aura with me." A few seconds later, as his power reached its peak, he roared, "Divine lightning limit!" Filled with excitement, he thought, "Let's see just how much this divine lightning limit can boost my strength." His body began to transform as the crackling lightning grew fiercer by the second. A few minutes later, Phuong Dich suddenly shouted, "Golden Sun breathing technique!" A split second later, a massive pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. He looked up, gritting his teeth. "Is this the true power of a heavenly tribulation? I can feel the lightning surging through my bones like a raging flood, only to be instantly devoured by the Golden Sun's vital energy." The two powers didn't clash at all. Instead, they filled his body with warmth, elevating his soul to an entirely new realm. The more he thought about it, the more fascinated he became. Several minutes passed and the system issued a notification. "Golden Sun breathing technique has broken its limit. Evolution in progress, evolution successful." Phuong Dich stared at his hands in absolute disbelief. As his body floated in midair, the system chimed again. "Divine Sun Heaven Devouring Technique. You have incarnated as the Divine Sun, devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Absorption and devouring capabilities have been greatly enhanced. Right on cue, a sudden downpour washed over the area. Fuangdich spread his arms, soaking in his newfound power. This feels incredible, he thought. It was like standing in the middle of a lush green meadow, embracing the purest rain nature had to offer. Pure spiritual energy flooded his body, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed and full of life. The vast mountains, the golden rain, all of that spiritual power was converging directly into him. But as he basked in his success, a look of shock crossed his face. No way, right? Why does it feel like I'm already knocking on the door of the 2-star diamond realm? Suddenly, an invisible, colossal presence seemed to loom over him, staring directly at Fuangdich. The system chimed in once more. Extreme Yang attribute and void lightning have formed the divine cleansing meridian. Approaching breakthrough conditions for the 2-star diamond realm. Breakthrough in progress. Hearing this, an ecstatic grin spread across his face. This is insanely fast. Fuangdich pushed with everything he had to shatter the bottleneck. He ignored the agonizing pain tearing through his body, willing to endure anything just to succeed. And just as he hoped, the system confirmed his breakthrough into the 2-star diamond realm. As his cultivation session ended, he marveled to himself, I can't believe I actually stepped into the 2-star diamond realm. At its core, a pioneer's cultivation is all about absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. However, since the human body can't directly process raw energy, the aura has to go through multiple complex stages of refinement and conversion before it can be safely absorbed. Only by practicing high-level techniques and raising your realm can you improve that conversion rate. In this new era of aura recovery, anomalies and corruption are everywhere. Yet the absolute peak of humanity is still stuck at the 3-star diamond realm. That alone proves just how brutally difficult it is to absorb and convert spiritual energy to strengthen the body. And yet, I managed to break through to the 2-star diamond realm this fast, and even encountered a throne. Putting the pieces together, Fuangdich realized the horrifying truth. The era of aura recovery had rapidly accelerated. It was happening way earlier than anyone predicted. Right at that moment, Manhwa floated over to him. Master! Seeing her, Fuangdich was mildly surprised. She then relayed the calabash vine's message. It says, congratulations on your breakthrough. The pressure from your advancement actually forced its throne to start cultivating too. It's getting late, and it hopes we can leave soon. It says it's really scared of other humans. Fuangdich completely agreed. Makes sense. I did cause a massive commotion just now. He needed to report the throne to the Aura Association and the military zone as soon as possible. But this vine was completely harmless. If greedy people set their sights on it, things would get ugly. The power of a throne will definitely cause a bloodbath among the pioneers, he thought. But what gives pioneers the right to assume that a throne must belong to humanity? Finally, Fuangdich made a promise to the vine. Don't worry, I won't let my kind come here and steal your throne. Since it couldn't leave the area, it could only bid them farewell. Until we meet again, buddy. Meanwhile, at the Stardust Military Zone, Jia Lam rushed into the office. Elder Wu, have you heard the news? He immediately replied, Headquarters just detected abnormal fluctuations in Zuyan City. It's equivalent to the 3-star diamond realm, caused by 2 completely different sources of spiritual energy. What did the Wind Burial Pioneer have to say about it? She honestly relayed the entire situation to Elder Wu. He broke through to the 2-star diamond realm. On top of that, there's an S-rank aura fluctuation at the diamond level, originating from a phenomenon he called a throne. Because of its unique nature, he wants to hand the investigation of the throne over to us. Hearing this, Elder Wu fell into a heavy silence. Curious, Jia Lam asked, Sir, are you not surprised? Elder Wu lowered his head, a troubled look in his eyes. The violent recovery of spiritual energy was inevitable. The appearance of special fateful encounters like thrones was already within our nation's predictions. You've been stuck at the half-step diamond realm for quite a while now. Tell me, over the last few days, have you felt any strong urge to break through? Right now, all the vanguards of the Xia Nation have entered their breakthrough phase. On top of that, anomalous activity has hit an all-time high. Honestly, I can feel myself standing right at the edge of a breakthrough too. Hearing this, her eyes went wide with shock. What did you just say? He quickly explained to Jia Lan. When spiritual energy erupts like this, both the opportunities and the dangers skyrocket. Everything becomes completely unpredictable. We're vanguards, yes. But we are also soldiers of the Jia Nation. Our duty is to charge headfirst into the danger zone and carve out a safe haven for our people. Even if it costs us our lives, the Jia Nation must seize this chance. And as an old man, there is no way I'm sitting on the sidelines while history is being made. Elder Wu clenched his fists, his voice burning with resolve. The Jia Nation cannot rely solely on the Wind Reaper to claim the throne. We vanguards must also step up and fight for it with everything we've got. Then he barked out a commanding order. Pass down my orders. All forces are to fully cooperate with the Wind Reaper and the Tai City Spirit Association. We must unite every single faction we can. Even if some vanguards and shady organizations have their own greedy eyes on those resources, under the combined pressure of our forces and the Spirit Association, they won't dare to make a move. The scene then shifted to the Spirit Association headquarters. Yu Rao received the intel and immediately briefed everyone. We've got an update from the Wind Reaper regarding the throne. We are now conducting a full-scale sweep of all areas showing abnormal fluctuations where a throne might spawn. Call in all the city captains right now. But deep down, panic was gnawing at her. This is happening way too fast, she thought to herself. Things have already escalated to the worst-case scenario. Can we really survive this? Over at the Tai City Spirit Association, the chairman took the call and let out a shocked gasp. Wait, what? The Wind Reaper has already broken through to the second stage of the Diamond Realm? I see. Understood. The Tai City branch will fully cooperate with him and lock down our city, so he can operate freely over in Chuan City. Hearing this, Qing Ying's face lit up with joy. Wait, the Wind Reaper is really at the second stage of the Diamond Realm now? The chairman nodded proudly. That's right, a second stage Diamond Realm expert. He's second only to Elder Wu now, making him the number 2 powerhouse in the entire Jia Nation. Our Tai City is definitely going to benefit from this. By the way, you've also reached the half-step Diamond Realm, haven't you? Qing Ying scratched her head, looking a bit embarrassed. Ah, that's just because of the massive spiritual energy surge. I honestly didn't see it coming myself. I was just being narrow-minded. Just 2 days ago, I was actually feeling smug about my progress. The chairman sighed in agreement. I know, if Tai City faces another incident like this, or God forbid, something even worse, I can't even imagine the fallout. We have to defend this city. We cannot become a burden to the Wind Reaper. 10 hours later, in Chuan City, Spirit Association captains from all over had gathered. Yu Rao was leading an emergency meeting, presenting the clues provided by the Wind Reaper. By analyzing similar anomalous energy spikes, Headquarters has conducted a global scan, she explained. We've detected over 20 identical cases worldwide, but we still can't confirm if they are directly linked to the thrones. Within the Jia Nation alone, we have 7 such locations. Hearing this, the Feng City captain, a first-stage Diamond Realm expert, kicked his boots up onto the table with an arrogant smirk. So you're saying we've got 7 thrones, but look around, there are a hell of a lot of vanguards in this room. How exactly is the association planning to divide the loot? At that moment, Wang Lan, the High City captain who was at the half-step Diamond Realm, spoke up softly. Captain of Feng City, this is an official association meeting. Please take your feet off the table. Called out like that, the man scoffed in annoyance. And who do you think you are? You seriously think you're worthy of a throne? The Feng City captain immediately flared his aura to intimidate him. Wang Lan gripped his teacup tightly, grinding his teeth. And what if I do? Is there a single person in this room who doesn't want one? Their clash of words instantly made the atmosphere in the room thick with tension. Yu Rao watched them in silence, choosing not to intervene just yet. Meanwhile, Chen Ya, the captain of Ling City, kept her head down, completely quiet. A moment later, the Feng City captain threw his legs back onto the table, shooting Wang Lan a mocking grin. Our great Wind Reaper happens to share your elemental affinity. Do you honestly think a suitable throne would ever fall into your pathetic hands? Honestly, why the hell did High City even make a weakling like you their captain? Pushed to the limit, Wang Lan flared his own power in response. You lack basic manners. Before the situation could spiral into an all-out brawl, Yu Rao slammed her hands down and shouted, Captains of Feng City and Hai City, sit down, both of you. There will be no fighting during this meeting. But just as the words left her mouth, a terrifying, suffocating pressure suddenly descended upon the room, crushing down on everyone. Yuru, Wang Lan, and the Feng City captain were instantly frozen in shock. Pinned entirely by the overwhelming force, panic surged through Wang Lan's mind. What the hell is this? This aura. It's absolutely terrifying. A few seconds later, the slow, steady sound of footsteps echoed toward them. The Feng City captain strained his eyes toward the source of the pressure, sweating bullets. Who is doing this? Could it be Elder Wu from the Spirit Zone? This kind of monstrous power. It has to be the third stage of the Diamond Realm. But why would Elder Wu be here? Wait, don't tell me? His frantic guesses were completely wrong. The person walking through the door was none other than Fang Yi. Fang Yi offered a casual, relaxed smile. Hey everyone, looks like I'm the only one running late, huh? My bad. Seeing him, Yuro immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Wind Reaper, you made it. The Feng City captain glared at Fang Yi, feeling a deep sense of dread. This is weird. Why is my body trembling just looking at him? What the hell is going on? So this is the Wind Reaper. The room was dead silent for a few seconds before Fang Yi dropped his smile, his voice turning cold. Now, is anyone going to tell me what was going on in here just now? As he spoke, his piercing gaze locked directly onto the Feng City captain. Trying to play dumb, the Feng City captain forced out an awkward, booming laugh. Ha 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 ha, it was nothing at all. We were just having a friendly little debate, that's all. Fang Yi stared at him, clearly unamused by the obvious lie. Without missing a beat, Fang Yi triggered his powers, deciding to teach the arrogant captain a quick lesson in manners. Completely paralyzed and unable to move a single muscle, the Feng City captain gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. How is this even possible? I'm a first-stage Diamond Realm expert, for God's sake. Why can't I even twitch? Having effectively put the troublemaker in his place, Fang Yi calmly walked over to the head seat to take control of the meeting. All right then, let's get down to business, Fang Yi said. Wang Lan, Chen Ya, and the Sea Mystic. It's been a while. Wang Lan smiled warmly, relieved to see him. It really has been a while, man. Lord Wind Reaper, we just received the intel regarding the thrones, and we're in the middle of discussing our next move. Fang Yi sat down, his expression turning dead serious. I'm here today to share some critical information about the throne with all of you. Since I am also a member of the Spirit Association, I won't keep you in the dark. He paused, looking around the room. The throne that spawned on the barren peak in Chuan City holds absolute, world-altering power. Its elemental affinity is lightning, and the living entity it acknowledged as its master is a literal gourd vine. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone in the room gasped in collective disbelief. A gourd vine? Zhao Xiao immediately lost his cool. He slammed his hands on the table and stood up, shouting, A throne! A divine artifact containing ancient, untold power. Was claimed by a freaking plant? That is a complete waste of a heavenly treasure. Yu Xing chimed in right after, his voice urgent. He's right. Something like that belongs in the hands of someone capable. Even the Feng City captain forcefully broke his silence, yelling, I say we raid the area and seize that throne immediately. We can use it to boost our own combat power. If word gets out that a throne of the Xia Nation is being hoarded by a damn vegetable, we'll become the laughingstock of the world. But Fang Yi cut them off instantly, his voice dripping with absolute authority. I veto that entirely. I am standing here today to make one thing crystal clear. If any of you dare to target the Lightning Throne, I, the Wind Reaper, will personally strike you down and take it back. The sheer lethality in his voice instantly plunged the entire boardroom into dead silence. A heavy moment passed before a single hand slowly went up. It was Chen Ruo, and she was firmly siding with him. I agree with the Wind Reaper's decision. Seeing this, Yu Rou also stepped up to back Fang Yi. I agree as well, and on top of that, I have something to add. You captains shouldn't underestimate the plant spirits blessed by the world's spiritual energy. According to the latest intel from the Zhuyan City Spirit Association, right before the captains arrived, the area where the Lightning Throne descended had transformed into a hellish wasteland of lightning that no one could enter. Vuong Lam thought for a moment, then raised his hand in agreement. I also agree with the Wind Reaper and the Ocean Sage. I'm in. The others also voiced their agreement one after another. I don't have any objections either. In that case, we should focus our efforts on finding the new throne. Seeing the situation stabilize, Vunu breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, having the Wind Reaper here is truly a massive help. It really isn't easy for the Spirit Association to keep all the top-tier pioneers in check right now. A moment later, she turned back to the map and said, if no one has any further objections, let's proceed with dividing up the search missions for the throne. Based on the range of the spiritual energy fluctuations, we will split into 4 directions. The captains of each city will take action at the location closest to them. As for the battle over the unclaimed throne, the Spirit Association won't actively interfere, but we absolutely forbid anyone from hiding information regarding the appearance of a hidden throne. Right at that moment, an assistant ran in panicking and shouted, "Report! Latest news! The Lord of Lightning has finished evolving. Even our drones can't get close to it. The measured stats are still rising. Far beyond our predictions, the Lord of Lightning's spiritual energy has reached the 3rd tier of the Vajra realm." The captain of Fong City couldn't believe his ears and yelled, "What?" Fu Hung also shouted in sheer terror, "3rd tier of the Vajra realm? Doesn't that mean—" Even Vuong Lam lost his cool. It already has enough power to rule over the entire Xia nation. Huang Dich didn't say a word, deep in thought. The 3rd tier of the Vajra realm. Considering the throne contains ancient spiritual energy, this wasn't all that surprising. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the weather. The screen displayed Zuyan City today. 11 degrees Celsius, violent thunderstorms. Tomorrow, 9 degrees Celsius, violent thunderstorms. The day after, 5 degrees Celsius, violent thunderstorms. Seeing this, Huang Dich muttered to himself, maybe if it can complete its advancement, I should make a trip back to the mountain. Thinking this, he loudly announced, "This meeting is adjourned. Good luck to all you pioneers in successfully claiming the throne." The scene shifted to after the meeting. Vunu walked up to Huang Dich and asked, "Wind Reaper, headquarters is hoping you can temporarily stay in Shuyan City." He just let out a confused "oh" and looked at her. Vunu quickly explained, "We are worried that there might still be pioneers who want to make a move on the Lightning Throne. Furthermore, even though the Dark Sentience incident is over." Fu Songditch caught her drift and replied, "You all think that the Dark Sentience might not be completely wiped out, right?" Vunu immediately confirmed, "Exactly. Both the Dark Sentience and the throne are products of the spiritual energy outbreak. The throne possesses unmatched ancient power, but let's set that aside for now. We saw the destruction of the Dark Sentience with our own eyes, yet we still worry that some remnant of it might have survived. Since it was severely weakened and can't leave Zuyan City, it would become a massive threat here." Huang Dich opened his phone to check it again. The screen flashed with the caller, ID, Auntie. Right after, he said directly to Vunhu, "You're right, it's better to be prepared. I was thinking the exact same thing, so I won't be leaving Shuyan City for now." The scene shifted as Pusas Huang Dich finally arrived at the lightning restricted zone on the barren mountain of Zuyan City. Watching the endless lightning strikes crashing down, he thought to himself, "With so much majestic lightning, it's almost like it's welcoming me. Today, I'll borrow even more of this immense lightning power to temper and upgrade my cultivation technique." Huang Dich walked up to the calabash vine and loudly greeted it. "It hasn't even been that long, has it?" "You're already cultivating way faster than I am," it immediately replied. "Thank you. It's all because you helped me." He was stunned and asked back, "Me?" Huang Dich suddenly thought to himself, so the Lord of Lightning has also begun to awaken its sentience. But I guess that's normal. After all, it's already cultivated to the peak level of human pioneers. A moment later, the vine clearly explained, "The throne told me that it predicted you would be the one to save me from the tribulation. Because of that, I want to gift you a portion of my spiritual power. I was actually worried you wouldn't come back." Right then, the spirit flower also popped out and chimed in, "Me too! I want to help too." Huang Dich gently voiced his thoughts. "Honestly, that was exactly what I had in mind. In that case, I gladly accept your kind offer." With that, he immediately sat down cross-legged, while the spirit flower ran over next to the calabash vine. Together, the spirit flower and the calabash vine released their spiritual power to support Huang Dish's cultivation. A few minutes later, he muttered in his mind, "All right then, let's cultivate." Crimson Fire Blade Technique. As the Crimson Fire Blade materialized above his head, he roared, "Now!" Right after that, the Crimson Fire Blade suddenly erupted with crackling lightning. The system immediately chimed in, detecting a massive amount of lightning power. The Crimson Fire Blade technique requires the corresponding spiritual energy to advance. The Crimson Fire Blade technique is now advancing. Puongdik pushed himself to control his own power, fusing it seamlessly with the Crimson Fire Blade technique. As the two sources of power gradually merged, he let out an agonizing roar from the intense pain. Following that, the system announced, Crimson Fire Blade technique evolution successful. Finally, Puongdik acquired the ultimate form of his skill, the true comprehension of lightning and fire. A second later, he instantly launched a palm strike to test out its destructive power. While Puongdik continued his cultivation, system notifications fired off non-stop. True comprehension of lightning and fire. After being tempered by the heavenly tribulation lightning, the Crimson Fire Blade technique has broken past its limits. The internal flame attribute has been upgraded to a yang attribute, undergoing another tier of enhancement. It has now evolved into a lightning fire attribute. The tempering of the blade body has reached 100%. Enhancement complete. A moment later, a massive surge of flames unexpectedly erupted from the mountain peak. The scene shifted. Seeing this through the computer monitors, Tran Huok widened her eyes in shock and gasped, "Those flames? It's the Wind Reaper!" Vuong Lam was completely baffled and replied, "Isn't that the restricted zone of the Lightning Throne? Did something happen between them?" Filled with jealousy, the captain of Fong City snapped angrily, "That bastard stopped us from fighting over it. Is he trying to claim it all for himself?" After observing the situation, Vu Hung immediately shot back, "I'm afraid not. The Wind Reaper already told us, the Lord of Lightning is his friend." The scene cut back to the Zuyan City Spirit Association. The moment the location map flashed a red alert, Lu Bao loudly reported, "Warning! The anomaly concentration at the throne's location has exceeded our scanning range. It is strictly forbidden for anyone to approach the restricted zone." Tran Duong stared in sheer disbelief, thinking to himself, just what on earth is the Wind Reaper doing inside the restricted zone? Is he actually locked in a fierce battle with the throne? The scene shifted. Puongdik reached out and grasped his Crimson Fire Blade. Thrilled, he thought to himself, "Perfect! The technique has evolved, and the long blade itself has been tempered 1,000 times over. Plus, the system also gave me updates on the Spirit Flower." The Spirit Flower's sentience had leveled up, and its void attribute abilities had massively increased. After chatting with the throne for a bit, afterwards, the Spirit Flower happily returned and said to Puongdik, "Master, the throne is so nice. Let's hurry up and go find the next throne." Hearing this, he immediately turned and asked the Calabash Vine, "Has a new throne already appeared?" It spoke sincerely to Puongdik, "My friend, you are truly a good person. Congratulations on achieving a new breakthrough. During our cultivation session just now, I accidentally formed a sensory connection. A new throne is about to descend, and it carries an aura that perfectly counters yet complements mine." He glanced at Lin Hua, thinking to himself, given the laws of mutual growth and restraint, it seems the wood attribute throne is the perfect match. A moment later, the Calabash Vine spoke to him slowly. "The new throne has descended right there. I can sense its general location. I'll send you the signal now." It quickly channeled its power to guide Puongdik. He closed his eyes, focusing his senses. Once he pinpointed it, a smile crept onto Puongdik's face. "I see it." The scene shifts as he arrives in a new yet faintly familiar city. He mutters slowly, "So, this is Nguyen City." From what he knew, Nguyen City was an autonomous region about a 2-hour drive from Zuyan City, famous for its extreme luxury and modern amenities. But beneath the surface, it was a chaotic mix of dragons and snakes, a fierce but lawless place that once boasted the highest crime rate in the entire Xi'an nation. The scene cuts to Puongdik walking through the downtown area of Nguyen City. As he walks, he can't help but ponder the current state of the spiritual energy revival. According to the Spirit Association, establishing a branch here was moving at a snail's pace. Local gangs were constantly getting in the way, so no pioneers were willing to join up. Naturally, That meant Nguyen City didn't even have a second squad captain. Suddenly, Phuong Dich stops in his tracks. He looks around and asks, "Lin Hoa, did you sense that?" "To the west." It immediately nods in confirmation. The scene shifts to the west, revealing a brightly lit mansion. Someone is casually swimming in the luxurious pool inside. A moment later, Trung Huan rushes over, panting, "Young Master Tuong! Young Master Tuong!" He leans in close, whispering frantically into his ear. Hearing this, Can sneers, "A pioneer?" The local kingpin of Nguyen City quickly throws on his robe and laughs arrogantly. So what? In Nguyen City, they can't make a single wave. Just as he finishes speaking, a massive explosion violently rocks the area, leaving him totally stunned. A giant sphere of mana rapidly expands, lighting up a whole corner of the night sky, bringing with it a fierce hurricane that sends everyone screaming in sheer panic. Even Can looks visibly anxious now. Refusing to let anyone wreak havoc on his turf, he barks an order. "Let's go! I want to see which bastard has the guts to cause trouble on my watch." The scene cuts to 2 minutes later. Can and Trung Huan arrive at the site. At the exact same time, Phuong Dich is scanning the area, thinking to himself, "It's right up ahead." While he is deep in thought, Trung Huan charges at him, roaring, "Who dares trespass on young Master Tuong's private property?" Seeing Trung Huan's fist flying straight at him, Phuong Dich coldly replies, "Private property?" He blocks the attack effortlessly with just one hand, making the thug scream in absolute shock. "What the?" Adding to his terror, Phuong Dich loudly reprimands them. This mountain range sits within the borders of the Xia Nation. If it belongs to anyone, it belongs to all the citizens of Nguyen City. And in the future, it will be managed by the Nguyen City Association. And you have the nerve to call this private property. The moment the words leave his mouth, Phuong Dich gives Trung Huan a brutal taste of the Thunderfire True Resolution. Meanwhile, the throne in this area is entangling Can Sin, making him yell out in a sheer panic, "You have no reason to reject me. I am the king of this place. You appeared here so naturally you belong to me. I must be the one to sit on the throne. This throne is mine. If you dare to refuse, don't blame me for what happens next. I'll destroy even you." Hearing these arrogant words, Phuong Dich lets out a cold, mocking laugh. Instantly furious, Can Sin roars, "Who's there?" Phuong Dich calmly places a hand on the boss's shoulder and says, "A high-tier treasure like this automatically chooses its own master. You want to sit on the throne and become the Wood Attribute Lord? It's pretty obvious. You're simply not worthy." Enraged, Can Sin howls, "I'm not worthy." Completely ignoring him, Phuong Dich steps closer to claim the throne. Can lunges at him, screaming, "You're dead meat today." But just as he's about to strike Phuong Dich, he suddenly freezes. All the color drains from his face, leaving him pale with sheer terror. The reason Can Sin is so terrified is because he just saw Lin Hoa. Now he doesn't even dare to breathe another word. Meanwhile, Phuong Dich says flatly, "You're not even a match for my bodyguard." Is the so-called kingpin of Nguyen City really this utterly pathetic? As soon as he finishes speaking, the throne suddenly resonates violently. A system notification pops up. Wood Attribute Throne is pairing with its master. Pairing successful. Master acknowledged, Lin Hoa. A massive pillar of energy shoots straight into the sky. Over in Nguyen City, a brilliant green beam illuminates the pitch-black night. Vuong Lam instantly recognizes it. That's the Wood Attribute Throne, and it already has a master. It's in Nguyen City. If a pioneer from over there snatched it first, things are going to get a bit troublesome. Vu Nu quickly dials his number. "Undertaker, what's happening on your end?" Phuong Dich picks up. "The pioneers in Nguyen City must have already seen the throne's fluctuations and the anomaly. I'm just calling to give you all a heads up. The Wood Attribute Throne has successfully claimed its master." She slowly connects the dots. "Wait, don't tell me you took the throne?" Phuong Dich replies, "The new Wood Lord is still a plant, not a human. But she is my Lin Hoa. Go ahead and announce it. I actually control the Desolation attribute too. I raised Lin Hoa myself. How should I put it? She's my spirit pet. The ghost lantern that first appeared in Duong Hoa Town? I killed it. Also, the local kingpin and those thugs in Nguyen City? I've already taken care of them. The Spirit Association can move in and set up a base here immediately." As for his leftover forces, I'll leave the cleanup to you guys. This is going to be a long-term project. Hanging up the phone, Fuang Dich turns to praise Lin Hoa. Little one, your luck isn't bad at all, but you'll have to stay right here. You can't go anywhere. We'll have to part ways for now. Seeing Lin Hoa's reaction, he can't help but think, why does this feel like dropping a kid off at kindergarten? She asks in a soft, sad voice, Master, when can I come back to your side? Fuang Dich estimates for a moment, probably not until you mature and reach the Vajra realm. Cultivate hard and enjoy your good fortune. The very next day in Suyin City, Lam Wai is escorted by the Thai City Spirit Association. She thinks to herself with hidden joy, my cousin's Lin Hoa became the master of the Wood Attribute Throne yesterday, and the news has already spread throughout the pioneer community. To think he'd even leak the fact that he possesses the Desolation Attribute. As she steps into the room, 4 high-ranking officials are seated before her. She feels deeply troubled. The Spirit Association suddenly announced they wanted to recommend her as the captain of Nguyen City. Even though they promised their full support, Lam Wai just lets out a heavy sigh, rubbing her throbbing temples. For now, I can only observe. I don't even know if I'm capable of carrying such a massive responsibility. First things first, I need to go visit my mom. Life in Zuyan City should be pretty fun, right? The moment she steps outside, the streets suddenly begin to violently shake. People run in sheer panic. Earthquake! It's an earthquake! Everyone, head to the shelters! But Lam Wai instantly realizes something is terribly wrong. This violent spiritual energy, it's an anomaly. The scene cuts back to the Zuyan City Spirit Association. The news has already arrived, sparking widespread panic. An anomaly is breaking through and forming. This is bizarre. Why couldn't any of us sense it? And why didn't the forecast system trigger any alarms? An assistant rushes over to report to Voon Hu. This is bad. We've detected a massive, violent surge of abnormal spiritual energy in the mountain forest restricted zone. The concentration levels are spiking, but the system gave 0 warnings. The wild beasts in the mountains have absorbed the spiritual energy and mutated. They're forming a massive horde and charging straight toward the inner city of Zuyan City. The beast horde relentlessly assaults the city, and terrified screams fill the air. Help! Save us! These monsters are too massive! We're dead! We're all going to die! Caught right in the middle of the chaos, Lam Wai has no choice but to desperately run for her life. She tries to call her mom, but the line is dead. Sorry, the number you have reached is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Oh my god, Mom. A blinding blast of fire shot out from the beast's mouth. Lam Wai spun around in shock just in time to see a massive pillar of energy crash down, ripping the monster right in half. She gasped, "This aura! It's..." Seeing Fuang Dich approaching, she quickly reported, "The mutations in Shuyan City have really started. I can't reach my mom. We have to hurry and find her." Inside a ruined supermarket in the heart of Zuyan City, a desperate cry echoed through the rubble. "Mom! Dad!" A little boy stood alone in the wreckage, trembling and sobbing. "Where are you guys?" Terrified, he tried to hold back his tears, but the fear was just too much. Little Hao fell to his knees, bawling his eyes out. Fuang Dich's aunt rushed over, quickly covering the boy's mouth as she whispered, "Shh, little one. If you keep crying, the monsters will hear you and eat you alive." Little Hao whimpered, tears still welling in his eyes. "But my mom and dad," he sobbed. She gave him a warm smile and held up a packet of crackers to calm him down. "I love these," he sniffled. Huang Hong gently coaxed him. "Then how about we stop crying for now? Once the rescue team gets us out of here, I'll give this to you. Sound good?" Consider it a reward for being such a brave boy. But just as they lowered their guard, a savage beast prowled toward them. Its eyes burned a blood red, radiating pure malice. With a deafening roar, it lunged straight at them. Fuang Hong scooped up the boy and ran for her life. But in her panic, she tripped over a stray bottle on the floor. They both crashed hard to the ground. Even then, Fuang Hong held little Hao tightly in her arms, shielding him. The monster's razor-sharp claws swiped down at them. "You damn beasts!" Fuang Hong screamed in defiance. "If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me." But the monster was instantly struck down. Fuang Dich had arrived just in time, Humamon stepping firmly in front of them. "Is everyone okay?" he asked. Fuang Dich's gaze shifted to the little boy trembling in her arms. Little Hao just stared up at him in awe. Phuong Dich suddenly noticed the snack clutched in the boy's hand. That rice cracker? Ugh. A wave of nostalgia hit him, bringing back memories of visiting the graves and the days he lived with his aunt. She used to bring out those exact same crackers just to cheer him up. Little Dich? Is that... Little Dich? Phuong Hong's trembling voice suddenly pulled him out of his thoughts. Auntie? He asked, looking at the boy. Who is this kid? She quickly explained, the supermarket was complete chaos earlier. This poor child got separated from his parents, so I couldn't just leave him behind. Mom! Lam Wai rushed in from behind, her voice thick with panic. Phuong Hong gasped in surprise. Why? Lam Wai threw her arms around her mother. Mom, you scared me half to death. Phuong Hong gave her a reassuring smile. It's all right, sweetie. I'm not hurt. Phuong Dich stood quietly to the side, watching the warm family reunion. The little boy suddenly tugged at Phuong Dich's sleeve. Mr. Superhero? Phuong Dich glanced down. In Little Hao's wide eyes, he was nothing short of a real-life superhero. Are you a superhero? Here, I'll give you this. Can you please take me home? Phuong Dich gently took the cracker and smiled. Then, how about you make a wish on it? It's a lucky charm that will help you find your family again. But the moment the words left his mouth, a chilling sense of danger crept up his spine. Phuong Dich instantly grabbed the boy and leaped back just in time. Smash! A massive hole was blown right through the wall next to them. He narrowed his eyes at the towering figure emerging from the dust. This thing, taking in its massive, heavily muscled frame, Phuong Dich immediately knew this was a Beast King. Just when they thought they were safe, a suffocating dark aura poured from the monster, engulfing them all. He thought to himself, perfect, it's targeting me because I have the strongest spiritual energy. That gives me enough room to fight and keeps Auntie and the others out of the crossfire. Without hesitating, he shouted, Lam Wai, get them out of here. I can't fight with you guys in the way. Adapt as you go and stay safe. Got it, she shouted back, instantly springing into action. As the beast let out a terrifying roar, Phuong Dich immediately analyzed its energy. Lightning and wood dual attributes. What a coincidence. Those are the exact same attributes as the two thrones. The Beast King made the first move, lunging violently at Phuong Dich. He raised his sword to block, sensing the explosive surge of power radiating from the monster. It was completely corrupted by dark energy. The massive creature locked eyes with its prey. Raising a huge fist, it charged forward, its maw snapping open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth aimed straight for him. Phuong Dich tightened his grip on his sword. The Beast King tilted its head back and unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Meanwhile, Lam Wai was desperately leading her mother to safety, until an enormous shadow blocked their path. Another Beast King. Damn it, Lam Wai cursed under her breath. There are two Beast Kings? Standing behind her, carrying Little Hao within a protective spiritual barrier, Phuong Hong called out nervously. Why? Mom, don't worry, I've got this, Lam Wai shouted confidently, bending her knees before launching herself into the air to strike. I'm your daughter, after all. The Beast King let out a guttural growl, gathering immense wood attribute energy before blasting it straight at her. At the same time, swirling green energy gathered in the monster's other claw. It was aiming right at Phuong Hong, but Lam Wai was already locked in a desperate struggle, blocking its first attack. We're both using wood attributes. She frantically analyzed the situation. My spiritual energy doesn't have the upper hand against this beast. If I just charge in blindly, Mom and that kid are gonna die. Thinking fast, Lam Wai came up with a risky plan. She glared at the monster and taunted, Hey, eating two ordinary humans won't give you much of a power boost. Why don't you try eating me instead? Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association headquarters in Zuyan City. Inside the monitoring room, the staff stared at the data screens in absolute horror. What's happening? Just one Beast King showing up is already an S-class disaster. An operator pointed at two massive red blips blinking on the radar. But Zuyan City, there are two of them. The anomaly levels are skyrocketing. Even though our vanguards are out there evacuating civilians, at this rate, Zuyan City will be wiped off the map in minutes. An urgent transmission crackled from the front lines. We have a breach! Countless monsters are tearing through the quarantine zones! A massive horde is flooding into the city from the mountains. We need backup from headquarters right now. Can they get here any faster? Requesting a disaster level upgrade. We need immediate emergency backup. Someone stared in shock. But didn't Wind Burial say? High above, a massive pillar of light blasted down from the heavens. They instantly recognized the drop zone. It was where the throne had descended. Cutting over to Puangdich, amidst the swirling dust and shattered earth, he casually stepped on the Beast King's head. Did you crawl out of the desolate mountains? You know anything about the gourd vine? Black clouds roiled in the sky above, followed by crashing lightning. He looked up, eyes widening in shock. No way. Is this monster outbreak actually the doing of the Thunder Throne's master? If that's true, then claiming a throne brings massive danger to any pioneer other than myself. But the system explicitly stated that the throne was a flawless blessing. All benefits, zero risks. So, what exactly is the catch? Meanwhile, on Lam Y's side, the situation had turned incredibly dire. The Beast King had already raised its massive claws. Shielding herself inside a glowing energy sphere, she scoffed. Did you really think I was stupid enough to just stand here and let you eat me? Lam Y narrowed her eyes, studying the creature intensely. As her spiritual energy flared to life, she delivered a bone-chilling ultimatum. If you want to eat them, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Listen well, you filthy beast. Today, only one of us makes it out alive. At that exact moment, the chaotic anomaly in the sky grew even more violent. A majestic chair entangled with a thick gourd vine materialized high in the air. One of the pioneers gasped. It's the Thunder Throne! The master of the throne is here! The crowd stared in awe at the massive gourd. Look! What on earth is that? Holy crap! It was an absolute unit of a giant sprout. Huangdich watched it in total silence, while the surrounding monsters growled softly, staring at the visibly trembling Beast King. He figured the Beast King was terrified. It seemed these creatures had only siphoned the Thunder Throne's power to mutate. They weren't actually being controlled by the throne or its master. Meanwhile, the massive plant had already latched itself firmly onto a skyscraper. Thick vines rapidly spread out in all directions, and heavy gourds began to bloom from the branches. Suddenly, a dense green mist started pouring out from inside the fruits. The mist surged aggressively toward the Beast King. Before the creature could even react, it was completely tangled in the thick vines. Its massive, terrifying body instantly shrunk down, leaving it looking as harmless as a little kitten. The mighty Thunderlord sounded incredibly awkward as he spoke. Hey man, I am so sorry for causing this huge mess. I literally just broke through in my cultivation, and finally got the chance to leave the mountain. These pesky little brats caused a lot of trouble. Do you mind if I just drag them back to the mountain instead of killing them? Watching this unfold through the surveillance screens, everyone was absolutely dumbfounded. Wait, is the master of the Thunder Throne seriously apologizing to Wind Burial? Oh, so this wasn't actually an intentional attack by the Thunderlord after all. A heated discussion immediately broke out among the crowd. What I'm more focused on is how insanely overpowered that gourd vine is. That lightning energy literally just purified a Beast King on the spot. Just how deep does the power of a throne actually go? Man, if only I could get lucky enough to be chosen by a throne, I'd be set for life. But think about it. The Thunderlord is an absolute powerhouse, yet he practically bowed his head to Wind Burial. Doesn't this mean we seriously need to reevaluate just how terrifying Wind Burial actually is? Once the crisis was completely resolved, the scene shifted to the following day at the Juyin City Spirit Association. Inside, heavy discussions were taking place regarding the current global crisis. A man sighed heavily. The peaceful days we used to know, they're gone for good. However, the government and the Spirit Association will continue to do absolutely everything in our power to keep everyone safe. After grasping the full gravity of the situation, Puang Hong asked nervously, So, humanity isn't actually on the brink of extinction, right? Tran Duong offered a warm, reassuring smile. Come on, there's no need to be so hopeless. Auntie, you have to remember that Wind Burial has single-handedly stopped countless disasters. Even an S-rank Anomaly King was so terrified by his spiritual pressure that it panicked in battle, and eventually got slaughtered. And let's not forget your daughter. She's a core pioneer of Xia country, and Guyan City is even trying to recruit her as a captain. Sitting beside Lam Y, Fuang Hong looked at them with gentle, loving eyes. You kids, You've been working so incredibly hard." Honestly, in times of such absolute chaos, words of praise didn't offer her much comfort. As a mother, her only real concern was whether her two kids were exhausted or injured. If the day ever comes where they actually have to sacrifice their lives. Seeing her distress, Tran Duong quickly changed the subject. "Auntie, please don't overthink it." "Oh, right. Where did Kuang Luke and his guys go? They didn't even show up to help during the outbreak." Tran Duong recalled the events. "Oh, them? I actually sent them to the association's hospital for treatment. But the nurses told me the three of them snuck out in the middle of the night yelling stuff like, 'Don't waste my time, I need to get stronger. This is humiliating.' The word is that Kuang Luke was going absolutely crazy in his hospital bed, constantly begging to be discharged so he could get back to his training." Right in the middle of the conversation, a couple rushed into the room, crying out frantically, "Tio Hao!" The little boy's eyes instantly lit up. "Mom! Dad!" While Tio Hao's father pulled him into a desperate, crushing hug, his mother broke down in tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. "You are our Tio Hao's lifesavers. Please, you have to accept our deepest thanks. By saving his life, you essentially saved our entire family." The family bowed deeply to the group as the mother continued sobbing. "We know we're just ordinary people with no special powers, but if you ever need absolutely anything, my husband and I will come running without a second thought. Thank you. Thank you so much." Lam Wai smiled warmly and waved it off. "Oh, there's really no need for all that. We were just doing our job." After Tio Hao's family safely took him home, Huang Dish suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, Auntie. Do you want to come back to Tai City with us?" The group boarded a plane and headed straight back to Tai City. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by a massive crowd holding up celebratory banners. "Welcome home. All hail the triumphant return of Wind Burial to Tai City." Tun Ji-Hun clapped enthusiastically, excitedly welcoming them back. As soon as they stepped inside, Huang Hong gasped in absolute awe. "My goodness, this villa is gigantic." Lam Wai giggled and covered her mother's eyes. "Mom, keep your eyes closed for a second." Huang Ditch opened a nearby drawer and pulled out a property deed. "Take a guess what we got for you." Huang Ditch smiled warmly. "Auntie, this is the deed to a brand new house that Y and I bought for you right here in Tai City. The location and the building itself have top-tier security, and it's literally right next door to our place. Whenever you miss us, you can just pop right over. And hey, even if Y ultimately decides to transfer to Nguyen City later on, that's completely fine. We went ahead and bought another house for you over in Nguyen City just in case." Tears welled up in her eyes. "You two are such incredibly sweet kids. I am so proud of you." She then looked closely at Lam Wai. "But, why, my dear, I can tell something is weighing on your mind." Phuong Dick gently chimed in for her. "She's just torn about whether or not she should accept the transfer to Nguyen City." Lam Wai sighed, confirming his words. "Honestly, I have no idea what to do about the Nguyen City Association. I get the feeling they're just using my cousin as a political lifeline. They're desperately trying to establish a connection with Wind Burial through us. And bringing real change to a place like that isn't something that happens overnight. Plus, it's not like the association can back me up every single time." Hearing this, Huang Hong affectionately pinched Lam Wai's cheek. "Well, why not just give it a try?" she teased lovingly. "Since when does my brilliant daughter hesitate when she wants to do something? Weren't you the one who used extra tutoring as a fake excuse to trick me, just so you could run off to find your cousin?" Lam Wai blinked, totally caught off guard. "So, Mom already knew?" That realization filled him with a newfound surge of confidence. "That's right, I'm a grown man now." He was no longer just a kid blindly following in his family's footsteps, so what was he even hesitating for? Might as well give it a shot. Right on cue, the phone in Phuong Ditch's hand started buzzing. He picked up. "Hey, Gia Lam, got any new leads from the zone?" She quickly briefed him. "Old Ngo just discovered a brand new mystic zone. He wants you to join his expedition." The scene shifts to an underground black market, where a few shady figures sat around looking completely dead inside. One of the women broke the silence. "So, does this mean we can never go back to Nguyen City?" The remaining remnants of the Tuong family snapped, furiously yelling at her to shut her mouth. Suddenly, the door burst open, accompanied by a sinister chuckle. A man wearing a half-mask stepped in. "Relax. Tuong family, we're on the same side here. How about we make a little deal? The scene cuts to the Spirit War Zone, where Puong Dich had just arrived. The moment he pushed the gates open, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Old Ngo launched a surprise attack, throwing a heavy punch straight at Puong Dich. But the young man instantly threw his hand up, blocking the strike effortlessly. Confused, Puong Dich asked, "Old Ngo, what's the meaning of this?" The old man just let out a hearty laugh. "Don't take it the wrong way, kid. It's just that none of my old war buddies here could believe that Ha Country actually produced a monster-level prodigy like you." Glancing at the figure stepping out from the shadows, Old Ngo smirked. "Well, seeing is believing. Are you old fools convinced now?" A veteran from the war zone, a second stage Diamond Realm expert, chuckled. "You sneaky old bastard, where on earth did you dig up a gem like this?" "I saw you take a half step back during that clash. Don't try to hide it," another veteran piped up from behind, teasing him. "Old Ngo, the new generation is leaving you in the dust. It might be time for you to finally retire." Puong Dich was internally blown away. Every single one of these old guys, they're all second stage Diamond Realm experts. Suddenly, Old Ngo's tone turned serious. "Kid, do you remember that extreme yin zone from last time? Beyond our world, mystic domains like that have existed for a long time. And they are far more dangerous. They are deeply connected to the Earth's spiritual energy revival. That was exactly why these veteran powerhouses hadn't shown their faces, not even during the recent chaos that tore through Ha Country. It was the real reason every major war zone was drastically short on top-tier fighters. They hadn't vanished. They hadn't all been deployed into these terrifying mystic domains. You could call it the true front line of humanity. The war brought upon by the spiritual energy revival had actually begun long before he even realized it. Puong Dich remained perfectly calm. Jia Lam told me that these mystic domains are like time rifts, chaotic spaces where extremely dangerous elemental forces collide. Old Ngo nodded, revealing that the insanely high concentration of dark energy in these zones was giving birth to absolute nightmares. Because this was classified territory and the monsters had been getting far too active recently, new domains were constantly tearing open. Surviving here was the ultimate proof of a pioneer's true cultivation level. Whether it was the Diamond Realm, Spirit Selection Realm, or the legendary Ghost Axe Realm, it finally clicked for him. No wonder Ha Country had marked out corrupted areas and forbidden zones long before the spiritual energy fully revived. Old Ngo added that to constantly explore these nightmarish, ultra-violent zones, keep them a secret, and still make it back alive to maintain order. Every single person here had to have an incredibly solid foundation as a Diamond Realm Venerable. They were absolutely not to be underestimated. The true military might of the Spirit War Zone was clearly on a completely different level than what the public saw. Old Ngo's expression suddenly turned deadly serious. This time, we are diving right into the absolute most dangerous sector of the mystic domain. He then revealed their destination, an ancient, massive tomb complex. From the back of the group, someone let out a cold, dismissive scoff. It was Old Truong Thien, another one of the founding veterans of the Spirit War Zone. Surprised, Old Ngo called out to him. Truong Thien just locked his intense gaze onto Puong Dich, silently sizing the kid up, before abruptly turning his back without saying a single word. Old Ngo awkwardly introduced him. "That ray of sunshine over there is Old Truong Thien. He's an eccentric, cranky old bastard, basically as stubborn as a mule. Even we have to walk on eggshells around him sometimes. Don't take it personally, kid. That's just how he is. But don't let the attitude fool you. In terms of pure combat power, he easily ranks in our top 3. I specifically called him in this time to guarantee our survival. His temper might be absolute garbage, but he's a fiercely loyal man." Puong Dich just smiled. "It's completely fine. I will always have the utmost respect for the veterans who put their lives on the line for Ha Country. Being a little cranky is just a personality quirk," Puong Dich added. Old Ngo walked over, throwing an arm around Truong Thien's shoulder. "Hey, Old Truong, let me properly introduce the kid. This is the captain of the Tai City Spirit Guild, codenamed Wind Burial. Remember that S-Class disaster, the Hell Sacrifice King, that almost wiped out the whole city? This kid took it down, completely solo." Truong Thien's eyes went wide with sheer shock. "An S-Class disaster?" Seeing the reaction, Old Ngo quickly ushered them forward. Alright, since the whole crew is finally here, let's go crack open the gates to that mystic domain. The 5-man squad approached the entrance, the legendary Void Gate. Looking at it, Fuang Dish thought to himself, I really didn't expect this dimensional rift to look so incredibly ordinary. The gate was covered in spiritual seals, clearly patched up and reinforced after the fact. As Fu Hongdik pressed his hand against the swirling portal, he muttered to himself, Still, I absolutely cannot let my guard down. Stepping through the portal, he was instantly left speechless. Such terrifying elemental pressure. Are all those anomalies out there manifested purely by raw elemental power? Huangdich's gaze grew heavy. He could clearly sense that every single trace of energy radiating from these anomalies felt alien, like it came from deep space. Taking the lead, Old Ngo threw back a harsh warning. Do not get close, and whatever you do, don't stare directly into the anomalies. If you do, that chaotic energy will violently suck you in and swallow you whole. Ignoring the terrifying phenomena brushing right past his body, he kept analyzing the environment. The concentration of elements here is just too insane. Lightning, water, wind, the void. If even a tiny spark of that hits you, it would instantly shatter both your body and your soul. It's an immediate death sentence. These aren't just mere anomalies. They are the pure, concentrated manifestation of the death element itself. Even my death seal is completely useless in a place like this. I can't even begin to fathom just how many dimensions this rift is linked to. If this dimensional rift isn't kept under control, it will absolutely trigger an apocalyptic doomsday event for our entire world. Up ahead, Old Ngo's voice turned incredibly grim. We're here, the old man announced from the front. Everyone, release your spiritual energy, keep your minds absolute ice, and then we push in. Slowly, the squad stepped into the ancient tomb complex, entirely swallowed up by a suffocating pitch-black aura. This stench of death. It's suffocatingly thick, Old Ngo muttered, as the black mists around them began to violently boil and churn. He barked out an order. Here it comes! Hit it hard and end this fast! A massive geyser of jet-black energy erupted from the ground, twisting and morphing into a towering, grotesque monster. Someone gasped, What the hell is that? Without hesitation, the veterans charged forward. A massive blast of energy was launched straight at the newly manifested beast. Old Ngo and Truong Thien seamlessly combined their attacks, but the monster simply raised its giant hand, instantly firing back a devastating shockwave right at them. While the other veteran and his partner stood there frozen in shock, Huang Dich kept his cool. This looks bad. We all need to attack at once. He quickly realized that the suffocating aura radiating from the black giant was actively suppressing and draining their spiritual energy. Roaring flames violently erupted from Fuang Dich's hands. Even with Old Ngo and a third-stage Diamond Venerable attacking together, their power was suppressed to barely a fraction of its true potential. Fine then. Let's see how it handles this. He unleashed a devastating combo. The advanced Crimson Fireblade art infused with true stage lightning fire. A massive torrent of flaming lightning slammed directly into the beast, engulfing the entire area in a blinding explosion and a thick cloud of smoke. Looking down at the glowing blade in his hands, Fuang Dich clicked his tongue. As I thought, my power is being heavily suppressed too. If I was at full strength, that strike would have completely vaporized it. One of the veterans stared in sheer disbelief. What an absolute monster of a kid. Did he really just almost solo that dark giant with a single strike? See that, Old Truong? His power is even more terrifying than single-handedly wiping out a natural disaster. While Truong Thien was staring at the scene in absolute shock, Old Ngo proudly revealed his nickname is the Wind Burialist. If you guys knew how he got that name, you'd be even more mind-blown. At that moment, Fuang Dich's pupils changed color as he activated his spirit-piercing eye technique. Unleashing his Tomb Fire domain, dark auras surged all around him. The darkness morphed into countless claws, violently reaching for the monster. Go! The system chimed in. Tomb Fire domain deployed. Massive amounts of dark attributes detected. Host's cultivation technique is active, ignoring all negative effects of the dark attribute. Target marked, the Black Giant is now weakened. Dark attribute power reduced by 50%. Seizing the moment, Fuang Dich flew right up to its face, flames erupting around him. He coldly pronounced its death, delivering a razor-sharp sword strike that slashed cleanly through the beast. As its body was hacked to pieces, Puong Dich stood calmly to the side. His entire body flared with intense firepower, incinerating the monster's remaining fragments. Truong Thien was utterly shocked. How is this even possible? Old Ngo was far more composed. It's the Yang attribute. He's actively suppressing the dark attributes in this place. The scene shifted to Nguyen City, home to the Wood attribute throne. Lin Hua sensed it immediately. It's Master. Master needs my help. She darted off from where she stood. Back at the battle, Puong Dich still hadn't fully killed that creature. This dark giant looks like trash, but it's incredibly hard to kill, he thought. I've already wield the power of death and rule the throne, yet this thing is still struggling. Old Ngo urgently shouted, Hurry! Our young friend needs help. Let's attack together. Truong Thien had already charged forward. You don't need to tell me twice. All four of them gathered their strength at once. 4 streams of spiritual energy shot forward, merging perfectly as they channeled directly into Puong Dich's back. This combined effort caused the flames he unleashed to erupt like a massive explosion. The sheer shockwave and blinding light forced everyone to shield their eyes. When the dust settled, they looked down in awe. So, is this the real tomb complex? Right before their eyes, ancient tombstones had finally been revealed. Puong Dich walked up from behind them and said, I have to thank you seniors for the assist just now. I wouldn't have been able to wipe out that black giant so smoothly otherwise. I really underestimated it earlier. Is everyone all right? Truong Thien stepped forward, looking guilty. I'm sorry. My attitude earlier was completely out of line. Thank you for saving my life. The other old men standing behind them thought to themselves, is this really the stubborn old mule we know? Did he get possessed or something? Well, I guess hell just froze over. Just then, skeletal hands burst from the dirt as a horde of dry bones began crawling toward them. Puong Dich called out, Seniors, do you remember the mutated disaster anomaly back in Nguyen City? Old Ngo replied grimly, Of course I do. I just didn't expect to run into it here. I'll take the vanguard, Truong Thien yelled. These undead freaks are disgusting. Let me handle them. The old man unleashed his flames, aiming to burn the horde to ash. Old Ngo shouted from behind, We've got your back. Condensing a sphere of pure energy, he yelled, Leave this side to me. The explosive power slammed down, shattering the skeletons to pieces. The rest of the group also launched fierce attacks, wiping out the approaching mob. Puong Dich narrowed his eyes, scanning the area. The system notified him. Strong dark attribute fluctuations detected. Please approach and make physical contact to generate a new cultivation technique. Taking the lead, he pushed forward. I'm sensing some incredibly intense dark energy fluctuations, Old Ngo muttered, coming to a halt up ahead. Guys, look at that. What is it? Some kind of illusion? No, that's not right. This stone tablet is actively radiating dark energy. But when did it even get here? Puong Dich replied, It's probably a physical manifestation of the dark power. Let me go check it out. Seeing Puong Dich instantly dash toward it, Truong Thien grew anxious. But the kid showed zero fear, actually accelerating his flight speed. Soon, Puong Dich was hovering right in front of the towering, monolithic stone tablet. As he reached out his hand, darkness spilled from the stone. The system chimed, automatically generating dark attribute cultivation technique. Great Hellblade technique. A single strike summons undead from the tomb complex to fight for you for 3 minutes. The strength of the summoned undead scales perfectly with your own power. They're all dark attribute techniques, he thought to himself, but the weakening effect of the boundless dark realm requires dragging the enemy inside to actually debuff them, and letting the bone birds and other anomalies fight for me, as the revival of spiritual energy keeps getting stronger. The chances of using them effectively are getting slimmer. The Hellscape technique requires the Death Seal as a prerequisite. I literally have to trigger my own body's death just to open the gates of hell and summon demons. And the illusions from my spirit-piercing eye technique only work well against enemies with high intelligence. But this... Who knows how long this tomb complex has been here? Every single undead entity in this place is vastly stronger than the ones in Nguyen City. Their power rivals actual hell demons? This technique doesn't just let me command them, it also has absolute zero limits on growth. By the time Old Ngo caught up, he was examining the tablet. This stone, it's actually solid-state dark energy. Could it be? Perfect timing. Let's break off a piece and take it back to the Research Institute. Didn't they say that if we fully understand this stuff, we could literally change the future? This thing is incredibly valuable. Come on, let's get to work. Huangdich looked at them, utterly confused. Seniors, what exactly are you doing? As Truong Thien started hacking away at it, Old Ngo explained from behind. This is unprecedented solid-state dark energy. We want to bring a chunk back to the Institute for development. If we make a breakthrough, humanity will never be suppressed by dark attributes again. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground. Old Ngo finally realized they'd messed up. Oh no, maybe we weren't supposed to touch this tablet. Huge chunks of broken stone began crashing down around them. As the debris rained down on them, panic set in. Things are going south! We need to fall back now! Sensing something terribly wrong with the fluctuating spiritual energy, it finally clicked for Huangdich. Now I know exactly where that original Black Sea came from. Blood-red auras violently erupted, swallowing the entire tomb complex. Someone screamed in pure terror. A dark tide! And this alternate world version is even more horrifying than before. It's an ultimate ancient power. The ground is tearing apart. The darkness is surging from below. Old Ngo roared at the top of his lungs. Rule number 1 of exploration. If you encounter a dark tide under any circumstances, you retreat immediately. The person next to him gasped in despair. It's here! A massive swarm of darkness violently lunged, swallowing them whole. Elder Nguyen realized what these Grim Reapers were up to. They wanted to trap us all here and slaughter us. Seeing him just standing there, Elder Wu called out in a panic, "Wait, Wind Burial, what are you doing? Get over here now." He was taken aback, sensing a mysterious voice calling out to him from within the dark tide. Huangdich wasn't afraid in the slightest. Well then, let's give it a try, he thought. Fully prepared to die, his reckless action sent Elder Wu into an absolute panic. Huangdich vanished behind the curtain of the dark tide. The group froze in pure shock. Truong Thien charged forward to save him but was instantly held back. He roared, "Why the hell are you stopping me?" Elder Wu tried to talk some sense into him. "Truong Thien, snap out of it. You can't save him. If you go in there, you'll just be throwing your life away too." Truong Thien fiercely disagreed. "That kid is the future of the Xia kingdom. We old fools are the ones who doomed him. If the future of our nation rests on just one person, it has to be that boy." Elder Wu fired back, demanding he stay rational. "Do you think we don't know that? If I could, I'd gladly trade my own life for his. His chances of survival are practically zero right now. If we suffer any more casualties, the future of the Xia kingdom will truly be trampled upon by our enemies. Everyone left must get out of here alive. That is an order. I'm the one who brought him here. My heart aches even more than yours. I will take full responsibility for this. None of you have to bear this burden. Remember, as long as Wind Burial survives, it doesn't matter if every single one of us dies here." But just as he finished speaking, a blinding orb of golden energy flared up from deep within the darkness. Someone shouted, "Look, that's Wind Burial's Yang attribute." The group fell into utter confusion. What? What do we do now? Can we actually go save him? Another quickly reminded them, "You idiot, that kid is the only reason you're still breathing. Don't you ever forget that." Meanwhile, Huangdich wrapped himself in spiritual energy and dove straight down to investigate. The deeper he went, the stranger things felt. Weirdly enough, there was nothing unusual within the dark tide itself. His gut told him that if he just kept moving forward, he'd find the source of the voice. Except, the voice that was guiding him just moments ago had suddenly gone dead silent. Needing backup, Huangdich called out to his system. His vision was entirely painted in crimson red. He knew perfectly well that with the protection of the golden sun and the foundation he had built, no matter how strong this dark attribute was, it couldn't leave a single scratch on him. Am I just hallucinating? He wondered. Is the dark energy here just waiting for my spiritual energy to run dry so it can drain me to death? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, "I am right here." The system interface began to glitch out, flashing a warning, experiencing interference from a massive surge of ancient power. The system fluctuated slightly before reporting, "Elemental power source detected ahead. Location confirmed, 25 degrees forward. Please proceed." Huangdich was caught off guard. Ancient power? Could it be something like the throne? Huangdich pressed on. "Looks like this is the right way. It's definitely in this direction. The closer he got to the unknown object, the heavier its oppressive aura became. Then he came to a dead halt. Found it? Ancient glowing runes radiated from ahead, crushing Fuangdik with an incredibly heavy, suffocating pressure. A silhouette materialized in the center. It's a suit of armor. Judging by its aura, every single scale on it was infused with an unfathomably deep, destructive energy. The system chimed in, confirming it had found the very source of the dark tide. He dashed straight toward it. No wonder the elemental power here is even stronger than the descending throne. But since I made it this far, it means I can definitely tame this thing. Sensing Fuangdik charging in to claim it, the ancient armor reacted violently, letting out a continuous, ear-piercing hum. Fuangdik frowned, freezing for a split second before the ancient armor unleashed a massive shockwave of power. Seeing this, Fuangdik instantly conjured an energy sphere as a shield to block the dark force. But the armor's raw power shattered the sphere, forcing him to cross his arms in front of his face to brace for impact. Staring down the ancient armor, his mind raced. This killing intent, it's still sealed, yet it completely wiped out my golden light attribute. The dark attribute had always been countered by his yang energy. Even against stronger foes, he had never faced such a violent backlash. If it's this strong, then I have to make it mine. With that thought, Fuangdik threw his arms wide open and unleashed even more of his power. Yang attribute scatter. As his blinding yang energy flooded the space, the look in Fuangdik's eyes turned razor sharp. He triggered his ultimate move, the boundless dark realm. Instantly, a massive black sphere materialized. Sensing the threat, the armor's power immediately swarmed around the sphere. Fuangdik drew his blade, raising it high into the sky as a legion of vengeful spirits materialized around him. Fuangdik roared, "Grand Hellblade Art!" Charging forward, he commanded the ghostly legion to dive straight at the ancient armor. The scene unfolding before him caught Fuangdik completely off guard. What is this? He watched as the armor blasted its own power against the charging spirits, filling the void with endless, agonizing screams. Fuangdik scowled and gritted his teeth. The dark aura coming off this armor is way stronger than any dark attribute I've ever absorbed. Damn it, I'm being suppressed. At that moment, the dark energy surging from the armor lashed out directly at him. Refusing to just stand there and take a beating, he swung his sword to slash it away, shouting, "No wonder it's a dark attribute that's survived since ancient times. Let's see who conquers who today, me or you." Suddenly, the armor moved on its own, forcefully trying to fuse with his body. A sinister voice echoed, trying to seduce him. "Come here. Become one of my kind." Fuangdik clenched his jaw, his mind racing. This thing is trying to corrupt me. It wants to steal my body, he realized. The only way out is to maintain the divine sun heaven-devouring art just to stay sane. At that thought, a feral glint flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth so hard they almost cracked, Fuangdik let out an earth-shattering roar. He unleashed every ounce of his power and screamed, "You old bastard! Don't you dare underestimate me, system! I want to channel the full elemental power of every single martial art I've learned." Receiving his absolute command, the system instantly flashed a massive red warning in his mind. Warning. Scanning current cultivation level. 2-star Vajra realm. Actual combat capacity evaluated. Based on simulated calculations, if the host channels all martial arts and elemental powers at once, the physical body will not withstand the strain. Probability of physical destruction, 99%. Hovering in midair, Fuangdik forcefully sucked in massive amounts of surrounding energy and roared, "Do it! Today I either win or I die." As the chaotic energy flooded his veins, his eyes turned completely bloodshot. The system finally chimed, "Host's request acknowledged, channeling all learned martial arts now." The moment Fuangdik absorbed the terrifying ancient power, he violently grabbed his head in sheer agony. Black blood began weeping from his eyes as an excruciating mind-splitting pain forced a blood-curdling scream from his lungs. Fuangdik's body lost control once again. The system continuously spammed notifications confirming the death of its host. The death seal is active. The host is still alive. The system scanned Fuangdik's visual data to confirm his vital signs. After running a diagnostic, The system updated its status from confirming the host's death to confirming vital signs. Host is alive. As Phuong Dich slowly opened his eyes, another system notification popped up. The ancient artifact has been conquered by the master of all techniques. The ancient artifact now recognizes you as its master. Phuong Dich's eyes flashed a deep crimson as he let out a furious roar. Having fully subdued the armor, he equipped it. The system chimed in once more. Unlocking gear, Ancient Fiend God Armor. New technique acquired, the Secret Art Dark Torrent. This secret art and the Ancient Fiend God Armor share the exact same origin. The wielder of the ancient armor automatically inherits this secret art, mastering it instantly without a teacher. Phuong Dich hovered in midair, enveloped in a massive surge of power, as a blazing red flame erupted from his hand. Clenching his fist, Phuong Dich extinguished the flames in his hand. Below him, the dark tide continued to rise, its crashing waves letting out a deafening roar. Staring at the scene before him, he muttered in disbelief. Wait a minute. Isn't this the dark tide? Don't tell me I can actually control its power now? Can I unleash the true dark tide? With a swift wave of his hand, he tested it out, summoning a surge of dark energy into the air. Phuong Dich muttered to himself, not only can I walk through the dark tide as if it were flat ground, but I can also command it, or even force it to retreat. Compared to the dark elements I used to control, this is on a whole different level. Before, using dark attributes always drained my energy. But now, this dark energy feels like a loyal pet that recognizes me as its master. It's completely in sync with me. From this moment on, no dark attribute will ever be an obstacle to me again. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Phuong Dich unequipped his ancient armor. Shoving one hand casually into his pocket, he let out a satisfied chuckle at his new loot. It's about time I head back. Stroking his chin, Phuong Dich fell into deep thought. Just how long have I been stuck in here anyway? If I don't go back soon, the outside world is probably going to flip upside down. The scene shifted to the Spirit Association headquarters in Shen City. Inside the president's office, a blond man sitting at the center desk suddenly stood up and slammed his hands on the table. This furious man was none other than Ye Xiao, the president of the Xia Nation Spirit Association. He roared in anger. You were the ones who took the Wind Burialist out there, so why the hell couldn't you bring him back? You've cultivated for all these years. You possess the most advanced training methods and control the most spiritual energy-rich regions in Xia Nation. Yet you can't even protect a single junior? The elders below could only lower their heads in shame. Elder Wu stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Before anyone could defend themselves, Ye Xiao barked again. What kind of joke is the Spirit War Zone? You needed the Wind Burialist to save you from the Dark Tide? What right do you even have left? How do you have the face to claim you protect Xia Nation? Meanwhile, Jia Lan was standing just outside the office, leaning silently against the wall. Although her expression remained completely stoic, her fingernails dug so deeply into her skin that they pierced through her clothes. After gathering her courage, Jia Lan finally pushed the doors open and stepped inside. Raising her hand, she spoke up firmly, "Sorry for the intrusion, but I have a different opinion." As she walked further into the room, Jia Lan furrowed her brows and voiced her thoughts to President Ye. First of all, I firmly believe that the Wind Burialist has the strength to escape the Dark Tide. More than that, I am convinced that he chose to stay behind because he encountered something absolutely critical, something worth gambling his own life for. Hearing her analysis, Ye Xiao pursed his lips and stayed silent. Jia Lan then turned to address everyone else. Secondly, regarding the protection of Xia Nation. Elder Wu, Elder Zhang, myself and our fellow comrades have always fought on the front lines. We brave life and death every single day. Every time we step out, we are fully prepared to die in battle, and we've had to say goodbye to countless brothers in arms. The Wind Burialist is a rare genius who has resolved multiple catastrophic threats for Xia Nation. When dealing with someone as outstanding as him, Elder Wu and the others would never intentionally push him into danger. If they could, they would have gladly traded their own lives to save him. Hearing her words, Ye Xiao pointed an angry finger at her and yelled, "But the Wind Burialist is the core of our Spirit Association's captain plan. Can you guarantee that he can make it out of the Dark Tide alive?" Even your seniors couldn't pull that off. It's the dark tide we're talking about. Yes Xiao waved his hand in extreme frustration, shouting, his value is far greater than all of yours combined. Why did it have to be him who stayed behind instead of you? Yu Rao, who was sitting next to her, quickly stood up and tried to intervene. President, but unable to hold back any longer, Jia Lan loudly fired back. President, yeah, if you think facing the dark tide is a guaranteed death sentence for the Wind Burialist, then on what grounds do you claim he is more important than the entire Spirit War Zone? If you doubt his true strength and dismiss the importance of the Spirit War Zone that much, then fine. Let's pretend the Spirit War Zone doesn't exist. In this era of reviving spiritual energy and global mutations, the very survival of Xia Nation rests solely on your Spirit Association's shoulders. Can you people handle that alone? Hearing her push the limits, Elder Wu quickly turned to reprimand her. Jia Lan, that's enough. Yes Xiao, having calmed down slightly by now, finally sighed. I lost my temper just now. Jia Lan isn't wrong. Yes Xiao slumped back into his chair. With a gloomy expression, he continued, so, how do we handle this now? Once the news of the Wind Burialist's disappearance gets out, not only will all the cities in Xia Nation fall into chaos, but our enemies lurking in the shadows definitely won't sit still. Hearing this, both Jia Lan and Elder Wu spoke in unison. Lock down the information. Treat this as the highest level of classified security. The scene shifted to Fuang Ditch's villa in Tai City, where Lin Yi was waiting inside. Pacing with a worried look on her face, the young girl thought to herself, it's been a whole week. My cousin still hasn't come home. Right at that moment, a knock echoed from the front door. Lin Yi instantly looked up, calling out hopefully, cousin! But the person who opened the door was Fuang Hong. She had just returned from grocery shopping. Seeing her daughter's reaction, she asked, what's wrong? Is Xiao Ditch back? That boy, going on a business trip for so long without even calling home once. He really knows how to make people worry. Why don't you try calling him to check in? Hearing her mother say that, Lin Yi immediately replied, it's not like that, Mom. The place my cousin went to is really dangerous. Cell phones don't even have a signal there. Lin Yi walked over to the door. As she slipped on her shoes, she muttered, but has he ever been unreachable for this long before? Fuang Hong didn't answer that. Instead, she changed the subject, asking, by the way, about the Spirit Association, telling you to go take up your post in Yuan City. When are you leaving? Hearing her mother's question, Lin Yi replied, not yet. I was originally supposed to wait for my cousin to come back so we could go do a trial run in Yuan City together. But since he's tied up right now, the Spirit Association hasn't given me any further notice. Still looking anxious, Lin Yi thought to herself, something like this has never happened before. Even if I lost contact with him temporarily, he always came back quickly. She had already contacted Captain Su earlier, but even he didn't know her cousin's whereabouts, and the messages she sent to Sister Jia Lan had been met with complete radio silence. Filled with dread, Lin Yi hastily pushed the door open and said, Mom, I'm heading out for a bit. The scene cut to the streets of Tai City. It was pouring rain, and Lin Yi was sprinting frantically through the downpour. As she ran, her mind raced. If something really happened to my cousin, it wouldn't just affect Tai City. The entire Xia Nation would be flipped upside down, and the captain plan would completely collapse. He has to be fine. Besides, with his level of strength, everything is still running normally right now. Amidst the heavy rain, violent claps of thunder suddenly ripped through the sky. Lin Yi, sensing something unnatural in the thunder, abruptly stopped running. She tilted her head up to the sky, only to see a massive meteor plummeting straight down. The pedestrians on the street saw it too and began screaming in pure panic. Run! A meteor is crashing into the earth! Help! Squinting through the blinding rain, Lin Yi forced her eyes open, staring up at the sky as she muttered in shock, that's the throne! High above, a blinding, radiant light suddenly exploded, illuminating everything. Not far from the city, a group of people spotted the brilliant light radiating from within. One of the men threw his head back and laughed, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. Let the grand scramble begin, he sneered. Meanwhile, Fuang Ditch was still trapped deep within the dark tide. Watching the rocks drift aimlessly through the void, he muttered to himself, this is weird. I can't find the coordinates to return to reality at all. It felt like he was walking in endless circles on a road with no exit. Frustrated, Fuang Dich looked down at the ancient armor he was wearing and asked, "Don't tell me you can't find the way out either?" The armor responded with a series of metallic clinks. Fuang Dich sighed. "This is seriously weird. Even your system can't get a connection." "The system in here is just like before. Absolutely zero signal," Fuang Dich analyzed. Remembering all his failed attempts to escape, he frowned and added, "But for the divine demon armor to be completely clueless about the exit, could bringing it out of the secret realm have triggered some kind of butterfly effect? Or did something else happen?" Suddenly, the divine demon armor hummed loudly, startling him. Hearing its protest, Fuang Dich raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, are you saying it's not your fault?" "Wait, I just remembered. Didn't you know how to talk before? You literally used human speech to tell me to dive into the dark tide." Staring down at the glowing runes on the armor's chestplate, Fuang Dich pressed on. "What? Cat got your tongue now?" When the divine demon armor gave him the silent treatment, Fuang Dich could only sigh. "Whatever, forget it. The most urgent thing right now is finding an exit." But just as he was at a total loss, a sudden sensation washed over him. Fuang Dich's head snapped up, his eyes widening in shock as he blurted out, "Wait a minute, I feel it. A throne from the secret realm has just descended upon Tai City." Back in Tai City, Lam Wai was sprinting desperately down the main street. Her mind was racing. A throne is descending on Tai City right now? No way! My cousin isn't here, and the appearance of a throne will throw the entire city into chaos. I have to go check it out. But right as Lam Wai was sprinting, she noticed something on the ground that made her freeze in her tracks. Suddenly, two men stepped out from the shadows, blocking her path from both the front and the back. One of the men twirled a dagger in his hand and sneered, "You're the Lamb Girl, aren't you?" Lam Wai narrowed her eyes and demanded coldly, "Who's asking?" Channeling her spiritual energy, Lam Wai's voice dropped to a freezing tone. "Trespassing into Tai City like this, what exactly are you planning?" In a split second, her power erupted, violently blasting the two men backward. Without missing a beat, Lam Wai conjured a glowing energy vine, tightly binding one of the thugs' hand and foot. She hoisted the man into the air, delivered a brutal kick to his chest, and furiously demanded, "What's the matter with you scumbags? Are you mute? Answer me!" The man was sent flying by her powerful kick, howling in agony, while his partner stood completely paralyzed in shock. Just then, another figure stepped out of the shadows and let out a sharp whistle. Instantly, a whole gang materialized, surrounding Lam Wai. A bearded man pointed his heavy broadsword right at her and scoffed. "Just a snot-nosed brat riding on the coattails of the Wind Reaper, and you dare act tough in front of me?" With a vicious sneer, he waved his hand, ordering the ambush. "Get her, all at once!" Seeing the thugs rush her, Lam Wai scoffed internally. "Underestimating me, huh? Fine. Let's see how well my intense crowd control training pays off." Without hesitation, she unleashed her skills, seamlessly weaving between attacks, while whipping out her spiritual vines to bind them up. This was her signature move, splitting wood vines. Lam Wai dashed forward, delivering a flawless spinning kick right to the faces of two goons, sending them crashing down with pathetic groans. One of the men, completely immobilized by her vines, thrashed around and cursed furiously. "Damn it! This brat's vines are suppressing my spiritual energy output." By now, Lam Wai had summoned 5 glowing spiritual vines, gripping them firmly in her hands like whips. With a fierce swing of her arms, she used her immense momentum to violently hurl the bound thugs across the street. "Get the hell out of my sight!" she roared, but just as she dealt with the mob, something strange happened. Down from the rainy sky fell scorching flames. Lam Wai's eyes darted upward. As she manipulated her vines, she analyzed the falling fire and instantly felt a chill run down her spine. "Oh, this is bad," she thought, panic-stricken. "These flames, they're laced with a corrosive dark attribute." If it were just normal fire, it wouldn't have been able to burn through her spiritual vines so easily. Suddenly, a vicious spark of dark flame grazed right past her arm, instantly tearing through her skin and drawing fresh blood. Wincing in pain, Lam Wai clutched her bleeding arm, her breathing growing heavy and labored. And to make matters worse, the very same thugs she had just thrown away were already swarming back for round 2. Seizing the opportunity, the entire gang charged at her like hungry wolves. Lam Wai immediately flared her spiritual energy, forming a sturdy vine shield to block their barrage of attacks. 9 grown men ganging up on a high schooler? She mocked through gritted teeth. Is this really the best you losers can do? With a defiant shout, Lam Wai commanded her thick vines to erupt outward, sweeping the entire group off their feet and slamming them violently onto the cold, wet pavement. The bearded thug struggled to push himself up, wiping the rain from his face as a nasty grin spread across his lips. We pushed her this far, and he still hasn't shown up. Looks like the rumors are true. The Wind Reaper really isn't in Tai City. His gaze toward Lam Wai turned venomous as he sneered. And now, we've completely figured out this little girl's combat limits. Fall back, he barked. And just like that, the moment the order left his lips, the entire gang vanished into the shadows. Lam Wai was caught completely off guard. Wait, what? She clenched her trembling fists, slamming a hard punch into the nearby brick wall in deep frustration. Damn it, I played right into their hands, she cursed herself. My reaction just proved to them that my cousin really isn't here in Tai City. If they come back again, they'll definitely come fully armed and prepared for me. Lam Wai bit her lower lip, panic and guilt washing over her face. She hit her own head in frustration. Come on, you stupid brain, think of something, anything. Just then, something massive crashed down from the sky, triggering a deafening explosion that violently shook the ground. Lam Wai threw her head back to look, her eyes lighting up. Wait a second, that's it! Having formulated a desperate plan, she immediately whipped out her phone and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, Lam Wai blurted out, Captain Toe, is that you? On the other end of the line, Tu Than's Huin was stationed deep in a heavily barricaded forest. Seeing Lam Wai's caller ID, she urgently asked, Why? Listen, I'm currently holding the blockade at the throne's restricted zone. Has your sector been breached by intruders? Well, hold tight. The Spirit Energy Association is dispatching backup, right? Before Tathan Huin could even finish, Lam Wai cut her off. I already fought them off, but Captain, that's just a band-aid solution. Their true target is the throne. They know the Wind Reaper is gone, and they think Tai City is completely defenseless now. Tathan Huyin's heart sank. What exactly are you suggesting? Why? Suddenly, right behind the captain's back, a resolute voice echoed out. I'm going to make the throne acknowledge me as its master. I will claim it for myself. It was Lam Wai. She had somehow bypassed the perimeter and was standing right there. Looking at Tathan Huin with unwavering determination, the young girl stated coldly, Captain, Toe, I don't have any other choice. Tathan Huin instantly lunged forward, grabbing the girl by the shoulders. Are you out of your damn mind? She yelled, horrified. The metal element is notoriously lethal. Whatever is sitting on that throne is 100 times sharper and deadlier than any anomaly you have ever faced. And worse, you're a wood element user. You have an absolute elemental disadvantage against metal. You're literally throwing your life away. Before they could argue further, 2 figures in black cloaks sprinted toward them, panting heavily. Captain, it's a disaster, one of them yelled. Underground factions, rogue neutral groups, and even registered walkers who don't answer to the association or the military. They're all swarming toward Tai City as we speak. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a massive crowd of rogue awakeners had already gathered, their eyes filled with utter greed for the throne. The mob erupted into a chaotic frenzy. The Wind Reaper is dead, someone roared. To hell with the Spirit Energy Association and the military. It's fair game now. The strongest takes all. Even if we have to pave the way with corpses, we're taking that throne and becoming the new kings of the Xia nation. The scene shifted back to the secret realm, where a tense group of explorers was flying at breakneck speed through a massive, winding tunnel. Suddenly, one of them shouted, I found the exit, but the coordinates are totally different from where we originally entered. Leading the vanguard, Truong Thian abruptly slammed on the brakes, halting the group as he turned back to shout at them. Stay sharp. This secret realm is exactly where the Wind Reaper completely vanished, he warned grimly. When that dark tide suddenly wiped everything out, we had no choice but to retreat. But the moment they finally burst out of the tunnel, they were greeted by an endless, desolate sea of stark white sand. Truong Thian's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. What the hell is this? He stammered. Is this really still the secret realm? Where are the tombstones? Where did all the dark energy go? At this moment, a massive rift suddenly tore through the space. Seeing this, someone in the team shouted, "What the hell is going on? This power and aura, could it be?" Truong Thien also voiced his shock. "Are you guys saying it might be those things from the ancient legends?" From the spatial rift, Phuong Dich suddenly emerged. As he floated down, he muttered to himself, "To think I'd end up back here." Landing on the ground, Phuong Dich didn't seem to notice Truong Thien's group yet and continued, "I was definitely following the throne's aura to get here. I couldn't have been wrong." Catching sight of Phuong Dich's back as he stood on the white sand dune, Diep-Tu immediately spoke up. "Wait a minute. Music, isn't that the Wind Reaper? His power?" Truong Thien chimed in with absolute certainty. "It's him. That is definitely him. This kid's spiritual energy has actually surpassed Old Man Go." Squinting at the aura radiating from Phuong Dich, Truong Thien remarked, "Oh, such an overbearing external spiritual aura. He definitely hasn't stopped at the third layer of the Vajra realm." With that, he raised his hand and called out loudly, "Phuong Dich! Is that you, Phuong Dich?" Hearing his name, he turned around. Seeing the old man, he called out, "Truong Thien?" Soon after, Diep-Tu, Truong Thien, and the others landed on the white sand dune where Phuong Dich stood. As soon as they arrived, Diep-Tu approached, shook his hand, and said joyfully, "Greetings, Wind Reaper. I represent the Spirit Association headquarters to welcome you home." Phuong Dich looked at him, nodded, and asked, "And you are?" Hearing this, Diep-Tu let go of his hand and introduced himself. "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the president of the Ha Nation Spirit Association." Hearing this title, Phuong Dich thought to himself, "The president of the Spirit Association?" He observed Diep-Tu cautiously, wondering, "I've never heard of him before. Is he a newly appointed leader?" His gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. After a brief moment of thought, he finally replied, "Nice to meet you." Looking deep in thought, Phuong Dich told the group, "But this isn't the time for pleasantries. I sense the manifestation of a throne. I'm not sure if it was because the throne descended, but I've been stuck here unable to find my way back to Earth. I even ended up just going in circles. So, please take me back to Tai City as soon as possible." Truong Thien took the lead among the others. The old man spoke up. "Looks like us old-timers are still of some use and can give you a hand." The very next second, he and the others pooled their spiritual power together and tore open a teleportation portal. He looked at Phuong Dich and urged, "We have no time to lose. Let's move out immediately." Hearing this, the young man simply nodded. Got it. In his mind, Phuong Dich couldn't shake off an uneasy feeling. He didn't know why, but he kept sensing that little Y was in grave danger. He just hoped his instincts were wrong. Once the portal was fully formed, Phuong Dich and the rest flew straight into it. While traveling through the void, Truong Thien was lost in his thoughts. He realized he had forgotten to ask how the kid managed to find an opportunity to break through his realm while surviving the dark tide. Beside him, Diep-Tu was also busy formulating his own plans. This damn kid is so full of mysteries. The scene shifts to Tai City, where the streets and buildings had all been utterly destroyed, leaving nothing but piles of rubble. Down on the streets, members of the Spirit Association were locked in fierce combat with rogue martial artists. Someone yelled in frustration, "Damn it, why are there so many invaders?" As Vuong Lam fought, he shouted furiously, "Are they completely out of their minds? Do they really want to fight to the death with the Spirit Association?" The local president fighting beside him replied, "These secret organizations have always been enemies of the association and the government. Ever since the spiritual energy revival, they've only grown more arrogant. They want to overthrow everything so they can enjoy their twisted freedom, trampling and plundering their own kind just to seize power, pleasure, and strength. Because of that, we must do whatever it takes to eliminate these invaders." Amidst this desperate struggle, an association member ran up and reported in panic, "Sir, the defensive perimeter around the throne has been breached by the enemy." Hearing this, the president kept fending off the onslaught of invaders while barking out orders. "Split into 2 teams and go back up the captains. Leave this place to me." Hearing his command, someone hesitated and stammered. But there was no time to argue. The president grabbed his earpiece, put it on, and yelled, "No buts! Follow my orders! I just received some great news. As long as we hold the line against this wave, victory is ours." Right at the critical moment, Vuong Lam and Tong Hat Min arrived to provide backup. Seeing the two of them, the president called out, "Were you guys sent from the headquarters?" Not Min glanced at him with a smirk. "Thai City Spirit Association. Do you seriously think every pioneer is drooling over your trivial little treasures?" Hearing that, Vuong Lam chuckled and added, "We're here to repay a debt of gratitude." With that said, Not Min tightly clenched his fists. His spiritual energy was fire attribute. With Vuong Lam backing him up from behind, Not Min unleashed his fiery power directly into the horde of invaders. Scorched by his intense flames, the enemies screamed in agony. "They're the elites from Thon City. The Wind Reaper obviously isn't around, so why the hell are they helping Thai City?" Hearing their cries, Not Min merely replied coldly, "Idiots! You're just a pathetic mob. Even I never dared to covet the Thai City throne. Yet you trashes actually think you can lay a finger on it. Know your place." Among the invaders, a man arrogantly declared, "I don't care who they are. Kill them all. Today, this gold attribute throne belongs to me." Just then, Vuong Lam appeared in midair. He manipulated his water umbrella, instantly freezing the charging invaders as he laughed out loud, "I'm not even a pioneer from Thai City." One of the thugs who managed to dodge was terrified, stammering, They turned into ice statues." The scene cuts to the front of Puhong Ditch's house where an armed group was gathering. The thugs were whispering and laughing wickedly among themselves. "So this is the Wind Reaper's nest, huh? From today on, everything here belongs to me. I heard he's got 2 younger sisters inside." Right at that sickening moment, the clear sound of a flute echoed through the air. Every note from the flute manifested as currents of power, rushing in and instantly paralyzing the mob. Now completely immobilized, the thugs began to scream in panic. "Wait, what's going on? Damn it, my arms and legs won't stop moving. It hurts! It hurts so much! Where the hell did Thai City dig up all this outside help? They even have a control-type pioneer." The person playing the flute was none other than Tran Nguyen, the captain of Nuyet City. Lowering her flute, she spoke with disdain, "My mother always told me, incompetent people with insatiable greed are the most terrifying creatures." Looks like she was absolutely right. The scene then shifts to the foot of the back mountain. At the summit where the throne had descended, a group of invaders had finally arrived. The leader of the pack laughed maniacally. "Those useless trashes from the Thai City Spirit Association. This throne is mine for the taking." But the moment the words left his mouth, a blinding surge of power crashed down directly upon them. The thugs on the ground were scared out of their wits and yelled, "What the hell was that? Was that the aura of the gold attribute throne? The 3 of us are gold attribute pioneers who've already reached the half-step Vajra realm. Why would the throne reject us?" The invaders below furiously debated among themselves. Could someone up there have already made contact with the throne? Those crafty bastards from Thai City. They secretly kept it for themselves and touched the throne first. Well, since we're already here, let's just wipe Thai City clean before we leave. We'll conquer Thai City and slaughter that crippled Wind Reaper along with the whole Spirit Association. Raging on, they completely failed to notice a figure approaching them from behind. It was Phuong Dick. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as immense power instantly surged around his body. He growled with deadly intent, "Which one of you was just calling my name?" Hearing his chilling voice, their faces twisted in absolute terror. They stammered out, The Wind Reaper?" The suffocating power radiating from behind him left the entire mob trembling in sheer dread. Phuong Ditch drew his flaming blade. "Great hell blade art," he declared. His eyes turned ice cold as he glared at the crowd. With a powerful swing of his fiery sword, a massive roaring head of flame materialized, its jaws wide open as if wanting to swallow the invaders whole. The flames blazed fiercely through the pouring rain, completely shattering the ground beneath his feet. Phuong Ditch shifted his gaze toward the throne at the top of the hill. "So, it really is her," he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Lam Wai was suspended high in mid-air, entirely encased in a glowing sphere crackling with streaks of violent lightning. Down below, Than Huyn stood guard. She and the others were pouring absolutely everything they had into protecting Lam Wai. Than Huyn steeled her resolve. Since she had already walked into the throne fully prepared to die, she would gladly lay her life on the line to keep Lam Wai safe. Pushing herself until her spiritual energy was nearly drained, Than Huyn gritted her teeth. Hold on, Lam Wai, she choked out, struggling to stand. You can definitely do this. Right at that moment, Phuong Dish descended beside the floating sphere. Spotting him, Thon Hoon immediately shouted, "Who's there?" But the very moment the words left her mouth, the overwhelming strain took its toll, and she suddenly coughed up a heavy mouthful of blood. An assistant quickly rushed to catch her, staring wide-eyed at the newcomer. The Wind Reaper, he stammered out loud. Hearing who it was, Thon Hoon weakly looked up. A faint smile broke through her pain as she whispered, "You came back." Phuong Dich cast a brief glance her way and calmly replied, "Captain Su, it's been a while, hasn't it?" With that said, he raised his hand, fully unleashing his aura. A surging wave of his energy wrapped protectively around the glowing sphere, gently cradling the unconscious Lam Wai inside.